Greetings, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Garris, joined today by my co host, Allison Leach Hyde, and welcome to the Transporter Room. We're absolutely thrilled to introduce the extraordinary Chase Masterson. Best known for her unforgettable role as Lita on Star Trek Deep Space Nine, Chase is a powerhouse in entertainment and activism with a vibrant career in acting, singing, producing, and voice work. She captivates audiences with her magnetic charisma and remarkable versatility. We're especially excited to dive into her groundbreaking work as co founder of the Pop Culture Hero Coalition, where she harnesses the power of pop culture storytelling to combat bullying, racism, and hate, inspiring transformative change worldwide. Her seamless blend of artistry and advocacy has made her a cherished icon in both fandom and humanitarian communities. Now let's beam in Chase.
Hey, thank you so much. What a beautiful intro, Chris. And hey, Allison, thanks so much for having me.
I am so excited that I get to talk with you both today. I've been looking forward to this for weeks
I'm
now.
thrilled to have you aboard my interview, and thank you so much for having me here.
Oh, you're very welcome. And I just, want to kind of start out to share how this actually transpired. How I got you on here because I was watching your episode, the Decon Chamber, um, early one morning on the Patreon release, and I just was watching the interview. I watched it before it came out on the on YouTube, and I knew after listening to, I've got to have her on the channel,
Thank
and
you.
so I started that arduous process of finding your representatives
Oh,
because it's not just you, it's just trying to figure out the list of, okay, you've got a talent agent, voice agent, just everybody. I'm like, okay, so it's kind of like a just a shot in the dark to see who you're going to get. And so I picked one, sent them an email like I always do, and then just kind of did the hope and pray that I might hear something back. And then a couple of weeks later, I I was going to do an interview with Dave Zappone to talk about the Voyager documentary. And as to get ready for that, I asked him, "Hey, can you get your social media person to, you know, follow me, follow my channel account on everything so that when I started pushing it out, I could tag them, all their people get it." And Dave was like, and Goldie, his wife, were like, "Yes, we'll get that done." And they said, "We've gotten with Raymond to make this happen." And I'm like, "Raymond?
interesting.
Oh yeah." And I was like, "I have a Raymond that I does my merch as well." And later on, as we got closer, like that Saturday morning, I think we were getting ready to do everything to start pushing. Sure enough, I get a message from the Voyager Doc account, and he goes, "Hey," and we're just talking. I'm like, "It's Oh, it's that Raymond." And literally out of the blue, he says, you need to get Chase on here." And I said, "Well, I reached out to her people." And that's when I said, he goes, "Who'd you reach out to?" And I said, who I told him what email address it was. He's like, "Okay, send me what you did. Here's her email address. Send me and her the email, and then I will text her."
I'm so glad he did. Raymond is wonderful, and so glad you guys got in touch.
Oh yeah, I mean, and it just blew my mind because I'm like, I know him. I mean, I've never got to meet him in person yet. That is a plan. I'm hoping maybe I can go to SCLV this year. If not, maybe he'll be in Chicago. I don't know, but yeah, I was just like, okay, this is such a small world that he was able to. So yes, I owe him a huge thanks
Oh,
to set this up.
that's really nice. Raymond has been so instrumental in our Be Kind campaign. And thank you, Allison, for representing
Oh,
today. This is
got you
wonderful to see. I love that shirt.
back.
Um, yeah, I absolutely, that's one of my favorites. And I mean, what better message, right? And yeah, and Raymond has been really wonderful in this work for years with us now. So thank you.
What I do on this channel is I kind of, let you know, and Allison is as well. We start with like your background, like, because Star Trek, yes, we all know we need to talk about the Star Trek, but that's, I hate to say that, it's kind of secondary to everything else because you do so much more than just Star Trek. Um, and but you know, and this stuff I don't know honestly is like when you were growing up, you know, did you actually have a passion for performing, or was it something that came, you know, later in life? Because I know some people are, it's not until they get to college that they take a class and like, oh, I really like this acting thing.
It's really interesting what people's path is. For me, I started when I was 5. My mom was a theater director, and I still remember when she asked me in the kitchen of a little house we lived in Indianapolis, "Would you like to be in a show the way that mommy's in shows?" And I said, "Yes." And so I went and auditioned for Oklahoma, and I sang Do Re Mi, from Sound of Music, and I got the job of child in the chorus, and she was also in the chorus, and it was just I was hooked. I just remember the beautiful community that theater builds, and other things like the smell of the makeup backstage, and just this entrance into all of the senses of what can be wonderful about the theater. And it wasn't until much later that I had any thought of doing TV or film. It was just never even in my head. But I grew up doing musicals and other shows, and worked a lot of regional type community theater. And my best role models, like the people that I look to in my life more than anyone, are still from those growing up years. The people that I was starry eyed over, Louie and Bev and Tim and Mary, and, just these people who are iconic to me, and they're still my favorites.
That's wonderful. I was a theater kid too.
Yeah, I think I could see
So
that in you, Allison. Yeah.
I definitely understand. And the smell of midnight makeup is something you never ever forget.
Right? Yes. It's
So, and that camaraderie never goes away. One of my best friends is still someone I did high school theater with, multiples, and I see it fairly frequently. So I definitely understand that. And I have another question for you based off of, childhood, young adult. You have put so much of your recent life into helping others be their best selves through homeboy industries, sorry, and of course Pop Hero. And I wondered if there's a story you can share with us from like your childhood or adolescence of where that need or want really got cemented in your being.
Thank you. That's so nice to hear, and I don't think anyone's ever asked me that. I had some amazing teachers, and one of them was the choreographer at the theater where I grew up. The theater was called Moulin Rouge, and it was a dinner theater, and it was everything to me and to my sister and to my mom. And Larry Alderetti was the choreographer there, and he had been in huge shows. He was in West Side Story, the movie, and worked with yeah, worked with other phenomenal people, and just was instrumental in me becoming who I am. And Jean Wynn, my middle school drama teacher, and I mean, there's other people that, through the years that believed in me. And I think it can never could not be overstated how much it means when someone believes in you. And I think a lot of times we think, oh, they don't need to hear it, or oh, that person knows I believe in them, or they know they're good. But everybody needs to know that other people validate and respect them, and see hope in them. And it meant so much to me when those people did.
Well, and that's like, you know, as I was not a theater kid, but I was in band and athletics and, you know, football and all that type of stuff. And so when you have your coaches or your band directors that, you know, put so much into you to make you get better, even though you may not want that or enjoy it because, you know, practices are hard sometimes, especially in the athletic side. And then, you know, like in band, it's just, you've got that piece of music you just cannot play or figure it out, and they'll sit there and they will do everything they can, and then sometimes you just can't do it, it's just, it's beyond your skill level at that point in time, but still the amount of time that they're willing to put in with you, it means a lot.
It means a lot, and it also informs other things that you do, right? I mean, the life of an actor is not for everybody, and it's, you know, there's a lot of there's a lot of ups and downs, let's just say. I'm sure you've heard it before. But Allison, I can imagine that your work in the theater has informed everything else that you do in your life, right?
It really does, because it gives you my high school drama teacher, Joey Chavez. Like, I'm never gonna forget this man. Know his name, love him to pieces, along with his wife, Robin Chavez. They were our drama teachers. They were our school parents, and but we did a lot of improv and improv games. And as an adult, that has given me so much confidence to walk into a situation like, I can play the yes and game. I know how to do that. And that's all life is. I mean, and it's also all D&D is yes and, but
Yes, and yes,
it
yes.
does just give you, just that little bit of confidence to go, I can just walk in, and as long as I don't say no or close myself off to the situation I'm in, it brings confidence to keep going through, whatever it is you're going through. Is it an interview?
Whatever it is.
Meeting parents? Is it, any of those type of things,
Anything it
right?
is, dating even. I mean, just being able to yes and be on the same page and share and not shut people down, but really be open and help them to yes and you. It's just it's everything. Yeah. And for those of you who don't know yes and, Allison, go ahead and explain it.
Well, there's a rule for improv. So, we play freeze. And so you'd have two people on the stage improvising a scene, and you'd say stop. But there's one rule in freeze is you can't say the word no. You can say yes. And if you want to change the conversation in a direction, but when you tell somebody no on stage, when you don't have a script, they don't know where to go. There's no place to go. You've just stopped it. And so you can't say no. You have to say yes and if you want to change the direction of the scene.
Yeah.
I'm learning.
And this it's it's a wonderful rule of improv, and if you see any good improv people, you'll always see them yes-anding each other. And it was created by a man named Del Close at a theater in Chicago. I think it was the early Second City stages of all that group. And anyway, yes, it really helps. Yes, and it really helps you get through life.
Oh, yeah. I'm sitting here thinking like I've probably been doing this in my life, not even realizing what it was in work and in meetings and stuff like that. When I have someone that comes to us with a problem, and you know, we've always say, how do I get to the yes? We don't want to say no. I mean, unless we absolutely have to with what we do, but how do I get to a yes for whatever your situation is? And you work until you can, and then it may not be a perfect yes, but it's
But
something.
it can be a yes and.
Yes,
Yes,
exactly.
and we need this
Yeah.
too. Yeah.
Yeah. And so,
Yes. Yes, and because everything comes back to Star Trek, didn't Shatner do a book on yes? I'm almost positive he did a book on his saying yes through life, like something like how I yesed my way through life.
But that seems like a Shatner thing to do. So yeah, he's written so many books. It's hard to keep up with.
Yes, and they're all great.
So many. And albums too, musical albums, which are just wonderful. Nothing like Sneaky Rocket Man.
And it's part of the nature of reinventing yourself, which we all need to do through life, right? I mean, uh, we need to do that for ourselves because we don't want to be stagnant. You know, human beings are innately, I think, meant to, I don't know, I'm not sure we evolved this way, but I think all of us have creative um, drives in us. And so when you get to reinvent yourself, you get to say yes to different things that you never thought you would,
Oh,
within
definitely.
boundaries,
Yes, yes,
right?
and you get
Yeah.
new boundaries as
Yeah.
life goes on too. No, I mean, I was in my 30s when I'm gonna change my career, and I was not old or young when I had my kids, but, I wasn't, it wasn't something I wanted right off the bat. I'm like, "Nope, that's okay. I'll take my time, and when it's right, I did that." So, yeah, and I think I got that from moving around a lot as a kid, and it was, like, in weirdly very like, every 4 years, I moved. And so, as an adult, I'm like, "I need to change something. It's been 4 years, and I don't wanna change my location. Let's change something about me."
I get that. I get that. Are you an Army kid
No,
or
my
a
mom likes
Air
to
Force
move.
kid? Oh, okay.
We started off in North Dakota, moved to Minnesota, did California. I'm in New Mexico now, and then I left New Mexico and came back. So, yeah. No, my mom just liked to move. She wanted to places around the country, so we did.
Okay.
I found the book. It is William Shatner's book about saying yes. It's titled Boldly Go: Reflections on a Life of Awe and Wonder.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I thought there was a yes in the title, but yeah, anyway, here we are.
I have a yes for you. When did you say yes to moving out to LA?
It was um I was I'm not going to say too much because I'll just say I had been living in Texas and working there, and I'd gone back and forth to LA, and I ended up getting my degree in acting. And in the process of going back and forth to LA, I worked basically.
It made more sense to stay
Yeah.
than to go
To
back and
go.
forth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's when you decide to do that. When did you say yes to your, I'm gonna say, first big role for yourself?
My first big role, it's a funny story, okay? So I am not the kind of fan or viewer that watches shows over and over. Maybe like my very favorite movies, like West Side Story and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory and a couple of, but I didn't, I haven't watched anything like that, like over and over, except for Grease 2, the movie. I don't know why. But Grease 2 was a movie we saw literally with this group of friends of mine 23 times.
Oh,
Oh.
Right. So, cut to, I'm in LA and I auditioned for this role, and who and I got it. And there's a funny story about that too. But who do I end up playing opposite? Maxwell Caulfield, who was the star of Grease 2 opposite Michelle Pfeiffer. And it was just so weird, and that was early on, that was when I learned that you don't tell the person you're playing opposite, "I saw your movie 23 times." Don't do that. Don't do that. No. No. That's a no, and. No.
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
hard to
But
recover a conversation from, "I've seen your movie 23 times." The "I've
right. It's
never
like,
seen it."
"Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
right." Like, and I'm now supposed to take you seriously as an actor. Anyway, he was very gracious and lovely, and, um, it was a very interesting movie. It was we shot in Poland. And the thing about that was funny about this job is they asked me if I was a horseback rider, if I knew how to ride. And as you do, you say, "Yes, and I am proficient at horsebacking, riding on horseback." And so what did they cast me as? I didn't know this, but the role was for a horse stunt trainer. And so I had to learn to ride and not tell anyone that it was me learning to ride on the back of like Polish Lipizan yeah, stallions. At, of course, 7 o'clock in the morning before we shot each day. I would go and have a horseback riding lesson, and of course it was snowing, and like really snowing. I would pour snow out of my boots each night. We shot from October through December. And yeah, back when there was snow a lot of places. And yeah, it was very funny, but hey, I did it. I said yes, and I got the job.
I think many actors say yes to knowing how to ride a horse. It's one of those things where, like, I'll figure it out as I go, and yeah, not the first nor be the last. Least you didn't forget that you were allergic to horses while saying yes, you knew how to ride a horse. I can't remember the actor's name, but, um, he didn't forget that he was allergic to horses and had, like, anaphylaxis, full on allergic to horses. It's like, "Oh, oh, that's right," because he wasn't around them that often, so yeah, he forgot. Yeah, he was fine. He's all fine, but yeah.
Okay. Wow. Wow. Like what I did for love. Uh,
Mhm.
like almost die, I
Yeah.
guess. Yeah, yeah. I have another really good story on that type of thing. So, one of my very first auditions ever, and I'll make this fast because I don't want to go on too much about this leg of it, but one of my very first auditions, outside of, it just in film and TV, was, for a music video, and I didn't know which one. And they had a cattle call, and so you go in, and here's the guy, the director. He goes, or the casting director, I don't know. He goes, "What do you do, kid?" And I'm supposed to answer. I said, "Oh, I'm an actress and I'm a dancer." He said, "No, no, we want something interesting. What do you do?" And I said, cartwheels." And he said, "No, no, we want something interesting." I was like, "That's okay. Next." And I turned around, my hand was on the doorknob. I am about to walk out, and I turned back to him, and I heard myself say, "I'm a snake handler." And I had maybe touched a snake belt once, or shoes, or maybe a purse, never an actual snake. And so here he goes, "Oh, yeah? What kind of snakes?" And I said, "Big ones." Like I'm I Love Lucy or something. And he says, "Yeah, Pam, can you get me a snake?" And Pam goes, "I think so." And so suddenly, here I was, the lead dancer in a Stevie Ray Vaughan video where the whole concept of the video centered on this lady snake handler and her band of gypsies. So they had no idea what the music video was going to be about, and they were getting their ideas from actors, and that's what it was. So I had to learn to snake handle with a 6 foot boa constrictor named Samantha.
Samantha, love it.
Samantha.
Oh, that's
Samantha.
Oh my
wonderful.
gosh.
Anyway, so yeah, what do we do?
Oh my goodness.
Anyway,
Okay. Yeah.
I'm sure that was on track. You can cut that
No,
part out
that's
if you
that's
want.
no, I'm just
You
laughing
got it
because
completely on track. That was
that's
wonderful.
totally on track. And I'm just like, because that's the one thing I will never touch a snake. I will walk out of that place in a heartbeat because I don't do snakes. Yeah.
Not bugs. Snakes are
Oh
fine.
my gosh.
Yeah, get the job at all costs is not really a great thing to live
No,
by,
not when
frankly.
it comes to
Yeah,
snakes for me. Oh my goodness. Well,
yeah.
these is great stories. Oh my goodness.
Thank
Those were
you.
awesome. And I it's good, good stories.
Thank
I'm
you.
loving it. But now let's go ahead and move into pop culture.
Okay,
So, and I guess before we talk about your role as Lita, because I know everybody wants to hear about that, but I really want to hear more about your role as Chase Masterson, CEO of this magnificent organization that you
thank
formed,
you.
and what was the catalyst for bringing it to life?
Wow, what a great question. The catalyst for bringing it to life. People often ask me within the context of coalition work. They say, and it's Pop Culture Hero Coalition, so I call it the coalition. They say, what is your background? And a lot of people have a degree in psychology that do this type of work. A lot of people have, maybe they're a social worker. Um, I say my qualification, my background for this work is depression. And that is what if there was a single reason that I do this work, it's because I know how dark it can get. And because I am better now. And because I know that there are skills that can help you get better, that can help you find the light again. And there are tools that we can use and ways to train our mind, and it's neuroscience and uh, just it's not hopeless. And I felt like it was for so long. And I am really grateful now to be giving other people the tools. And I wholeheartedly believe that if we teach kids these tools at an early age, that they can have them with them for their whole lives, and that there will just be a lot less pain in the world. Not only because we'll know how to manage our thoughts and feelings, our emotions, how to navigate depression, anxiety, loneliness, fear, shame, self doubt, the imposter syndrome. All of those things are just part of the human condition. We all have them and we can't pretend that we don't. And some of us have had them worse than others. And I would have to say I'd be definitely in the worse than others category. And then on top of that, life compounds it. Then there's things that happen to us and pain that we experience that we just don't know how to handle. And it can be very dangerous. And so we can learn these skills to make life better for ourselves, and B, and maybe it's B or A, I don't know, but we can make the world better for other people. And we can understand what it is to have healthy identity and to not live from a place of fear. And if we do that, then there will be a lot less bullying, racism, misogyny, LGBTQIA plus bullying. Everybody, people who are mentally healthy don't want to squash other people. People who are mentally healthy don't oppress or bully or commit any of this type of discrimination that is so prevalent in the world, because people who are healthy know that everybody gets to be who they are. And if we get to be who we are, then that other person has every right to be who they are. And so why not teach this to kids and make it a better world? And isn't that the whole meaning of Star Trek, really? Right? I mean, being being inclusive and knowing the power. And Allison, I have to go back to your shirt. It's so wonderful that you wore that today. Kindness is power.
I have 2 rules in my house for my boys. One is don't die, and that includes everyone you're with at all times. And 2 is be kind. That's it. They have 2 rules, and it's served them well so far.
It's really beautiful. You sound like an amazing mom, and rules to live by. So, yeah, kindness is the only power. Love and kindness are the only power. The only true power. I mean, people can think that something is power, but it's really not. It's something else. Anyway, I'm so excited to be teaching this stuff to kids and helping kids learn. And I think a lot of times kids just mimic what their parents are doing, and it's so easy for parents who are not taught these skills, as most of us weren't. It's so easy for parents to say something flippant or critical or unkind, and then that's what kids learn, and they learn it often at home or maybe on TV or wherever it is, and they think that making a joke at someone else's expense is funny, and it's not, it's just mean. Um, and so people do all sorts of desperate things in order to gain power and to feel good about themselves or for a quick endorphin rush. Uh, and we teach that it's so much better and more fun to be kind and yeah. I mean, I'm just rambling here, but
Yeah,
Well,
and we're
no.
loving it. It's why we're being so quiet.
Yeah,
thank
exactly.
you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, these stories, Star Trek, Star Wars, The Avengers, Wonder Woman, Black Panther, Harry Potter, all of these stories have these heroic narratives in them. And that's why they're the most popular stories in history, Right? That's why all of these movies are the highest grossing movies and the highest, the most watched. And it's because they teach us how to be heroes for ourselves and each other. And, it's not because of the big space battles or whatever, the magic or the special effects. It's really because our hearts know that this really is the way to be. And so why not use these stories to teach these parallels to kids? A kid might have a really hard time talking about how they are struggling with, you know, with feeling left out or feeling like they are being attacked in some way. But they can talk about Wonder Woman. They can talk about how her enemies came for her and what did she do? Or Picard. His enemies came for him. And just that in the same way that Picard uses his tools and his ship and his team, his allies, just in that way, we can use our mentors, our allies, our sidekicks, our tools. And instead of phasers, we have self-compassion. The act of being as kind to ourselves as we'd be to anyone else, as hopefully as kind to ourselves as we'd be to a good friend. So often we talk to ourselves in ways that are too critical, that are critical, and that it's really not our voice. It's somebody else's voice, a parent or a teacher or some mean kid. And we adopt that voice and we beat ourselves up. We tear ourselves apart. And so learning to use self-compassion as a tool and an understanding of our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, an understanding of our identity, who we are, an understanding of mindfulness, which is not just meditating, it's really being able to stop in the moment and think, what is it that I value right now? What is the thing I want most in the long run, not the short run? And I'm going to make a choice to do that thing rather than what I impulsively feel like. And those are our first 5 lessons: identity, mindfulness, an understanding of thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, self compassion, and resilience. All those things lead up to resilience. And so a lot of programs start with resilience, but we teach that fifth because we know that all of those things are what can really help us be resilient on our toughest days. Empathy is later because we really can't learn empathy, not in its truest form, not on the toughest days, until we understand how to take care of ourselves and what we value.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, completely agree. As a parent trying to teach, resilience is hard because, I've already come to my point in life where I have my own resilience. And I know, what I went through in my life to get there and how I was raised. And, I'm different than my mom and my dad, and my kids are different than me, even though they look like me. I still have to remember that they're not me. And so that is a hard thing to do. And a lot of times it's just like just walking the path next to them and just going, you still have a soft place to land. The world isn't going to end, because sometimes when they're 3 and that ice cream falls, that's the world is ending right there. And it's just because their emotions are too big for their body.
Right.
Exactly how I feel about it. And so, and all you have to do is go, you know what? Yeah, that ice cream's gone, but ice cream isn't gone. And how that lesson like goes into adulthood and all through childhood is interesting to see how that flows. So the what you do is so amazing, and that this is, what teaching children how to be people and not just children. I feel a lot of times that kids are like, "Oh, they're kids, they don't understand." I'm like, "Yes, they do. They do understand. They're bright, inquisitive beings that deserve to understand. So don't dumb it down for them. Of course, make things situationally appropriate for a child, but you can still talk them through that." So that is amazing that that is what you guys do. And I want to talk about how wonderfully your Avengers team at the coalition do their job. I was reading the website, and the fact that you guys got approved by the IRS for your nonprofit status in 7 business days is amazingly insane. So
Thank you.
what that brought up in my mind is that, one, even the IRS knows how important is what you do, but it also showed me that the people you have on your team to do this are the perfect people to do this, and you work so hard to put your Avengers team together, and you guys work so well. That's amazing. And I was wondering if you could share what it was like right in the beginning with you and Carrie Goldman. Did I say her name?
Yes, thank you.
And
Yeah.
any advice you would have for anyone who wants to start their own nonprofit, like what worked for you guys. I know it'd be different for any other nonprofit, but any general advice would be amazing because you guys knocked it out of the park, and that is amazing.
Thank you, Allison. That means a lot. It has been such a long road, I have to tell you. But if I feel indulge me, I'll tell you like a 3-minute story about how it went, okay? So, um in the midst of my depression and I was really not doing well at all. And that's partly because I had a stalker who listed me on a huge international dating service. This person was a member of my fan club, and it was a really, really bad situation where they decided they weren't getting as much out of their fan club membership as they wanted. So they listed me on this dating service without my knowledge or consent. And this is a person I obviously was only friends with ever and who I worked with to raise money for children with AIDS. That was the charity. Story goes even further back, but when I first moved to town, I got a job with a photographer, and she and I started outside of work working on a photography book to benefit children with AIDS, because the AIDS crisis was was really bad, and it was in the 80s, and we wanted to help. And so I had to leave that project after not very long, but then, but we had already chosen the charities and we had raised a little bit of money for them. And then I left and then I got Star Trek. And I was able to go back to those charities and say, I'm back. And look who I brought with me. Thousands of people all over the world. So we raised a lot of money. And this person who did this horrible thing was one of the people that I raised money with. And so you know, I was really betrayed and really rageful and really just deeply hurt, and I didn't handle it well. I drank. I'm grateful to say I'm 18 years sober now.
Congratulations. That
Thank
is
you.
Congratulations.
truly amazing.
Thank you. Thank you. And so somehow when I was about 6 months sober, um, I I I I got 6 months, and then a friend of mine was working on a self-help book, and he actually he had published the book, and he was helping me get some ideas for how to market it. And I said, let's take it downtown to people who really need it. Well, we went downtown to this place, Homeboy Industries, which is the largest program for gang intervention worldwide. And these kids come straight out of prison, basically. And I call them kids because they're really kids, but, they're maybe between the ages of 18 and 22, most of them, and then, on up to 50 something. And, I worked with these kids, and really, the bottom line is I was there to save my own life more than anybody else's, and I started to listen and learn what they went through, and almost every single one of them were in the situations they are simply because they're born in the wrong zip code, and because they made some choices because they were afraid to make other choices. And they one of the people, and we talk a lot about ending bullying. Well, one of the guys that I worked with, his name is Vance. I called him Ad Vance because he was so beautifully reformed. But Ad Vance became a gang member because he and his friends were bullied on the playground by this other group of kids. And so the bullies got bigger and they got bigger, and everybody's tactics to get back at each other got bigger, and they fought, and he got absorbed into the Crips. And yeah, and so um I was doing this, helping them out, helping them get into substance abuse treatment, therapy, getting jobs, housing, really because they really are very sincere about turning their lives around. And in the meantime, on the weekends, I'm going to Star Trek conventions. And we're celebrating these billion-dollar properties with fictional bullets flying. And then I'd go back and work Monday through Friday with these kids who lived where real bullets were flying. And I thought, how can I bring these two parts of my life together? How can we use this amazing power of pop culture to help people who need it, whether they're downtown or whether they're just depressed and hurting in Century City
Hmm.
here, or, you
Mhm.
know, and so I, in the process of this, I learned, am I going on too
Oh,
long?
oh
Is this
no,
okay?
you go.
It's a pretty great
Yeah.
story. So in the process of this, I heard about a little girl named Katie who was bullied for carrying her Star Wars
Yes, you
lunchbox to
answered
school.
that one.
Now,
I wanted to hear this
Katie,
story.
okay, thank you. So Katie was bullied, and all the boys would follow her around saying, "You can't like Star Wars. You're a girl." And well,
Yeah,
ladies,
of course you can.
that does not fly. That's no and
Yeah.
right. So little Katie went home and she cried and told her mom, Carrie Goldman, I am not gonna like Star Wars anymore. I'm just gonna carry my pink lunchbox. That's it. And Carrie said, "You get to be who you are, Katie. You can like anything you want." But Katie was really upset. And so her mom put the word out on her blog that night. If anybody has been gender bullied or bullied at all, if you could just say a few words of encouragement to my daughter, she really needs it. And this post went viral. Huffington Post picked it up and thousands of people responded. And I was one of them who said, Katie, you get to be you. You get to like what you like. You get to love who you love. You get to be you. And Katie was very encouraged. She kept her Star Wars lunchbox, and Carrie decided to write a book. Has everybody heard this story before? If you haven't,
I didn't know that's how they tied together. So
yeah.
this is wonderful.
So So Carrie decided to write a book and she interviewed me for the book. And the book is called Bullied: What Every Parent, Teacher, and Kid Needs to Know About Ending the Cycle of Fear. And while she was writing it, Carrie asked me if I had any actor friends that she could interview. So I put her in touch with Peter Mayhew, who played Chewbacca. So now little Katie, who was bullied in first grade, was friends with the real Chewbacca.
Yeah,
Don't fuck with
that's
us,
right.
right?
Yes.
Yes.
No, and
Yes.
he was a sweetheart.
Oh gosh.
Rest.
Peter I know, I know. He was
And and
amazing.
that's
I could
so
tell you things
amazing.
later. He was absolutely amazing, and his wife, Angie, I miss them both very much.
I'm sitting here
But
thinking about the line from Star Wars. You don't make a Wookiee mad.
That's right.
you don't make a Wookiee mad. And the other line from Star Wars is, and this is so pertinent to my life and the creation of the coalition. But remember when Obi-Wan, sorry, Star Trek fans, remember when Obi-Wan said, "If you strike me down, I will become more powerful than you can possibly imagine." And that's what happens if we let it, if we do the right things, because post-traumatic growth is is incredibly powerful. Anyway, so I'll just tell you this quick story. Carrie asked me to get her book into Comic-Con. And being an OG from Comic-Con, having gone since before the earth was cooling, I I said, "Yes, sure, I can do that. And yes, and let's do more. Let's form a coalition to end bullying and to use these stories to end bullying and make a better world." So I got off the phone with Carrie and I was like, "Okay, oh no, form a coalition. What did I just say? What am I how do you even do that? What even is that?" So I looked up, okay, coalition. Okay, that's the right word. How do I form a coalition? What do you do? Well, I guess, the United Nations has coalitions, right? They do that. So I called them. I looked up the number online and I called them cold. And I got in touch with the San Diego chapter of the United Nations Association, and the UN Association is pretty powerful, and there's one in each major city. So I got on the phone with the president, and I said, "Hi, this is Chase Masterson from Star Trek Deep Space Nine, and I'm gonna have a coalition um to end bullying, and you guys do that with countries, right? And so we're gonna go to Comic-Con. Would you like to join us? And she said, "Oh my God, we've always wanted to go to Comic-Con."
I love this. This is
That's great.
amazing.
So there we were. We had our first event at Comic-Con. We had at Comic-Con and then in New York Comic-Con and in the ensuing years, we have hosted the United Nations Association and then the regular United Nations in New York, Amnesty International, the No Hate Campaign, GLSEN, the ACLU, and many Trevor Project and many other social justice organizations at their very first Comic-Con, creating an intersection between social justice on screen, and justice in real life. And pointing people to say, if you want to be like Captain Picard, if you want to be like Janeway, if you want to be Cisco, here's some places you can go do it. Here's some places you can work for peace. And it was exciting. And then I'll just tell you two more things quickly, okay? So in 2015, after about 2.5 years of this, a woman came up at a Comic Con that I was doing. There's like 20 people in the room, and she said, "You should work with Yale Center for Emotional Intelligence." And I was like, "Oh yeah, have him call me." And she's like, "No, really, really, you should because you have something they don't have. You have this incredible magnetic group of a way of teaching, way of celebrating, um, and way of helping people understand heroism. And so you should talk to them." And within 2 months, we were partnered with them. They said, "You should write a curriculum." So here's the thing. This is like 45 more seconds. We wrote a curriculum between 2015 and then we had a launch date of March 15th, 2020, the exact date that the world shut down. And I sat here in my little place, like exactly where I'm sitting now, which is where I had worked for basically 7 years to sit here and help make this happen. And I thought, oh no, we have nothing. And then I thought, no, we don't have nothing like the kid in a pressure cooker of a household who's only going to get even more stressed and hurt and worse because parents are going to be fired or maybe lose their jobs or whatever it is, or everyone has to stay home, and then it's even more of a pressure cooker, and they can't even get out and go to school. Or the kid at the dinner table who's dying to come out but they can't because they'll be thrown out. Or the kid in the corner of the internet who just wants to make a real friend and now can't for the foreseeable future. So right then, that second, I used my thoughts, feelings, and behavior to say, "Get it together, Chase. You can't let yourself spiral this way. Do what you say you teach. Act on your core values and find a different way." So that day, we started pivoting our work to an at-home version. In the next 6 weeks, we had it translated into Spanish, German, and Italian because of the global nature of the pandemic. And YMCA of the USA national office called us and said, "We'd like you to be our national program," because they'd heard about what we were doing. And so we are. The program has now been provided free of charge to over 500,000 kids, um, kids, parents, and instructors in 46 states at 1,800 locations. And the reason I'm telling you all this is because all we did was the next right thing. We had no idea we'd ever get here. We had no idea that we'd ever be impacting anybody's life outside of whatever it was we were doing then, trying to get this kid a driver's license at Homeboy, trying to help little Katie, trying to help this room full of 30 people at a Comic-Con or 200 or whatever it was, you know? But when you do you what your heart says to do to the fullest extent, good things will happen. And I can't promise what level they'll happen on,
Yeah.
but that's That's the best way to live life.
Hmm.
To yes and it.
Yes, and it.
Yes, and
How can I help the next person? Yes, and.
yes,
Yeah.
that is
So that's what we've
That
done.
is
that
amazing.
that's God, that's
Thank you.
phenomenal. That's
Thank
and
you.
that's and what you're talking about leads honestly kind of right into my next questions that I have about the coalition because as as we were talking before we start recording, I let you know I work in the K-12 public school system. Now I'm not in the classroom. I'm a director of technology, which allows me to see what's really going on out there. And I just kind of wanted to get your sense on how do you feel about I feel like social media in today's society for the children has really become a detriment to today's youth because now it's all about how do you get more likes on your TikTok. What's the next TikTok trend? I mean, we won't even go into because I'm just one just popped in my head. I'm not even going to talk about it because it's just I don't understand it. Like, why would you do some of the things that you're doing on that? But again, it's about the likes, how many followers you can get, and then also as we were talking about, and y'all work heavily with bullying as well. And, the three of us, when we left school back in the day, if you were bullied at school, at least you got away from it. Now, not who knows what home life was like, but let's say you had a good home life and you didn't have to worry about your parents bullying you, but you had somebody like that was being picked on, like Katie, but then she could go home and it would stop. But today it's 24/7 because you've got TikTok, Instagram. Well, no one uses the kids don't use Facebook anymore, but that's us. Facebook, Snapchat, all that type of stuff. And I mean, look what it has done to their mental health. It has destroyed it and that's my opinion, but as I have said earlier, I have seen with what I do the stuff that it's making its way to even younger grades and children today. And it just blows my mind that that happens.
Absolutely. It's so true. And uh, Allison, I want to ask you what your experience is with your children, and
I have a
how has this impacted you?
different experience about my kids. My husband is a computer programmer. My husband are not allowed on social media. They have never been allowed on social media. We never posted our children on social media. They don't get social media until we say they can, and I know that is a very different stance, but that's where we're at. My children still have access to the internet, but they are not allowed social media. So they can talk
Good,
to their
good. I
friends,
mean, yeah,
video
yeah, and
calling, FaceTiming. They can play games with each other, but they're not allowed social media because it does follow you. I have stories of their friends how, you know, they get bullied at school, and then it follows them through social media, and it's there all the time. And if that child doesn't have a strong sense of self, that is horrible to have that follow you everywhere. So, yes, because of what my husband knows that the internet is forever, and so, we posted our children. And if we put if like family said, "Oh, we saw this family and our child is in the picture," I'm like, "You don't tag us and you don't put their name." That is fine. I have to sign
good for
releases.
you. Good for you for having a hard line about that. And what would you say to other parents who have, I think a lot of parents are afraid of their kids, and their kids are doing the whole thing like I'm the only one and it's not fair. And what do you say to those parents?
I was lucky. My kids actually never fought me on it. So it was just, you don't get this. And, I tend, both my husband and I are someone who we like to have conversations with our kids about, what their life looks like, even though, sometimes they're four, but, we can still have a discussion over, if you don't want to eat the hot dog when you want to eat a grilled cheese, fine, you can have a sense of control somewhere. But a couple of things where your parents are not going to let you, and My oldest is sneaky and very tech savvy, and so, like, he would hack his iPad all the time. Like, he could figure out our passcode, so we were forever changing his passcode. It was he'd spend hours, yeah, anyway, he's also really bad at sleeping. So, I had that. So, that is, like, our one hard parenting standpoint. Our kids don't get social media because we're not there for social media. You know, my kid has a computer, but it's a desktop that I can walk by. He's out in the open, and so I can see what's there, and so that was it. I'm like, "If you wanna know about things that are adult contact, you come talk to me. You come talk to your dad. We will talk to you about that. If this happens, let us know, and we will talk to you about it." And the goal has always been to not shame or diminish their experiences, but again, also because the internet is forever, social media has is the one, like, first stance I see. So, and not being scared to do it is okay. So, and being a parent who's not afraid to say, like, "No, this is what I believe is for you." And then, it's France now that has laws about that for in social media, something like that. It was a while ago, so I don't remember it, but, when that was coming out, I'm like, "Okay, I don't feel quite so bad." Like, there were kids suing their parents for posting them all over social media. I'm like, "My baby can't say yes or no," So that's taking agency away from them before they even have agency, so
Yes, yes, and before the brain and mind and heart is really before the brain is mature enough to handle what's going on. I'm not sure that any of us are, frankly.
no. I have pictures of myself from high school that I wouldn't want on the internet forever.
Well, and not
They're in
only
the
that,
drawer.
but before we're even yes, I agree. I definitely do too. Although, you know what? There's nothing wrong with that girl.
Having
No.
them.
There's nothing wrong
No,
with that
she had a
girl.
great time and had wonderful
Mhm.
friends,
Yes, and she was a
but
really
her
good, sweet girl and very beautiful and valid in every way. It's not so much that we need to hide, but we don't understand, even at our ages or maturity level, how not to compare ourselves because we all do it, right? And and social media is like someone said it best, I think, by describing it as we're comparing our insides to their outsides. So they post the best of themselves, and we're viewing it with all of our wants and hopes and dreams and hurts, and yes, jealousy, and yes, maybe, yes, happy for everybody who has nice things, but we can't help but want those things ourselves. And so the internet is a landmine when we are looking at other people's posts and profiles and having no real idea what's going on with them. And n- you know, knowing everything that's going on with us, we don't automatically think, "Oh, I'm not the only one with self-doubt and fear and shame." But if other people aren't showing it, then it just feels very lonely. And anyway, I mean, it was hard enough, right, when we were kids. So how much harder it is. The member of our board who it put us in touch with YMCA actually is um CEO of a Y, and he was getting his doctorate, and in the process he was going over research that said that the level for a child's brain of stress and trauma that they undergo when on social media 24/7 is is similar to someone being in a combat zone, but for that brain level, because they never know what's coming. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, your phone can go off and it can be somebody saying a really mean thing to you. And so, the nature of terrorism or trauma is that you don't ever know when it's going to strike. Right? And so that's what kids are going through with brains that are not even fully formed. And that's why I'll give you some statistics that keep me going every day, and you can find these statistics on the CDC website. 24% of high school girls have made a plan to die by suicide. Now, not all have attempted, but they have had a plan in their heart, like, "This is what I'm out. I'm out of here. I can't do this anymore." This and the numbers are higher for LGBTQIA+ kids. The levels of mental health challenge in the that remain unaddressed are absolutely horrifying. A very small percentage of kids get the treatment that they need, kids or adults, and an even much smaller percent in communities of color. And that's partly because there still is stigmatization, sorry, and there are fewer resources. And so, what we've set out to do is make mental health tools available free of charge for everyone who needs them. I believe that access to support is a human right, just like any of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. We need food, we need water, we need shelter, we need social contact, and we need support for our brains and hearts. I mean, a- anyway, we've never withheld our program for funds, for money. We, for the most part, have provided our program for free to all of those people I mentioned earlier. And part of the way that we get to do that is through the Be Kind campaign. A lot of people think all we do is the Be Kind campaign. No, that's a way that everybody can pitch in and say, I believe in the work you're doing. I wish I had this work when I was a kid. I want to help support people who need it. And pitching in $25 for a great thing to wear, and you got to wear something, right? And also, professing your story, your message, be kind is part of who I am, so I'll wear it. And also making these programs possible.
Wow. And that's something with what you just talked about your program, and it made me was wondering, like how do is there a way for schools to integrate your your solution, your program, your curriculum into the curriculum, yeah, this, for the schools, for like to have like resources for like bullying or any of those resources that y'all have, because and how do and we can even get more into that after the fact, but like how do acquire it.
It's built that way. It's built that way. So for you, Chris, and if anybody works at a school system or school district or is even as a teacher, or a parent, we now have direct access to our work beyond the COVID level. Um, yes, it's built because it's built in a really user friendly way because we know that school time is tight. There's not a lot of extra time. Our lessons can be as little as 20 minutes once or twice a week. And that can go like in a zero period, it can go in with English. There's a literacy component to our program, so you can teach it in English or even um, just there's a few other ways that it could fit into to the work, to the school work, social studies, etc. Because of the books and the things that we feed in. So for every lesson, there's 32 lessons, including a nutrition and wellness component. But for every lesson, there's um, physical activity and games, art, reading, sharing circles, and dramatic play, in addition to original video. So no matter how a child learns, they can have access to tools. Some kids learn best by doing physical things and getting in there and doing stuff. Some kids learn best by reading. So it's really built for use. And so, yes, it can be used in schools. It can also be used at home. And we finally have a Patreon, which we just set up last month. And if anybody would like to check that out, we would love your support. It's really very new. It's patreon.com/slash the heroic journey. And that's the name of our program because we teach kids to be heroes for themselves and each other.
Wow. And definitely we will put that website splashed everywhere as much as we can in the editing. Oh wow. Well, that's good to know I'm just honestly sitting here thinking of some of the different, you know, groups that we have internally that are to, that are here that are there to help, if you need clothes, you come to school, you need, something, honestly, sometimes just food. We have a campus, one of our campuses, she's got a food blocker type thing, for kids that may be hungry and so on. But again, those are just additional resources that could be to add in because, as you said, I mean, unfortunately, in our school system here in this in our state at the moment, it's really having some issues with funding. They're just being real tough on funding public school at the moment. And so I'm not even going to go into that. I'm just going to leave it be because that's a discussion for all on its own. But as you know, public education funding is getting harder and harder to do every day.
It is, and that's why if a school or district doesn't have the money, we give them our program for free. Because why would we ever deny a kid or an adult access to tools they need? And we all need these.
So, speaking of ways that we can support, Be Kind merch, I have said that I have quite a few. And I was wondering, since you've had so many great collaborations with like Gates McFadden, Michelle Hurd, Kenneth Mitchell, again, rest in peace, what a wonderful human. If you have anyone in the woodworks, you can tease that you're working on collaborating with merch to come out with in the near future.
Oh, wow. That is the purview of the amazing Raymond. And so he really has gotten most of the celebrity shirts that we've had. And by the way, we've had like everybody from David Tennant to Ed Asner do these at Belinda Carlisle, just Jeff Goldblum, Lucy Lawless, almost all of the Star Trek actors. Nichelle did the shirt. Bill Shatner's done the shirt. George. We've had an immense amount of support. Now, not everyone tweets them. Not everyone will help us advertise them, but we have those to show that they support the program.
Yes, I will say that I fully love our Star Trek community for both the fans and actors. So I have a now for a truly serious question. All right, Chase, if you could have a superpower, what would it be and why?
Such a good question, Allison. Well, for fun, I want to fly. But what would really be the most? I mean, I don't know. Does any of us really want to see into the future?
No.
If I could help, then yes. It would just be oh man, that would not be a fun job. I mean, in some ways, yes, but let's just stick with flying. How about you?
Telekinesis, but that's also because I always wanted to be a Jedi too.
Okay. All
So
right. All
I don't know if
right.
I truly
That's
want the force, well, to be able to control the force because that seems like a lot, but telekinesis could be something that I could go with.
okay. That sounds good. Yeah, yeah. I think you're introspective and perceptive, so you could definitely do
All
that
right,
one.
you, Chris?
Um,
Well, I mean, you kind of stolen. I don't want to copy you now, but I've definitely having Jedi powers. I'd love to just be able to go over there and just, force power that over to my hand. Um, but honestly, the flying, just because you can get from point A to point B so quickly. And
well, you're in the transporter room,
I
so I
know,
mean, you should
true.
be able to
I can
anyway.
do that as well, but yeah, I mean, being able to fly has always been, like Superman. I mean, he was just, so cool. And yeah, I would do that, and then just, I mean, I want a lightsaber. You know,
I mean,
Mm.
I would
most of
love a
us do,
lightsaber.
especially
Yeah,
Pretty
Yeah.
much. We are all totally letting our Star Wars slip show, aren't we? Like,
Yeah, well, that's the other
oops.
Star franchise, but that's
That's all
okay.
right.
I've said this
We're all
exactly,
sensitive.
and I have said this before, and it's really true. Star Trek owes its life to where we're at today thanks to Star Wars. Because if Star Wars, once Star Wars was made, Paramount was like, hey, don't we have something like this?
Is that really what happened?
Yes.
Oh my God, that's
Yes, it is.
hilarious. I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
I hadn't heard that or thought of
Yes.
it. That makes sense though. Have
We
you
were
guys,
supposed to
have you,
phase
Yes.
2, but then we got the motion
Mm-hmm.
picture and yeah.
Yes.
right.
That's
Oh, that makes sense. Have you guys heard Bill Shatner doing the song to
uh-uh.
George Lucas? Oh my
Uh-uh.
God, it's the funniest thing I've ever
We
seen. You
will.
have to look it up on YouTube. He sings to George
Right.
Lucas. Just look that up.
Oh.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, William Shatner.
Really envy you. That hair, I just envy the hair. Is that a dominant gene? From one star voyager to another. Here's a message I think appropriate for a man being honored for his life achievement. And now the end is near. And so you face the final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear. I'll state your case, of which I'm certain. You lived a life that's full. You've traveled each and every shoreway. And more, much, much more than this. You did it your way. Oh, regrets. You've had a few. Anyone see Howard the Duck? No, the Sith picture, I loved it. I love the Sith picture. It's a great Sith picture. But then again, too few to mention. You did what you had to do and saw it through without exemption. You planned each charted course, each careful step through every doorway. But more, much more than this. You did it your way. Oh, yes! There were times I'm sure you knew when you bit off more than you could chew, Baka. Shut up. But through it all, when there was doubt, you ate it up and spit it out. You faced it all. And you stood tall. And you did it your way. But what is a man? What has he got? Not himself. Then he has not. I'm doing it my way. To say the things he truly feels, and not the words of one who kneels. The record shows you took the blows, and you did it. Your way. Live long and prosper, George. Well, live long. You've already prospered enough. Thank you, George.
That sounds amazing,
I
truly.
Yeah,
want to
it
say
is.
it sounds very familiar. I feel like I remember because wasn't it? And because now we're actually moving where we go, but wasn't it like at a roast?
Something like that. Yeah, it was at a roast. Yeah. Yeah.
Because I remember, I think they were roasting George
We're
Lucas,
Yep.
both
and
gonna say that
yeah, they
wasn't in
were roasting
Shatner's because
George.
I've seen that one.
I haven't watched like the whole thing, but I have remember seeing YouTube clips of Shatner coming out and basically roasting George Lucas.
He is like Shatner at his finest, like the most Shatner he has ever been. It's brilliant.
Perfect. And that was a great segue because obviously, as we can see here, we could sit here and talk about your amazing story in this program for hours and we've been doing that and it's awesome. Um, but this is a Star Trek themed podcast. So I we probably should talk about Star Trek for just a little bit.
Yes, please. Yes,
Because
absolutely.
everybody's probably gonna be like, okay, I thought you were a Star Trek. No, we are, but we're getting there. We had much
Yes,
more
yes,
important
and I
stuff.
went on so
We had,
much. I went on so much about my stuff. Feel
oh,
free to ask any more questions for Star
oh,
Trek that
yeah.
you have.
And
I mean, it don't there's no time limit on,
oh,
you
I
know what
know.
I'm
And
saying.
that's why I appreciate that.
Okay.
And, and honestly, my first question is, like I said, we should talk about Lita and how that became.
Thank you. So when I got to LA, I was trying to meet people and didn't know how, but I heard that there were these showcases where you could pay $30 to meet casting directors each. And then they could see your work. You do a scene for them, something that you either bring in or they hand you a scene and cold read. Um, and wanted to do that, but I didn't have $30 very many times over. I was new in town and just couldn't. So I went to this showcase owner and I said, Look, I'll get people to take your showcase classes if you let me take them for free." So I did a barter thing, and one of the people that I got to meet was Ron Surma, who was the casting director with Junie Lowry Johnson for Star Trek Next Gen. And so I started meeting them. I think by then it may have been Deep Space Nine may have already been on. I think it was. And I got to meet Ron Surma. He brought me in for a role um, opposite Jake in the second season of Deep Space Nine. It was the role of Marta, a Bajoran Dabo girl. And I thought it was wonderful because Dabo girls are fun, Bajorans are spiritual. I thought what a cool juxtaposition. And I got down to the final two on that. And as I've said before, it was because I didn't get it because Jake was 16 and she was 19, the other girl who got it, and I'm not. And so I was thinking, oh, how close and yet so far away. And then I got word that they wrote the role of Lita for me.
That is so wonderful. And I have to say, I watched Deep Space Nine the last 2 seasons as they aired. I got to catch up and watch the first 5 seasons all in one go. It was amazing for the late 90s. And Deep Space Nine is my favorite, and it's because almost every character on that show, I can see myself in that character or a part of that character in me. And Lita was no different because she was beautiful as are today and smart and a
As are you,
a lot
Allison.
of times thank you um was not seen as that way, was just seen as pretty and something to look at. But she's like, I am smart, I am capable, and you should pay attention to me. And so that was a wonderful thing for women, any person of any age to go, yes, I am more than this outside. And so and I thought you did a wonderful job of that.
That is so nice. Thank you so much for saying that. And I just always every single time I hear something like that, and that was put you very well put. Thank you. It just makes me so honored and proud and really touched to be part of a line of stories, a lineage, a legacy where those things are honored and important. And that's why Star Trek does make the world better. And Rom's storyline as well. I mean, our whole thing was you can't judge a book by its cover. And isn't that what we all feel like? Don't we all know that at some point in our lives, at least, we feel that we're more special than we're being given credit for. And everyone goes through that. And isn't it nice to see when people see that and they go, "Oh, wow, what a gem you are."
Well, speaking of being seen, getting to come back on Lower Decks, you and Max getting to be, voice these characters. You didn't get to embody them, but you got to voice them again and where they've come to. It was wonderful, and as a fan, it made me very happy. So what was it like stepping back into Lita after so long?
I loved doing the role again. I loved working with Max again. And the Max and I worked on the phone on it or on Skype, but we didn't record at the same time. Everybody records separately. And it's amazing because that leaves it in the director's hands or really Mike McMahon's hands to match each take with which take of mine he's going to use and which take of Max's and which takes of uh, uh,
That's
everybody's.
gotta be like
Yeah.
music, like putting that together and orchestrating that all together since you're picking different
Yeah.
takes
Yeah. I
and
didn't know
yeah.
that. I
Yeah.
thought y'all did it
I
together.
can't. No,
Oh,
no.
wow.
I can't even imagine doing that, and other voiceover things too. Mark Hamill directed me in Robotech years ago, and, yeah, it was an amazing thing, but I was the only one, and he was just the oh, wait a minute, what am I saying? It wasn't he directed it, he directed a comic book movie. Anyway, bottom line is, um, uh, yeah, a lot of times you're there speaking into the microphone and hoping that it sounds good, or like you're, on camera, like afraid of this mop head, and they're gonna put in
This
this
is how
Yeah.
close it is.
horrible
Now voice.
monster, but no, it's
Mop
a
head.
mop head, and you know, anyway,
That's too.
it
Well, I'm sure having, so many years of
Mhm.
her, your belt, as it were, really
Oh.
did help to
thank
bring
you.
Mhm.
It really did. It was super fun in that way. And Lita and Rom are very different now. I mean, you've never seen Lita really try to put one over on anybody. And, First Clerk is a very different energy than either um Hollow Lita or which was it actually in the game, which is what I had done most recently in Star Trek Online, or regular Lita, or going back to Star Trek Online, Mirror Lita was really ferocious. Mirror Lita could like eat the Borg Queen for breakfast, I often say. So there's been all sorts of these wonderful incarnations of our characters, but going back and getting to do this on this show was a blast.
Oh, I admit, and it shocked me first off to see y'all back on there, and it wasn't, y'all were more conniving and scheming, I felt, on Lower Decks, and it was not. I mean, it's funny just sitting here, we've been talking that the the scenes that still stick in my head of your of Lita and Rom and is I I still just I can hear him in my head when he's running down the hallway screaming, was he like stop or whatever to finally come and tell you to stay, and because he loves you and all that, and I'm like I still feel that, and then obviously you've got that one. Yeah.
This is one of my
Wait.
favorite stories.
Yeah.
Lita,
Yeah.
where? Hey.
Oh yeah, I love that. And then and then how Lita and Rom, and I think Lita probably pushed him a little more to forming that ugly word called a union.
One of my
Oh,
favorite episodes.
that's a
Thank
dirty
you.
word
Thank
in
you.
Ferengi land.
Thank you. It was a dirty word in Frankie Land, but it didn't stop us. And Rom was so
Mm-hmm.
brave and so like forthright. He did not allow himself to be looked at in the way that Quark did.
Absolutely. He finally
And
stood up to
isn't
Quark, but it took
yeah,
you to
yeah.
kick him in the butt to make it happen. Let's just be honest.
It yes, it did. And well, thank you. We all did, really. We all kicked each other, right? I mean, we stood together And, you know, it's funny, that episode is often cited in, union negotiation, rallies and things. Yeah, yeah, like, we're often mentioned, people carry the poster about bar association where it says a worker is entitled to all he makes or a portion of all he makes or creates, whatever it is. Anyway, uh, yeah, it was an honor to do that important episode.
And then the last one that it's still, I mean, the rise. I'm sorry. Yes, the Risa episode when you and Julian breaking up, and I'm sorry. Oh my God, just Michael Dorn and Worf's characters. Like, what are they doing? He just didn't understand that, and you know, of course, there's a lot more going on with him and Jadzia, but still, he just. I mean, I just still can remember. He's like, what are they doing? Why is she doing it? Why is And he just, he didn't understand that it was the Bajoran breakup ritual. I don't. There's probably another name for it, but that's basically what it was.
What was it called? Majaharon or something?
Majaparom.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was
Majaharon, yeah.
Andre. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And so Lita broke up with the cute English doctor to go for the little runt brother, or as everyone saw him as the little runt brother. But I knew he was so much more. And isn't that what it takes sometimes? Is for, we started the conversation with this, right? About how someone believes in you and it can make all the difference in the world. And Lita and Rom believed in each other.
Yes, exactly. It was a wonderful example of a relationship because you both saw the best in each other and helped you achieve better. Like you're great and you can be better. So I thought that
Right.
was a
And
wonderful relationship to see.
yeah, and you can be who you are, really, because who you are is enough. And I see you, and you're not all those things that people who don't see you think you are, right? I mean, he must have seen Lita as, well, he did see Lita as not just a Dabo girl, and for real love to thrive, and Lita knew that Ram was kind and good and capable and sweet. And those are the things that mattered, not a guy being a cute British doctor, even though he was pretty kind and sweet
Yeah.
too. Can I tell you one
Oh,
quick story
absolutely.
on
If it's
that?
about
So,
Bashir.
well, Max tells this story very well, but I will try. He says that in the fifth season, Ira came over to him, and in that kind of, let's have the men talk. We take you aside, son, and walk you down the hall and say, he said, Rom, we're going to give you Lita. And Max said, thank you. And and Ira went on, it's because Dr. Bashir is like really popular and really, so handsome, and everybody wants him, so we want to keep him single. And Max said, thank you. So, um, yeah, Max is the best. Max
I
is
Yeah.
have
the
not got
best.
to meet him
He is
yet.
he is wonderful to meet. He is lovely and kind and takes time to talk to you if you come up to him at his table and take pictures with you. If you do a photo op, he stops and makes sure that he talks to you before you run off. They have you, you know, you got like 30 seconds, like they're running you through, but he will stop the line and, greet you and make it a personable experience. So wonderful human to meet.
Yes,
Highly recommend.
one of my favorite humans ever on the planet, bar none. I mean, he is thus just the essence of good and sweet and kind and sensitive and tender and insightful and fun and funny and smart. I,
Yes.
I I can't say enough good things about Max Kredenchik. He's my very favorite,
And immensely talented. The way he
immensely.
rewrites those songs in the Rat Pack are So amazing.
It's like
Absolute bitches. Yeah.
fall on the floor, pee in your pants funny, the Rat Pack, and his body of work has been that way for years and years, and he will rewrite the show and add more things to it. The Rat Pack is actually came after the Ferengi Family Hour, which we did. Um, I don't know how many of you would have seen it because it was a while back, but Ferengi Family Hour is like Donnie and Marie, but for Ferengi. And it was so funny. And Max, we did this in different cities, and Max would rewrite a lot of the lyrics for whatever city we were in. I mean, his brilliance doesn't know any bounds. He's a genius. And as far as an actor, he's the most present, beautiful, like he is in person, egoless, just and that equals great talent.
And I didn't he when in that last year the creation convention I got to go to, he didn't get to make it, so he wasn't there for that Rat Pack that night. But still, just getting to hear them was, oh, they're so great. And just the fact that they can do what they do, make up those songs. And I remember, and it's not even
It's Max making up
and
those
it
songs.
was so funny. Okay, so I would have I never okay, Ethan Phillips, Neelix. I would have never expected him to be he's Neelix in my head, so I never had seen him outside of that character per se. And when they came in to do, because I splurged because it was my first convention last year to go to, so I did the VIP level, and you get the meet and greets with everybody. And I usually try not to talk about this, but because we're talking about the Rat Pack, it blew my mind when they came in and we were all talking. It was everybody, Casey, Ethan, all of them were there. And Ethan, apparently he likes to tell some dirty jokes. And,
Occasionally, yes, he's been known to do that.
obviously being a mixed crowd, but in which we were like, they were egging him on to tell some joke. And I can't even tell you what it was because I'm not good at remembering jokes or anything, but he was like, I don't want to do it. I did, it's just, he was just being so kind of like, shy. And then I think it was probably somewhat, maybe a little bit of an act. Because they finally got him to kind of do a version of it or something. But I was not expecting that at all. And it's not a bad thing. It was just, yeah. And then I got lucky. I just said hi. I was in the elevator with him and Jeffrey Combs at one point, but we just, elevator talk. Hi, how you doing? That was the end of it. So, but yeah, it just, I'm, if I get to go to a convention that he's at, I'm really looking forward to it. And I've got a lot of friends that are really pushing me to go to STLV this year. And so we'll see if I can, yeah, she's one of them. And others. And so, but yeah, oh man, that's so cool. And speaking of conventions, are you going to go any this year?
I'll be at STLV and I'll be on the Star Trek cruise,
So will
both
I.
of which are an experience. Will
I
you?
booked the cruise.
On
I
the
booked
cruise.
the
Oh,
cruise for
good.
2026.
Good. I'm so glad you will have a blast, just an absolute blast. And I would also say I would also highly recommend Vegas. It's not they're like you'll never forget either one of those.
I
Once you start, if you love it, once you start, you're not going to stop. This will be my third year in a row.
Oh, good. Okay.
My 40th birthday to myself, I gave myself my Star Trek fandom. So I joined the seventh rule. I started going to conventions. I'm like, this is
Ah,
my 40th birthday present to myself. So
that's
they've been
wonderful.
with me. But I have to say, usually the highlight for me is usually your panels at STLV for Pop Culture Hero because it's amazing. I love the actors coming out and talking about how bullying or hardships have affected them, and the way you curate the conversation
Hmm.
is really wonderful. So I
Awesome.
was
Thank
wondering,
you.
are you doing a panel this year? Do you know yet? How
I
long in advance do you know what you're doing at a
I
convention?
don't know. Often it's not very far in advance because there's so many actors. They have like 197 actors for the
Yeah, we're at
weekend.
111 right now
Yeah.
and
I
we're 2
thought it was
months out. So
Yeah,
119, but I'll
exactly.
look.
or
So who
3 months.
knows? Who knows? But I will also say, well, this is different actually, although we ask the actors, we can't ask for too much from the actors each year, you know? And I'm thinking, gosh, wouldn't it be wonderful to do a Trek Talks? Um, so I'm thinking maybe instead of but now that you said you like the panel so much, I think we need to do the panel. But I
We would
would
love
like
I'd
to.
love to do this.
Oh, thank you. That means a lot. That means a lot. And we've had a good time doing them. I think it would also be very helpful to do a Trek Talks like thing because they do raise a significant amount of support for Hollywood Food Coalition and we're teaching IDIC, so why wouldn't we too? I would hope we would. So I've got to figure out something like that. That's the downside of being CEO. Having to
Yeah.
make these choices and
Well,
but anyway,
I'm
yeah.
gonna
Yeah.
I'm gonna show it now, but we will put this I will get this put in, and so I'll cover us up. But somebody shared a picture with me of your panel. It's kind of hard to see, but this was
From
Oh,
from last
oh,
year, the lighting was so bad, I don't
oh,
know if
that's
you
so
remembered, but
nice. Oh,
I
I
guess.
love that. Would you send me that?
absolutely,
Oh,
we
sure.
can send you that.
I would love that. Thank you. So have you been a part of
She
those
has, not me.
Be
I
Kind
have. I've done
shirt?
the last few. So I've last year or this one, the year before, I don't have a picture from 2023, um, when we're all in our Ken shirts. So, but there was a
That was
huge
so
photo run.
lovely. I'll get Raymond to send that because that was really just such an amazing thing. I'll get you a copy of that. I just have to say also, Ken Mitchell, we love you. We love you. Ken was, and I'm really not just saying this because of anything, but Ken was the kindest. He was uh, Ken and Max, really. Absolutely. Ken was the first person as an actor to jump on board the Be Kind campaign as a Star Trek actor. He wore his shirt. He bought a pink shirt. He bought one um, of his own volition and was so supportive and so kind. And then he designed his own shirt, as you know. And, just what an amazing human he was in so many ways.
And I love that his wife was on the panel last year and
Yeah,
talked,
she's
you
pretty
know,
special. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
Uh, my favorite part about the panels is that you always have, like your set, but then people always like join. They're like, oh no, 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 have to go join Chase's panel, and then we have people like standing around and sharing John Billingsley gets it too when he does his panel for
yeah,
Good Food Co.
yeah.
Two of you are out there changing the world for the better, and
Thank
we
you.
need more of you guys. So thank you for sharing
Thank
a little.
you. Thank you. Well, we couldn't do it without you guys. I mean, we're just two people, John and I, and you guys are what really builds the coalition. Builds the That is what we are. And I have to say I was trying to think of how I would say this before we started this recording today, and I was thinking it really the best term I can think of is I was evangelized by kindness by the Trek community, if that makes sense. You guys brought me into the fold of understanding how a group of people could make something go from being a television show to being a world changing thing, initiative. Um, and I see it every day in our work together. And also back when I was doing a lot of conventions, like during the run of the show, I would go to a con and they would greet me at the airport and say, like, here's a check from your charity. We had a Klingon bake sale, or we had a Bolian car wash, or we had, and they would just have a check for whatever charity I was working on. And usually it was for caring for babies with AIDS. But there's been so much support through the years. And what an honor to be part of this group. I am so grateful and so honored to be part of who you guys
Well,
are.
we're honored to have you as part of our group as well.
No, I really
And
mean it. I mean, as an actor, we could have been on any
mhm,
show, and by whatever grace or luck or fortune, we got auditions for
yeah.
this one, and we happened to beat the odds and actually get on the show.
And I love Will Wheaton when he was doing the Ready Room and for all the new shows, and when he has the new actors that like the Tawnies and the Jacks and all them when they come on, and it even makes me tear up and even them a little bit when he's like, "Welcome to the family." To all this because because I mean y'all may not see each other all the time, but he's true. Like the cast and shows are family. And
It's really lovely, like any family, there's a
oh yeah.
lot that goes on behind the scenes that you don't
Hmm.
know of, but just the luck of how things I
Oh
don't know. I mean, it has come with it's been a life of up and downs
hmm
for all of us, let me tell you, and I will say this too, that th the charity fundraising and the way that it's impacted our ability, to do the coalition has been really meaningful, and as a person, the same things make us happy that make anybody else
hmm
happy. There's just so many things that are so much more important than any of the actor
oh
stuff.
yeah.
When you get right down to it, it's about the people you
hmm
love. It's about having love in your life, a meaning in your life, orange juice in the morning, a great cup of
hmm
coffee, a cool breeze when you need
yeah.
it, a hug when you need it. Those are the things,
hmm
that just blow everything
yeah.
else in life away, and those are the things we all have, you
hmm
know? So when I was saying how fortunate we are, it's just, uh, even being part of this group and getting to do this
hmm
work, that's just what means a lot to
exactly.
me.
Well, and I can add too, as from personal experience now, I've only gotten into the group as a fan since August, and to have it just blows my mind, like to have the friends that I've made, even though I have not met them all. Actually, I've met not one or two in person, but like the fact that I've got Allison here, who I've met in August, no, technically September, and not just her, but her, TJ, all of these seventh rule members, these decon chamber members that we'll talk to each other. I mean, we get together every Thursday night, just about, and get together and just talk about life and what's going on, um, and just all the stuff. But yeah, I mean, like when I was starting this, to be able to say, hey, would you be willing to do? And yes, like again, I've gotten yeses from these people, and they are now, I mean, that's why I'm liking so forward to, Dave Gregory, because I know you've probably, if you probably have met Dave Gregory, if you saw who, Dave, TJ, it's just like all of this group is just in like our small little seventh rule family is, and we have a group. Like if something happens to one of us, I guarantee you they'll be there. If I need to tell Carrie or Faith or Allison or TJ or any of them, hey, it's just been a really crappy day, and we're on I mean, we have a little Discord server, our groups, and we're like, hey, anybody just want to talk tonight? And we'll just pop in and talk. Like a couple weeks ago, one of the members, like, she's been so busy with work, hadn't been able to do it. And to anybody on, I said, yeah, I'll be on in like 15 minutes. We talked for like 2 hours just about life and what's going on. So yeah, it's the whole Star Trek, fandom and community. It really is a community, and we do help each other out when we can, and it's just, yeah. I mean, I couldn't have done this interview without her today. There's just no way.
Oh, Allison, you're
Yeah.
amazing. You're
I mean,
really amazing. I can see the performer in
yeah.
you. I can see the actor in you, the sincerity
Hmm.
and the vibrancy and all of
Yeah.
it. You're
Yeah.
wonderful.
And yeah, it's
Appreciate that.
crazy. And
Yeah.
I mean, I've never done almost a 2-hour interview, and it's been great. This has been fun.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
sorry. I just totally
no,
rambled.
no, absolutely not. This is,
You'll have a
oh
ball
no,
editing this one, I'm
there won't
sure.
be a whole lot edited out at all. Maybe turn my mic off earlier, but that's about it. Um, Um, but there's two more questions I want to ask, and one's a simple, well, not simple because it's just to me, I think it's kind of a funny joke or a funny story you told on the decon chamber, and I don't remember exactly, but it was about your boyfriend, or excuse me, ex-boyfriend that was a Star Trek fan or something,
Oh,
and
yes.
you couldn't talk
Yes.
to him at certain
Yes.
times.
So no, I started watching Next
Hmm.
Gen because I had a boyfriend who was such a Trekkie that I was only allowed to call him during commercials. Who's sorry now?
That's right.
Damn right.
No, but
Oh,
on the level, I really actually got to start watching some of the shows so I would know when we could talk. And I thought, what an interesting show this is. This is so, and he would say the stories. And I'd be
mhm.
like, yeah, actually,
Hmm.
yeah.
It is the stories.
Okay, I'm gonna watch. Don't call me.
But it is the stories.
No.
I mean,
Yeah.
and there's episodes of, because I'm coming in on the TNG review of the Seventh Rule. There are episodes that, you know, we watched when we were, teenagers in our teens, in high school, that at the time, the themes were just like completely over your head, or just like boom, I have no what they're talking about. I'm just watching the series. But now that's one thing there's several episodes, reviews that we've done that I'm like, do I really want to go on it? But I do, because I want to hear what other people in our group say. Because, living in a small town in South Texas, there's certain, there's things that we just don't experience down here, versus like one of our members lived in New York at one time, and getting to hear her take on, what was the episode? You know which one I'm talking about. It's when Riker's actually the one Riker's getting hit on instead of doing the hitting on. We,
Oh,
Perfect Mate.
Perfect Mate.
It's and
Is this Anne Marie in New York?
no,
No,
this is
no.
another person.
She's
Yeah,
wonderful. She's
She's really
wonderful.
yeah.
fun. Yes.
Isn't she lovely? And see, we know you
Yes.
guys. We know you.
But
Um,
it's those types of episodes
right.
that, now I watch, I'm like, okay, so that's what they were talking about. And then, the first episode with the Trill we had, and I watched that episode 3 times to get prepared for our review. And it was the third time, the last time I'm watching it, I finally realized, oh, that's what they're talking about. It was when the new host comes out as a female, and Dr. Crusher's like, oh, and she basically says something to like, if it was a different time, different, it was about, same-sex relationships, basically what it was getting into. But I never picked that up until now, as, a 48-year-old. But that was all they could say back in like 1991, 92 to get past the
Yeah,
censors.
Mhm.
right. But Star Trek has always been forward
Hmm.
thinking, and not that it should have had to be forward thinking, but Star Trek has always broken
Absolutely.
boundaries and uh, stood up for what's
Yeah.
right.
Hmm.
Nichelle was there standing to be seen was huge. And then she got to kiss Shatner or Shatner, sorry. And so just her being there, and as a kid who rewatched the original series or some of it, it was the 80s and 90s. Like it never occurred to me that her just being there was huge. And
Yeah,
so
just
Hmm.
being there.
her being there and George being there were
Hmm.
huge.
Like MLK said,
Oh, that
just
Yeah.
was,
just the fact that she was
oh,
there
Yep.
meant
I
so
I I
much.
I love
Mhm.
that story. That is
Yeah.
favorite stories. And and it helps cement in me like why I like Star Trek. Of course, Star Trek has fallen in some episodes haven't been what they could be.
What
But they're
60-year
funny.
franchise has had everything
Yes,
perfect? I mean,
perfect,
come on.
exactly. So the fact that we have 1,000 plus hours of something we want to be a part of and not just on screen. We take it out our lives, make friendships and go and change the world. Like that's an amazing thing for a TV show.
So amazing.
And there's I can't think of, we were talking about this recently, there's only one other show that's been on longer than Star Trek, and it's Doctor Who. But that's still not the same. This is the only series that has brought a community together that they thought would never happen, and then it did. And Lucille Ball realized what she was doing, and is like, made it happen and made this
Yeah.
happen. So
Yeah.
I know.
Amazing. A
And
woman,
yeah.
Yep.
And
A smart blonde.
a brilliant, yes.
Blonde. Everyone's like, she's a redhead. I'm like, no, she's not. She dyed her hair.
She
She's
did.
blonde.
Did she really completely dye her hair? Really?
Yeah, because there were so many blondes at the time. Like, we had Grace Kelly and Ginger Rogers, and all of them were blondes. So she went like, well, I can be the character actress because she was funny. So she
Oh
went
my
red.
gosh, I didn't know that she wasn't a natural. So interesting. Thank you
I
for
didn't
letting me
either.
know.
See, that's the thing. We all learn from each other in this world that we're a part of. Oh, man. Well, I, we could keep on talking for hours. I know this, but I do want to ask you, and you're the first person that got the last question, the preview, and I sent it to you, but what Star Trek technology do you wish existed today?
Oh, that's like a superhero. Uh, which strength would I have? I mean, I'm sure everybody says transporter. I mean, of course, right? I mean, do I wish existed?
Yes, existed today.
I think it's got to be transporter, but not just for fun. I mean, wouldn't it be wonderful if we had the kind of world where people in Kibera or South America, Mexico, South Central Los Angeles could beam themselves into a better circumstance? You know, not that it would all be taken care of simply by virtue of being in a different place, but a lot of it would. And we're also lucky that if you're watching this and we're here, chances are good that that we won the birth lottery in one way or another. And maybe not always, and we all have challenges, but so much of it has to do with where we are, where we're from. So I think giving everybody an ability to change that circumstance would be a really interesting thing. I don't know if it would work, but I think it would help. How about you guys?
Mine has always been the replicator because keeping people fed and warm is
So true.
a great way
So
to
true. So true. Of course.
help the world. Just because, I mean, we all get hangry, but imagine when you've skipped more than one meal a day. Like, it's hard to have resilience when you're hungry.
Absolutely. Okay, can I change mine? Okay. Yeah, yeah, you're so right. No, you're so right. If it just yeah, if it would work that way, sure. Yes.
Mm.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yes, you can change it if you want.
Okay, I'll change mine. I'm gonna copy Allison.
And that's funny because mine has always been transporter until the first time I asked somebody about this question, and they said replicator, and I was at first a little confused, and then the exact same explanation, the feeding. I was like, yes, I understand now. I still want a transporter so I can get from point A to point B in like 5 seconds, but
Yeah, I'd like it to be a lot faster for me to go see my dad, who's, many, many states away from me. I don't want it to take 10 hours or 18, depending on how we're doing it. That would be great. But, if I had to pick what happened first.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So, well, Chase, Allison, thank you for coming on tonight and doing this with me. Um, it's been amazing. This has been an amazing discussion.
You
I
guys
hope you
are
had a great time.
you guys are really special. You're amazing, and I've had such a
Mhm.
great time talking with you and
Thank you.
hearing you and just all of it. Thank you very much. It's been a great conversation.
It has. All right. Well, thank you again, and we will talk to you later. You
Thank
have a
you.
good
Can I say
evening.
one thing really quick?
Absolutely.
Um, for Pop Culture Hero Coalition, for our program, The Heroic Journey, as Allison said, you can support on bekindmerch.org or popculturehero.org. And I'm at Chase Masterson, and the social media for the coalition work is at Superhero IRL. So follow us and support, or if you'd like to get this work into your schools or be part of our Patreon and get some of these skills at home, or make it possible for somebody else too, then check it out. Patreon, The Heroic Journey.
Will do. And everybody, go like and subscribe and follow all of these social medias that she just said, and do it. And if you can support the Patreon, do it as well, because that will help way more than you know.
Let's make it a world where we can all live long and prosper.
Exactly. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you so much. Good night.
Bye.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you for watching The Transporter Room. For just $5 per month, enjoy ad-free access to this episode and all previous ones, plus exclusive bonus content. Sign up now on Patreon.
Greetings, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Scaris, and welcome to the Transporter Room. Today, I'm beyond excited to be joined by Connor Trenier and Dominic Keating, two dynamic talents whose on-screen chemistry and off-screen friendship have left an indelible mark on the Star Trek universe and beyond. Best known for their roles as Commander Charles Trip Tucker III and Lieutenant Malcolm Reed, respectively, on Star Trek Enterprise, these accomplished actors brought depth, humor, and humanity to the iconic sci-fi franchise. With careers spanning television, film, theater, and now podcasting, Trenier and Keating continue to captivate audiences with their storytelling prowess and genuine camaraderie. Today, they invite fans into their world through their latest venture, The Decon Chamber, a podcast celebrating the transformative power of Star Trek and the lives it has been touched. So without further ado, let's beam them in. Hey guys, thank you for making the time to come on the show today.
I felt that.
It's a pleasure. You've been reading Dominic's intros.
So I'm going.
He talked about our friendship. Don't forget that.
Yes,
he did.
Well, to give you a little insight on this,
nice there.
I have, yes, exactly. I have watched y'all's show religiously, as you both know, and I really do enjoy your interview style, and I like it, and that's how I've tried to do mine, is to kind of, I don't know, it's just the way I like it, and that's why I've tried to mimic my interview style with you, because the intros and all that stuff. So
you're not quite getting the English accent quite right.
Yes, exactly. I do.
Just a little tightening up, Chris.
That's nice. That's nice to know and hear. And I think that both Dom and I, listen, we never had a template for what we were going to do. We just did it.
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is true. The first time I remember when we were, literally thrown in at the deep end, it was like, no prep, it was like John Billings is coming in half an hour, and you got to talk for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
And there it was. And
Oh yeah. Yeah. I believe me, I'm learning. You're like my 23rd interview so far, and I
well
am
done.
learning. Thank you. Thank you. And, and I just wanted to let the audience know, how we kind of met, obviously. It was a joy for me to get to come out there in November and meet you and the entire 455 team when I got to attend the Bill Mummy recording back in November. And then 2 weeks later, we actually all got to meet again at the Creations Trek to Dallas convention, which was fun. And I hope you guys enjoyed the barbecue we had that Saturday night.
Oh yeah,
Great.
It
It was great.
Well, good.
Good.
It was very good.
Yes, I forgot that you'd come to the Bill Mooney one. That was a really fun interview, wasn't it? Yeah.
Oh, it was great.
It was terrific. Yeah.
He was awesome to listen to. His stories, he just had great stories.
I think that anybody who Bill Mooney's a good example of this, has had the breadth of a career that exists in the way television works. He's gone from 1950s black and white and moved on to other iterations of things he did. And he's just Bill, he's that dude's an artist, and I'm a little envious.
Yeah, he really is.
Yeah. Because he's not just an actor. He's a musician. He's an actor. I mean, he does it all.
Sure does.
Yeah.
And he's a cool cat. I mean, along with it, he's
exactly.
He's just a cool cat.
And also doesn't carry a lot of gravitas about that,
Well, Hollywood BS about it. Yeah, exactly.
He's been who he's been,
Yeah. That's exactly when we were all sitting out there waiting for the, to go in. He just a normal bloke. Yeah.
He's a groovy dude.
He is. So as I have somewhat learned from you guys over the years, and what I have always liked about the shows is you don't just dive straight into all this Star Trek stuff, because I hate to say it, we've all heard that, we've all discussed it. Yes, I have to ask about it because this is a Star Trek podcast, but I do actually just want to get know a little more about y'all's background. As we've all heard, I've always wondered, like Connor, have you always had a passion for performing when you were a kid, or is it something that came on later in life?
Oh, no. None at all. It didn't happen until I was in college.
You were a terrible Joseph in the nativity play. Stiff as a board.
No, I had no interest, no knowledge, no experience with any of this until I was in college and just trying to sort out what I wanted to do. I was playing football, and I wasn't happy doing that, and just sort of tripped over it. And but when I tripped over it, I picked up that little gold piece and ran with it as fast and as hard as I could for as long as I could in terms of training. So, I came to it later, but when I got to it, I put all my eggs in one basket.
And cracked a
few. Listen, I keep thinking I can buy more, but they're too expensive.
Yeah.
No joke. Oh my God. So Dominic, how about yourself? I was researching, and I don't know if you've always had a passion, but from what I found, and the internet could be wrong, as it usually is, but I saw that you actually you went to university and got a degree in history originally.
Yeah.
So were you planning on being a history professor, or what happened there?
It was back in my educational sort of time period. It was just what one did. One did O levels, one did A levels, and then one went to university and read something and got a degree. What it was in wasn't necessarily particularly of import. And I was good at history. I mean, I was good at English too. It could have been English, but I was kind of better at history. And I quite liked the process of arguing historical, facts and making your own supposition about what happened. So yeah, but I was, how old was I? 10, I think, when my prep school put on a play, and we all went auditioning for it. And the lady, Mrs. Bennett Hunter, gave me the lead part. Unbeknownst to me at that time, my mother had been an actress. I had no idea of this, so I imagine that's where the inclination / talent might have come from.
And your mother housed actors.
She did, yeah. After my father passed away when I was 13, just before my 14th birthday, yeah, in order to make ends meet, we rented out the top 2 floors of the house that my dad and mum owned in Leicester, and she became a theatrical landlady. She was one of the most famous theatrical landladies in the country, frankly. Patsy Power. If you worked at the Haymarket Leicester, you stayed at Patsy Power's. And I was chatting with Connor recently. I mean, I've worked with actors over the years that lived upstairs, and when I've met them, I'm like, well, actually, we've met before. and they're like, what? I did at Patsy Powers, and my name's Dominic. And they went, oh my God. We had a lot of famous people live upstairs over the years, because the Haymarket was a good tryout place before going to the West End. So a lot of big musicals that got revamped started their life at the Haymarket, and then went on to London. We had some quite big names staying upstairs, and so it was sort of, I don't know. I mean, then I graduated, and all of a sudden, it's not the summer holidays anymore. And the UCL where I went to University College in London to read history, and they had a wonderful theatre next door, the Collegiate, it was called. It's now called the Bloomsbury. And I did a lot of plays there over the 3 years that I was at university there. And I ummed and ahed for a good while after graduating. It was a big step to, I should have, I don't know. I mean, I imagine, I was, what was afforded me was I was meant to be a vocational man. I should have gone on to read law or,
Well, that's really that's kind of how the history degree leads you into law.
Exactly.
Right?
It just basically it shows that you spent 3 years, you didn't flunk out, and you got a certain level of intellectual competence that would then lead to something else. A lot of my friends at that time, you either went into the city to do finance, or a lot of people, friends of mine, got into what was then the burgeoning boom of advertising. The Saatchi brothers were going crazy in London, and a lot of production money was going into commercials, and that's what a lot of people I know got into.
Okay.
Dom, the two of us in the 90s, had we done the commercials we did in the 90s now, the difference between the amount of money that we made would be remarkable to even explain.
Yeah. And I did well. I mean, I was lucky with the commercials I did do. I mean, that Vidal Sassoon one, changed my bloody life. I mean, it bought me a flat in London, and, I call it wash and go respectfully. And and for a non, I wasn't a famous actor then. I was just, a jobbing dude around town. And there was definitely a divisional line between those who did commercials, did TV, and did film. If you were a film actor back in 1982, you didn't touch commercials. You didn't go near them. You'd be lucky.
We made a lot of money off of that.
Now, oh God, I mean, God knows. I mean, anyone will do a commercial now, for crying out loud. There was a time when, George Clooney would only do whiskey commercials in Japan. Well, that's all over.
Oh, I know. I mean, I've seen a lot of those, actors that were in Marvel movies are doing commercials and stuff like that.
It's open season now for everyone, which I guess is a good thing. I mean, in some way, I think,
Dom, it's money. It's all
It's
money.
money, I know, but it used to come with consequences.
You're not being paid Bruce Willis money or anybody's money in the last 20 years. It's all been changed. And for the, look, I'll give Tom Hardy as an example. I mean, that dude could do movie after movie and get paid whatever. And he's got Mobland. It's a limited series, 2 seasons now they committed to, but and I actually like this.
Have you seen it?
The idea, no, I haven't. It
I haven't
airs,
either.
It's out yet? I haven't
it
seen it. Is it out?
airs, was it last night or
Oh, was
today?
it? All right.
But my point being is you heard these, like you were saying, Nicholson was like, well, I'd never do a commercial. And the reality is that we're all just hustling to make a living.
Yeah, nowadays, yeah, that's definitely the case. It's and obviously, if they can get a name to do a commercial and they've got the money to pay them, that's doing someone else out of a job, as it were. The spokesman for Ford. I mean, I used to know a couple of the spokes guys. They'd be at the Hollywood YMCA, and that's all they did. They were the spokes guy for Chevy trucks or Ford, and they made a veritable fortune.
Dom, Mike
all they had to do.
Mike McCall.
Mike McCall, our buddy, who is a big voiceover actor, he's made tens of millions of dollars just doing Mike McCall.
Yeah,
Really?
Because the funny
Yeah.
thing, what you just did, Dom, is so key. Is like, I can do that voice,
Yeah,
but it's fake.
but he just comes up with it.
But that's his voice.
It's just his voice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And I remember on the episode when Michelle Hurd was on there and they were talking about the I think it was about the strike and everything, and just hearing what they were trying to, basically the money they were trying to take away from everybody by doing AI. And it's for someone that's not in y'all's industry, hearing that discussion. And then I actually ran into her again at another convention a few weeks later after that and got to talk to her for a few minutes. She was on fire.
Yeah, but you got to remember something. So our industry sounds like, we're sort of like weird plants or insects or some strange animal you barely see. The reality is that as a union, we're not unlike teachers. We're not unlike metal workers. We're not unlike Teamsters. There are all things challenging what we are trying to keep. And that's the reason you have a union, is that you have power within that union to say things like, well, you can't use our image in AI. You can't, we're literally just a working man's union, to be honest.
Oh yeah, no, I've after talking to obviously other people at the Star Trek world at the convention, like Bonnie Gordon and Sirach and everybody. Yeah, I mean, you're just working actors. I mean, and then I heard oh my
And
God,
even that's an exaggeration.
well, exactly, because it was on Twitter or wherever, someone was saying some about to Denise Crosby after she lost her house. And I'm sorry, I responded. I'm like, no, the people that can write those checks to replace their house is the 1%. Everybody else are out there working their off.
Yeah, I find myself, with the social media world thing, and I was having a conversation last night with my wife Jackie about this, and it used to be Twitter was something that you sent information to. Instagram, in its early iteration, was you sharing with your friends, if you wanted to, events in your life. And then you all liked those things. That's all blown completely crazy. And I still live in the world where, like, what I'm going to post? I mean, I've got stuff for our podcast that we have to post, and absolutely. But in my personal life, no offense, I don't want y'all to know.
I feel the same way. I'm quite
have
a private person. Yeah.
Yeah, I have no interest
Yeah.
in sharing the fact that, like, I had a turkey sandwich that was fantastic.
What about if it was in Paris?
Different. That's a good
Chocolate
vacation.
syrup.
That's a good
Syrup in Paris.
That would be
Yeah.
Even
different.
then, I still think it's a bit wanky. I do. I stopped doing it. Yeah, I had a moment there. Yeah, when I was traveling the world a bit, and I suddenly went. I thought, "You're a bit of a mate. Stop
Yeah,
it. You know,
right. Yeah.
why you're doing it? You're showing off. You know."
Dom, you have to look at your posts and you like your sort of
Yeah.
your home base of it and go like, really?
Yeah, really. You're a
Really?
bit of
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't even want to get in social media. I
Well,
have
the
to
thing
do
to
it now.
remind oneself is whenever someone's posting from their, the honeymoon suite, they're not actually they're not having the honeymoon. They're on the phone posting.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
Well-
how's the honeymoon going? Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, right. Yeah, take your phones off when you're seeing a concert. You don't have to. You don't have to
really.
actually
Exactly.
there.
They're watching the concert from the back of their phone. The
Right.
idiots.
Just be
Mhm.
there.
And another
Exactly.
thing.
Okay.
There was a
Ooh.
show in England years ago, Grumpy Old Men, and I definitely should be auditioning for whatever version they've got now of it.
That's funny. Oh man, I stirred the pot on that one. But
Mm-mm.
so I was curious about this. If I remember correctly, Dominic, weren't you the first one out the gate to start going to conventions?
Was on our
between the
cast,
two of you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd seen Trekkies and saw that there was another annuity and financial appendage to this job.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, oh yeah, okay. I did 10 the first year. I was every Friday night. I was pretty much on a plane somewhere.
Holy.
I know.
Oh
Yeah, I
my.
made a lot of money the first year. God bless. We were hot.
Oh my God.
And then Connor was frightened. You were a bit scared of it, really, weren't you?
Terrified.
Terrified.
I was asked to do a convention. The first one I committed to was in Portland, Oregon, because I grew up like 45 minutes north of there in Washington, in Kelso, and I knew that my parents would come.
And hold my hand.
Seriously. I swear to God.
Mom would bring some PJ sandwiches.
Seriously. And so I get there, and I'm brought on stage, and this is the very first time I've done a convention, and a couple of guys dressed up as Klingons, properly 6'4", meaty dudes, open the curtain for me and to go out, and I think for anybody going into a convention, the real challenge for you is your hour on stage. And for often a lot of time we were alone. Nowadays it's you and me, Dom, or you, me and Anthony, or you, me and John, or whatever. But that was then you were on stage for an hour, and I knew that. And curtain opened and walked on stage, and it was Portland, so it was there's enough people to be nerve-wracking. And I saw my parents there, and I just
slightly stoned.
all exactly. And I saw my parents there, and for the first 15 minutes, I swear to God, for the questions that were asked of me, I didn't leave looking at my parents the entire time. And then I slowed up. It's not a world I'm very good at, or I would say I don't like it very much.
He's an introvert, really, at heart. And, yeah, I'm more of the, let me tell you a story kind of guy.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. I ran it. I've learned that firsthand, basically back at the Dallas convention. It was the Thursday night, and we all started getting there. And I introduced you, or I brought you to one of our other Decon Chamber members, Jen, who happens to live two houses down in Leicester from your.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
From
Yeah,
your childhood home. And oh my God, you two started just talking and I had to leave because I couldn't understand a damn word y'all were saying. Because
We went all Leicester.
you did. You
She was lovely.
did.
She literally lived around the corner from my mum's old house, which much to my chagrin, I had to sell after 14 years after she passed, and it was sort of, I don't know, dilapidated and becoming a bit of a mausoleum now. But yeah, she literally lived around the corner from it, and
She did, or she
yeah.
does.
God bless. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was
She
taken
had
home. from the
she
hospital.
had a wonderful weekend.
She did. She really did, and she was a really
fantastic
charming lady.
Yeah.
Oh, she had a great time. I mean, when I was able to, to get you over there and introduce you, oh man, you got, yeah. As Connor said, awesome weekend for her and everybody else. So okay, so we know you've done conventions, and I know y'all are doing you've already done some this year. I guess you'll be at SCLV in Chicago and probably all those. So
there's one coming up in that I've forgotten about. Where is it? In
We're going to Iowa.
Iowa, and then there's one after that too.
Iowa?
Yeah, I'd forgotten. Sarah reminded of me the other day, and it was like, oh, I know. Is there
Is it between Vegas and Iowa? There's another one.
Yeah, there's another one. Where it is, can't think.
I'm going to have to look that up because I did not know that.
And then there'll be Vegas again, of course. And it's amazing how quickly they come around.
I have to go to Blackpool.
Oh, you do?
In June, because last year I got COVID and couldn't do it.
Oh.
Was that for it's adjacent, isn't it? It is Star Trek, but for those guys.
But I already got paid for it. And now I'm like, oh Jesus, I've got to hop on a plane for 9 hours. I've never been to Blackpool though, so I'm excited about that.
Oh, cool. And I saw you were on the cruise. You just got back from the cruise a few weeks ago, about a month ago now, probably.
Yeah.
How was that?
Oh, it's great. I mean, they're always great. It's there's a similarity to the whole thing. I mean, it's like what you listen I think as a fan, when you go to something for the first time, you're kind of like, I don't know what's going on. Like you go to Vegas or you go to Comic-Con or something. Then the next time you go, you're like, I get it. And that it's also the same with the actors who are a part of that. And so yeah, it was fun. It's always fun. I did a reading. John Delancey does readings. I think he's done them the entire time that he's been on the cruises, and I've done a couple of those. I love doing them. I mean, you get your like actors' chops out there a little bit, doing stage reading, but otherwise, we're all going to be there next year. And the wonder of these cruises. This is no advertisement, by the way. I just want to say this. It's the best way to experience a Star Trek fan talent environment. I do believe that.
Well, I'm looking forward to it.
Is. Yeah, I'd second. I've only done one last year, and I think I mean, obviously it's quite a lot of money, but I don't suppose it's that much. I suppose it's a bit cheaper than going to Vegas, but you do.
Well, it's a 7-day convention, as it were,
and the actors are freely milling around, and depending on who they are. But you'll catch me up in the Crow's Nest bar, and you can just sit down next to me and start chatting.
Well, I've already booked I bought my tickets already for the cruise for next year.
It's going to be fun. It's our 25th anniversary, I think, isn't it? Is that the year? Yeah. I don't know whether they're going to make a thing of that, but
no, they're going to make it somebody else's 40th anniversary.
Any anniversary, but ours.
But ours.
Yeah, it's the 60th, but it's y'all's 25th.
Yeah, it's Discovery's 10th anniversary.
Chris, are you serious? They're advertising this as the 60th anniversary
for Star Trek. Yeah, this is the original series.
There you go.
Yeah,
there you go.
I guess what would they call that? Like y'all are the second act or something for that one? Who knows? But I've already booked my ticket, so I'm going out there for next February. I shall. All right. So,
have you done it before? Have you been on a cruise before?
Nope, be my first one. I'm retiring at the end of this year, December 31st. And so that's kind of my retirement gift to myself.
Oh, lovely.
Awesome. You'll have fun. You'll have fun.
Thank you. And so, okay. How in the hell did you two get into this whole podcasting thing?
Um,
Go ahead.
quite well.
Uh-oh.
It was during COVID. It was after I think maybe the second lockdown, and we were at Vegas, and
It was the first time we were allowed to be at a convention again.
it was, wasn't it? Yeah, we were waiting in the sort of bowels of the hotel to go outside because they were doing the photo ops in a tent because they thought that was safe.
And we had these plexiglass screens.
Yeah, and it was, you can imagine it hot there. So we're in this tent. They got the wind machine going. It was extraordinary, really. Anyway, before we were going outside, we were taking respite in the inside aircon, and who was waiting there with us but Garrett Wong, who was enjoying some success, to say the least, with the Delta Flyers and Robbie Duncan McNeil, and we were yapping, and I kicked Connor on the heel and went, we should do something like that. And initially, Garrett said, well, it's a lot more work than you think it is, and blah, blah, blah. And anyway, that was all that was said about it at that time. Got in bed with 455, and
By the way, I think the decon chamber, which you should tell that story too.
Oh, I want to hear that one.
I still have if you're part.
Oh, yes. Oh, God, is he getting it?
Where is it?
Is he getting it? The little post-it note?
I just saw it the other day. Wait a minute. Wow. Come on, Don. Where is it? I saw it here 2 seconds. Literally. Oh, well, that's so weird. It's on one of these post-it notes things.
Yeah. There you go. I see it.
But we were sitting in San Francisco. That's so weird. I literally saw it the other day. Did I put it somewhere safe? That's usually what I do. Put it somewhere safe, and then you can never find it again. Sitting at San Francisco, when we had to come up with a name, back and forth, oohing and ahhing, and then Sarah, my fiance, said to me, "Well, what was particular about your show that no other Star Trek, particularly the legacy versions, had that was utterly unique to Enterprise?" I was like, well, we had those decon chamber scenes. Yeah, the decon. And she went, "That's it, the decon chamber." And I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm a genius."
Yeah. and then Dom passed over the.
I wrote it down on our Sharpie because they were on the table, and I went, "Con, here's the name. What do you think of that?" And he goes, "That's pretty good."
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. It is good. It's a great name.
I can't believe I can't find it. There it is. There's the very article.
Oh my God, you still have it.
I still have it, baby.
Awesome.
Yeah,
that's awesome. Nice. You need to put that in a frame, sir.
I will. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Well, that's a great story. And y'all have had great guests on the Decon Chamber.
We have. We've been fortunate.
I mean, I think it was when I interviewed, because I've interviewed Katie already for my channel, and we were talking about it. And I mean, oh my God, season 1. I mean, you started with freaking Bill Shatner.
Jeez,
Mr. William Shatner.
I've got to live up to all that. Now what am I going to do?
That's the hardest working man in show business.
The boss.
The man. And then you end it with y'all's boss.
And lest we forget, the Canada Dry Man himself. Finally, Mr. Scott Bakula. Thank you for coming on the show, mate. Yeah. It is such an honor to see you here. I thought I was going to get emotional, and I did.
Yeah.
Scott.
That was something. We hadn't seen Scott in a long time, and it was really lovely. And we're back in touch, and we went to see his boy play in his band, Phone Boy. They're called. They're really good. They're a Portland-based band, and they're bloody good. and they played at Genghis Cohen a few weeks after that, and we all hung out. And dare I say it, he's coming to the wedding.
Oh, good. Congratulations.
With his wife, Chelsea. And so it's nice to be back in touch, because it's been a few years. You know, he went down to New Orleans for a long time to make NCIS down there. They kept telling him, it was, well, you'll do a year down there and then we'll bring it back to LA and we'll just shoot the exteriors down there. And then that didn't happen. Yeah, even Scott Bakula gets around on.
Well, I love this. And I know it's true, but your story for what you did, how y'all got him on the show. I mean, that's...
Well, I just remember where he lived, and you know, because we used to go to the Christmas party there regularly, and so yeah, I just wrote a letter and then put it in a big SAG envelope, that the ones that the foreign residuals come in, and honestly, they feel thick and chunky. You know, oh yeah, and then you open it up and it's got
$1.38.
$47.07. There's pages of it. I tell you what, if you're a Star Trek fan in Sweden, it's a good time to be alive. You'll get it for peanuts. Anyway, I stuck the letter in that and shoved it under the gate. And look, I sort of, you know, skim a stone. I sort of skimmed it under the gate to get it far up the drive as possible.
Well, the great thing about that too was that, you know, we had tried for quite some time to get Scott on the show. And, you know, you access managers and agents and what have you. And none of that seemed to get any traction. And then Dom drove up and flicked that under the gate.
Did it with some nice, you know. And I wrote him a really nice letter, and I said, and look, God bless him. Do you know what? He emailed me within a day and a half, and it was all on. He's a mensch. He really is, and you know, we can never say enough about having him as our leader.
Yeah,
our captain.
Bakula is a good human.
He really is. He's a real good guy, and he's an actor's actor. And he made those. I've said it so many times, but he made those years utterly joyous and fun. And you know, when the guy at the top of the food chain, number one on the call sheet, isn't, you know, pulling any nonsense and stupid stuff, it's hard for the army underneath him to start doing that. But if the guy at the top's pulling that stuff, that permeates the set, and some sets are just miserable, man. There's some jobs I've gotten in. I just get in the car at the end of the day, and you can't wait to get away from the toxicity. And yeah, ego, man.
No. Well, and that's I had John Billingsley on. I interviewed him about 2 weeks ago, and I've already released his episode. And I asked him again how it was like working with Scott and everything, and he said basically the same thing. Well, he had a colorful statement first, and then he told the real story after that, because oh yeah, it was so fun. And he said it was like you said, he was fun to be on the set with, but he also knew that you could joke with him, but also when it was time to be serious,
yeah, you step up. You got to know your stuff. You know, it's all very well, yeah. And we were good. You know, we were all pretty solid actors. And I mean, even God bless Linda, who was quite a novice, was actually, you know, a seasoned novice, and you know, the rest of us, you know, yeah, we'd done some stuff, and it was time for mucking about. I tell you what I always say, because on the bridge days when, you know, we were just doing ISA, you know, hull plating's down 35%, sir. You know, he's got monologues and to a screen with a C-stand with a tennis ball on it. And, you know, me, Anthony, would just been f***ing around. I mean, literally, there were long days, man, just cracking jokes. And he never once, I can't even think of one time that he turned around to me and said, "For Christ's sakes, Dominic, shut up." Not once. And yeah, and you got to really tip your hat to that, because yeah.
So something else John told me, and I really think he liked to screw with you, Dominic, the most at times.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know about Connor. He didn't seem to. I don't think he pissed you off too often, but he would make sure that you were around. He told me so that he could sing his
Day
know,
off. Day off.
Yeah.
10 days off and the check still come. Sitting at home drinking beer in the sun. 10 days off and the check still come. Day off.
yeah. Oh man,
Yeah.
he that was fun when he was
But he
talking.
had to put all that on himself. So good luck to him. I did it twice and that was enough. It was, yeah. My pissed off Irish skin did not like it one bit.
So, other than Shuttlepod 1, which we know that was a great episode, which do either of you have an episode that you liked that just was like the best that for you, for like your character, that set off that you really liked the most, that stuck with you?
Cogenitor was, I think.
Well, I mean, I can list 5 or 6 in no particular order that I had a good luxury, I think, in listen, I had no idea that I was supposed to be part of this triumvirate. I just didn't. I had no idea. I thought I was Scotty and I was going to learn how to surf, and then I read the pilot and that just wasn't the case. And so pretty early on, I would say this to about all of us, but I was given enough rope to hang myself with on a few episodes that worked out, and so there were, over the course of our series, 5 or 6 specific episodes about Trip that I'm very proud of. So yeah, and Shuttlepod 1's starting there, that wasn't even Trip focused. That was this sort of random cheapy way to make an episode that Dom spent so much work on, and I think it was because we spent so much work on it and had a connection as definitely as actors and probably as people, and it cemented our friendship too. That episode. And but we all had moments that were dynamic for all of us, and I got fortunate. Yeah, over the course of our series, I had 5 or 6 that I feel as though, if I had a mark to leave, it were those.
Cool. Dominic, how about yourself?
Well, Shuttlepod 1 was probably my best and biggest, moment in the sun. But I loved all the action stuff that Malcolm got to do. I liked that Section 31 storyline and being thrown in the brig and his,
I love that. I
dynamic.
love that storyline.
Dom, had we had, the extra 3 seasons,
Yes, I think Malcolm would have got a good look.
it would have been explored
Correct.
more.
Yeah,
Mhm.
agreed. It's a shame that. But yeah, overall, I mean, we're looking at the show again now because we're actually doing some watch party stuff, which is rather fun. And the more I look at it, and I watched it all the first time through when we did the Shuttlepod show, but now on the second run, I mean, I'm and I have a hard time looking at myself, I got to say, in anything, but I'm actually kind of going, you know what, mate, you were pretty bloody good, mate. Even though you weren't like first fiddle, you weren't the first violinist, but you certainly elbowed out, a nice character for yourself, and he's there. Malcolm's definitely he's there, and so
I'm trying to remember. Oh my god, I feel bad because we just watched it. Y'all just released it. It was one of the episodes of one of the first ones when you got to sit in the captain's chair.
I think it's Civilization. We just looked at it recently. Yes, yeah.
And you, and thinking you were talking about that. You were in the big seat that time,
Mhm.
and you look good in it. It
Thank
fit
you.
well on you.
I remember Marvin Rush putting the camera. I'm going to give you a hero shot here.
It's interesting, you know, in the watching this. So, you know, I guess this is my third iteration of watching this show. It's a very sort of micro element to it, but the people that got to sit in the chair for a moment in the first 15 episodes of our show, it's like a drinking game. I mean, it's like, you know.
Yeah, it is. I mean, because everyone gets a go. I don't think Hoshi got in there, did she? No, I don't think so. No.
Not
Not
yet.
in season
Not yet.
1.
So Paul gets a go, you get a go, I got a go.
Anthony gets a go.
Anthony gets a go.
The Doctor, not yet, but I'd be shocked to find at the end of the season that not everybody didn't get a chance.
Even in Dear Doctor, he doesn't just wander in there and sit there. He should have done. That's
next for us.
That would have been fantastic if he just went, I'm going to sit in the captain's
Well, we'll watch
chair.
it because Dom, Dear Doctor is next for us.
It is, I know. I don't think he does, but I just thought that they missed a moment there. That could have been really funny. I'm going to go and sit in the captain's chair just to kill a few minutes.
Exactly.
Hell yeah.
Eat a celery or a carrot.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God.
Leave a denobulum fart.
Oh my God. Well, guys, I have got 2 more questions, and then I'm gonna let you get the rest of your afternoon. And this next one, you can thank Larry Nemechek for giving me this idea. Is there just any story in general, Star Trek, whatever, that you've never really that no one's ever asked but to share with the audience? I'm trying to think. Yeah.
Honest to God, after all this time, no.
It's all been said, hasn't it? Really?
You know, listen, you know, I think that one of the things that both Dom and I bring to any environment that involves fans or podcasts that we've been involved with, you know, you're hearing them. You've heard all the, you know, you've heard the stories, and that's what I think. At least, you know, I feel as though when I talk about my experience on Enterprise and my experience as an actor who's had the great fortune to be a part of these conventions for all of these years and these experiences. Yeah, man, you asked me a question specifically because that's not a specific question, mister. Ask me a specific, I'll answer you.
Yeah. I mean, that's. I mean, I'm trying to think of. There are stories, but there's not one I've not told. I don't think. I mean, I can't think of one that I've not told. I mean, they've all been said. I mean, and I'll say this. You know, when my mum died, that family, Mary Howard, arranged my mum's funeral from the offices at Paramount. And they rejiggered that script for that week and shot me out in 3 or 4 days and put me on a plane. And she'd done it all. She'd rung the funeral service people. The whole thing was, I didn't have to do anything, God bless. And I can tell you to this day, that just, I'll never forget that kindness. And it made a very, very difficult time a lot easier. And that was our set. There we go. That was Enterprise.
Yeah, I mean, it reiterates the idea that, you know, it's a family.
It really was. And a lot of that crew had been together for 17 years already.
Yeah.
And they were so accommodating and so welcoming. And you get 7 other egos coming in onto set like they're all you know, and but they never once sort of, you know, said, you know, cool your boots, kid. You know, They were just great. And I miss it. They were halcyon salad days. They really were.
Well, Last question. What Star Trek technology do you wish existed today?
I wouldn't mind the transporter, I gotta say.
Are you kidding me? The transporter. Hands down.
Hands down.
Hands down.
You know, I want to go home for a couple of hours. Beep. oh, I left my whatever.
Exactly.
You'd have to. I don't know.
I'm late for dinner.
Yeah.
Damn right. Well, gentlemen, thank you for giving me your time today.
Well, thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
I can't say thank you enough. So,
and thank you for being a part of everything we're doing here on the Decon Chamber. It means a great deal to us. That
it really does. For those of you who don't know, Chris is our biggest Patreon member, and I hope some of you follow suit and start supporting this show in as little a way as you possibly can, financially speaking. We need your help, and not to end on a sour note, but we're struggling a bit.
Well, listen, you know what? We're cheaper than eggs.
We are cheaper than eggs. There you go.
Well, and I'm glad you said that. I forgot.
T-shirts. The Decon Chamber, cheaper than eggs.
Yes, exactly. Oh my God.
It's brilliant.
That is. We'll talk.
Yeah, bring that one in. So thank you, Chris.
Thank you so much.
See you in Vegas.
I won't be there.
You won't be there. All right.
But I'll be in Chicago.
I will see you in Chicago.
Yes,
sir. We'll see you on the cruise next year.
That's right.
See you on the cruise.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All righty.
Talk to y'all later.
Nanu.
Nanu.
For as little as $5 per month, you can gain early access to the full ad-free versions of all interviews, plus additional exclusive content by joining Patreon.
Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Garris, and welcome to the Transporter Room. I'm excited to launch our focused review series for the first 10 Star Trek movies. We will dive into each of the first 10 movies to see if we can answer the age-old question that the even number movies are better than the odd number movies. We're kicking things off with a look at the movie that started it all, Star Trek the Motion Picture. So without further ado, let's beam in the team that is going to try and answer that question. First off, I have Miss Allison Leach Hyde.
Hi, all.
Next that will be joining us is Mr. TJ Jackson Bay. And there he is. and next will be, I have Mark, almost changed his name there. Mark Zutkoff. Here a little bit later, we will have one more person join us, Rachel Amber Bloom. She's just on her way still. So, but to get us started, I'd just like to find out, what was your first time, your experience, the first time you saw this movie? What was it like for you, Allison?
Well, this movie came out before I was born, so it's been around my entire life. So I can't tell anything about the first time I saw this movie because I was probably under the age of 2 because it was probably just on TV. So I remember it more as an adult. I don't really remember it as a kid at all. And I like this movie because it's also why I find it hard to watch sometimes is it's so slow. Like every moment seems to be drug out like an extra 10 seconds and it just kind of kept going. Yep. But the visuals of this movie are spectacular. And I know they completely blew their budget out of the water to do that. And I really enjoyed that because it is beautiful to watch. And I love that they changed like everything. They like fully rebooted, like all new ship, and all new costumes. So yeah, that's how I feel about it now because I have no idea how I felt about it when I was the first time I saw it. I was too young.
Yeah, same here. So how about yourself, TJ?
It's funny you asked that because I remember discovering this awesome movie, which was made also before I was born. But as I grew up watching Star Trek, I did not know that any of the movies existed And so and we only had like regular antenna TV, so uh, there was no like cable channels or anything. And I don't know or think that the movies ever aired on broadcast TV, at least not at that time in the 80s. So, at some point, I think it was probably in the 90s. I know I was a teenager. I was at a family member's house who did had fancy dancy cable TV with the movie channels, uh and one day there just wasn't much to do, and flipping through the channels, and I see there's a Star Trek movie. Wow, this is awesome. And so that was my first experience watching the movie. So, all of the, was it slow or was it fast or did it look awesome? Didn't matter to me. I was just watching some Star Trek, man. I was like, hey, this is awesome. The only thing I said is what they do to the ship, which, I like it, but I was like, that's not the ship that's here where you can't see my hands. This ship. But it will be later on before I learned. Oh, that's the same ship. Those are all the same actors. This is the same crew. This is my Star Trek.
All right. So I'm gonna before I have Mark on, I'm gonna bring Rachel on. So we now have Miss Rachel Amber Bloom here. She made it. You're muted.
Gotta unmute myself. I got double booked and then stuck in Austin traffic.
Ew.
So
I don't envy you because two other people here know what Austin traffic is like. So
yeah,
it's no fun. So, well, thank you for joining us. And so now,
sorry, I'm also dog sitting my boyfriend's dogs. If you can hear one of them having a conniption that she is not in this room.
Oh my God.
I also, if I'm not paying complete attention to her, I can't let her near the collectibles. Okay, I had to move. She thinks all stuffed animals are for her. It's the big thing.
Gotcha. All right. So, Mark, what about your first time, seeing this? Do you remember it or all that?
Well, having come to Star Trek only briefly in its original run, seeing part of a rerun of City on the Edge of Forever and all of Spock's Brain on first airing, I devoured the original series, books from Stephen Winfield and David Gerrold, and the animated series in the 70s. So I was primed for the movie, and I saw it in a theater on release, and I loved it. I was a bit confused by the scene at the end where V'ger disappears and the Enterprise appears hovering over Earth, but other than that, I really got into it. Now, when it was released on VHS tape a year later, I paid the exorbitant price to purchase the normally rental-only copy. That's how much I liked the film. And when the special longer version came out, I watched it on TV and bought the VHS tape at sell-through price at last, despite not being that impressed with the extra material and the different line readings at that time. Of course, I purchased the film over and over, buying the director's cut on DVD, theatrical on Blu-ray, and finally the magnificent redone director's cut a couple of years ago, which has become the definitive version of the movie for me.
Wow, I can't believe you. Oh my God, I know how much those VHS cost. Blockbuster them own. Those were, holy moly. Okay, I thought I was a fan.
It was up
it was.
there.
Wow.
I walked into a little store that wound up selling tapes. I didn't even know they sold tapes at the time. And I heard the word tricorder. And I looked up, and on the screen, the movie was playing. And I had to ask them, how did you get this? And they told me it was on a VHS tape. I said, how much? And they told me, and I blanched.
Oh my gosh.
But I went for it.
Yeah. I mean, and so I was born when the movie came out. I was probably about 3. I was 3, because give or take. So yeah, no, I did not go see this at the theater. I've never seen it in the actual theater either. But again, it was either more likely for me, it was going to be on cable TV, because we had cable TV here, or VHS. And I think, like Allison said, it was so slow. And just it drug. obviously the best scene, I hate to say best scene, one of the more enjoyable scenes, even though it was as long, was the whole, just the them showcasing the new Enterprise and the refit. I mean, that whole theme song is just, phenomenal. Now, since then, I have watched it, several more times as an adult, and have picked up on things. Honestly, even within just the last few months since watching it with another channel, and even with our channel groups of the Seventh Rule and others, I have even picked up on things that I was like, oh yes, Kirk absolutely would have done that. There's no questions asked. That's his MO. But anyway, so my first scene, probably on TV, HBO, one of those channels, never a theater yet. So, but it has grown on me over time. So Rachel, how about yourself?
I also have never seen this in a theater. I got in to Star Trek mainly through like TNG reruns on Spike TV. So, and then my dad had a bunch of Star Trek on DVD, but he had a bunch of random episodes of the original series, and he had the TNG movies. So I didn't see this till I might have been in college, when all of a sudden, oh cool, they're available on streaming, and I went out and purposely put it on. And then I unfortunately knew some of the opinions on the movie. Some I agree with. Some I was like, no, it looks really cool. And some were like, it's slower. And I was like, okay, I do get what we're saying. And it's interesting. I feel like it's a movie that I need to go into the movie being like, I'm watching Star Trek the motion picture right now. I have to be like, that's what we're gonna watch. But it is a movie that definitely grows on me. Even honestly, the effects hold up way better than a lot of other things I watched from that time period. Honestly, I'm also a big Buffy fan. They hold up better than the effects from the 90s.
No, I have to agree.
Yeah. The effects, even if some of them look like 70s effects, they still look cool. As opposed to because I've mentioned Buffy, a floating pencil, and you're like, wow, that looks like a video game. And it is really interesting, as I've now watched more of the original series than when I originally came in through TNG, being oh, the things that maybe I was unclear about. I was like, oh, this is completely in the characters now that I understand these characters more than I did the first time I watched it. But yeah, I'm always impressed by how the effects hold up, or how some of the intensity of the transporter deaths, and I was just like, that's actually just as creepy. That doesn't need any change to it. I'm just as creeped out now that I think I would have been in the 70s. But yeah, although when I do show it to people, I maybe do warn them. I was like, hey, this movie's pacing is slower than you're gonna think it is. Just be prepared for that.
Agreed. Yeah, and that's where it comes. It definitely was slow, but I agree with you on the effects stuff. But so honestly, now Allison, what would be your review of it overall? Just your review of the movie and what you think about it.
I really like the movie, even though it is slow paced and you got to be awake. Don't watch the movie when you're tired, because the music is beautiful and it is going to put you to sleep. I mean, it's a cinematic orchestral score.
I watched half of it last night and had to pause it because I was like, I'm tired.
Yes, exactly. So you can tell how much thought they put into the music, the sets, the costume. I know that script was being rewritten every day. So, but they built such a beautiful world. And what I really love about this is that we had so many background characters. So we got to see different aliens, which that's new for Star Trek, really. in this amount, because, you know, of course we have like Tower of Babel and whatnot where we have other aliens, but they're not part of our crew. They're like guest stars. But in this movie, they get to be part of our crew and we see more of them. So I love that we get that. I love that we have this, you know, huge rec area where they all get to go hang out and we use it multiple times. Like, this is a ship, this is a long haul ship that they are going to be on for a long time, and they built it for that purpose. I really, really enjoyed the new costumes. It really made me feel like this is a military Navy ship, because they use almost all the exact same colors, you know, blue, khaki, white. And so I thought that was fun, and the little red epaulets on everyone's shoulders. And that everyone got like a different version of a uniform, which is also quite Navy-esque. There's many different ways to wear your uniform and styles for it. I thought that Sulu should have been in his little like kimono wrappy swing one more. I loved that one. And I love that they brought back, we got Rand, we got Chapel to come back, and Majel didn't have to blonde her hair. She could have her regular color, and she got to be a doctor. And Bones got to be a little snippy about that. Like, I need a good nurse. I don't need another doctor who's going to question every decision I make. I'm like, Chapel already questioned every decision you made anyway. You'll be fine. So, and everyone did such a lovely job acting. I'm sorry, I forget Ilea's that actress's name. Like, this is like her first like big movie. She did a lovely job. You know, I'm sure this was intimidating because this has so much history behind it and they were bringing it back. And so I'm sure that was intimidating. And also, she had to shave her head. That's also intimidating, especially for women who, you know, our long flowy hair is a sign of our femininity and our identity. So kudos to her for doing that, and for walking around in that exceptionally short little white shirt dress thing and not falling over when doing the stairs at the end onto that bridge. So there's so much to talk about this movie, because one, it is long, but they put so much into it. Every single time I watch it, I see something new. Like, this time I saw for the first time, I never noticed in the credits, like, what do you mean Isaac Asimov was a special science consultant? I've been watching this movie for as long as I can remember, and I've missed that. I'm like, that's so cool. So, yeah. So I think for me, of all of them, this is the one that every time I rewatch, I see something new, because they put so much into this movie that you can't, that first watch, you're paying attention to the plot line, which, you know, it's a cool plot line. You know, it's a fun story. I shouldn't say fun. It is an engaging story to be in, but they also just put so much in the movie that something is always grabbing your attention. Like, look at, you know, this section of V'ger, or look at, you know, how the warp core has been redesigned, or look at this little thing they put on the uniform. They put so much into this that I love watching it for that, just to see all the detail.
And you start talking about the music. I mean, when you get into the director's cut, you have 3 minutes of just music.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was in the original theatrical release.
It was.
However, the theatrical had a black screen and that music. And at first we wondered, is there something wrong with the visual?
I think it was trying to.
We didn't know it was an overture. There was no text to tell us that. And then after the 3 minutes, you hear bump, bump, and the credits start coming on the
see,
screen.
I did not know that.
But that music, Ilea's theme, plays at the very beginning.
Okay.
In the theatrical. And it wasn't until they did the director's cut that they started putting stars in. And then they really did a nice job of it on the revised director's cut that came out a couple of years ago.
I think that's what I watched it on Paramount Plus. I'm pretty sure that's what I watched.
It's the best version of the film.
Yeah, and I because I can only imagine you would have to do that now, because like overtures were a little rare in the 70s. They're almost unheard of now.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think I watched like Lawrence of Arabia with my brother a couple years ago, and my brother's like, "What's happening?" I was like, "Let me explain overtures to you real quick. They're just playing some music. It's fun." Like,
It was big in the 50s and 60s
yeah.
for Prestige Pictures.
Mhm.
All right.
I miss the intermissions
Yes.
in long movies.
Right?
I wish they'd
Same.
Yeah.
bring those back.
Oh wow.
Say what you will about the Brutalist. Bring intermissions back, though. I like that they did
You know,
that.
that reminds me of another memory of watching this movie over the years. Because when it did come on like a broadcast TV or channels outside of HBO, it came with commercial breaks. And that was interesting. Like who ever sees that anymore?
True. Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, so TJ, what about your first time? You know, your opinion about the movie.
Opinion of the movie. I enjoyed
Uh-oh.
it very much. And kind of like Allison said, a lot more definitely than the first time I watched it. And, you know, not because of the movie itself, but because I know the story. I'm looking at all these other elements. I'm looking at the characters. I'm listening to their lines. I'm seeing Kirk and Decker's relationship. I'm listening to McCoy be snippy, but also wise. You know, I'm seeing Spock, you know, struggle, you know, as he always has with being human versus being a Vulcan, and trying to decide, oh, can I be, you know, fully this, or do I need to mix them, or like just trying to figure out how to live just like everybody. And even seeing that theme in the conversations that, you know, he has with Decker, trying to figure out what Voyager or whatever, you know, is doing, why it's there, because it's having the same struggle that Spock had. So I mean, there's a lot. I could talk for hours and hours and hours about this movie. But I really enjoyed it. I think it stands the test of time. Like, you know, has already been said. The graphics are great. The music is wonderful. And more later, I guess. Like I can dig into characters. I got
Oh yeah.
the themes. I could talk on the theme forever.
Oh yeah. We're getting there.
Because it's very metaphysical. The relationships. So.
Well, yeah, and absolutely, Mark. Go ahead and give yours, then we'll I want to get into the character side of things because that's going to be fun to talk about. So, Mark.
Well, I'll
Yeah,
touch
go ahead and
on
start.
that. When I analyze the film objectively, I can understand many of the criticisms levied at it. It's somewhat slow paced, not a lot of action. Other than Kirk and Spock, and to a lesser extent Decker, the characters don't have that much to do, and there are a lot of long stretches of nothing but special effects shots. And the story is somewhat derivative, particularly of the original series episode, The Changeling. But in my mind, the motion picture is the first true realization of Gene Roddenberry's vision for the franchise since the original pilot, The Cage. It has that mostly military feel that Allison mentioned, with little or no nonsense on the bridge and a solid command structure. The sets and uniforms are muted colors, as opposed to what the original series became after the two pilots, ostensibly to sell color TV sets. And while it shows a Kirk who's unhappy in his desk job and acts out because of that, the first part of which was repeated for the second film, by the way, his character grows and improves over the course of the film. His behavior changes after he internalizes the criticisms McCoy throws at him, a hallmark of the original series. Spock has the largest arc through the film, from his desire to achieve Kolinar, to his taciturn behavior on meeting his shipmates and taking his place on the bridge, to his contact with V'ger and realization they have something in common, to that fantastic scene with Kirk in sickbay, and finally the end of the movie, by which time he has accepted himself and his duality as Vulcan and human, really for the first time, other than when he was under the influence of an alien force. And that serenity is carried into the next film as well. Spock's story is compelling and handled beautifully. McCoy has a tiny arc, from his bearded arrival in the transporter room, plug, to his repeated addressing Kirk as Captain Sir to the end, and his delight for the second time in the franchise at delivering a baby. He becomes part of the family again, but retains his curmudgeonly behavior from start to finish. Chekhov gets to scream and get healed. Uhura and Sulu have lines but nothing really to do, And Scotty, after the first third of the movie, where he has some nice moments, practically disappears. As for Ilea and V'ger, I find them interesting, if not fascinating. Roddenberry obviously had ideas about Deltans that would have found a place in Star Trek Phase 2, which became the motion picture. But they didn't come to fruition until they were remolded into Riker and Troy in The Next Generation, to the extent of reiterating the Starfleet officer's inability to say goodbye to the girl in a single line and encounter at Farpoint, and then never to be brought up again. Then there's Decker, originally created as a second officer substitute for Spock when Leonard Nimoy didn't want to do Phase 2, along with Zahn, the full Vulcan science officer who got an ear job and became Commander Branch of Epsilon 9, if you know, you know. Decker was there primarily to provide conflict with Kirk and to join with Ilea V'ger in the literal climax of the film. In between, he mellowed a bit as Kirk did the same. Other than that, once Nimoy was back, Decker was superfluous to requirements. There are a few things I don't care for. The only African-American character other than Uhura that we see, working with Scotty in engineering, says, "That's it, sir, I can't do any better," a self-deprecating line that should have been rewritten to indicate that the intermix wasn't well balanced and it needed a Vulcan to fix it. The crewman who gets nerve pinched by Spock prior to his spacewalk has a 70s mustache that should have been removed. Shades of Henry Cavill. There are still a few line readings that don't quite work. Shatner's "both" effective immediately on Spock's return to duty, for instance. And I miss the rhythm of the original "pod secure. Thank you, Mr. Scott." "Aye, sir." When the shuttle docks, that lost its opening beats when the male computer voice was removed in the director's cut. But I love this film. I've seen it many times and will do so again. It's my second favorite Star Trek movie. You'll have to wait a while to find out what number one is. And it returned the franchise from the grave, even though it took the next one to make it truly viable as an ongoing series of films.
It did. No. And that's, wow, that's a good review. And I like all the character analysis you gave. And Rachel, what would you think as well?
I do really enjoy the film. I think it took me a little bit to warm up to it. And it took me seeing more of the original series to warm up to it, which makes sense. It took me, because I came through Star Trek in a different way than a lot of other people. Although what you were saying about Riker and Troy and there, I was noticing that too. And at one point, I had kind of forgotten what Decker's first name was, and someone called him Will, and I was like, his name is Will too. I was like, come on. I was like, is that why they originally called Riker Bill in the pilot, to try and make that slightly different?
One time they called him Bill, and that was in Naked Now, I believe.
Yeah, they called him Bill, and I remember going, who? But no, I do, and I think also being able to rewatch it, I was like, even the actors who aren't being given a lot to do are like putting their all into it. So there was a lot of like, I just found myself paying attention to what like Uhura, Chekhov, and like Scotty and Sulu were doing. Because like in the background, I was like, oh, they understand these characters so well that even, and to be fair, maybe they were used to that because they often didn't have a ton to do on the original series either. But it was always, yeah, it's a film that I find that is like really rewatchable in a way. Maybe even films like I loved the first time I watched it, but it's like pretty like its surface level, and there wasn't much more going on. And this one's like, oh, like I can pay attention to the music, or I can pay attention to like the effects this time around, or more in their relationships this time around. And yeah, I do find it really interesting. It is, and I was saying how it became like. In my head, it was kind of when you were saying about like it was a TV show and it became a movie, kind of comparing it to like, oh, like what happened with Section 31, where it was like, but in this they obviously gave more of a budget, didn't give them a limited runtime for some reason, and it is really interesting to see how they were able to like rework everything to make it, and it probably does help that this had like pre-existing characters, so I already care about Kirk, Spock, and McCoy, so it's like you should care about them. I'm like, great, I already do. continue.
Now I want a character called Smirk.
Yeah. I will. Like someone heard that.
Yeah.
Look, sometimes I'm on the more fandom-y side of Star Trek stuff, and then I hear those terms.
Well, and I have to say, and someone made a comment, maybe just about watching TOS, and that's what you said. I think it has actually gotten better for me, this movie for me to watch since I have been watching TOS. I am now have completely finished season 1. We have started season 2, and so I've actually learned and been able to watch a better interaction between Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. And and not going in, and honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, after watching this movie and not having watched TOS, a lot of that interaction is completely lost because you don't understand that. But now, after again watching TOS, I'm like, McCoy has absolutely zero, and I mean zero, issue with telling Kirk how it is.
Yeah.
I mean, he will not. I mean, let's just be honest. There are days he's actually probably insubordinate and could have gotten, court-martialed or written up. But again, he's the old curmudgeon doctor. He's that old country doctor, and he plays it very well. But so I will say for me, has helped make this movie even better, and just other things that I've experienced as well, and the characters. There's times I really would love to ask Walter what he felt about it and what he, his scene when he gets his hands burned, but we'll go into that in here a little bit more. But, I know TJ, you were talking about, I want to know what your, characters and their performances, what your thoughts are about them.
For me, this was absolutely a Will Decker show. I really enjoyed his interactions with Kirk. It's something that I just could have kept watching as their relationship, kind of grew and formed. In both of them, it was give and take. But for me, the better side of that coin, as far as, as growth and presentation, was Decker. I mean, Stephen Collins did an excellent job portraying this character, toe to toe with William Shatner, I think. And their relationship too, I thought was interesting in that, Kirk recommended him for that command and then snatches it back. I kind of, wish, and, I get it. Again, the presentation here at that time was to make it, more, this is kind of pseudo military, what do they call it? Well, I'll just stick with that pseudo military, quasi-military. That's it. They're quasi-military organization. So they have this structure, and it's like no questions asked. Do what I say because I outrank you, and I got the job. But as a person, I would like to have seen, Kirk, especially since we know they have a prior relationship because he recommended him for the job. Say, hey, this is happening, but don't worry about it. I'll take care of you. I'll make sure you get a ship or, whatever. I think that would have made that conversation go over a lot better. But for the sake of the film, we get some back and forth, and we do get to see, Kirk learn that he's the one that's forcing this to be a competition, and Decker's just doing his job, and he's doing it very well, as a matter of fact, under those circumstances, because he had every right to be, upset and prickly and like, okay, I got to do this, but I don't have to be happy about it kind of guy. But he just does his job, and he does it well. He makes sure that they, that he's using the ship right because the systems are different. He gives him the options as executive officer, and the poor guy gets a double whammy. So, okay, he's going to double as science and executive officer. And then Spock walks in and said, "Get out of my chair, man." I just thought that was kind of a funny moment. But on the Kirk side of that equation, I thought it was very poignant when McCoy pointed out that you're the one that's reacting to him. He's not reacting to you. You're creating, the friction that exists here. Outside of the extra friction of him taking command, all the other friction after that, that's all on you, Kirk, is what McCoy told him. And that takes me to my second favorite character in this movie, who is Dr. McCoy. And because he brought up, a point that I thought was another big thinking point when he asked the question, why is any object we don't understand always called a thing? Because I mean, that's what we do when we don't understand or recognize or know something, is we automatically other it. And that includes people too. If we got our group here and somebody else walks over here, we'll be like, who is that thing over there? Who is that person? Why are they here? um, and so that really gave me something to think about, because when something's other, the automatic reaction is, okay, you're coming too close. Like the thing is coming to Earth. You need to stop. We don't know what you're about. And it's just looking for mommy, but they didn't they didn't know that. So it's a thing that had to be stopped. A couple of other McCoy lines was, I know engineers, they love to change things. And then comes back to the bridge after visiting sickbay, which we never got to see, by the way. And Kirk asked him, how was it? He's like, it's like working in a damn computer center. So, I like that McCoy, he's old school. Yes, he gets away with the things that with Kirk that he probably wouldn't get away with another captain. But, has been said, that's evidence or a product of their prior relationship, and the fact that McCoy is usually right. I also appreciated Spock's journey. Mark talked about that, his growth from the beginning of the movie to the end, him, struggling with being Vulcan versus being humans. But one point that I will mention, and this is for everybody that's listening now, I love the robes that Spock was wearing when he came onto the Enterprise bridge. And so, if you are a gift buying type of person, my birthday is in May, and I would absolutely accept a set of those robes. And, it was interesting that, in Spock's struggle, as we get towards the climax of the movie, when he turns around in his chair and he's crying, and I think it had a lot more to do with it was more than what the exposition on the screen was. I think he's crying in that scene because that's when he realized who he has to be and what V'ger is trying to be. Not so much that he's crying because we're about to blow it up. And it was super intelligent, and he wanted to explore that. I think that's when he had that moment that Mark described, where he knows who he is, that he can be both, and it's okay. And I think his lines after that are evidence of that, in his interactions with Decker as they are trying to figure out, what they need to do and how they can get it to transmit to the creator and all of that. He says, one of his lines is, it knows only that it needs, but like so many of us, it does not know what. So, that he's realizing what he needed, and he sees that V'ger hasn't taken that step. He also says that logic and knowledge are not enough. And the Spock that we knew before that probably would never have said that line, because he was always in pursuit of logic and thought that that was the answer. And so, yeah, those are my takes on the characters in this movie that moved me the most. And in previous watches, I just really have not seen those things. And that's, again, like Allison was saying, I know the story, so I get to see all of this extra, added material. This movie was so well written, story wise, that it's packed. I could watch it again and probably come away with a completely different take, and a completely different journey, because it's so deep and it's so multifaceted.
Agreed.
It's important to mention that the crying sequence that you referred to was not in the original theatrical cut. The lines you quoted, however, are. So the bit about it knows only that it needs, but like so many of us, it does not know what, that's there. But the crying sequence is not where he says, "I weep for V'ger as I would weep for a brother." That Leonard Nimoy was ticked that had been removed from the cut, and that's one of the reasons that he wanted Spock to be, spoiler, killed off in the next film. So that's important. And of course, when they did the special longer version for TV, they did put the crying sequence back, and it made it into the director's cut and the final cut that we see these days.
Yeah, I did not know that.
And yeah, and one other interesting point, we do see sick bay. That's where they examine Ilea and do the area, but there's no way to tell what the layout is. It's all done almost entirely in close up, and you can't really tell what the layout of sick bay is. Of course, even in the original series, we never got a real good feel for what the layout of sick bay was.
No. Allison, what about you? I mean, what is your impression of all of the characters?
You know, Bones is really on brand, which is great. Like, he is there to talk sense into Kirk when Kirk is too much up in his own emotions in his head. Like, you know, he's there to, as TJ said, to, you know, like, no, you're the one making the problem here with Decker. Decker's not, this is your problem, not his. Sure, he was mad, and he should be. I mean, he had his first command really taken away, but also, since we know what Kirk got to be the Badmiral, which is really fun. So I enjoyed that. I'm like, yes, Kirk gets to be the Badmiral in
He's
this.
the original
And, I mean,
Badmiral.
He's the original Badmiral. He comes in and he takes the ship from the captain. Now, this makes sense, because if Decker hasn't gone off to do something like this and they haven't left space dock yet, no, you would want somebody a little bit more experienced at the helm, or not even at the helm, commanding the ship. So that did not bother me, but I did love McCoy just going like, this is you. And I really loved when they when McCoy and Kirk greeted each other in the transporter bay, because Kirk is like, no, thank you. I know I made you be here, but I need you. I need you. Like, he knew that he needed somebody to be there for him like that. And I really appreciated that, because that, again, shows growth from the beginning of TOS to where we are now. Like, Kirk is, as all humans do, we all do grow. So I thought that scene was a really great sign for where he's at in his age and life experiences. So I've always loved those two. They're they're a great relationship to watch, because it's wonderful to watch men have friends on screen, because we don't usually, there's somebody you're always kind of combating with on screen, but these two are friends. Yes, do they bicker like an old married couple sometimes? Sure, but there's always love there. So love that. I really enjoyed when V'ger took Ilea, sorry, and in the med bay, and she just bursts through the door, like just tears it apart. I really enjoyed that, because the three guys are just like, whoa. And she's cool, calm, and collected too, because she is a mechanical being. And I'm like, that's amazing, because I love how they shot it, how that whole little scene went together. It was one of my favorites, because it is surprising. I mean, having this beautiful woman in this amazing costume with this little glowy hot pink thing just burst through the center of a door is fabulous. And I loved all of the beauty shots. Like, the Enterprise is truly a character, and V'ger are truly characters in this movie. And Roddenberry always talked about how the Enterprise was the main character. And I felt that in this movie, because we had so many beauty shots, and we flew around her so much, so many times. So I liked that too, that we got a really good experience of this main character that we've, had in our minds for, 15 years at this point. And also that hero model they made for this movie is just gorgeous. So, and I loved that Rand got to have like a truly dramatic scene, even though she's only there really for that. It was like her own like main acting bit. But I do love that they brought her out, and she did have something horrific to go through that didn't happen to her. Wasn't, she was there when it happened, but I thought she did a lovely job. And so having her there too was, I mean, I will be happy to see Randon every time she pops up in Star Trek. It always made me happy.
Kirk, he has grown, but he really was still bullish and a big, and I almost could, he is a bad role. I had never really thought about like that,
That's the first time it occurred to me was today. I'm like, oh my God, Kirk's the Admiral.
And here's the sad thing, and we'll get to it again. He does it twice, as Marcus already said. He does it here, and then he does it again in the next movie. But now Spock's just like, whatever. Just, I know.
But he doesn't in Generations. He starts to, but then he doesn't.
He redeemed himself.
So,
Good catch
more
there.
growth.
But yeah, so he, and there was someone, we made a discussion about whether or not his character would, oh boy, I'm forgetting the name of the Enterprise. That's the TOS episode. I think we talked about it. But anyway, where
the only thing I have against that one is that I was the one who has a problem with it. And that's because I'm like, he's sick. He has, look, I'm making thumbs up. Sorry. I make some sort of hand gestures and then it makes emojis at me. Is because he's sick. I'm like, he's going to get better. He'll get the ship back.
I know.
That's my
and
only
I think
thing
I was
on that one.
No, he has a history of, he is not giving up that chair. And again, and then when he does, he wants it back, now one thing on the character side of stuff, I didn't understand. I must have stirred the TJ here for a second, but something I didn't understand was, how was Spock and V'ger connected? I've never figured that out, or not been able to determine, like, how did he know what was going on? Does anybody else know?
I think they're like kind of like harping on the fact that Vulcans
I always thought
are
telepathic. Are Deltans telepathic too?
I think that's what they were going for.
That because he had taken a telepathic, Spock's telepathic, V'ger had taken a telepathic entity. So it probably was just like, wait, are they not all telepathic? Like,
but I mean, that's also interesting because, Spock is with 3 full-blooded Vulcans and V'ger's not talking to them. So V'ger's talking to the half Vulcan. So I thought that was interesting.
I always thought that was like maybe
a receptor that's a little bit more emotional. I don't know.
I always thought that was like maybe somewhere V'ger knows deep down that it's like, oh, humans are part of this. V'ger knows that needs to go to Earth. Maybe it like deep down knows like humans are from Earth. He's half human. Like,
and he can hear me.
I don't think so, because first of all, late in the film, V'ger or Ilea V'ger says, "You infest Enterprise," and at one point she says, "Carbon-based units are not true life forms." All of that dialogue. "You infest Enterprise" was in the original. "Carbon-based units are not true life forms" is not in the theatrical. That got added later or back into the film. But I think the difference is that the other Vulcans on Vulcan were deep into Kolinar, meaning they have a strict logic diet, nothing else, maybe some food, I don't know. But they're not open to that kind of contact with other life forms. Now, what I do like, though, about that scene on Vulcan is they're not angry at Spock for failing to achieve Kolinar. They may be disappointed, but I get the feeling that it's more he needs to look elsewhere for his answers, and he should have the freedom to do that. So I don't blame them for what they do there. But Spock, of course, is devastated.
They're kind of proud of him because he's the one who stopped it. Because I mean, he did. He's like, wait.
Yeah, they would have let him go through with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're like, nope, you're done. You need to go do something else. You literally stopped it. So, okay. So yeah, no, it's interesting. I always forget that that it wasn't until this movie that we see him almost achieve Kolinar. I'm like, oh yeah, that's not in TOS. That is in the movie.
That's correct. It never gets mentioned in the original series.
Yeah,
I think.
However, we've certainly seen plenty of cases where logic and emotion fight each other in Spock in the original series.
Yes.
Yeah. TJ, what? I think you were about to say something.
There's so much. I thought it was neat that. Can you hear me? I think something's happening.
We can hear you.
So I will pause for a second.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. We can. Okay.
I could hear everything you're saying, but like your video's a little off.
We can hear you. Just your
but
video was off.
Audio's fine.
Yeah, he's lagging.
Oh, well, if you can hear me, I'll say the thing. Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I thought
we
it was
can
neat
definitely
that
hear
this
you.
scene took place in the Vulcan Forge, which, of course, we don't learn about until later in Enterprise. But one of the lines of the Vulcan master said, "This is where Vulcans come to." Or this is where our ancestors, came long ago to basically forge themselves into the modern day Vulcans. And I thought, that was neat. I don't know if that's, why the writers called it the Forge, but I think that that's a remarkable consistency in the story of that planet and the people on it.
That's a great point.
That actually is a really good one. I'd be willing to bet you that's why they came up with that name for that episode. Just that, hands down, I'd be willing to bet that 100%.
We had some more on brandness for Spock doing reckless mind melts.
I'm glad.
Why?
Yes.
I'm glad so. If you had,
who do we think is more reckless with mind meld, Spock or Tuvok?
Oh yeah. I mean, that's a toss.
The serial
maybe not a serial killer beta.
I mean, they do actually make a rule on Voyager. You're not allowed to do it with mind meld without Janeway's permission.
But again, I'm glad you mentioned the mind, because it made me think about this. Spock just mind melds with just about anything. I mean, he mind melded a rock.
Yes.
Yeah, they took it to an extreme in the animated series.
Oh, they have. I will admit, I've never seen the animated series, so I don't know what all he. I don't know what all he freaking put his fingers in on that one. But
imagine if someone else comes to mind meld with him and they're like, "I'm not mind melding with you. I know where your mind's been."
Yeah,
you mind meld with anybody.
Yeah, but again, he. Oh my God! But V'ger's a machine.
It has a consciousness. That's why he was there in the first place.
That's the other problem. I know it's.
Oh, that is a very good point, because even the people on Vulcan say this consciousness calling you from space, it stirs your human half Spock. It's really fascinating. I'm pretty sure the actors on Vulcan all spoke English, and then they overdubbed this faux Vulcan language, because at that time they hadn't worked out. Mark Okrand was not involved at that stage on Klingon. And as far as Vulcan goes, they were just making up stuff as they went. But they made it fit the voices, or fit the mouth movements. That's what I'm trying to say. Who here has read the novelization of Star Trek: The Motion Picture? You should do so at some point. It's quite an interesting read. It's written by Gene Roddenberry, not ghost written by somebody else. And Roddenberry did some very interesting and very on brand for him things in there. But one thing, two particular things, I'll just mention one of them right now, is that Decker is considered the son of Matt Decker from the Doomsday Machine. It's, of course, never mentioned in the movie, but it is mentioned, I'm pretty sure, in the novelization. I read the novelization again about, 5-6 months ago. And there's some other stuff in there,
I
but
was
he
wondering if they were
explores the
supposed yeah.
Deltans.
I was wondering
Sorry?
if they were supposed to be related, but I wasn't
They are.
sure. Yeah.
It explains the relationship that he and Kirk had, that Decker and Kirk had, which makes what Decker sees as a betrayal even stronger.
Mhm.
Well, now you mentioned a word here that we hadn't picked up yet: Klingons. And I mean, talk about our first. I mean, honestly, the first thing we see is those three beautiful Klingon starship. I mean, oh man, and the theme.
Yep.
Dun dun dun.
I like now think about it, I was like, that's the first time people saw like Klingons that didn't make you go, oh, is it like this seems a little racially insensitive, and you're like, oh no, now they actually look like aliens.
Yes,
Yeah.
no, this is our first shot of seeing the new designed Klingons for
all of
what
our
we're
group.
used to
Yeah.
for
Yes.
you know.
It's interesting they went through like all that trouble, and the Klingons aren't in a large portion of the movie.
Though all those shots really made me think of Star Wars, which I know is one of the reasons why, the
Correct.
main reason why we have these. But all those like long, close
Yeah.
shots of the ship going by, I'm like, it's
Yeah.
A New Hope. And I love that they put all the textures on the
Yeah,
Klingon
it was
ships,
so textured.
unlike
The
with
models
our
were
Federation ships, where
magnificent.
it's nice and smooth. But so much texture on the Klingons, and I loved that on the ships. Yeah. And the communication relay was really cool looking and really quite gorgeous with all the different textures in it. So I thought that was cool.
I always wonder if there was like a thing where it's like what does the general audience know about Star Trek? They know the word Klingons. Let's throw in some of those.
Possible. Well, and these are the non-augmented Klingons, so and we don't talk about that amongst outsiders.
Right, we don't.
Either that or they had cranial.
And it's
basement
worth
surgery.
mentioning, of course, that Mark Leonard, who played a Romulan in the original series and Spock's father in the original series, plays the Klingon captain.
That's right, he does.
The trifecta.
Man.
I think when I was watching it this
Or hat
time, I was
trick,
like, why
depending.
does that man's voice sound familiar? From other Star Trek.
Oh,
Like,
you
Yes.
can't really tell that the voice is the same, though, can you?
I'm pretty good at picking up people's voices. Like but it was like one of those things where I was like, the inflection sounded similar to me.
Huh.
That's
neat.
A story I tell of like the type of person I am. My roommate was watching Band of Brothers sometime in college, and I was just like doing homework in the room and looked up, and I just heard like one thing and looked up and went, why is Jimmy Fallon there? It's like, she was like, that's not, oh my God, that is Jimmy Fallon. There's a young Jimmy Fallon in Band of Brothers, and I recognized it years later from, just seeing him doing the Tonight Show.
That's amazing. Have you ever seen Almost Famous? He's in that, too.
I have
Very
seen Almost
briefly.
Famous. He's so young.
Yes.
Well, I'm sitting here looking at some pictures again of the different scenes, and now we're going back on Kirk's scene again when excuse me, when him and Scotty are doing the flyover, and he's and Kirk's telling him what's going on and everything, and he's like, they gave it back to you, sir. He's basically calling BS on his story.
Yeah.
I mean,
yes.
Guy's like, yeah, you
like,
did this.
Yeah, we know each other. You can be honest.
Yeah, and that kind of now leads me to I've seen about some of the visual effects and everything. We've kind of already touched on it some, but and like you said, Rachel, even for 1970s, those were really good, and they still stand good till today. I mean, I don't know.
Like, I know I'm watching a remastered version, but it's like the effects are pretty similar to what they were.
Oh, very much so.
Like, I've appreciated when they're remastered Star Trek, they don't like, as opposed to like the other Star franchise where it's like, this is a completely different effect now.
Well, the TOS stuff, they did add a lot of additional ships and sequences with other planets. They changed the planets that the Enterprise orbits in many cases. In the motion picture, the biggest change is when they go to V'ger at the end. It's a sequence they'd had storyboarded, but ran out of time to do, so the theatrical cut doesn't have it. and they reworked it first for the director's cut in 2000 and then again in 2023, I think it was. And it's beautiful now. I have to mention on that sequence at the beginning when the Klingon ships come in, I used to turn out all the lights in my home and run that just to have that on the screen with that beautiful music with the Jerry Goldsmith's Klingon theme. It's a fantastic bit.
Oh yeah. I loved the soundscape that they made for while we were inside Voyager. I thought that's one of the most creative soundscapes that they've ever used in Star Trek. I thought that was amazing. Like all the pops and bangs and reverbs, and I thought that was really cool, making that sound be so different than what we're used to on a ship. I thought that was really cool.
Now, that stuff is all in the theatrical, but in the theatrical cut, there's a male computer voice on the Enterprise doing all these interjections. They removed all that for the director's cut. They also had a very annoying red alert sound, which went bop, 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 bop. And they took that out and replaced it with the original series red alert sound, which was a much better one to use.
Yeah, I'm good with that because I think I've once like saw a clip where it had the one for the theatrical release. I was like, what is that?
It was very annoying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, anybody can see the theatrical release because it is available on 4K and Blu-ray.
Okay.
So it's not out of print by any means. So if anybody's interested, they can check it out. It's just on streaming. I think it's just the director's
As
cut.
far as because I was curious because when I just went to Paramount Plus, that's what popped up. And then worse than the worst, I do have a Blu-ray. I could have come downstairs, but I didn't want to.
Well, I'm sitting here looking at
convenience.
Yeah, I was using the one in my bedroom. The only Blu-ray player is downstairs in the living room, and I didn't want to get up. That's which is why I was like, oh, the director's cut's on streaming, perfect. Like,
I'm sitting here looking at the uniforms. I just don't. I've not liked those uniforms.
They felt, I mean, I like them. They did feel super 70s because we had so many low cut ones, which is not very military-esque, which that was a little weird. And, short sleeves, fine. Again, they weren't doing anything that was truly like, that required being dressed up. So the short sleeves didn't bother me. But yeah, those deep V's with the collars, I'm just like, yeah, no, that's super 70s.
Well, I think it's more the onesies and uniforms that bug me the most.
I love the pockets on the side of the thighs.
Yes, pockets in the uniform.
I'm like, they actually gave them pockets on some of these. I mean, you still needed the away jackets for having enough pockets for all your stuff. But I'm like, oh, wait, Decker's uniform has pockets on the side. Nice. They're also in a terrible place for pockets. But, they hold a tricorder and whatnot. But no, those onesies definitely left very little to the imagination, which Star Trek does a lot.
But at least they gave the women pants this time.
True.
Yes, women did have pants. There were no skirts
like original series mini skirts. I did at one point had to explain to someone. They're like, I was like, no, mini skirts were like part of the women's lib movement, so it was like a thing. There was a reason.
Yeah, no.
However, there's a reason why no actual women's military uniform has a mini skirt. Some do. Some dress uniforms do have skirts, and you wear tights with them. Like,
not tights, little shorts. Yeah.
When we get to the second film, I really do feel like those uniforms were an overcorrection to what was done in the motion picture, but we'll talk about that when we get to that film.
We still get the shoulder epaulets. They keep those. Those move on to the monster maroons.
We'll get to monster maroons next time. But overall, I mean, for me personally, now that I have watched this movie more than once, I don't really understand. I still don't understand, you know, the dislike that was the
The criticisms.
criticisms. I mean, I understand some. I do. I understand the slowness and the pace of it, but it's still
Had this movie come out in 1976, it would have been much more accepted for what it is. Because at that point, the standard for science fiction films was 2001: A Space Odyssey. And that film is just as slow moving as Star Trek the Motion Picture. Once you get Star Wars, slam bang, action adventure, at that point you've got a new standard. And for that, the motion picture doesn't do it. But it was never intended to do that. In fact, a lot of people thought that one of the reasons that we went from the proposed TV series Phase 2 to the motion picture was because of Star Wars. There are other factors that have been well documented by people like Mark Altman and Edward Gross and Mark Cushman. Both of those have written large treatises on Star Trek history. And in fact, there's a volume called Return to Tomorrow, which is all about the making of the motion picture. Unfortunately, I forget the author's name, but there are other reasons for it. Nevertheless, from the public's point of view, Star Wars was the standard and Star Trek was, in their view, the motionless picture. I didn't make that up. It's been used many, many times.
well, and that's and I hadn't even thought about, it, but you're right. I mean, Star Wars was the standard. It was all well. Paramount was like, we need something. Why don't we have a space series? And they're like, yes, we have it, and they pulled it back out. But I bet you're right. If they had have come out before Star Wars, it'd been a different issue, probably different answers and mindsets to all this.
Well, yeah, and this went from being originally a movie, then to Phase 2, and then back to being a movie. Over those 10 years, like, because they're getting traction again from all the mail-in campaigns, and so Roddenberry's like, well, let's do a movie. So we tried to sell a movie, like, no, let's do another TV show. So Phase 2, and then because Star Wars was so popular and there was a kind of a hunger for sci-fi, Paramount was like, hey, we have this. We could go back to doing it as a movie. So at least that's one of the theories that I've
Quite
read.
so.
So
yeah,
it's interesting.
So, anyway, I'm just happy we got more Star
where we
Trek.
are now.
When I watched it, because I heard so much criticism of it, when I watched it, I was like, it's not that. I was like, it's slow. I was like, it's good though. Like, it's well made. I have watched, like, because I have watched things that are like truly bad, and I think sometimes when Star Wars fans are like, this is the Star Trek fans are like, this is the worst thing, and I was like, you don't watch actually bad things. Like,
Won't mention any names.
look, I'll mention this. I do enjoy like made for TV like romance movies, like Hallmark movies. This is significantly better than that, and I watch those all the time.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think we've kind of mentioned it already, but I guess my question to everybody is, and I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but still, was it worth worth making this movie? And did it have the impact it needed? And I think the answer is yes for me. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean it's self-evident in that we're sitting
Definitely.
here talking about
the world
it.
agreed.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And we're about to have the 60th anniversary next year.
Yeah.
Of Star Trek as a franchise.
Star Trek,
yes.
yeah.
So,
no, that would still be a fact without this movie and all other Star Trek. But the fact that we know that and are celebrating it, I think, speaks to the success of what this movie did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Totally.
Even if Kirk is bad.
Yeah, because if this movie wasn't deemed successful, we wouldn't have gotten more of the original series movies. We wouldn't have gotten Next Generation, which wouldn't have led to everything after. So, no, this movie is why
Mhm.
we're still
Yeah.
here.
Yes,
I
long
think.
Yeah,
live
the
the Trek
movie actually
Empire.
did well in theaters.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
The movie actually did well in theaters. However, because of all the front-loaded costs in producing it, starting with the aborted TV series and going into the movie and the special effects overruns and that sort of thing, Paramount claimed there was never a profit on the film and so forth, due to that wonderful thing known as movie accounting or motion picture accounting, which doesn't seem to show a profit for anything. So it took the next film, which had a huge decrease in budget, but an increase in the action to connect with the public in a greater sense and make the franchise viable. However, without this film, you wouldn't have gotten the second one.
Well, I guess I'm gonna start with TJ. Just give me your, last, final thoughts and on this movie, and at the end, give me a score between 1 and 10.
I'll give you the score at the beginning, and it has to be a 10 for all the reasons that we just mentioned. It resurrected the franchise, and all of the Trek that we have, up to date and going forward is a result of this movie. And so on that basis alone, it's a 10. But in addition to that, the story holds up. I'm so intrigued by it. Like Allison said, I can keep watching it. I can keep getting stuff out of it. I appreciate so much. I mean, there was so much more I could have said about these characters and Decker's journey. Like he talked about, as he's getting ready to connect with V'ger and talking to Spock, and they're going back and forth, and he's talking about there are other dimensions of existence. All of that stuff is just so up my alley, and I really appreciate, and I think it sums up how I feel about this film. At the end, the caption on the screen that says the human adventure is just beginning. Because I think it sums up, the journey that we take, with V'ger, in that, okay, knowledge, and then Spock says that knowledge isn't enough. I need to live. I need to be curious. I need to explore. I need to be human. And so the human adventure is just beginning, I think, for all of us. And it's always just beginning, because the potential of humanity is so great. And, the more we can be ourselves and be human, the more we capitalize on that potential. And so, yes, I love this film. I will watch it again. 10 out of 10, 15 out of 10. Bring it on.
Rachel, same question.
I think it's also a 10 for me, and this is a movie that I don't know if it's because I've rewatched it several times now, or it's like if I'm getting older, I can like appreciate it more. Maybe as I'm getting older, in my old age, I'm like, they're joking. I can be like, oh, I can appreciate the slower pace of something that maybe focuses more on character than like, especially like movies you get now. And it's also like that it is the thing that kept the franchise going. Like this franchise, even though like I came into it significantly later, like if this movie didn't exist, I wouldn't have like had the thing that brought me into it. And it's also just beautiful. It is like such a pretty movie to just have on and be like, I just want to stare at the Enterprise. like isn't she pretty? And yeah, it like holds up better than you think it would.
Mark?
I would give it a 9 out of 10. And I only take points off for a couple of things that I mentioned in my review. And from a ranking point of view, I rank this one second best. And as I say, you'll have to wait to find out what the first one is.
I want to know.
You'll be surprised. Let's just put it that way.
Oh man, I'm a little
It's
worried.
Section 31, isn't it?
We're not even counting
that doesn't
that
count.
one.
Allison?
So, okay. All right. Sorry, I just got derailed about laughing about Section 31. So, how do I feel about this movie? The older I get, the more I love this movie. I don't mind the slow pace. It is so beautiful to watch. It's beautiful to listen to. So would I give it a 10? No, I'd probably give it a 9, but it is a fabulous movie. And whenever people are like, I haven't watched the motion picture, I'm like, come to my house. I have a projector. I have a giant screen I can put up in my backyard, and you can see it big, because you got to see this movie big, because there's so much going on. And so I'm sad I didn't get to see it in theaters. I've only gotten to see one of the original series movies in theaters, because they brought Wrath of Khan into the theaters, for its anniversary. I'm like, this is the one I want to see on the big screen, because I think it is such a huge visual movie and sound that it should be on the big screen. So, and I think that's like, this movie is like the true Star Trek movie of all of the movies. I think it's the most Star Trek themed, and the way our characters are in it. So I think this is like the perfect example of Star Trek. If somebody doesn't have the time to sit down and watch an entire season of any of the series, I think this is a great way to introduce them to, this is what Star Trek is. Sometimes it's a little slow, but we have wonderful characters and beautiful stories to tell you. You should all come.
And I'll give it a 9 as well. Because I just have some little nitpicks over here and there, but that's really it. And and I also have to say, I made this comment on something else. Another interview I was doing, and we actually have to thank George Lucas for making Star Wars, because more than likely without it, we wouldn't have gotten this movie. I'm not going to say it wouldn't have happened, but very unlikely. So, we have to thank Star Wars and George Lucas for doing that, so that it gave us this movie to allow everything to continue after. And so that's going to be my final thoughts on the movie for today. If there's, if anybody else has something else, if you don't have anything else, one last comment, or if we're good, I'm like, I don't know if I want to open that up again, but no. No, I think it was a good movie. I'm glad we have it again. If it wasn't for the other Star franchise, we wouldn't have had it. And so I just want to wrap it up with that, and thank all of you for making it today. I know this is a time-consuming process, and everybody, but again, I know we all get to watch the movies we like to watch, and we'll be doing this again for the Wrath of Khan. Like, our goal is to get through all of these. I don't know how long it's going to take. I figure once a month, if we're lucky, we'll get to pull this together. That's my hope, and we will just get through this as we can. And I really am looking forward to hearing everybody else's opinions on the rest of the movies. Obviously, 2, cool. 3, I know there could be some iffies here and there. 4, if anybody has anything bad to say about 4, I may kick you out of the chat. 5, I don't even want to go there. And then obviously we go through the rest. I see it. 5, anyway. So yeah, 5, 6, 7, and then we get to the TNG era, and those are fun. And we'll go there. So we got some time, but anyway, I thank all of y'all for coming in today, and I will talk to y'all later. All right, y'all have a good afternoon. Bye.
Thank you for watching The Transporter Room. For just $5 per month, enjoy ad-free access to this episode and all previous ones, plus exclusive bonus content. Sign up now on Patreon.
Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Karras, and welcome to the Transporter Room. Today, we have a very special guest join us, Allison Leach Hyde. Allison is one of my fellow associate producers for the Seventh Row podcast. How are you doing today, Allison?
Doing very well, Chris. Thank you.
Well, thank you for joining me this afternoon. I appreciate you giving me your time because I know you're getting ready to leave on a trip.
I am going
which will be
tomorrow.
fun.
Yes. It's a work
Corporate,
trip, but yeah, it's still fun.
though, corporate work trips sure do make governmental work trips look a lot more fun over there.
I would assume so.
Yeah. We don't get to go to the place that you're going. It's usually on the no-fly list, some reason I like paying taxpayer dollars for that stuff. So, I don't know. But no, I just wanted to let you know, I have really enjoyed getting to, it's been fun getting to work with you on the free-for-alls and the Seventh Rule. And, you and everybody just made it fun just to join when I joined in. And, it was hard at first because I'm like really green at that. And, and I'm like, I actually was just watching today. I was like, okay, I remember watching from my first one until where we're at today. I'm like, wow, that's a big difference.
Oh yeah. I remember recording my first one. It was for Next Generation, the Big Goodbye or the Long Goodbye.
I think it's the Big Goodbye.
The Big Goodbye. Thank you. And I was like all heart palpitating, like beforehand. I'm like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And of course, Brian tells us, this is how long you have and whatnot, makes it easy. But I'm like, oh my God, what do I do? So yeah, that's definitely a feeling I remember having and being like anxious and excited all at the same time. Because we're a great group of people who really love Star Trek. So that's a lot of fun.
Exactly. And and you're like, what am I going to say? Am I going to say something wrong or stupid? Or what happens to me? And it's happened, I think at least twice now, is I'm literally talking and I look at the group chat.
Yeah.
And I think I have that one. I don't know if that one's even aired or not yet, but I literally just said that I'm done because I looked over the group chat and one of our members said something and I just completely lost my train of thought. It's like, I'm done.
Oh yeah. Well, it definitely can be a little distracting.
Oh, it is. And then they tried to do it to me.
Yeah. Oh,
it is. And then after we talked about it after the fact, I was like, man, y'all, and we were just giving me a hard time. And and then the next one, he was like, just be on the lookout. And so I knew, and like, I literally just kept my eyes over here on my notes until I was done talking. So I wouldn't lose my train of thought.
Yeah, I definitely understand that. I got to have my notes too. Because, it's 45-minute episodes. There's only so much we can talk about. So I try and pick out like little tiny things because I know we're all going to, trip over each other if one same thing. So I'm like, let's find little things to talk about because we've been watching these episodes for 35 years. Like we have talked them forever. So, finding like new things I've noticed because I've been watching these, especially Next Generation and the original series movies since I was a wee young thing. So
yeah, same here. Like I said, I'll even get more of that in a little bit, but I was going to ask you, so how did you find about the Seventh Rule or the podcast or any of the podcasts or shows that you're a member of?
Okay. So, it was a couple months into lockdown in 2020 and
typical theme.
Yep, exactly. And Robert Picardo and I think a couple other Voyager people were doing a little special because that was their 25th anniversary year. And, it came up on my YouTube one day. And so I'm like, oh, what's this? They say they're live. And then I think it was Robert talking about being on Robbie and Garrett's podcast, or they were there too. And I don't remember. It was almost 5 years ago. And they talked about Delta Flyers and they talked about the Seventh Rule. I'm like, oh, Deep Space Nine. Someone's going through Deep Space Nine, which is my favorite. So I hopped in on those guys just right away. Those were the two that I did. And then I did Shuttle Pod Show for a while. And I haven't watched the Decon Chamber yet, but I think I should. But yeah.
You should.
So that's where that's how I got into podcasting. And I lurked on Seventh Rule for 2.5 years before I joined as an associate producer. I was just not ensign, but like lieutenant level. ages. And then for my birthday one year, I decided that that was going to be my birthday present to myself. And now it's been my Christmas present to myself for a couple of years afterwards. So
Oh, that's cool. I still think it's funny you lurked.
I mean, I lurked in chat. I read chat. I didn't even dive into chat for years, but then I dived in and started going to the conventions because I knew I had friends there. So that on my first Vegas convention was 2 years ago. Yeah, it was 2023. And yeah, had a great time. You know, our fellow associate producer, Justin Weir, and I landed within 10 minutes of each other in Vegas. And so I Facebook messaged him. I'm like, hey, do you want to share a cab to the hotel? Because we got in at like 10:30 at night. And I'm like, I want to share a cab. He's like, yes, that'd be great. So we had somebody to talk to. And Dave Gregory met us at the airport. And it was really great. So welcoming open arms this Seventh Rule associate producer group, chat pack group. So
I cannot wait to get to meet all of y'all in person. It'll be another year. No, not necessarily another year. Some people I actually might get to meet this November.
Oh, yes. You might go up.
If I don't, I may go to Chicago, at the Chicago show. I'll wait and see if yeah, we'll see. But if I do, I know I'll get to meet a good chunk of everybody.
There's a lot of them around there.
Oh, I know. I'm looking forward to that. I was going to ask you, and your answer may be what we were just talking about. So during all of our free-for-alls, other than maybe the one that we just discussed earlier, are there any others that are let's see here, of all the ones you've done, do you have a favorite and a least favorite episode?
Oh, episode. Yeah, sure. We'll go with my least favorite episode because I said it during the review. Booby Trap. I hate Booby Trap. That episode makes me so mad. I do not appreciate what they did to my Geordie LaForge, making him just cringy and fall in love with a hologram weird representation of a woman. I'm like, no, don't do that. So, and I've not liked that episode since I was small because they showed it on syndication where I was this summer. Like, I swear there was 1 month it was on every day. I'm like, why do you keep showing me this? Have you like forgotten to switch out the tapes? Like, what's going on? Because it was the early 90s. They were tapes.
Yes, they were.
Yeah. And so I'm like, what is this? Why? So I saw it too many times. And, I didn't think my Geordie LaForge would be like that. I'm like, he's so good at talking to people. Anyway, so that is my least favorite episode. And I will say it all the time. And not for any, I'm like, all the acting is great. I don't like the story. Because, LeVar Burton is fabulous. I'm sorry, I don't remember the actress's name who plays Leah Brahms. She did a wonderful job. And, it's a cool science idea of, being trapped and how do they, get through it, build the momentum without locking up anyway. So that's really cool. But yeah, I can't stand that. So that's my least favorite episode. I do skip it.
And I looked it up. Susan Gibney is her name.
Thank you. Yes, she is fabulous. Both times she did the show. Or she did it multiple times, but she played Leah Brahms twice.
Twice that I can remember.
Yep. And then she was on Deep Space Nine. Yeah, no, she's fabulous.
I remember the DS9 episode.
To Earth when Cisco and Odo go to Earth for the Changeling threat.
Oh, that's right. She's commander of this I'm gonna say the Excelsior, but it's not the Excelsior. But yes, that ship.
Yes. So that's where she is there. So least favorite. And I don't know if I truly have a favorite Next Gen episode because there's so many great ones. I'm always going to have a soft spot for my first, doing the first free for all because The Big Goodbye is such a wonderful episode by Gates McFadden. Like, she is amazing. As a kid, they don't show the women as much in Next Generation, so I didn't really pay as much attention as a child to our women who are sadly more in the background. As an adult, I do pay more attention to that, and her physicality is wonderful. So I will always have that as a favorite, just because it was my first. I also like if I'm going to go on my Gates McFadden train. And I just forgot the name of the episode, but it was last season, season 4, I think. The one where she's trapped in the warp bubble that Wesley made. And everyone starts disappearing around. Remember Me. That one is definitely a favorite episode of mine as well.
I came in midstream. So I came in September.
Yeah.
So we were pretty far along already. And I'm trying to remember which ones. I think I didn't do Reunion. Yeah. I'm looking it up here. I came in after that. So I think my first one might have been, wasn't Worst Patient. Oh, it could have been The Wounded, possibly. Somewhere in that for me was some of my first episodes to come in on. But yeah, no, that's fine. And so now I know you did say you've talked about your convention. So has STLV other than STLV, how many others have you gone to since you started going?
So I've been to Star Trek San Francisco twice. I went last year and this year. And then I did go to Chicago as well last year. And of those, my favorite is probably San Francisco, just because of the hotel that we've been at both times is great. There's not too much around it, so you're all kind of trapped there. So, and of course your rooms are so close. You can go up to your room if you need 15 minutes or whatever to, change, take a breather, not use the public restroom, whatever you want. You've got that option. And then you can come right back down. And so and it's a really cool hotel with that giant atrium in the center. So it's really pretty.
I can say this, everybody I've talked to, like you and other people that have gone to STLV and like San Francisco and Chicago, STLV, great, is a fun event, but the regional ones are actually in some ways better because of the size. You stay in a hotel and almost everybody is there, you and the talent. and that was what just kind of like blew my mind for a little while. Then it was fine after like the first night, but like, what in the world? How am I in this room with all these people that I have watched on TV? It's
It is really weird because you see them like, I know your name, I'm a fan, but you don't know my name, and it's just weird. So it is a little weird,
but it's so what's so cool about what we do now with all of these, with being on these shows, these podcasts, is literally you walk in there and first off, I did not realize how tall. I knew Rock was tall. I didn't know he was that tall. But anyway, you walk in and he's like, "Hey, Chris." And I'm like, I know we're on Zooms together, but like, seriously, you like are just that cool?
Yeah.
And
yes.
he is just so cool.
Definitely that cool.
He is.
Yeah, Sirach is wonderful.
Oh, yeah, he's awesome. Sirach, he was our last one we did on our meet and greet when I was there, and he spent almost an hour. He spent at least 45 minutes with it. Just
hanging out, talking about life. Yes,
his life is a freaking amazing. Mm-hmm. And so it was such a great experience. So, and I know, but that's why I've been told that yes, STLV, you won't have quite that level, especially at the autograph tables, because like you just gotta go because there's 25,000 people there or 30,000 people there.
It's not that big, but it is big.
I don't know. I'm just saying that I looked at Creation's website.
Mm-hmm.
They said the statistics for last year's was 25,000 people.
Oh, because some people didn't go didn't go the whole time. So yes, usually Friday and Saturday are the huge days. And then Sunday starts to peter out. Thursday, which was day one until this year, Wednesday will be day one. Thursday's a little slower. They also have so much talent at those tables. It is actually quite easy to get through, except for, of course, like Next Generation, Dorney's always got a line. Spiner's always got a line. Frakes has always got a line. LeVar doesn't come to every single one, so he does have a line. The first year I was there, he was there. And Justin and I, decided that we would share selfies with each other so we could get more selfies. So we're in every selfie we took at STLV for 2 years together. And we would walk by LeVar and he's like, his line isn't too bad. Do you want to get? I'm like, I think I'll just cry. So no, I'm not mentally and emotionally prepared yet. So still waiting on that one.
So it does sound like there could be some slowness, but like, I mean, I walked up to John Delancey's table in Dallas and there was one person in front, but he was actually just telling a story like about his like 5th grade or something. Like 10 minutes we stood there listening to him. I didn't care.
Exactly.
It was awesome.
Just telling stories. Yeah. And a lot of them love to do that. We'll definitely interact with you.
Oh yeah.
At Vegas this year, I had a lovely interaction with David Ayala. Like he's wonderful. Like we just talked for, I think 5 minutes because I must have been the end of a little break and then there was no one behind me. So yeah, we just chit chatted for a while and yeah, he's lovely.
But now I need to get out of the fun convention talk and let's get into some of a little bit more, I don't say too personal, but honestly, like what got you into Star Trek?
Okay. So what got me into Star Trek is kind of funny. So I refused to nap as a kid. I didn't want to nap. I would crawl out of my bed or my crib and refuse to nap. So my mom would bribe me with laying down on the couch and watching Star Trek during the day. Like this was my rest time. So I probably started with Next Generation and the original series movies. I don't remember really watching the original series shows until I was a bit older, but Next Generation was my nap time. So
that's funny.
I got into Star Trek because she's like, okay, you can come watch this, but you have to lay down. And so I would. And that's how I got into Next Generation. And then, I had friends in junior high, or I guess it was middle school. And when that finished, we had a watch party for All Good Things, like me and a bunch of my girlfriends,
Really?
Little watch party. Yeah. And then I think we all watched the first episode of Voyager together. And I didn't get into Deep Space Nine until I was in high school, my freshman year of high school. And so that would have been right before season 5 came out of Deep Space Nine. I had seen one episode beforehand. I had seen Our Man Bashir, which I'm a huge Bond fan. That was probably my actual first fandom, which is hysterical because, again, this happened. I was like 2.5, 3, but that's another story. But so I'm like, oh my God, this is Star Trek James Bond. I thought it was so funny. So I'm watching this episode. I am, what house am I in? I'm 13 to 14 years old. And it's the scene where he's in the casino and we got the go-go dancers, hanging from the ceiling in the cages. And my grandmother comes into the room and she goes, this is not appropriate for you. I'm like, it's Star Trek. Of course it's appropriate for me. And it's your son who got me into James Bond before I was 3. So you can't tell me this isn't appropriate. So she thought that was funny. And so I'd seen that episode. And then when I moved to New Mexico, it was right before season 5 of Deep Space Nine, and it switched affiliates of who was showing Deep Space Nine that we were able to see. And they put the first 4 seasons on in a month. So I got to binge the first 4 seasons in a row before season 5. So I'm like, this is awesome. And I just moved to a new state. And so I thought that was like the perfect time to be introduced to Deep Space Nine because all of these people are now in a new space and they all have archetypal character traits that, even a 14-year-old girl could see in herself. And so I could identify with everyone. And I thought it was great. And of course, when Sisko stands up and gives Picard the riot act, I have fallen in love with this man. And I'm like, he is my captain. Thank you. And so that's what got me into Deep Space Nine is I got to binge 4 seasons in about a month. And it was great. Well before streaming was a thing. And it was 1997.
Well, that's kind of funny you said that about how you said that about Sisko and Picard when I had the complete opposite reaction to his attitude towards Picard. initially. And then honestly, it was when the last, say, several months, I made a comment about that to TJ Jackson Bay, and someone else. And they're like, well, of course he had an animosity towards John Luke. Even though it wasn't him, he was still the instigator for his wife's death. And I'm like, okay, boom, being like, yeah, I get it. Now I understand why he was, very off, he was very put off by John Luke and was like, I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah. Anyone, literally, I would talk to anyone else, but yeah.
Yeah. And so again, so that, like I said, at first, and that's what it is about these shows is, and doing these reviews that we do is you just pick up more. And you said earlier, when we were kids watching this stuff, a lot of the themes literally went, yeah.
So no, they definitely do layer those things in the only way they could. Cause I mean, there were very strict standards, that they had to
censors,
yeah, that they had to appease. And yeah, so it was fun to see, how they could slip little things in and be not what we would call now, ahead of the game of like being very inclusive, but they did try, in ways that they could, and other ways were terrible. I mean, what, Code of Honor is like one of the worst episodes ever. Like, horrible. And we can all talk about that for hours, but yeah, it's a thing that happened, and it shouldn't have happened. But I always have seen that Star Trek is trying to show us, like you can really tell like what time frame the Star Trek was filmed in, because they're trying to show how we can go forward from here. So they've put, Next Generation has a lot of late 90s to late 80s to early 90s, like hangups that, we were trying to overcome, whereas we don't have those same ones now. And so I do find that really interesting because, if you put like what Next Generation had to like push against to move forward in how we feel about our fellow humans, and then what Discovery gets to do is, even though Discovery is technically 100 years before, well, until the last 3, I mean, then we're in the future. But so I think it's really fun that you can really tell, like, this is when this show was filmed, and this is what is going on in society that they want to talk about. And
well, absolutely.
And then, of course, you go back to the original series, and we have Nichelle on the bridge, and that was just her just sitting in that chair was revolutionary, and we're all grateful she got to sit in that chair, and that Martin told her to keep sitting in that chair. We needed to see her in the future, and that's wonderful.
Well, you have that, and then I mean, I wasn't, obviously neither of us were alive back in the 1960s, but I am curious as to what it was, now that I think about it, I would have liked to have known what it was, how the reaction was when Kirk and Uhura kissed.
It was a big thing. It was huge because that was the first interracial kiss on TV. It was huge. And, it kind of in some ways sucks that they had to make it where in the episode they're being controlled and forced into it. Like, why couldn't they have just been attracted to each other? That would have been fine too. But again, it's written in the time frame it was, and so they could still do it, but they had to do it in a way that it would be, I don't want to say more palatable, but it might be easier to get past the censors. But
I mean, and that's the best way to say it. Unfortunately, in 1966 or 7, whenever it came out, that was it. That was all you can do.
I mean, the weight of what she carried for sitting in that chair is crazy. And, for any of us having, someone we so value their input in our personal lives and society come and say, no, please, can you keep doing this? Just like, yes, I will. Thank you. Like, okay. And it also means that we got the joy of watching Uhura and Nichelle get to do more and more, which is, wonderful that we got that. And then now we've got Celia, who gets to show us, where she came from and how she grew into, the Uhura we know. And so I think it's beautiful that we've gotten to do this through Star Trek, and and that we're playing around with, what time frames we're watching and whatnot. So
Exactly. And, and that's where you can even say, how has it influenced us in the future, our views of the future in general, I think we have evolved within reason, maybe not right this minute. But, we've got to watch what the writers were trying to say back in the 60s and then what they have said now. And it has allowed us, at least I think, to overcome some prejudices and misconceptions and all that stuff. But, that's what I feel. But like, did you think that as well? That has helped us in some?
I do, because I do think through art, our society can learn, and just having the diverse representation that we have had in Star Trek just be on our screen doing their jobs and doing them well. I mean, we've been on the flagship of the Federation and just saying, hey, all of these people are the best of the best. We're not going to like make excuses why. They just are, and they work great together. And so, yeah, I do think, especially for, a little kid who was growing up in Fargo, North Dakota, who didn't have, the greatest diversity around her, just seeing that, like, okay, sure, I got it. Everyone's good at their job. Sweet. Let's go from there. And they, truly care about each other too. They want what's best. And so I do think through art, and remembering that Star Trek is art, it is science fiction, and science fiction is art. It's one of my favorite art forms because it does show the future. Like, hey, this is, our idealized future. And the fact that we have sci-fi that is being made right now that is showing us a idealized future is very, very necessary. As much as I love Star Wars as well, and they're not always showing us the most idealized future. So,
well, no, and Star Wars it's just action. Yeah. Nothing wrong with that.
No,
it's great. I love them. I mean, and I'm not one of those ones that everybody's like, oh, the 7, 8, and 7, 8, and 9 were horrible. I'm like,
no, they weren't.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
it was Star Wars.
Yeah.
Anyway,
more. Be happy. More.
And maybe I'm too forgiving. I don't know.
I'm the same way. So no, you're.
And it goes with Star Trek as well. I'm just now okay. Except for 2009's.
Oh,
I have forgiven them.
Okay.
But I will be as honest as can be. When I walked out of the theater after seeing Star Trek 2009, I walked out and like, what the hell was that? I was not ready for that because it's embarrassing to say, but I walked out and think like, I didn't look at the story. I was completely lost when all the effects and the ship design. I'm like, that's not what the ship's supposed to look like. That's not how it goes to warp. That's not what I'm just tearing it apart at the technical level because I have seen it. By that time, we've had Enterprise, TNG, DS9, all that stuff.
All the movies.
All the movies, and they have told us and said, this is how it looks.
Mm-hmm.
This is the way it's supposed to look.
Yeah.
And here,
thank JJ for coming out and doing this because it made a resurgence and we got more Star Trek out.
Yes, exactly. And that's where someone made a comment to me and asked me how I felt about 2009, the JJ verse, and if I thought Discovery was canon. And so my response to those were, on the Discovery question, I said, well, prior to the end of the last season, if they had not done one thing, you could have easily said, sure, it's not canon, it's in another universe. And of course, I know where this reference was coming from. This question was spawned because of Lower Decks. But so my answer was, so that's what I said. But I said, but because they tied the last episode Yes, the last episode of Discovery, 1,000 years late to the past to Enterprise, with Kovic being Daniels,
Lieutenant Daniels. Yeah.
Crewman Daniels. That's it.
Oh, yeah.
Done. It is canon.
Crewman
He
Daniels
was a crewman
on Enterprise, and then there was a Lieutenant Daniels on First Contact, Next Generation.
Okay, yeah.
I'm maybe playing that it's the same dude all the way.
Could have been.
It could be fun. I mean,
he was time traveler basically. But so because they tied Daniels all the way back to the end of Discovery, it's done. Case closed. It is canon. Period.
All
and then
that has been on film or screen is canon. That's just how it is.
Yeah.
Now,
And
we
then
have
as for
the universe, which is a divergent from our prime.
Correct.
And then of course
Yes.
all the mirror stuff, but it doesn't mean it's not canon. It's just
I know.
Yeah.
And so I said, and then in regards to the JJ stuff, I was honest. I said I did not like them at first. Are they ones that I will have just sitting on my TV playing? No, but without them, we would not have gotten what we have today. We would not have gotten anything else, because from Enterprise till 2009, it was a drought. So no matter how much we don't like, and they've grown on me, but still, that the diehard fans do not like them. Without them, we would not have. We'd be done. You and I would not be discussing this right now.
It's true. We would be here.
We would not be doing this. Yeah.
I wouldn't have a lot of my friends, which would be super sad. So I'm going to be happy forever that we got those movies.
Exactly.
And they're entertaining. Like, they're full popcorn action movies. Like, yeah, they're beautiful on the big screen. I mean, I always do without all the extra lens flare, just because I have astigmatism. So it's a little hard to look through, but that's a personal problem I have.
Next question would be, and you may have already said this, but I don't remember now, but is there a memorable episode that just hits you like right there, that has impacted you at all?
So I'm doing
maybe a bunch of them.
Rewatch of Strange New Worlds, and I just did Ad Astra per Astra again, and that episode is probably one of my favorite episodes of Star Trek ever. It is wonderful. And, definitely have been known to ugly cry while watching that episode. So I'll say that one like right off the bat.
They knocked it out of the park with that one.
Exactly.
I was not. Oh my God, that was a great episode.
Yes. Wonderful episode. Do I have a soft spot for almost all of Deep Space Nine, and I have a hard time picking a favorite? Yeah, I can't. But will I always entertain it? If I want something like kind of like heartwarming and fun, like Take Me Out to the Hollow Suite is a great one to just like, I just need a little reset with my peeps, And so
I love it. I mean, come on, you get to see Avery or Cisco get so pissed at the Vulcans once again, and man, and it's, I liked how they flipped it though, because he's just being a total jerk to everybody. Yeah. And poor freaking, I just felt Rom.
Yeah.
Oh,
and the best bit is Max is the one who actually played baseball. And so to make him look like he didn't know what to do, he had to play left-handed.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So it's wonderful. I'm like, he's like, I'm the one who plays baseball. So they made him play left-handed. So it looked like he wasn't actually good at baseball. And as a kid, I played a bunch of softball as a kid. So I'm like, we're playing a sport I play. This is great.
Awesome. No, and actually, so I talked to him. I actually did this interviewed Mai recently, and she she actually reversed a question on me, and it's one that I've always thought about asking, but I don't. But after her and I talked, I'm like, I need to start asking it. And what does the Prime Directive mean to you? Like, do you think it's worth it?
Okay.
And I was like, when she threw that back into me, I was like, oh, that's a tough one. But I will let you answer before I answer.
So I do think that the Prime Directive makes sense, because there are times in the development of a civilization that they're not ready to know that they're not the only ones. And if you don't know how they're going to react with that information, yeah, that can be, bad. So, and do we know if like what they're picking is like the right, like, tipping point? Like, yeah, no, they can talk, is warp drive really it? Or, where would that be? So yes, I do think it makes sense because I mean, we have, cultures on this planet that have never seen a cell phone, that don't know what these things are. And so that is terrifying. And, some people want to learn when something scares them. They want to learn about it so it doesn't scare them anymore. And other people, other times they just want it gone. And how they choose for it to be gone is, up for them. Do they run away? Do they fight or flight? So being at a place where the people who you're talking to are maybe past that knee-jerk reaction of fight or flight is probably a good idea.
And that's how that was basically how I kind of answer as well as I do. I think you need it no matter what. I feel like you have to have it because just like, and that's what I brought. I was like, what if you go, there's tribes, the Aborigines and tribes out there that have never seen, they would think everything we have is magic completely. And you cannot take our technology, it doesn't matter if it's on this planet or some other planet, and can you imagine getting the Kazon? We're almost another good aspect, that's why they wanted replicator technology so bad, and they were willing to steal it. And Janeway, even if it was for better or worse, she's like, once she realized what they would do with it, she could not. Well, they can't give that type of technology to someone that's not willing. It don't even have to be say you're not willing to do it, use it for good, but doesn't understand the ramifications of what could happen with a technology like that. So yeah,
Oh, and we have that problem of creating things that we don't know what the ramifications of are. And so, yeah, I mean, we created atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs and AI, and we're learning, about all of these things after the fact. And can we learn about it before the fact? I mean, maybe as someone from New Mexico, we lovingly say we bombed New Mexico first. There are places in this state you can't go to because the radiation's too high. So there's only certain days you can go. Yeah. Yeah. White Sands National Park. There are certain days you cannot be there So
so yeah, see again, that's why, and I agree with her, and she did too. You need to have that type of a rule because you can give someone some advanced technology and they'll just blow themselves up, or worse, or who knows what. And so, and there are those days it's bad. Like you can help them, but not Dr. Phlox, but it was Dr. Phlox and to Paul. In that episode of Enterprise, when he makes the cure, he has the cure for that race, and he wants to withhold it from Captain Archer.
Yep. He's like, I don't want to play God. This is what is happening on this planet, is this other race is evolving to be, the prime species on the planet. And who am I to say no and to stop that? And it is. Because it's also not just about, we would love to think that we would go out and do everything for good, but there's also people who are out there who have been out there and do stuff for bad, oh, look, here's a race that can't do what I do technological ways. Oh, look, I can go make them do stuff because I'm a god. So yeah, having those rules in place, I do think are something that we would have to think about someday to go out into the stars.
Well, and that's what I loved, how to Paul threw that in his face. She's like, and it wasn't in a bad way. She was just, surprisingly, logical Vulcan. When she said, Vulcans have been on Earth for 100 years, for a century. And it just like clicked for him. And he's like, And that's what I loved about Enterprise too. Just the little nuggets we would get for all of us, fans have been watching it. Like when he says, well, I don't have a directive at the moment to tell me what to do. So I guess I'll have to be the one that figures that out. And
go out into the muddy waters and try and figure out how to navigate. No, Enterprise was the only one since I've been alive that I did not watch on air. It came out when I was in college, and so I was off doing college, and so I watched it much later, when it was streaming on Netflix for the first time. My husband was the one who's like, have you watched Enterprise? And he's not, a huge Star Trek fan. He likes it. It was something to stream. So he watched it. And I'm like, no, I haven't. I don't know. He's like, you love Star Trek. Why haven't you watched it? I'm like, probably because it was the only Star Trek that I had that was new. And I hadn't watched it yet. So, and he's like, watch it. He's like, it's good. Watch it. And it is. I love season 4. I am so sad that show was taken at its prime when the network was falling apart.
It was so much fun. So my last question I always ask everybody, and sometimes unfortunately I think it should be fun, and it is a fun question, but sometimes it leads into some really deep thoughts. Is what Star Trek technology do you wish existed today?
Oh, that would probably be replicators. For many reasons. One, they clean dishes. That's just a small thing, and they cook. So, but more importantly, it would solve a lot of problems on this planet. Could it make new ones? Of course, because they replicate whatever we tell them to replicate. But me wanting the best or hoping for the best out of every human or being I would ever come across, it could definitely fix some hunger and some resource issues that we have had a hard time with, that I think replicators would be great. The person who's always late would really also like transporters, but then I'd still be late. It would I'd get there faster, but I'd still be late. So
you'd be there right on time.
Maybe.
That's my opinion. Maybe. True. Well, and it was, I think it was TJ and I were going back and forth on the transporters and what about how much how much they don't cost? I said, well, I don't know. Do they even cost anything? Is it free society? So who knows? Maybe transporter credits. But yeah, I've always wanted transports for that exact reason, to be able to get from point A to point B. Well, and here I live in Texas, so everything's a long drive.
Oh yeah. As someone from North Dakota, I get that.
Yeah.
Well, and New Mexico. I mean, everything is super far. Yeah. My family in North Dakota without, they're being on a plane for traveling for 8 hours or driving for 16. So, yeah.
Oh, and you could have gone to STSF a couple weeks ago.
Without driving. That's because I brought the whole family this time.
I know. Well, and that's of course, that was supposed to be the last question, but still. So I know you said, you talked about your family, but real quick. So has the family, or other than you, I know you said about your husband, but is the family Trekkies, or is it kind of limited more to mama?
It's mostly me. When my eldest was not even walking, so, right before he could walk, I was, home with him most of the time, and because I only worked part-time. And I did a rewatch of Deep Space Nine because I think that's when it first hit Netflix. And, because I'm like, I can have this on in the background with my baby. This is fine. And so every time the theme song came on, that kid would stop, pull up, and stare at the screen. And would because he wanted to watch the asteroid go through, and then we'd fly around the station to the wonderful, horn music. And then when everybody showed back up, he'd go off and play. But every time the theme music came on, he'd come and watch. With me now, rewatching for the free-for-alls, there have definitely been some episodes that, they'll come and watch with me, because if I'm doing it like Darmok, like everyone watched that one with me. I'm like, this one's so cool. So, my best friend was over, and so he watched it. My husband watched it. My oldest watched it. When season 2 of Prodigy hit Netflix, my youngest came up to me. He's like, Mom, there's a Star Trek for me. I'm like, please watch it. I don't know if he watched it, but he did know it was Star Trek, that Mom loved it, and it was for him. So, it was at least in there. He's like, this one's for kids. I'm like, yes, and it's really good. You should watch it. So right now he's obsessed with dragons, so I don't think he's gotten the spaceship vibe yet. So hopefully he'll get that bug someday.
He'll get that bug someday. That's kind of how it was for me. You know, my cousins or whatnot, and just uncles and whatever, we'd watch it, and then it just stuck.
Yep.
So it just stuck. All right. Well, Allison, thank you so much for giving me your time this afternoon.
Thank you for the invite. This has been wonderful.
It was fun. Anytime we can get to talk about Trek, it's always fun.
Yes, it is.
And I will see you here shortly. You have a good day.
You too. Thanks.
Bye.
Thank you for watching The Transporter Room. For just $5 per month, enjoy ad-free access to this episode and all previous ones, plus exclusive bonus content. Sign up now on Patreon.
Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Garris, and welcome to the Transporter Room. Today, we have a very special guest joining us, Eve England. Eve is one of the associate producers for the Seventh Row podcast, and we have been talking on a lot of videos lately. So I want to thank you for taking the time to come on the show today, Eve.
Absolutely my pleasure to be here. Thanks so much for inviting me on.
Oh, you're welcome. How's your day been going so far?
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, for Monday, not too bad. So, but yeah, this is going to be exciting. So, looking forward to it.
Oh, I agree. It is for a Monday. It hasn't been too bad over here for me either. Thankfully, had a busy weekend. Luckily, I have the week off, so I can recoup and spend time doing these types of stuff, these things right here. And so, I just want to say, it has been. I really have enjoyed getting to meet all of the Seventh Rule other associate producers that have been on longer than myself. And it's just been fun to get to just interact with everybody, when we can during our FFAs and all that type of stuff. And, everyone's just been so welcoming. And, I want to thank you for that. It's been fun. So,
yeah, no,
but I was just curious. I was curious, though, how did you find out about the Seventh Rule?
Oh, it was completely random, actually. It would have been, oh gosh, and this is, nobody fact check my dates and things here because I get very confused with dates. But I think it was back, so it must have been sort of in the sort of late 2018, maybe, so just before the Seventh Rule started. I'd been doing a rewatch of Deep Space Nine with my husband, having only kind of discovered it, not that long really before then. In terms of a full rewatch and watching it sequentially all the way through. But I obviously just absolutely loved it. And it was my birthday, I think. So it was later in that year. And I thought, it'd be really fun to do a sort of Vic Fontaine's Deep Space Nine dinner party for my friends. So I was kind of doing lots of research online. And it was just when, I suppose, obviously Twitter was kind of the main source of information back then. So I was just doing something, trying to find stuff, and stumbled across Aaron's account. And then obviously he was starting to promote the Seventh Rule podcast, which is going to be kicking off, I think, in January in the year. So that's how I completely by accident stumbled across it, just because, there wasn't a lot of Deep Space Nine content on Twitter and things at that point. So I was really struggling to find stuff to use, but it was really great. So I thought, that sounds really cool, because I just watched it and I thought it'd be really interesting to find out more about the show and some of the background stuff. So I think I had a couple of interactions with Aaron at the time, saying really excited about that. So yeah, so I pretty much was very fortunate that I discovered it right before it started. And then it was quite interesting though at the start, because of obviously being in the UK, it wasn't that easy for me. I don't think I listened to all of them, because I was listening via the Odyssey radio app, and it wasn't very reliable from our side here in the UK. So I think I kind of listened to most of them, but I wasn't really on YouTube or anything at the time. So I was kind of a bit of a technophobe at that point. So yeah, so it was like, I absolutely loved it though, and kind of stuck with it. And then sort of, I think it was, I can't remember then when I sort of signed up to Patreon. Again, I was all quite new to these things, so I didn't really know what Patreon was. I know they were talking about it on the show. You know, sort of, I was always a little bit skeptical of joining some of these things online. But then it was, I think it was early 2020, and I had a promotion at work, and I thought, do you know what? I'm going to just go for it, and I'm going to sign up. I'm going to do these free-for-alls. It was completely out of my comfort zone. I don't really like being on camera. It's like it's just not my cup of tea. But I thought I'm going to do it, and it'll be something really interesting and really fun to sort of just watch the show with everyone else. And yeah, then I just went for it, and I haven't looked back. So I think that must have been 2020. I think I became.
Wow.
So
I would almost call you a founder of the channel. At that, I mean,
I think there was, because Homer, I think, was one of the ones that's been there a long time. Anne Marie. I am trying to think, and then obviously people have sort of trickled through then as we've gone through. Everyone feels like family now because it's been such a long time.
Well, and that is true. That's the one thing I have found is, after we do all of our free-for-alls, there's just a small group of us that still hops on after they're done, and we'll continue to talk about we'll continue about that episode or future episodes or past or life and everything. So when you actually get to meet somebody in person, it's even more fun.
Yeah, I completely agree. Because I think it really did, in terms of me becoming an AP especially, obviously it was just before COVID. And then obviously when we went into lockdown, we couldn't really, and it became a complete highlight for me because it was, we weren't going out socializing with people in real life. Everything was online. So, you kind of felt that your network of friends, as it were, was expanding. But, the people I was seeing on the free-for-alls were, it was the same as when I was speaking to my friends on Zoom, the people who live in the UK and close by. So it did become, that extended network. And also, I mean, for me, it's kind of, I do get quite jealous sometimes of seeing everyone at all the different conventions, because obviously it's just not that easy for us to get there. There's just not that sort of, there isn't that sort of volume of stuff taking place over here. But obviously I was really, really lucky that I got involved in the Voyager documentary Indiegogo campaign and got to go on the away missions trip to LA. So I just again, that was one of the things I'm going to go for it. I'm going to, it's a trip of a lifetime. I'll go by myself. My husband was a teacher. He couldn't take the time off. So I was like, right, I'm just going to go for it. Meet all these people in real life. And it was almost just like I had known these people for years in person. It was just such an amazing experience. So, meeting everyone and experiencing such a unique experience anyway, just in terms of going around to these Star Trek locations in LA with actors, hearing all of the background stories, going out in the evening and, having a few drinks and having a few laughs and sharing life stories, basically. So, it wasn't all about Star Trek, but it was just a really good sort of catalyst for getting everyone together. And then I think it was the following year, then we did manage to get to STLV for the first time and then see those same people again, but also people who joined the Seventh Rule since then. So, seeing even more people and all the friendly faces. It was just amazing. So, I mean, that's I'm not sure when I'm going to be able to do it again, but it is like a family, and that's the only way you can really describe it, because you just feel right at home and everyone is just so kind and so supportive. And you get Christmas cards from people and people send you gifts, and it's just amazing. You just don't get that anywhere else, I don't think.
It blew my mind. I'm gonna give her a name. Right now is Carrie Schwint. She asked me, I need your address, like in November or something. I'm like, for what? For your Christmas card. And sure enough, there was one in the mail. I was like, wow. I mean, that's just was mind-boggling, honestly. But it's so nice, but that's the way it is. You hit it. That's how we all are. And then I've enjoyed it, and it's fun because I've now got to talk to you. I talked to Mai, and I mean, that's the other thing I find so interesting still with this is how, we're literally thousands of miles away apart from each other, and we can all get together and do stuff like this. We do our free for alls, you name it. And then when we do get to meet in person, it just makes it even so much better, because that's what I'm so looking forward to, finally getting to meet several of them, hopefully in November at the Chicago convention.
Oh, it'll be a blast. It'll be so, like I said, you'll just feel like they have been in your life for decades. It's just, I mean, actually talking about Mai, because Mai came over to the UK last year. So she came to my home city and we spent a day just doing some tourist stuff. And we're going to Japan in April, and I'm going to hopefully catch a couple of dinners with Mai. So, so it's just
so
like
awesome.
It's amazing that, you just have, the opportunity to meet people from around the world. And I've just never had that sort of experience before.
Same here. Honestly, it blew my mind. It's just still shocking to think that not just between our show, but even other channels that I'm Patreons with, there's now one other person that she came over in November for the Dallas convention from England. And I'm just like, which is awesome. She's a decon chamber member. And, she flew over and we all got to hang out at the hotel and just, I'm just like, it blows my mind at the amount of people, how far they will go and where they come from. There was another person that came from Australia, came all the way to Dallas for a convention.
It's definitely something I would look at. Yeah, because what's good, I suppose, now is obviously, there are more sort of conventions and things scattered throughout the year. So I think it makes it, certainly from my perspective, just going to Las Vegas, is quite a long trip for us. But actually, some of the East Coast places might be something we could do in a sort of shorter trip, future, a bit more easily and a bit less expensive. And obviously, I'm just talking about, I'd completely not forgotten, but obviously, in terms of talking about the other podcasts, so as part of the Delta Flyers, for example, I've actually met quite a few people who are based in the UK, which is really nice. So we all got to meet up for the Voyager documentary premiere in London in November as well. So that was, and that's quite nice because I do get to see those people a bit more regularly at just other conventions or Comic-Cons and things like that. So, and again, they're all absolutely amazing as well. And like I said, I think it's just the community of Star Trek generally just seems to attract all these sort of lovely people.
And they do. And I was so jealous of, I wanted to go. I wish I could have squeezed in the Voyager documentary in either locations in the US. I couldn't do it. I'm not gonna lie. There was one point I was like, could I go to the UK one? And just because I wanted to go, it was more timing than anything. I just really couldn't get away. I'd already been gone for some other events, and I was like, oh, I'll just wait until it comes out. I get my digital copy of it. But I saw your pictures. I gotta ask, how was that? That had to have been that looked so much fun. So give me your experience about that.
Yeah, it was fantastic. So I almost didn't go because it was obviously November, so it was just quite busy. There's lots of stuff going on. I didn't really have a lot of free weekends, but I was like, okay, I've got to go. I had my tickets. My husband couldn't come because he's a school teacher, so he just can't take time off. So, so that's quite tricky. But I had the 2 tickets, so I gave it to one of the Delta Flyers guys who didn't have a ticket. So I knew a whole load of them were going anyway. And then I just thought, right, I'm just going to do it. Obviously, there wasn't a lot of time to plan, so I just booked my train tickets, booked a hotel, because I was super excited when I found out the London one was at the BAFTAs, which obviously you just don't get the chance to go into that theatre, unless you're a member of BAFTA or you got some awards event or something. So I thought this is actually a really cool experience, if nothing else, just to go inside and experience that venue. And it's an absolutely beautiful Art Deco. There was just this marble, granite. It was all red. I mean, I had to take a picture in the toilet because it was just a beautiful toilet, and it was just amazing. And it was full. There were so many people there, and it was just absolutely great. And it went on, and then even after the theatre, we then a whole load of us went over to Regent Street and found this really cool bar, and all sat down around this huge table and just had some drinks and caught up with what we liked about the film and all of that good stuff. So it was just I'm so glad I went in the end. It was a really good experience, and just catching up with everyone was just great, because I think it's very easy to sort of not go to things when you're busy, but actually, I think I would have regretted it if I hadn't gone.
Oh, I think you would have also. So you were talking about, so you've been to STLV. Did you go in 24 or 23?
So it would have been, it must have been 2023, because I don't think it was, no, we didn't go this summer. We went, I think, the year before. Yeah. And that was, it was, I mean, they say, it's just insane. And I think, because I mean, I'm used to, Star Trek Destination in the UK, which is, it's not the best, and it's very small, and it's just like any other convention that you have here. Whereas, I mean, obviously just the scale of it is just huge. And I mean, gosh, you just get all your steps in, you're just walking miles around the convention center, which is just insane. And it's just crazy because everywhere you go, you know someone. And what was really strange, obviously because I went with James, and he was getting people coming up to him and going, "Oh my gosh, you're Eve England's husband." And he was like, "I don't even know who this person is." But obviously, I suppose people who see me on Instagram or see pictures of him, and he was like, "This is just the most," and I found it quite strange at first, because people would recognize and people would come up to you and talk to you. And I was like, I'm quite an introvert and quite shy. So I was just like, "Oh my God, it was quite overwhelming for the first day or so." And I was like, then you kind of, okay, I just need to chill out a bit and just, this is fine. This is normal. I can deal with this. But like I said, everyone was just so nice, and everywhere you went, you just chat to someone, and it didn't matter that you were on your own or wherever you were, and it was just like one big family. But I just couldn't believe the scale of it. It was just insane. But really good fun.
That's what I'm looking forward to. I mean, yes, it's going to be a larger group. I've never been to STLV, so I'm planning on going in 26, the 60th anniversary. So a lot of stuff I've put off till the 2026 year, mainly because of timing. And then I'm glad I'm doing it because that is the 60th anniversary. So I can only imagine what the events they're going to have, they will plan for that will be like.
That'll be good, because obviously when we were there, it wasn't even the best experience. I mean, obviously I didn't know any different because that's the only one we've been to, but obviously it was during the strike. So, the panels weren't able to talk about certain things. So so from what I understand, it's normally even better than what it was. I mean, to me, because I haven't seen all of the Star Treks, I haven't sort of been a fan for decades. So actually, people just talking about other random stuff was still quite interesting to me. So, but yeah, so I can imagine when it doesn't have any of those limitations or restrictions, that it's an even better experience. So I think, but yeah, like you said, for a big anniversary, I can only imagine it's going to be ratchet up a bit.
Oh yeah, I bet it will, and I hope. Well, hopefully hopefully you and your husband will be able to make it over for that one next in 2026.
Maybe we'll see.
It'd be worth it. I'll say this.
Yeah, that's true.
It would be. I think it would be worth it. And you answered something I was going to ask you earlier, or just going to ask you, is if you've ever gone to Destination up in Blackpool or not.
I haven't. I did. We were going to get tickets last year, but personally, it's just too far, and it's not an easy place to get to. There's not much there. I quite liked it when it was in London. So I only won. To be honest, I think I only went once or twice, and I've only ever been where it's been in London. So it's just so easy. You can stay right there. You can get a train, or you can drive, and it's pretty easy. Whereas Blackpool, it's quite in the middle of nowhere. Although we're thinking about maybe this year, it's quite far north for us, so it's probably like a 4 to 5 hour drive for us. You can't get a train, so you have to drive. But it's not far from the Lake District, which is a really nice national park that we have here. So we might see when the dates are and work out whether I can take some time off, and we could just maybe. It's a long way to go just for a weekend, is my gut feeling. Whereas maybe if the same thing we did when we went to Las Vegas. It's too far just to go for a few days for a convention. So we went for 2 weeks, and we went to Zion and Bryce Canyon and made a trip out of it, which was amazing. So I think whenever we try and do anything like that, we try and make it into something else. Unless, like I said, because London you can do in a weekend, whereas anywhere else, unless it's on the train, you just can't do it. So it's a shame they've moved it, and I'm not sure what the facilities are like because it's just in a random hotel rather than the big Excel conference center. Or I think
it's in the
Hilton in Birmingham before, which is really nice.
Yeah, it's in the Norbreck Castle Hotel.
Yeah, and just people should just Google Blackpool. And I mean, I don't want to be rude about it, but it's a sort of, it's an old Victorian seaside resort. So it's not like it potentially could be a beautiful place, but it's like a lot of seaside towns in the UK that sort of haven't had the investment they need. They're a bit run down in places. So that's the kind of sad thing about some of these places, is they're not as beautiful as and thriving as they would have been, 50, 60 years ago, which is, it's just a shame.
So it makes you wonder if that's why they're trying to bring events like this to them, is to try and build it back up, or maybe.
I don't know. I think one of the other problems as well is that you just don't get the number of guests going, because it's not very easy. And I think last year the timing, it was really close to STLV. So if you're a guest, it's quite tough to have to do that long flight, and then you've got to try to get to Blackpool. It's not like you're just there in London where you can fly straight into. So they didn't really have a significant number of guests. It was a sort of handful. I mean, it was such a shame, because I really wanted to, because I know Sirok was there, and I was really hoping to just see him, but it just didn't work out with the timings. But we're going to see what happens this year, because, like I said, it's not like you have to book too far in advance. So the good thing is we could make a fairly last minute decision if I could take the time off work, and we could do a bit of a road trip. So
we're August. I pulled it up here. It's August 29th through the 31st of August.
Oh, okay. Oh,
so that's so it's the end of August.
Yeah,
it's
so
the end of the month.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I didn't even know about it until I interviewed Michael Goodwill, he's on Trekkin Up North, and we were talking about that, and I asked him, what all, because he told me his story of going to STLV. Oh my God, it makes me 27 hours to get from the UK to Las Vegas. Now, that was a lot of issue. You'd have to go watch his video to hear what had happened, but had a lot of flight issues and cancellations and redirects all over he left the UK and he landed, I think he ended up in like Florida. His other person ended up in another state, and it was, wow.
No, we always go direct, because I don't like flying. So it's just one plane route, please. And they're pretty,
well, and
you can get to Las Vegas pretty. So if you did a direct flight, it's about 12, 13 hours from London. So obviously it's just the jet lag was pretty intense. Yeah, when you're really.
I've only been there once. I've been to your side once. I've been to London once, and it was about 9 hours over and about 10 hours back. And it was the coming home that hit me the hardest, not going over. But coming home, I thought I was good. And then I finally, about later on that evening after I got home, I crashed for about 18 hours. It was rough.
But that's the thing. I think, if there's, for some of the more East Coast ones, the flight is only 6 hours, I think. So, that's, like I said, it'll probably take me 5 hours to get to Blackpool. So,
yeah. Oh, shoot. You can be You
Yeah.
know, you could be in New Jersey in about 8
No.
hours,
I
probably.
mean, obviously you've got to
or
factor
less.
in the sort of getting to the airport stuff, but in terms of it being experience. So yeah, so it'd be interesting. It's just, I mean, I think almost the problem is now is STLV has probably ruined the UK ones for me, because it was just so different. And I haven't been to Blackpool, so I can't judge it. But I can't imagine it came anywhere close to STLV. So I think for everyone listening, STLV is just like nothing else. It was just, yeah, it's so immersive. You're there, it's just everything you need all in that one place. And it's great.
The best way I have had it described to me, and I have to agree, and I've never been, but I will go, it's the Mecca for conventions of Star Trek conventions.
Yeah.
Is the best way to put it.
I mean, what's interesting is we went to Star Wars Celebration in London it must have been the same year actually, because I think it was in the April time, and it was kind of, I mean, that was on another level again, but it was kind of, that's how I would equate them. They are, up there in terms of the intensity of the franchise and the people there, costumes, everyone dressed up, everyone getting super involved. I think that their numbers in Celebration were a lot more, but in terms of the feeling that you had when you were there, it was fairly comparable, I thought.
So you just said Star Wars, and it made me think about something. I was just wondering, are there more Star Wars, and there may not be, but are there more Star Wars events or conventions or celebrations over there than there are Star Trek ones, or do you think it's about the same?
To be honest, no, there's not. I mean, conventions are not, in my view, they're just, we have Comic-Cons and you have them in all of the different cities. But again, they're not huge events. You don't have, I mean, they're in big conference centers, but you don't, it's just you have a random peppering of different of celebrities from different things. Celebration obviously is only every, I mean, I don't even know when the last one was in London, because I think they have them, I think they alternate between, because obviously this year it's in Japan. And then, so I think it alternates between, like, say, Europe, Japan, and then the US. So I think you get them every other year, I think. But in terms of here, like, it's funny. I mean, because when I was just thinking about this before we started recording, I was just thinking about, I just feel that, the geek culture and pop culture is just nowhere near what it is here that it is in the US. I mean, for years of my life, people wouldn't admit that you liked, Star Wars or Star Trek, really, because you'd get bullied and people would just laugh at you. Whereas I guess you probably get some of that in the US, but I mean, I think it's so ingrained. You have so much of it. When I look at the conventions and things that people go to, and it's just, like I said, it's just on a different level. It's just nowhere near like that here. And it's just, yeah, it's just not. So I think we just don't have, I guess we don't have the population either. So you don't, so we have, for example, in Wales, we have a couple of Comic-Cons, but they're relatively small. And, and I think what frustrates me is they get a bit samey, because you get the same people going to them. And it's like, well, it's that, I mean, for me, I'm not, the conventions is not the thing why I, get involved. I went to SCLV, I went to DST just because actually I knew people who were going, and it's more about the people rather than, I don't really need autographs. I don't need all that sort of stuff. It's just, actually, it's just the enjoyment of watching, like TNG, for example, on the 7th Rule now, just, I've never really watched, I obviously watch random episodes of it, but I've never watched it all the way through. So, but just that experience of watching something and having that experience with like-minded people is what I like about Star Trek. Whereas I suppose with some of the other things that I enjoy just more generally on sci-fi or, pop culture stuff, it's the TV, it's the content and the sort of storytelling that you get, rather than, I kind of don't do all of I do the sort of, like I said, when I have a themed dinner party or something and do that, but it's kind of, it's quite subtle. We don't spend lots of time going to conventions or things like that. We do. I mean, what we do try and do is a lot of the times on holiday. We did a Game of Thrones road trip in Northern Ireland once, for example. So things like that. So we kind of do that sort of stuff rather than on the merchandise and kind of actor side. If that makes sense?
Yeah. Oh, it does.
Yeah. So
And
kind
I
of, so I
think,
suppose for me, it doesn't bother me that we don't have lots of conventions here because I suppose I don't go to all the ones we have anyway.
well, and I think that's something you said about all, the autographs, the merchandise, all that stuff. Since I kind of got that, I think I got that out of my system within reason last year because I'd never been. So I went. And so I've got the autographs. So I'll definitely do photo ops this next go around. Now it'll be more hanging out with the other patrons and whatnot, like people like yourself.
Exactly. And that's exactly what we did do photo ops and we did do get some autographs and things, but we tried to do it. So we got some art prints and things like that. So we got things signed that we could kind of put on the display somewhere, put on the wall. I mean, so for example, I mean, Jenny Johnson's work is just amazing. So, I've got stuff like that in the house, and sort of JJ, Lendor and all those guys who do these really cool. So I've got some stuff on. They've obviously got the 741. So we've got some artwork and things like that on the wall. But yeah, to me, it is fun to meet. And what's been really nice, for the Delta Flyers, for example, actually, meeting up with Garrett and Robbie and all those guys, and actually you feel that you have had that interaction with them, and you feel that you have that because I'd met Garrett on the away missions as well the year before, so you feel like it's quite meaningful then because you have a little bit more rapport with someone than you might do that first time. But by far for me the highlight of the 2 trips was meeting fellow friends, and rather than the celebrity stuff. So, I mean, but what's great though, I guess it gives you the whole, it's got the whole shebang there. You can do everything. You can do the meeting the celebrities if that's what you want to do. You can buy all the merchandise if that's what you want to do, or you can just hang out with your friends in the cafes and the bars and things. So
I do have a couple of questions. I wanted to just kind of get into Star Trek a little bit more about you and like what got you into it and stuff. But one more thing before I do that. So one thing I have noticed is there seems to be a lot of Star Trek fans seem to also like a lot of Doctor Who. How about, or do you, what about yourself?
Well, yeah, am I
Are you going to get in trouble?
I am going to probably get into trouble. Yeah, so I am not a big Doctor Who fan, which is really bad considering obviously they filmed most of it in my neck of the woods. And it's a huge deal over here for a lot of people. I mean, that's not to say, I always watched it. I mean, unlike the US, we had like 4 TV channels when I was growing up. So you were kind of forced to watch these things. So, you'd have a 6 p.m. on one random weekday where there'd be a Doctor Who episode on. So I would watch it, but I was, I think it's something I suppose I liked as a child probably, but I kind of grown out of it. I saw some, I think when they did the would have been I suppose the reboot with Christopher Eccleston. I think I watched some of those ones because they were a bit edgier. And then I did enjoy Torchwood, which is the spin-off. That was
I've seen a little bit of that, and it was really good.
Because that's much darker, it's edgier. Whereas I mean, my niece loves Doctor Who. It's more of a kid show, I guess. But what's great about it, they've obviously filmed a lot of it all around sort of the South Wales area. So, you get to get some of the iconic shots that have been in the TV show. That people from across the world will have seen it. And obviously it's a profile for us as a very small place. And I'm sure people, then, especially now that it's, it's got the bigger audience than it always used to now that it's expanded. So that's really good news for us in terms of tourism and profile.
Watching Prodigy and seeing a lot of some discussions online about, how Wes's character was almost like a Time Lord and whatnot. And so that's where a lot of interaction between, like, people were saying, man, what if we could get, a crossover between Star Trek and Doctor Who?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I mean, I think, the fact that it's, lasted as long as it has as well is testament to how popular it is, and it serves the purpose. I mean, it's ultimately a kid show, and it may be that subconsciously that would have got me into sci-fi when I was watching it as a young child. I certainly got quite scared by some of the episodes when they were on back in the day. So yeah, I mean, they were quite, some of them were quite disturbing when you're about 5 or 6.
Yeah. Oh, even when you're in your 30s, I was watching the ones with the statues and all that.
Oh,
I'm like,
God.
those
Yeah,
are
I
just.
don't like that one. Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right. So since I am kind of a Star Trek themed, channel here, I am kind of curious, so what really drew you? Was there something that drew you to Star Trek? A lot of times I hear people say family members and so on and so on. So what brought you into our fold?
Yeah, I was trying to think. I mean, again, I think it's a little bit hazy for me. I mean, again, Star Trek was on TV every week, but it would be, from recollection, they would just show random episodes, and it'd be mixed between, different sort of series as well. So you wouldn't. Sometimes there'd be a Kirk and Spock episode. Sometimes there'd be a Picard episode, and then obviously later on there'd be like a Deep Space Nine episode. So I would watch it. I've always liked sort of sci-fi stuff, so I would always watch it. It was on fairly early in the day after the news or something. So I didn't watch a lot of TV as a kid, so that was kind of a limited window of time. So kind of always fairly drawn to the aesthetic of it and the just it as a sci-fi show, I guess. But I think in terms of then, I suppose what made me really interested in Star Trek as Star Trek was I had a school friend, so I must have been, I don't know, 14, 15 maybe, and she said, oh, Deep Space Nine's really cool. She had an older brother, and they had the VHSs of when they came out, which obviously for us was like 6 months after you guys saw them. And they sort of so they were watching it as a sequence, whereas I would kind of just watch random episodes. So I loved Kira and Dax and all of those guys, but didn't really appreciate what the show was about, or that it was actually, a great show. So it wasn't until I think with her, I got a bit more into it. I think we did even go to a convention when we were about 16. I think we did meet Nanar Visitor, I think, but my memory's a bit sketchy on that. It would have been a very sort of small part of my life at that point. But then, like I said, didn't really, I suppose, watch Star Trek for, 10 years, maybe, actually, probably by that point. So I think, went off to university, I didn't live with people who watch Star Trek. You got one TV, so you're not watching Star Trek or anything that I was watching. So then fast forward to, it must have been, I don't know, late 2000s. And so James, my husband, he had watched Deep Space Nine when it came out, and it would buy the novels to find out what happened at the sort of in the finale, because you wait, because they came out before the VHS copies would come out, weirdly. So he absolutely loved it. And then so one Christmas he said, oh, can you get me the box set for Christmas? So I scoured the internet trying to find all these DVDs, managed to get them. And then he's like, oh, it'd be nice if you watched it with me, so I'm not watching it by myself. So I was okay, fine, whatever. And so, yeah, I wasn't really bothered. I was like, okay, I'll watch it. But, I didn't really, had no expectations. I said, it was okay when I watched it before. And then just got completely hooked. I hadn't realized, I don't think, that it was, a longer format in terms of an ongoing plot rather than what we had in TNG and all of that sort of stuff. And yeah, got absolutely hooked on it. So we binged the whole thing over a couple of months, I guess. And yeah, and so I suppose that was for me then, this is what I really like. And I think then it must have been not long after that is when the new Star Trek came out. So the 2009 movie. Yeah, so I must have watched it before that, and then that was like, oh my gosh, and for me it was kind of a bit of that I love that film. Like, that's my favorite film, and I know people will hate me for saying that because most people don't like that one. But for me, it was like, it's so fresh, it's so modern. The music's amazing. It's beautiful in terms of visually. So I just loved that film, and I was like, oh, this is really cool. I was like, so Star Trek was like on my radar because, again, as I sort of said before, people don't really I didn't really know anyone who was like super loved all this stuff apart from my husband. He had, when we met in London when I was at law school, he introduced me to Spaced, and I don't know if you've seen, a lot of people haven't heard of it. It's a British short series, which was sort of kind of like a sitcom, but it was all based on pop culture. So it was like the story of young 20-year-olds living, living in sort of not great houses and crappy jobs, but it was very very artistic in terms of how they sort of presented it all. So it was Edgar Wright was the director of that, with Simon Pegg's in it, and Nick Frost. So it was kind of one of their first things where they got together. And it's, so if people haven't seen it and you like sort of pop culture, and it's a really cool show, and it's only there's 2 seasons, I think, and it's not that many episodes, so you can binge it pretty quickly. But that, it was weird. It was a kind of bit of a, oh my gosh, this is so cool. And I didn't know that people, got into geek and pop culture in this way. And it completely changed my life. And, from that moment on, I was like, it's okay for me to like these things and to actually admit it out loud. And, my husband's friend and all his flatmates, they all did this stuff. We went to see Shaun of the Dead came out that year. We went to the cinema to watch that, and we got completely hooked with all of that sort of Cornetto trilogy, and just loved it. And that was sort of a really big moment for me when I started exploring some more of these different things. But then we watched Battlestar Galactica, and things that then would come out after that, and all of the different sci-fi movies that came out sort of in that time. So I think it was probably, so Deep Space Nine is my favorite Star Trek. So and it's funny because I kind of feel that, again, that whether I admit to this, but that I like that dark part of Star Trek. I love Section 31. I love how it deals with the sort of underbelly of all of the good, shiny, nice stuff that you see, all the other stuff. And I know that, some people go to Star Trek for all of that principles, but for me, that wasn't what drew me to it. It was, Gulda Cat is my favorite character. Like, I just think he is just so brilliant, so complex, so interesting. And so to me, that's what I like. That's why I like, Battlestar. Expanse was one of, again, such a great TV show. I just love that gritty, dark. I prefer that sort of sci-fi rather than your kind of utopia stuff.
So that makes me think that watching our current TNG is kind of not, I don't want to say gut wrenching, but definitely not your full cup of tea at times. I know you enjoy it, but it's still, it doesn't hit that
at times.
Yes, that's
Ryan did say, I would start changing my mind. For those of you who might have seen some of the early, I was not a fan of Picard.
You've said that.
I thought I didn't like him. I thought he wasn't a good manager. He's not a good people person. He's just rude. I was like, this is not a good, and I was like, why does everybody like this guy? He just seems like a complete ass. I was like, no, what is, but then, it's been interesting sort of watching him. They've definitely developed his character. And I think, when, we're in season 5 now, he is a completely different character to what he was before. So I can see why people do like him. And obviously in terms of the way that the show has progressed, I've enjoyed how, that first season was just psychedelic. I just thought, what is going on? It was just bizarre. And I thought, I'm not sure. There were times where I thought, I'm not sure I can take this for another couple of years.
No, I'll agree with you. And there's something that people have said in the past. I've heard have said that the first 2 seasons of TNG were basically seasons 4 and 5 of the original series of TOS, because that's,
Yeah.
if you look at some of the style and the stories, it's very, in my opinion as well, it's still got a lot of TOS
Yeah,
essence
it
to
was
it.
still very sort of stylized and yeah. I mean, but what I've tried to do is I try to look at it from two perspectives. So I try and look at it thinking, okay, how do I interpret this when I'm watching it today in 2025, and think about, oh well, how have we moved on from here? Because what's really fascinating with looking back at something and watching it and I've recently done that with Friends as well, which has been quite interesting, is I was obviously didn't watch a lot of TV, but you go back and you can see it tracking through history and things that are happening and conversations and debates that have happened. And we've even had things that I've looked at it from both from the American history side, but also, well, how would a British person have seen that? I can't remember which episode it was, but we were talking about there was some synergies with how we were looking at, say, the Northern Ireland Troubles, for example, and how that would have been quite different to how an American would have interpreted an episode like that. So I've kind of tried to look at it on a much more analytical, and because it's very easy to just say, oh, this is rubbish, this is just crap TV. But you can't, you have to look at it in the context of when it was produced as well. So I try to do that, but then add the sort of lens of, well, how would I look at this now, and why is this now problematic? But that's great, because actually we've moved on from that. So I have really enjoyed looking at it more of a critique. I mean, I did an English literature degree, so it's I kind of looked at it from is this a piece of literary text? And you critique it in that way and look at the themes and the sort of messaging in it, it's amazing how it has evolved over that time, and and I've changed my perspectives on it as we've gone through. So I have really enjoyed that as an experience, because again, I was almost thinking, I'm not sure I want to watch that, because Deep Space Nine is my thing, and I know it's going to be completely different. But actually, it's been an interesting. Like I said, I think I wouldn't have just watched it. I suppose that's the thing to say. I wouldn't have watched TNG if it were not for the seventh rule, and I was looking at it in that way. I don't think I would have stuck it out. I think I would have given up, because I think just by watching it free flow without thinking about it critically, I think I would have switched it off. Whereas when you look at it with a bit more consciousness and intent, I think it's been a really interesting experience. So I really enjoyed that.
That's something you were talking about, how you looking through that another lens, and that's how I was with the original series. I'm like, I forced myself to start watching it, and then several times I tried watching it and I just couldn't get through it. But then I said, okay, I got to change my mindset to think, what if I was alive in 1966? So that gives you the way. I like how you explain that, and from the analytical side of it, because you really do. You can see that shift on how it's stayed up and how it's moved on time.
Because I think that's what watching it, and when you're able to watch things more quickly. I mean, like I said, when I was originally, there'd be such a gap between, you couldn't link things together in that. And I suppose when you're in the moment, you don't appreciate all of that nuance and how the history plays into it. And what I really love as well is sometimes I go, and it's interesting, the people who have seen it obviously originally, especially people like Faith, or people who watched it when they were quite young. And I think even Anne-Marie, when she would say that she'd watched some of these episodes at a very young age, and how their perception of an episode is entirely different to mine watching it now, and vice versa. So I might love an episode and everyone else hates it, and then and vice versa. And it always surprises me when we go into those reviews and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm completely on a different level here. But that makes it really interesting. I really love those free-for-alls when we have that sort of difference of perception, because that shows that you've had a passage of time from when you've watched it, and that's really interesting.
Exactly. And there are episodes, like I've even said, that I watched when I was a teen, my late, because TNG came out in 87, so I was 11 when it came out. So there were a lot of themes that I had no clue what they were talking about. But now that I'm doing the rewatches with all these groups, it is, oh my God, it's crazy when you look at it like, oh, that's what they were talking
Yeah,
about.
but that's the thing. But you bring your own life experience to that, then, don't you? Because, like I said, when you watch things when you're, you think you know everything when you're a teenager, but you don't. You have no life experience. You don't have the understanding of, geopolitics, regardless of whether you've done it in history or whatever. But I feel that watching things again from another time, in the same way that it's important to watch old films, and you can still like them even though they're problematic. And I think it's the fact that we can have that conversation now about some of these problematic points that were completely acceptable, but and even it's what's really interesting is even when you think about that things were getting better in the 90s, but then you had I've only recently watched Enterprise, and then I kind of felt, a lot of the early Enterprise wasn't great but then when you look at the context of the early 2000s, there was a lot of women's rights, things were kind of flipping back to so it's interesting seeing the waves of time as well. And when you get to a bit older and you can step back and you're thinking, when I think back to when I started work, for example, 20 years ago was a different place to what it is now. And, I'm very grateful that, that is the case. But when you're in that time, you don't think anything of it. It's just the norm. And it's just, I think it gives you that period of reflection. And I find, that what the Seventh Rule has really done for me is allowed me to reflect, via a TV show, which is a bit random, but it allows you to reflect on life and your experiences over that time from when that originally came out. And it's fascinating hearing other people's, experiences. And then, you've got, Siroc's perspective as an actor, Ryan, and Melissa's experiences from working in the industry, and knowing people who were there, is just really fascinating. So like I said, I am not confessing to be a TNG fan. I'm still not a fan. I've moved forward with it, and I feel like maybe by the end I'll get to that place where I really enjoy it. But I'm still at that kind of, I'm still not quite sure, but I'm getting why people love this show. Whereas I think when I first watched, I just didn't get it. I was like, this is so not how people talk about it. But again, we still got a long way to go. So and it's getting better.
Yeah, we got a ways to go, and it does get better. It has gotten better. So, oh my goodness.
Definitely.
Well, you've answered like almost every question I had I was going to ask, because I know what your favorite series is, who your favorite character is, which that shocked me. Gul Dukat.
I know it shocks everyone.
But you are correct. He did have one hell of a storyline, and I'm not gonna lie, I was always like just rooting for him. I knew it wasn't gonna happen, but I'm like, well, maybe this time he's actually gonna be good. No, he's still gonna be the ass that he has been. But he's gonna be good this time. Oh no, he just
yeah. I mean, I do like a good villain, but I like Thrawn as well from Star Wars, who he's not as clear cut evil as Dukat. But I mean, what I just love about Dukat is, I mean, I did a lot of history at school, and you can just see, all of these dictators and people in the past, they don't think they're the bad guys. That's what's really it. That I find the sort of psychology of these powerful leaders and people who've done atrocious, terrible things. You kind of think, well, how did they get to that place where they thought that was okay? Because they must have thought it was okay. They're not sitting there thinking, I'm this evil person. I'm sure it's not how, that's not how the people think, is it?
Hope not.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you don't think they're deliberate. They would have believed in what they were doing, the same way that Gul Dukat would convince himself that he could justify what he was doing. I found that the way that then that sort of played with, with the Bajorans, and then the conflict with Sisko. It just added so much depth and interest to me. To me, just nothing is ever going to beat Deep Space Nine. I mean, I know there's obviously different, but in terms of, you take Deep Space Nine out of Star Trek and it's a great show. And I think that's what I love about it. It's not really Star Trek necessarily. That would be a good show. I would watch that whether I like Star Trek or not, I think. So if I was recommending, someone I knew like maybe sci-fi, I would recommend Deep Space Nine to them, even if they didn't like Star Trek, because I don't think it really.
That's what a lot of people say. A lot of people say that. And I was going to ask you real quick before I ask you my last question. Have you read the autobiography of Benjamin Sisko?
I started it. I haven't finished it, but I need.
I just started it this couple of weeks. I'm still very. It's so cool so far. I mean, I'm very early into the book, but I was like, hey, this is actually really neat. And so,
I need to, because I did.
That's good.
I know Derek did a sort of a bit of a reading for the Sci-Fi Sisters. So I've heard snippets of it from him directly, which was really cool. So
that's cool.
But that is on my. I'm one of those people who just buys too many books and then never gets around to reading them. So
yeah,
I need to add that back to my list. So.
I've enjoyed it, what I've read so far. It's been pretty interesting, so I'm looking forward to finishing it. So I'm going to ask you one last question. What Star Trek technology do you wish existed today?
Oh, well, that's a tough one. I think I would definitely go for a replicator, only because it sounds like you can have all of this amazing food that isn't super fattening and unhealthy. So that you can get all your nutritional stuff that you need from food, but it'll be whatever you need and whatever you want. So that would just be amazing.
Yep.
I would love that. Although obviously a transporter would obviously be super useful. But I think from an everyday perspective, a food replicator, I want to just eat whatever I want and not worry about all the bad stuff that might be in it. That'd be fun.
Oh, hopefully. That would be kind of nice. Yeah. When I first started this, I really expected the answer to almost always be transporter or warp drive. But I would say 90% so far has been replicators.
Well, you could also have all those amazing alcohol without actually having alcohol in it. So hangover. So so
all the synthahol.
All the pain. Because I remember we watched that episode quite recently with Deanna Troi having that big ice cream.
Oh, yeah.
And I was just like, most of the time you're just not going to eat that, but it was just huge. And I was like, well, because it's probably all very nutritious for her.
And what's so funny about that is Marina Sirtis really didn't care for chocolate.
No, that's bizarre, isn't it?
That's so funny.
She was very convincing.
She's a great actress.
She is. I have to say, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to swear on your show, but I did meet her at DST one year, and I bought years ago. We had a really cool stamp set, Star Trek stamp set, and obviously what they did. So because obviously they were in the UK, so you had Sisko, all the captains, and then their number ones, and then you had, but then for Deep Space Nine you had Bashir, because I guess he was the British one, and then for TNG then you had Deanna Troi. And she's actually on a stamp. And I remember she said this, she gave us this story about this one time where somebody had been critical of her about her being a bit rubbish or something. And she just went back to them and said, I am on a stamp. So I actually took my stamp and then put it on a sort of piece of card and got her to sign that quote on the actual stamp. So I just thought that, you can just imagine her saying it as well. She's just absolutely, and when you think about it, who gets to be on a first class stamp? So
really, that's so cool. That's a great story, and that's cool. Well, Eve, I thank you for giving me your time today. I know it's getting later over there, but I appreciate you coming on and just getting to talk and learn about your interest and what got you into the show and who your favorite characters are. And I would have never guessed Gilda Dukat, but now we know.
No, it's been a pleasure. Thanks so much, Chris.
Well, thank you. I'll talk to you later. You have a good evening. Bye.
Thank you for watching The Transporter Room. For just $5 per month, enjoy ad-free access to this episode and all previous ones, plus exclusive bonus content. Sign up now on Patreon.
Greetings, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Garris, and welcome to the Transporter Room. Today, I'm thrilled to be joined by a truly exceptional guest, Larry Nemecek, better known as Dr. Trek. Larry is an author, interviewer, host, archivist, producer, voiceover actor, and a renowned Star Trek authority. Let's beam him in.
Hey, Chris.
Larry, how you doing?
Good. Good. Welcome to Trekland. Yeah.
Well, thank you. I actually have joined Trekland. I've done Mission Log, and we probably will talk about that in a little bit because I actually do have some questions about all those other podcasts and everything. But yeah, no, I thank you for, making the time to come today. I know you have been extremely busy because somebody went on a cruise recently.
Yes. Yeah, and that was a thrill. I'd been wanting to get on the cruise for several years, and it finally circled around to happen. And ECP that does that they're incredible to work with, and they have that. They have other cruises they do too. A couple of them are licensed. They now have a Comic-Con cruise that George was a guest on, and not the Trek, but he was on that, but they have an 80s. Anyway, they have all this, and they have such a well-oiled machine, and I mean machine in the best way, and good people who were there for the fans. No, it was incredible experience. Yeah, it's amazing how just in a short time this has become a thing, and there's a fandom. People come and go sometimes, but there are some that are regulars that go to Vegas, and there are regulars at Dragon Con and all that, and Comic Con, San Diego and all that, but. Just in a few years, there's already a whole coterie of people who that's their thing, and they know each other, and it's the reunion, and it's and they know they don't change ships every year, so they kind of even get to know the same ship every year or one of two or three. It's amazing, and they know how the docks, the ports work, and it's crazy. It's crazy, but it's the only thing now that the used to be there were licensed cons and they had creation licensed, and then they had Reed Pop for a couple of years, and that never went anywhere. This is the cruise is the only thing that the studio that Paramount has a license with, so they're still kind of overseeing and supervising and poking and suggesting things, unlike all the other for good. That's fine, but it's the only thing now that the studio licensed.
Okay, and see, I heard that because that's why I know. So last year was my first time to do cons, and so my first one I went to was SpaceCon, which was great, and then I went to the Creation Trek to Dallas in last November, and I learned that that used to be Star Trek, but then Creation lost they lost the licensing and all, or something like you were saying, they got rid of the licensing, and so now they just call it Trek.
Right. Well, there's some of the things that are real surface, but some of that is like Vegas. They did Vegas they weren't the first Vegas con that was slanted. I'm going in the weeds here, but some of your folks may go back that far. 2001 for an anniversary con. What's his name? The Slanted Fedora had it for a year, but then he kind of imploded, and Creation had already jumped to have a con in Vegas the next year and tied into the old experience. And so they've had a Vegas con every year since 2002, of which I've been to all of them, either covering them or presenting or both. And then they got the license like around 2013. I mean, it used to not be. Nobody thought about licensed conventions. And then, other long story of history, but yeah, with the coming of Enterprise, they tried to license conventions for the first time in ever. And they tried to have it. The original contracts for the Enterprise actors said they could only appear at licensed conventions, which kind of fell apart. Yeah, it fell apart because they couldn't get anybody to be a licensed convention. It was kind of funny. They had Creation, but then nobody else did. And the actors were like, hey, I'm stuck with, I can only do 2 conventions a year. I want to do more than that. So as UPN and everything kind of fell apart, that went away. But anyway, they brought it back to license Vegas about 2013 or so, 2014. And then they wanted to go with Reed Pop and go with somebody who was global, but then the pandemic hit and then Reed Pop. Anyway, long story, but that goes back and forth, you know. But they did poke them to have things like the photo ops and some museum exhibits. And of course, they'd bring stuff from the studio because it was in the family, and they would kind of push the actors to bring a whole set, a whole cast, instead of just going, you know, and have it be on the studio dime maybe instead of. But anyway, but those are the differences but a fan may or may not pick up on those kind of.
True. I probably wouldn't have.
But well, maybe we get into this, and I want to let you get started instead of famously. But I picked up some interesting insights about fandom, or at least cruise fandom, that I had no clue, which was interesting to me. So, I mean, that's me. I always try to not be, you know, like get out of my ruts as much as possible and be open to new insights. And I picked up a few with the cruise bunch, but anyway.
I'll be interested to talk about here in a minute then, because we definitely talk about fandoms. But honestly, I was curious as to, you know, so, you know, have you always had a passion like for theater or communications, or was that something that came on later in life?
So when I was a kid, I don't want to say I was shy, but I didn't, you know, I was good about, I guess like in grade school, I got, like, we had a first grade play that we did for the incoming, we did in kindergarten, for the incoming first graders that the music teacher did. And it was like a circus, and it was for first graders to do to welcome the incoming moms with their kids who would be enrolling. Right. And it wasn't a tiny school, but it was like, there were like 100 kids in each grade kind of a thing at back. And this is in central Oklahoma. And I got picked to be the ringmaster, which was kind of like the announcer. So something was there at the beginning, I guess. And then we did a musical in 6th grade. And then I did, but I didn't, but I was a history guy. I loved history after about 3rd grade, and American history, especially in the 20th centuries and the 20s and the 30s. I loved in World War II era. And of course, that was kind of my parents' era and just before, which I didn't think about at the time. Of course, we were closer to it then also when I was a kid. But I mean, a history, and then I loved NASA and space and rockets. I built models. I built flying model rockets. I didn't fly them as much. I didn't get a chance to, but once or twice. But I built plastic models and tended to be space and historical things, not like Googie Monster cars. And I didn't care about hot rods so much, just model. But I like collected stamps, and I became a model railroader and had plans. And I didn't so much care about like running the trains as building the houses and the landscape and doing everything in scale and doing like, oh, this is a cool 30s sign. I'm going to, you know, I mean, just googie stuff like that. And that was kind of where I was coming from. And I always say it's my 9th grade science teacher that shamed me into watching Star Trek after school in the reruns, because she was shocked that I wasn't. But also, I was a NASA kid before I was a Star Trek kid.
Okay. Okay. So because you were
Apollo.
Okay. Yeah, Apollo and all that. Yeah. Oh, I'm not gonna lie. There are some days I wish I'd have been around to see Apollo.
I have vague memories of my mom being worried about John Glenn's heat shield. Like, I know now that's what it was, but but I remember, what I remember is everything stopping. Like if it was summer and my dad was, or a weekend and my dad was home, but my mom, because my dad had a day job and then my mom later on had a day job. But I just remember when there would be launches, like everything stopping and everybody came in to watch it on TV. I say everybody, like me, my older brother, my younger brother, my mom and dad. And if dad was out in the garden or something working, he'd come in and we'd all watch the launches together. And if it was a splashdown, people would but the launches were exciting because you had the countdown and everything. And I miss all of that. The world didn't stop for, now the world stops for the Super Bowl, and that's about it. And election night, maybe. And that's about the only things we do, you know.
Yeah, I would say yes, you're probably right. I mean, we're not, just the people that are, that are into all the space flight stuff. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm one of them. So every time, anytime there's a Starship launch planned for SpaceX, I mean, I've got, angry astronaut, everyday astronaut, I've got two or three different YouTube channels, up SpaceX on X, watching to see, okay, and just watch it and see what's going to happen. I mean, I don't know if you watch those or not, but I mean, we'll get more into here, but it's just the thought that they're able to catch that booster now is just mind-boggling.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah. And good on them. No, I mean, I'm bad about this. There's times I feel guilty. It's like little me, teenager me and little kid me would love to. It's the culture. But if I'm working online, I have something, Facebook or Instagram or something, or Twitter's or BlueSky is open and something pops up and says, there's a launch of whoever it is. There's a launch. If it's NASA or SpaceX or it's Blue Origin or whatever it is, or a private company, there's a launch coming. I'll go, okay, I'll, in the next hour or something, I'll open that window and watch it. I'm rarely, it's not like, Apollo 14 is going to launch and we're all watching it. Because there's so many now, which is kind of sad. It's like sci-fi shows. It's like there's a million of them now, and each individual one doesn't get, unless, sadly there's drama about something, and that's the morbid side of human nature. But otherwise, I feel guilty that we're not doing. But then I go, God, there's 19 a week or something, or
Well, and that's true because it used to be that way.
That's what we wanted to get to, but yeah.
Yeah. So, well, that's good story about how you got into it, because then obviously, I mean, that led to your journalism, your passion for, I guess, writing at some point.
Well, I was. This is funny because in high school, here's the thing. So by the time I got to high school, I had no idea. Like in ninth grade, I had a careers half semester, and we had to write about what we wanted to do when we grew up, but a little more adult than that. And I literally, still then, I had so many interests. I literally did not know what I wanted to do. Like, I was not one that said, I want to be a fireman, or I want to be an astronaut, or I want to be a lawyer or a doctor. That was not me at all. I had no clue. And I was just enjoying being a kid and also, doing fun stuff. Now, I realized that at the time, it's like everything else. The geeks of one, there are like so many. If I could take 12-year-old me or 15-year-old me and plan it to the future, I'm like, look, here's all this range of stuff. And in fact, I was like, God, I wish I had known all this when I was, 20, not 30, or 25, not 35, by the time we moved to LA. But there are so many things I could have known about and maybe started a career march that way instead of kind of wandering my way there. But in the ninth grade, we had to write a report like that. I wrote mine about owning a hobby store and selling rocketry and trains and stamps and chemistry sets and, plastic models. And I was like, I have no clue. Like, this is and we had to answer certain questions but when I was in high school, we were like zooming along. And I did Model UN because, history and current events, and I enjoyed that, and did student council and stuff like that. And chorus. My mom had made me take piano lessons, and by the time I was in high school, and I had one really good teacher all the way through, who was like a second mom many times to me and a bunch of kids. But I was playing keyboards in high school, and we had pop concerts, and we would sing at things, and I was chording and doing keyboard harmony and doing all of that. And there's still people in high school that go, what do you mean you never played piano after high school much? Like, for weddings and things, but I didn't go there because it didn't make sense. But when I was in high school, I was like, oh my God, I'm about to graduate and I haven't had speech, meaning speech theater, and I had school I hadn't had journalism to do the school paper, and I did both of those like in 1 year or back-to-back years, and got really into the journal and and went to journalism, and I enjoyed doing like layout and editing and stuff, and I wound up being state vice president of the OIP, the High Schools Journalism Press Association, when we were in The school was the vice president and I was the representative. So I was the state vice president when I was like a junior, maybe senior. And so it was like, oh, and then we had a young journalism teacher who was wanting to build the program, and she had a journalism 2, which had never happened before. And journalism 1 became actually learning journalism, and journalism 2 was who did the paper. So, anyway, it was just like, oh, and then I had my one speech class, and we had one play, we had the junior senior play, and it was kind of, but both of those things. And then when I went to college, I went to my older brother's school instead of OU, and they didn't realize that I was like, I'm going to major in radio, TV, film. That's what I'm going to do. But I went to a place where they didn't have that as a major. They just had a journalism major. So I majored in theater with a minor in journal communications. Telling myself in my head, now this is like, oh, right, you with theater? Yeah, really? Like you're going to go starve at New York or LA? And, I'm like, no, it'll be good for on-camera presence. It'll be good for at the mic, and I'll merge. I had no clue how everything overlapped and didn't overlap. And the world was going to change anyway. How everybody and their dog was going to have a YouTube cast or something, or
we're going to have these things that can do everything for us.
Yes. And even if you have any kind of business, you have to get out and do video for your business, Anyway, so I had no plan. I had no clue. In fact, we had like a counselor, but I was like, I didn't think about it like career counseling. It was like, counselor's the one that gives the tests and helps you get a scholarship. That's what a counselor did. And we had a good one, but like, I never thought about any of this stuff. And I was still like, I was a junior and a senior, and I was terrified that I did not know what I wanted to do for sure. Like whatever I got, and what am I going to major in? Because whatever you major in is what happens for life, right?
Yeah. Supposedly. That's what they said
I was like
back then.
paranoid about picking the wrong thing, and then I'd be stuck with a job I didn't like. And
oh, yeah. Well, no, you're right. That's what they wanted back then.
My kids.
Oh yeah. You get your degree, you go do that, and that's what you do for the rest of your life. But that's not the way. But now that's not the way it goes anymore. But it's also really not how it goes. Unless you're like
the world. I know, but the world changes so fast. The thing you trained for in school is dead in 10 years or 15 years, or could be.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And so then, so I know you were journalism. So was it, on air, like TV, or like TV, or was photojournalism or like newspaper?
Yeah, well, it was mainly, so our college was small enough that it was just communications, and it was mainly writing. We had they offered a TV class, news and production, and because we had videotape, and they had a studio, but the studio was really for the college, for the university to do educational classes and things back then. It really wasn't set up. I mean, we could do studio, but we were pushing the envelope back then. Now, within 5 years of me leaving, they built all this stuff and they added all that. But at the time, we didn't have a real radio station either. So we were recording and doing audio stuff and but it was like one class, and it wasn't like you could take a whole track and all that. So that's on me for going to, if I'd gone to, at the time, if I'd gone to OU, yeah, but it was a combination of, I love my folks. They had right at the time I was graduating high school, they were having a fairly civil divorce. And I was just like, I love them both. This will be okay. It's weird at the holidays, but I'm just going to go down here and stay with my older brother and go to my smaller school rather than go to OU and stay at home and be in Norman and blah, blah. So that's a thing that affected then. And later on, I'm like, well, if I'd done that and been in a bigger pool of people and had, who knows where life would have gone. But what happened was what happened, and it's all good.
And this actually probably, and you know what? I'll be honest, it worked out the best, I think, for you in this regard.
Well, it was small enough that I could by the time, the second year in school, I started after I mapped out how things worked, Now we just say everybody's a nerd, everybody's a geek. Back in the day, we just had fandom. We had we had hobbies. Like you didn't say I'm a rocketry nerd or I'm a stamp collecting geek or I'm a train geek. You just said, "Oh, I have hobbies and I have, and fandom was about fans were sports teams fans, not that changed real fast. But at the time that was so anyway, so I was like the second I scoped all this stuff out and I found out there'd been a sci-fi club before and I knew which English teacher said he said, "Yeah, I'll sponsor one if you want to be the faculty sponsor." So the second year I started a Starbase chapter, which back in the day was the old original. Anyway, we had a Starbase ECU that I started. I had 2 organizing meetings and like 40 people showed up, which was awesome. And my oldest best friend I met at one of those, who we wound up being each other's best men at our wedding. And we're off and on roommates. But we met each other the second we had one of the nights we realized we were like 2 doors down in our dorm and didn't even know it. He was an artist. But that's again, high school. I had friends in high school and I've really the last few years been a little close to them thanks to Facebook, but college is where I met the friends that I was for a long, long time, because I remember the day it dawned on me. It's like, you know what? High school and the people you went to high school with, they just happened to be the people who were born the same year you were and wound up living in the same geographical area, like type. And college is where the people that actually wanted to go to that place for a reason and study the thing you did. And of course you're going to wind up being maybe closer with them. Anyway.
You said something about the fandom and nerds and stuff like that and geeks and all that. And I've had some people, I made this comment earlier on with someone else and, some internet people don't agree, but that's just them.
Shock.
I know. It shocked me. Anyway, I'm not going to go to that. But the question I was going to say and ask was something that I personally realized that I still think, even though people disagree, that the Big Bang Theory helped the fandom, the nerds, the comic book, made it mainstream.
Helped a lot. Well, a lot of things did this. So number one, streaming happened just in Star Trek. People who had, DS9 and Voyager were not big in the day. And on top of that, they kind of split what the shrinking Star Trek fandom after the bubble of Next Gen, kind of after First Contact, everything started to contract. And part of that was not helped by the fact that DS9 and Voyager they weren't synergistic, like they weren't both syndicated and they both weren't on a network together. So they kind of split in the fandom. And whether it was a syndicated or whether Voyager was on a little dinky UPN station that was like the 5th or 6th or 7th most powerful thing in a market everywhere, they would be on hockey. In fact, when they were doing the DS9 documentary, and Ira was asking questions, and I told him this, and he was shocked. I'm like, come on, Ira. Like, it's been 20 years and you didn't know that, or 30 years and you didn't realize this? When they would be on those dinkier stations, they would oftentimes be the hockey station or the NBA station or the college sports and there'd be a game at 7 or 8 or 6 and they would bump the DS9 to 2 or 3 in the morning. And a lot of people gave up and they're like, it's fine. This show is too I missed 2 shows and I'm lost, which is crazy considering where we are now. But that's the way people, and they just went down, and UPN was only in about 3/4 of the country. It wasn't even a real network. So a lot, it was the coming of, the DVDs helped, but it was the Netflix revolution that helped people, especially find DS9 and Voyager and even Enterprise too. Because Enterprise, people had given up. A lot of people had just drifted away. They were having their kids and their lives and growing up, but that revolutionized that. But then, the Big Theory and other things kind of, it's funny, Will Wheaton will say that half of the people that follow him know him from the Big Bang Theory, not from being,
Yeah, I actually, one of the interviews I just did, I cut in because she was saying something. We were talking about this, how she had, you know, she had a Jean-Luc Picard picture in her locker from First Contact in her locker. And that's when we were talking about that. And I actually, for her video, I cut in the scene of Will coming in as Spock to that episode when they were at the theater seat to watch Star Wars. And that was just, anyway, that was just so funny. But you're right.
But I know what you're saying. A lot of people thought that they were making fun of
correct
geekdom and fandom, but no, I think it opened up a lot of people's eyes to that. I mean, there were a lot of silent revolutions happening. People were out of the closet, as far as being gay. That was not more and more about the whole LGBTQ spectrum was happening, and some of the sitcoms and some of the shows were good for that, even for just people making things more mainstream and everyday. And then you had younger people becoming not so young anymore and just getting into the mainstream. So that's when I say the geeks won the war. When I was a kid, I don't remember. Have you ever seen Free Enterprise, that Mark Altman and Rob Burnett's movie? Okay, it's about them remembering their not childhood, like middle school years and high school years and college year. Well, they're in their 20 somethings, but they flash back to being a kid. And one of them was the kid that wore his Captain Kirk shirt to school, his uniform shirt to school, and got beat up for it, that kind of thing. And that's like when you took your fandom you stayed in the closet with your fandom, maybe with your Trekishness or something. And I see that and hear people talk, and then that would be kind of maybe a little bit of a joke on Big Bang, except but here's where I was coming from. So when I was like a sophomore, junior in high school, and got to be a big fan, and so my mom could sew, and mom cooked and sewed and everything. She was working, and I was such a huge fan. And there was no bloody A, B, C, or D, right? It was just the original series. And McCoy was oh you're welcome.
I love that. I'm sorry. I love that part of the series, that episode. No bloody A, B, C, or D.
Yeah, well, it comes in handy to talk about in a meta way, to talk about where Star Trek and its fandom were, but and this is a whole conversation too, I know. But after you love the characters and you love the show and the universe, we have words for things now that we didn't used to have words for, and Star Trek has pushed so much of this. I say a lot that Star Trek was the internet with stamps and paper, because people wanted to know stuff, and there was nothing to no wonder Rick Berman, I think, said Star Trek and porn's what built the internet. And I don't know if I credit him with something that smart, but
yeah,
before the internet, people demand the Well Committee, and we did stuff with stamps and paper, and a self-addressed stamped envelope was the thing. Information, newsletters, and it was stamps and paper days instead of digits, and bytes. But so I could see you'd get a catalog, and here'd be a Kirk poster and a Spock poster and a Kirk and Spock poster and an Enterprise poster and a whole crew shot. But I go, where's the McCoy alone? Where's the Scotty alone? Or a t-shirts. Okay. And I'm like, what? There's a whole sidebar story here. I'm going to drag this down if I get into it. All I wanted was McCoy on a poster and McCoy on a t-shirt, because I loved them all, but I started noticing I'm kind of an underdog. I'll root for the underdog. And I was noticing that like the other characters weren't getting, and it's like McCoy's hysterical, and he's the other two are going, oh, we're out here being so heroic, and McCoy's the one's like, shut up and put your pants on one leg at a time. I mean, that's the way McCoy always was to me, anyway. So when it came time to beg your mom to do your uniform for you, I didn't do a Kirk shirt, Captain. I didn't do a Spock. I wanted a McCoy, which meant you had to cut the lieutenant commander braid. It was like twice as much to put it on. But she did. We shot for material, and I got the Lincoln Enterprises pattern, and she made it and tried to make the collar, but it had the invisible zipper in it because, and I had a thing that had the cuff braid the right way and all that. And then she made, I wanted a dress uniform, and we got that done and all that. But here's the thing: the very first one was just a McCoy regular duty thing, and I didn't know about there were no there was a little convention that I finally heard about, but I wasn't going to wear my uniform to it because that would just be, to me, that would just be weird. But I wanted to wear it in public. So in our high school, and I was on student council, and then the last year a couple of years I was an officer, but we would have dress up. So we would have like Western dress up day, and we would have like Sadie Hawkins day and like dress backwards. Like I was dressed like a lot of fun in modern times, I know. And so one day it was the 70s, and we were all being just so smart and so modern and whatever in our little simple way. And I'm in the back of my head going, I'd love to wear my thing to school, but it's like, so one time I said, hey guys, why don't, instead of having the same old, why don't we have something cool? Like, why don't we have and I didn't say, why don't we have a Star Trek or I said, why don't we have a TV and movie dress up day? And you just come as your favorite character from whatever you want. Western, you could come as whatever. So everybody's like, yeah. Okay. So the first time I wore my McCoy uniform in public was at the TV and movie dress up day thing that I had the idea to do. And everybody's like, yeah, sure. And two girls came as Minnie and Mickey Mouse and went all out. That's what I remember. But that's how I did it and not got beat up for wearing it, I think.
That's ingenious, though. That was smart.
What I didn't think about, though, was at the same time was our spring Pops concert was that day at school before we had one at night, and that's all I wore to school. So there's these pictures of me being the MC talking to people with McCoy uniform.
It's all good. It was fine. It was all good. High school. Oh my God, that is too.
I look back at this stuff now and I go, okay, no, I was like, I didn't think about it consciously, but some part of me was like, well, no, I'm not going to wear that and get laughed at and ridiculed or whatever. I'm going to find the right way. And I didn't know about we didn't have cons and cosplaying and everything, or I didn't.
That wasn't a thing, probably, really back then.
Didn't have the thing. Yeah. Now, within a year or two, I went to a little local con that was as much about old time radio and westerns and nostalgia and sci-fi, but it wasn't big enough to be just even a sci-fi con. It was within a couple of years that all changed. It's amazing how things flipped just when I was like in high school and college, and and just exploded.
So you made a comment about westerns and stuff like that, and so it made me and on some of your different podcasts or your shows, you've mentioned quite a bit, and especially during the fires, about the Will Rogers Foundation. So explain what all that is and how you got involved in that. I know it's about it has to do with your history, your history buff, I felt.
Well, yeah. So if you're an Oklahoman, if you're an Okie and you grow up, Will Rogers is, it's cool now because there have been country singers and rock bands and athletes and astronauts. For a while, Oklahoma had more astronauts per capita than any other in the early years, like the Mercury and Gemini and Apollo years. Between Gordon Cooper and Tom Stafford and a couple more into the shuttle years, there was like, for a state its size, there were more astronauts. Okay, some of that's the flyboy mentality. But for a long time, the only and if you were discounting anything of a native origin, although Will was quarter Cherokee-ish, but for a long time it was like the only real celebrity personality, famous person Oklahoma had was Will Rogers. And it was still at a time when it was just a generation removed from him and people's. Anyway, when I was growing up, you'd see the name on the turnpike and on this, that, and the other. And when I was in junior high, it was the first year that PBS had nationwide local telethons, fundraiser thing. And the Oklahoma Authority, Oklahoma OETA, had carried all the PBS, but every night at the end of the night, they would play a Will Rogers movie to end up, and their fundraising and all that stuff. And I was like, oh, this is that guy I've always heard of. And I watched, and I was like, oh, and I just started like reading. And then they were reprinting his books at the time. And so one of them, somebody gave me one of his books, and I was reading like, oh my God. Because to me, the thing about Will Rogers was he lived in the 20s and 30s, but everything he was talking about and the way he talked about it could have been right then. He could have taken out Hoover and Roosevelt and put in, Nixon and Ford and Carter or whatever, and Johnson and Kennedy. I mean, you could, or take whether it was war or peace or depression or doctors and lawyers, or you're talking about Russia or France or whatever he was talking about, and he did talk about everything. You could substitute from today and go, oh my God, this is not change. This is amazing. And so I became a fan. I started getting all of his books and reading. And then during the Bible, I won't say that. One time again in high school, James Whitmore did a one-man show. When one-man shows were big, when Hal Hope did Mark Twain, and when that was a big thing, James Whitmore, who's died a few years ago, but he was, if you saw Shawshank Redemption, he's the first Brooks. He played Brooks in Shawshank.
Yes, I know you're talking about.
He was also the head farmer in the musical on film version of Oklahoma. When they sing "Farmer and the Cowman," he's the farmer. That she's waving the gun in his face and saying, "Sing, sing," and he's like, "Oh, the farmer and the cowman." Anyway, he's character work for. Anyway, he did a one-man show of Will Rogers, and later on, he did a Teddy Roosevelt, I think. And my mom took me to see that right when all this in Oklahoma City, because he was touring around. I was like, oh my God. And I basically, and there was you could get it on the album, blah, blah, blah. And I ripped him off and did a one-man show of Will Rogers myself when I was a senior. And then did it a little bit later. I need to go back and do that again. Anyway, that's where my fan, and of course, Claremore was in Oklahoma, but from where I lived, it was like 2.5 hours away. So I didn't get to go a lot. And then when we moved out here, his ranch was in the Palisades. And I tried to be a docent, and I've been a docent since 2002. And then about 3 years ago, they asked me to be on the foundation's board. And then, of course, and then in January, we had these insane, stupid 80-mile-an-hour fire winds. This is why the first blew up and wiped out most of the Palisades and Will's house. And it's just a gut punch. And we're all right now trying to figure out what to do, about going forward, but we're not going to give up on, even though the structures are gone, there'll be something there. Some things were saved from the house, not nearly enough. And some people are a little pissed about that, but, yeah. But anyway, so I've been, and then got to go back and see the memorial and the birthplace ranch and all that's in Oklahoma. So anyway, that's it. He's just, for a long time, he was the most famous Oklahoman there was before more things came along. And then when Terry, all the Star Trek, to bring it back to Star Trek, all the Star Trek original cast did their books, right? And the only one who had not done his own book was my guy, DeForest Kelley, playing McCoy. And we had one time when my career had gotten big, and I mean, I had seen him at cons, and we had some fan interaction, signing an autograph. I've got pictures. I didn't think I was going to for a long time. He was getting fit in the 80s. He was getting like thinner and thinner and thinner. I'm like, he's going to waste away. But the last time he was at a con and the whole cast was together was the 30th anniversary thing that was in Huntsville, Alabama at Space Camp. And anyway, and I went in to talk to him I had set up an interview with him, and I finally got to do a real interview, and we did it. And then at the end, I said, I just have to tell you this now that I can drop my professional facade, that you were always my favorite. And he said, well, where the hell were you when I was having to put up with Bill and Leonard? And, having fun. And then I pitched him I said, everybody else has done their autobiography. What about you? And I said, I'm a professional writer. I would love to help sit down and co-write it with you. And he said, now, if I did that, I just have to go out to the garage and go through all those boxes. And I'm like, okay, that's going to be his answer. So, okay. So and then he died 3 years later. And Caroline outlived him, but she had a muscular disease, and he was taking care of her when he was passing. So, but I didn't know at the time that they had crossed paths with a woman named Terry Rio, who wound up writing the biography with Caroline and the family's blessing. and she interviewed a few of us that were Dee and McCoy fans. And when she found out that she said, and she rode her horses out at Will Rogers. She was a horse person, transplanted from Texas. And she said, after we talked for a while, and she kind of interviewed me just to get comments about why I was a McCoy person more than Kirk and Spock and all that. And she said, she goes, after we talked for a while, she goes, "Oh, well, no wonder you're a Will Rogers fan." And it's just like, I can totally see the connection between Will Rogers and McCoy. And I'm like, oh, it's like, slap me and knock me over all these years later. It was like, oh yeah, I get it. The poking and the plain spokenness, but also kind of making your point by kidding people, or kind of like, people think McCoy was an old curmudgeon, but he wasn't. There's plenty of times when he would make his point by. Anyway, I never got that part about McCoy. People would parody McCoy and having and having screaming and growling, and I'm like, no, that's not the McCoy that I know. But yeah, so there you go. So in all these years later, somebody else said, "Oh, well, no wonder you're a McCoy fan and a Will Rogers fan." So,
So I was going to ask real quick.
There you go.
On your website, there's that picture of you and him together. Where was that taken at?
That was the interview at Huntsville.
Okay, I was wondering. I kind of figured, okay, that's
it's
cool.
like I finally got it. I mean, I have somewhere he's signing. We were at a con in St. Louis, like in the 80s. It was the year that Star Trek 4 was coming out. It was either 84 or 86. Anyway, and the line was so long, and we were in some humidity enclosed pool. It was so hot and sticky that all the guests were walking the line, signing for people. Probably because now that I realize it, I just realized George was the first one. He was probably talking too much and holding the line. But Harv Bennett and Jimmy and Majel and Dee all walked. No, Harv didn't. But Majel and Jimmy and Dee all walked the line for people. And I had brought, and he didn't do this later on, but I had brought my medical reference, and he signed it. And I asked him if he would sign it, just an old country doctor. And he did. And he didn't do that much after, the last 10, 15 years, he didn't. So my medical reference is, and if I had not moved and still had things in boxes, I would show you. But anyway, but so we had met a couple of times, not near enough that I wanted, because I was still in Oklahoma and I had to get myself somewhere where I could, things. But by the time of 96, and we were in LA, and I didn't dream that it would be the last time I got to see him in person.
Well, so what in the world, so what got you out to LA and California and to get into what you do today?
Well, that's one thing I feel like I share with Will too. Like, none of this was like when I was a kid, I was wanting a plan and it wasn't coming. So I just kind of, I was gonna teach. So I got out of college, and I looked at the time. This is so weird to me now. At the time, I'm at a state, and I'm looking around and going, "Well, everybody's getting a BA. Everybody's getting a bachelor's." I had no clue what I really wanted to do yet. So I went ahead and got a master's just to have a degree above what a lot of people were doing, even though I didn't exactly know. But I had this thing that's like, well, if nothing, I think I'll either teach high school or college. I have a lot of guilt today that I didn't go back and teach history in high school, because I did not want to do, God bless them, I love them, but they would always stick. This is part of the reason we're in the mess we're in today. A lot of schools around me, they would stick U.S. history and world history with coaches. And that would be their 1 or 2 or 3 classes they did when they were, they'd have athletics in the afternoon, and they would do this during the day. I had our head coach when I was in high school. He taught driver's ed. Now that I thought was a good thing. But this whole read the chapter and do the questions at the back of the chapter, kind of thing. And I was like, no, it's like, it doesn't have to be boring. It's not just dates and places. And I didn't even think about at the time that like civilization was going to fall apart, because I knew the old, he who forgets history is doomed to repeat it ish line. So anyway, I've had a lot of guilt over the years that I didn't go down this path, but I also knew by the time I got to high school that the teachers made like piddly squat. And I'm like, well, if I would actually want a family and have kids, I need to be able to do more than a teacher's salary. So I loved them, and they were a big impact. And I had some great ones that probably didn't deserve at the time. We had like several that were just awesome. But I did not know. And so for a while, I'm like, well, I'll just get a master's and doctorate. Oh, I'll teach at college. I'd see it. I'll teach it. Well, a year into having a master's at KU at Lawrence in Kansas, which I went to because of a professor that had been at OU that was recommended to me. And then I wound up not even having him except for one directed semester. But I would see the zombie PhD candidates walking around. And I quickly realized that getting your master's was not like getting your bachelor's and fun. It's like a lot of reading, a lot of study. They didn't look at you like they did the undergrads, even in theater. At least that program didn't. They were expected to, it was there for the undergrads, and the masters were just supposed to do tech and design stuff or whatever. But I saw the zombie PhDs, and I'm like, okay, that I won't last that long. Like, the fun has gone out of this, and so I have this master's in theater directing and acting that I've used it. But you know what? It's all been for the good in a lot of ways, and understanding. And I had to do some psychology classes for the director. There was a guy that used some psychology books, transactional, like therapy, in like when you're trying to get people through their blocks. It's just a person. They were saying you can use this with actors if you're directing them to get them through the block of getting to something they want to get to. And it was anyway. So that was 2 years. And then when that was done, I'm like, okay, this is ridiculous. I have to figure out what I'm going to do with my life. And I did two things. It's like I had already been a fill-in accidental reporter and editor at a weekly paper. And then I accidentally wound up being when I was 20, the managing editor quit because the paper was sold, and they looked at me and said, could you get the paper out the rest of summer while you're here? And I'm like, yeah. So I had like one reporter and me. And I was a managing editor at 20 at this little two-paper weekly. So it was kind of like, well, I can always do that. If nothing else bigger comes along, I can do. So not the weekly paper, but the daily paper in Norman, which was an AP paper, and and had OU and had a sports department, and back then was before the web stole everything from print anyway. And so when I got I had my master's in theater, I'm like, okay, I'm either going to apply to work on our congressman's staff, and I had a one-time girlfriend who was saying, go to law school. And I'm like, I'm too good to go to law school. I didn't know then that like anybody with a law degree ran up, and whether they ran for office or they opened a business or whatever. But I said, I'm either going to do that or I'm going to put an application in at the transcript. And within a month or two, they had a reporter's position open up, and I was there 10 years. That's what I did for my paycheck. And I got married. And then along the way, Star Trek came back because it had been gone. And I love B. Joe's Concordance. And I said, but I'll do it my way. And at the same time, Macintoshes and desktop publishing came in a big way. And I started doing my own concordance like B. Joe's, only for Next Generation. And that got the attention of, thanks to Richard Arnold at a con, and that got the attention of people at Paramount. And so people were, and Richard would say, who's now passed, would say, well, B. Joe's supposed to be working on a new one for us, but we're sending her scripts and she's not doing anything, and you've already got it written. And I'm like, oh, okay. And so they did. And after the 5th season, I got this call, and they said, hey, we want you to do a book, but Mike and Sakuda are going to do an encyclopedia-ish, and they're going to combine it. It won't be like just a Next Gen. It's going to be everything together. I think at the time they were already thinking there would be more series, and they didn't want a book for each one, which is, anyway. There's like, but can you do like a making of book? And to me, that's the making of Star Trek. I'm like, sure, yeah. And can you do it in 3 months? I'm like, are you kidding? But like, quickly learned, you don't say no. You say, an actor said, yes. If you're in an audition room and they go, oh, by the way, can you scuba dive? You say, oh, sure I can.
Yeah.
You get the part, then you race out and take scuba lessons, or yes. Can you horseback ride? Oh, yes. You run out and take horseback riding lessons.
So, but you're right. You don't say no, because if you do, I'm not going to lie, that industry out there is cutthroat.
Well, it's cutthroat, but here's the thing. They'd say, it's not what you know, it's who you know. Well, you know what? that's true. That's the old get your foot in the door. But once your foot is in the door, you have to prove that you can walk on the rest of the room. It's great to get that, but you do that in any business. You network. Now we say everybody networks around, whether it's, you're a chicken farmer or you're a barber, or I mean, whatever you do, you have, if you're in retail, you have to know wholesalers who'll cut you a deal and they'll extend you credit, or you're always networking with people and having friends and people who can trust you and you can trust them. So that's what a lot of it is. It's not like, oh, because then you can't, then once you get that break, you can't screw up, or then your name is mud. You have to deliver the goods, whatever it is. So I got the chance. It was insane. Thankfully, Leonard Nimoy was having a fight with licensing over the Barney Rubble Pointed Ears Post Pebbles tie-in thing, and he was pissed because they hadn't consulted with him, and so he was refusing to do his likeness for anything in licensing until they did something about it. And so I got another 3 months to work on the book.
Oh, thank you, Leonard.
So, and that, and Chris, that's when I learned that it doesn't matter what you're doing in Hollywood. The pictures are more important than the words.
Really?
You know what I'm saying?
Interesting.
It's like he would not, and of course, because it was 5th season. What was the biggest thing to happen to TNG in the first 5 years? Spock is going to be on Next Generation.
Unification 1 and 2.
Yes. So it was like, we have to have pictures of Spock in here. And what's the point? So this is why I say the most important thing in Hollywood is not the words, it's pictures.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
him not agreeing to his image likeness got me 3 more months to write and flesh out what I could do. Yeah. And more interviews to do on the phone and everything. Because we were still in Oklahoma. I came out and went back.
Oh, wow. Did you have any? I don't have it out here. It's on the other side, so I can't get it. The technical manual, or was that all? That was all Mike Okuda and oh my gosh, the other guy.
The Mike Okuda tech manual? Do I?
Yeah.
Of course I. But it came out at the same time. It was delayed a year. It was supposed to be the year before.
Okay, because see, mine. I got it in 91.
Nonfiction would sell. They were being very, very. They only made like the first print run was, Mike can tell you this, or Rick Sternbach can tell you this. They like the first print run of the TNG Tech Man was like 5,000 copies because they didn't know how it would sell, and it was like sold the stores pre-orders. I mean, not Amazon. I mean, the stores pre-order blew through that, so they printed another 5,000. Gone. Then they printed 10,000. Gone. It was like, are you seriously? It was 5 years into the show. We were way past Best of Both Worlds crazy. And you had to like shake them and go, no, it will. And so it did finally sell. So mine sold insane amounts too. And it wasn't because of my brilliant writing. It was because of everybody. And there was nothing out. There were people doing unofficial, unlicensed stuff. And they knew that too. And that's part of the push to get something out that was official. But there was no nonfiction. They were doing the novels, but the tech manual and then the Next Generation Companion, the TNG tech manual, were the first 2 nonfiction anythings. And the Starlog magazine was happening. And whenever there would be anything halfway behind the scenes in those would be the issues that sold out first.
Yeah,
anyway,
I forgot. I had a picture of it, but yeah, there's mine. I put online. I bought it. I had to look at the I looked at the inside. The cover. It was 1991 when I got it, and it says first print in there or something. But what's crazy? I paid a whole $13 for it back then. Or technically, I'm not gonna lie. My mother paid $13 for it.
I've dragged this out way too long already, but I would tell you, like,
fine.
the first year the original series tech manual came out, and I was like, oh, Mom, like, we're in the mall before Christmas, and like, here, Mom, this is what I want for Christmas, and I will never forget this. It was at B. Dalton's, and I go over and I go, here, this is what I want, and like the cover price at the time, and she's flipping through, and she goes, I don't know, Larry, $5.95 for something that doesn't really exist, and I'm like, I'm just a kid. I'm a, what am I, 14, 15 or something? I'm like, okay. And I put it back. And then I had some money for my birthday and Christmas. And the next spring break, I went down and stayed with my brother at the town where I went. And they had a little mini mall with a little dinky bookstore. And there was one copy of the Tech Man. And I bought it with my own money. Like, haha, see? But that's funny. I teased my mom about that over all these years. Yeah.
Yeah, so I got that back in the mid '90s. But that's cool how you got the manual written, and thank God, Leonard was being playing hardball because it got you that extra time, and bam, there you are.
This was a little more breathing room. Yeah, it was just a little extra. But I learned so much about the way. Well, I've talked about this off and on over the years, and someday, like Dan Madsen's doing a book and Doug Drexler's doing a book, and and it's like, okay, so at some point I need to do a book and write this stuff down and not just randomly say it in podcasts. But I learned so much about when things are not. If I had been given or just roll out the red carpet on a lot of the things I did when I first came out and got into things, it wouldn't have been near as good long term. Because when I didn't have those things happen, I was still official. It was amazing to me, the gap between being an official licensed author and how much anybody helped you. Like, you were still having to go out and do stuff on your own. You still had to put up with nobody flung open a couple of times, yeah, but you still had to go out and meet people. You had to get people's trust. First time I got to meet Ira, he had just been burned by another reporter who shall remain nameless. And he looked at me and he said, what do you do on your podcast? Do we curse? I came in.
Yeah. Sorry. I thought you about, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I came in and I was sitting down to talk to him for the first time. It was about TNG, but they were working on DS9 then. And he looked at me and said, well, are you going to for two like this other guy did? And that was my hello to Ira. I'm like, no, I treat I'm often bringing people together. I'm often walking,
That's too funny. I can see him saying that because I've been on one Seventh Row recording because I'm a member of the Seventh Row, and he was on there, and we got to ask some questions and everything one time, and yeah, you could tell, and he didn't. Yeah, TNG is a sore subject. It kind of seems like with him, it's still a little bit. So
well, they got but Mike, his good friend Michael Pillar, who came in and saved it. But I can when it's funny because when I interviewed Michael for the insurrection part of the TNG update, right, and Michael is talking about that he got ground up in this committee approach. The reason insurrection has the problems it did, if they just let him do his original idea, it would have been awesome. But it got ground up in committee, and they didn't want to do Romulans, so they had to invent the two races, the two speed. Anyway, and his book now that Sandra has out, but for a long time it was like the hidden book. But he did the book that an idiot at Paramount yanked, not because of something it said, but just because he didn't think books should talk about the behind the scenes. I'm like, what universe do you live in? That's been the thing since since Stephen Poe Whitfield did the making of Star Trek. What? Anyway, when it finally, now you can get it. But when you read that, he goes through all these iterations and the drafts and the major revisions and all that. But one of those times, Michael Pillar talks about, late great Michael Pillar talks about, he was leaning on Jerry Taylor and he was like, give me some notes on this. And at one point he had most of the draft done, and and I remember, and I have it on tape where Michael he says, I gave it to Ira to read. And he says, I remember the day we had a break, I had a break, and Ira had a break, and he came in and he stood in my doorway in my office with the script draft in his hand. And this is Michael telling it in Ira voice. And he says, and he stood there and he looked at me and said, Mikey, Mikey, Mikey. Mikey Pillar. But, and he was doing it in his Bronxy, New York accent. Anyway, but it was Michael doing his Ira impersonation of, anyway. But those are, so at some point I have to pull those things together and.
Oh,
get
I
them
think you
together.
do. You need to do that so you can get it all put together, and so they can buy another book of yours and go from there.
Yeah. There's only been like 2, like Stellar Cartography and the
Mhm.
Companion went through 3 editions, and Stellar is in 2. But
Yeah.
anyway, a lot of my own stuff
Oh,
over
yeah.
the years. Yeah.
So I do have one more area to kind of check, to talk about, and I can't keep up with all of your different podcasts that you're part of, because so under your Trekland banner, I know you have Portal 47, and then the Trekland Treks, and then we do the Tuesday talks, and then
Trekland Tuesdays live.
Yeah, and then also your part, and somehow that's also integrated with Mission Log, and so.
Well, okay, so here we go. And this, like, it's another evolutionary thing. So 10, 12 years ago, I was a word guy. And when Don Beck, I was going to do something with the first world tour. Anyway, I got introduced to documentary making, and I was like, so here I am being a journalist who did this, where you would go talk to somebody on your tape, and we're talking pre-Temi, pre-AI help, where you had to, you'd love the interview, but then you had to sit back, and the longer your interview was, the worse, you had to transcribe your own tapes or pay somebody to do it. And you didn't have any money because you were a writer. So you have to transcribe your own tapes and then, and then write the thing and make it like an actual journalistic piece. There wasn't any of this glorified people. Now they do transcript, it's like, well, God, I could do it. I did the transcript. You clean up a transcript. That's your article. It's like interview. It's like, no, we wrote like actual interviews when I would do magazine stuff. The book was easy. It was just like chunk, put it in here and put it in a narrative. But when I found out, it's like, here, we want to do a thing on the world tour. So look at these tapes, get the time codes of what parts you want to use. Let us know. We'll have a transcriber put it together, and then the editor will put it together, and then you can do notes and smooth it out. I'm like, what? I don't have to, what? How did I get born into the wrong industry? Like, what? No wonder you, and then you're going to pay me what for it? Like $1,500, not $200. And I do 1/20th the work. It's like somebody else will pull it out and transcribe. Somebody else has already transcribed it, and they will make the cuts and put it together and smooth it. Like somebody else is going to do all this after my creative brain does it, but all the manual stuff I don't have to also do. And you're going to pay me how much compared to, 1,000 versus 200 or 1,500 versus 2. And I'll have a maybe have a a guild credit for it or something. What? Yeah. So anyway, so that happened, and I went, okay, from now on, but it was also a weird time because it was the Star Trek desert, and no one knew what the hell the world was going to do. And I didn't know. There was a long time when it was the fallow years for Trek, and I didn't know. And before YouTube came in and things changed finally, for a long time, I was like, should I go sell shoes? What should I do right now? But I still had the Rolodex of people I knew from all the years. And I still had all my own stuff, my own archives. But it was just the fallow times. And then gradually YouTube and then podcasting and all. So, yeah. So then it was like, well, everybody and their dog has a podcast. I want to do something like maybe on camera. And that was 10 years ago. Well, now everybody's on camera. But the old paradigm of you need 3, if it's going to be something decent, you need a camera, and then a 2-shot, and then switch back and forth. And I said, or the tech will come in and save that. Anyway, I wound up being a guest on Chris Jones's Trek FM podcast a lot. And he said, Larry, when you're a guest on the original Ready Room, which before studio stole the name, he says, when you're a guest on my show, like that's the most downloaded episodes. And I'm like, oh, okay. That should tell me something, but I don't know what to do. How do you still have to pay rent? And, and everything big box was blowing up. There were no big things to be a part of anymore. The entrepreneur and online world was happening. And it's like, give me the manual so I can do, well, we're still writing the manual. When it's ready, we'll tell you. It's like, well, I got to pay bills. I have a family. So finally, anyway, all that happened, and the Trek Files is the podcast that I do for Roddenberry. It's an audio podcast, but the Trekland Tuesdays Live was right about the time Discovery came back, and people were freaking out, about the toxic. Where did all this toxic fandom come from? Well, it's bots and trolls, and it looks bigger than it. It's what we soon found out about everything in general. It's more than it. It seems like more than it really is, just because they're amplified by social media. And that whole thing of social media went from talking to your grandma or finding your high school graduating class to all the crap that gets dumped into it now, and people get tricked. But that all, kind of evolved. But the first thing was doing my entrepreneur. I found an entrepreneur coach. I said, I need to do something that's my own thing, and it's a licensed world, and I can't do some things because it's licensed. And we found, and that's what Portal 47 was. And it was my thing about, I'd always been a backstage fan. I'd always, as much as I loved the actors and everybody, ND and all of that, doing the concordance was pulling out the not canon, but just keeping track of all that stuff. And then when I had to do the companion, it became, okay, that's a separate thing. Now we need you to do behind the scenes stuff. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then after I knew all the people, it was easy, but I didn't want to throw that away. So it's like, what can I do? And Portal 47, I say, is for all the Star Trek fans who have no idea how much Star Trek they still have no idea about. Because it's getting all those people's story identified, much less their stories saved, and explaining what niche their thing does in the production, puzzle. And what does a best boy do? What, some of those terms have gone away, but everybody. And it's everybody but actors, because the actors are always going to get talked to, and they're the icing on the cake. But what's the cake that makes the icing possible? It's what the writers on the producers on down do, all the designers of costumes and props and makeup and art and visual effects and even the stand-ins and the stunt people and all of that. And they all have stories, and they can tell you how the industry works, and they all have their own unique path, and that all deserves to, and we lost so much of the original series people, so anyway, and most of all, it's a thing I could do as a business that nobody had to come in and say, hey, this is licensed and you can't. No, people can tell their own stories and talk about the process. So anyway, so that's where Portal 47 came. And then the Treks is along the way. I did a Geek Nation Tours big tour of location sites around LA. And I realized a few times, and we're going to have another one for the 60th anniversary next year, which is coming. That's Geek Nation Tours. And I realized I could do day tours with people, because I thought Star Trek fans deserved to be able, you could go on a Hollywood actor suicide tour and see where famous people killed themselves or whatever. I can take your, or you could do a Star Trek tour and see locations. And I said, well, I'll fix it so you can.
That's more fun.
So that
would be more fun.
That umbrella you were looking at. So the Treks are day tours. Portal 47 is a subscription service. Trekland Tuesdays Live is my live show. Anybody can jump in on. The Trek Files is from Roddenberry every week. And then I also do, when there's fresh Trek happening, I have a show called Second Opinion with Dr. Trek, where it's like a review show, but it's more a reaction show that I do 2 or 3 days after. And then I watched Prodigy with my granddaughter, Alice, who's, when we started, she was 5. Now she's about to turn 9. But still, we've got the first, I've got to start getting the second season out. But anyway, that's out. My YouTube channel is what I got into late, and it's where everything, I have some really, my original interviews when I was trying to figure this out, and then I'll shut up. When I was trying to figure this out, it goes like 08, 09, and it was like, whoa, the world is changing. What's it going to be? And I had a blog and a web page, and YouTube was where you put your videos so you could have them on your blog pages. So I have a lot of interviews with people at signing shows, and I have a lot more I have never posted, but there's a lot of cool things there. And then, there's so much stuff. I have interviews, video, and just audio that have not been transcribed or not been posted that I need to do at some point, but hopefully.
That's cool. I didn't know. See, and I'm glad I found it. And I will say what's helped me out a lot was, getting involved with some other channels and, and I mean,
Oh, you mentioned Mission Log. So Mission
yes.
Log is John's baby, John and Ken, the audio. I've just been a guest a few times on that. So
Okay.
I'm not really part of Mission Log, but
Okay.
they're a sister show on Roddenberry to Trek Files. So,
Okay.
and of
Yeah,
course,
because I
I've
saw
known
that
John
on.
forever.
There was, I think it was last Tuesday's show. I made a comment in the chat about what is like all this stuff, and we said something, and Dave Gregory answered me, and I think so did. Whoops, I don't know why it did that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
either.
weird. Anyway,
And I'm doing this. I'm not. Doing
I know that's weird, but like I think Dave Gregory and Joel and Chuck A, kind of explained to me some of the things as well in the live chat that night. So it was good.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks, guys.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
Dave Gregory's a Portale. I know that, and part of my bunch. So, yeah.
So I do have one question that I always ask at the end to everybody. And I just want to know, what Star Trek technology do you wish existed today?
Oh, transporters.
Cool.
Yeah. So we could I could beam into that Chicago creation with you and be
Mm-hmm.
or jump around and keep up with everybody. Yeah.
Well, Larry, this has been a joy. We could talk for 3 hours, but I'm gonna
Your
let you have
processor would like to have a little relief, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I thank you for coming on tonight, and I definitely can see having you back on and again in the future. So,
well, Chris, there's a couple things coming up later on this year into next year that I'd especially love to come back for. But I'll just say,
perfect.
I'm glad you popped up in the chat that day. So
Me too. I am too. It's me too. It's been, I'm glad I have joined and other stuff. So
cool.
All right. Well, I'm gonna let you go, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening and have a good night. Good night.
You too. And you and your audience, I'll just say, as usual, trek well.
Thank you.
For as little as $5 per month, you can gain early access to the full ad-free versions of all interviews, plus additional exclusive content by joining Patreon.
Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Garris, and this is the Transfer Room. Welcome to a live edition that is kind of spur of the moment, but hey, that's the whole thing about the internet. You can just do things when you want to. So tonight, I have met someone that is a younger Star Trek fan. And I felt like it'd be a good thing to bring somebody that's in the younger generation and let us know what they feel about Star Trek. So let me introduce Linda. Hello. Hi. How has your day been, Linda?
It's been great. How was yours?
Other than getting stuck in traffic for like 2 hours trying to get home to do this, it was good. But yeah, traffic is a pain in the butt. But anyway, yeah, so I, we met through just, online, different ways online, and I started seeing the stuff that you post, and I was, honestly, intrigued to see someone, and I hate to say that, but someone your age that's like, and looking at your background, a huge Star Trek fan.
Yes.
Like that's just that just seems unusual in a way, but maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, so, just tell us a little bit about yourself, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so my name is Linda. I'm 20 years old. I'm a physics major. I'm about to start my junior year of college, and I am a lifetime nerd.
But there's nothing wrong with being a lifetime nerd.
Not at all. I'm proud. Clearly.
Yeah. Let's look at your background. We see that. And
God, deployment of Star Trek over here, puzzle.
Mhm.
We've got Star Trek, Star Wars, and Harry Potter all represented over here.
Oh, wow. So
Yeah.
you're all of it.
Oh yeah,
Oh
musicals.
my
Total
gosh.
theater kid.
That's so cool. Yeah, so, normally, this, like I said, I don't normally do lives. Usually I do recordings and just so that way I can edit stuff later on. But I've been told, I need to try doing more live. So I was like, oh, what the heck? We'll just do it. I know it's not scheduled. Some people may be like, why didn't you do this more? I'm like, hey, it is what it is tonight. And who knows? We probably will do more of these later on. But so, can you tell us how in the world did you become a Trekkie?
Yes, so that would be my father's fault. I was 6 years old. We had just moved into this house, and my dad's current project was working through all of the Star Trek series. So I came home from school. He just happened to be on Voyager watching the episode The Thaw, and I wandered into the living room to say hi, and I saw it on TV and was just that was it. I was totally hooked. I sat down and watched the rest of the episode with him and immediately wanted to be Captain Janeway. I was asking him all sorts of questions about it. I just wanted to know everything about it. When the episode was over, I asked if we could watch another one, and he was like, well, you can't start with Voyager. You have to start with the original series. So he proceeded to show me the episode The Trouble with Tribbles, and I loved it, and I watched nothing but the Star Trek, the original series, until I was 12.
Really?
Yes, and then my dad was like, we have to watch The Next Generation. It's time to move on. So we watched The Next Generation, and he didn't give it any time. Like the day we finished The Next Generation, I think even before we were done, he was moving on to Voyager because he didn't want me to get stuck on Infinite Loop again with Next Gen.
So, I mean, you've done something even I haven't done. I have not, and I'm embarrassed to say this, I've only watched the first full season of TOS, and I think I'm about maybe halfway through the second season of TOS, but I have not finished it.
It is. It's been a while since I've gone back and watched it like that. I'll put it on a lot to go to sleep or, have it on in the background, but it's been a minute since I've sat down and watched it. I'm due for a TOS rewatch all the way through.
Mm-hmm.
I miss it.
Well, and that's, so actually I'm kind of curious about your TOS. What do you think about it now, and how has it aged? Some of the episodes I've watched are they're kind of hard to watch. I'm not going to lie. But,
Yeah.
As someone your age, what do you think about those now?
Well, for me also a lot of it is nostalgia. I remember, watching it with my dad growing up. I think his proudest moment, the times he was proudest of me were probably like my high school graduation, my gold award, and like the time he came into the living room when I was 7 and I turned on the TV and was watching Star Trek, the original series by myself in the morning. So I think, so for me, it's a lot of, watching TOS reminds me of watching it with my dad growing up. And I was also just loved the idea of being able to be in space and explore space, and just really hooked on that idea. So yeah, I will say in terms of special effects, it obviously doesn't age super well. It was made in the 60s, but I will say thematically, I think it ages extraordinarily well. When I do sit down and watch an episode from the original series, it just seems like the message is always still relevant today.
And that's true. Okay, that's about you hit on what my problem has always been with it is the special effects. I mean, I'm used to Star Wars, the newer Trek, the newer stuff now. But I got to where I stopped, thinking about the effects and focusing more on the stories and what they're trying to say. But it's grown. It's much better now for me. Now some of the episodes are, they're a little rough, but I understand what they were trying to do back in 1966 and 67 and all that. So it makes sense. But so after TOS, then you did TNG, I'm assuming.
Yes. I was determined when I started it that it could never be as good as the original series. I was obviously wrong. I love The Next Generation. And then, of course, we finally got to Voyager. which was
Mm-hmm.
like, I was most excited about that one because I remembered this like 10, 20 minutes of the thaw that I had seen when I was 6.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I remember, we started Caretaker and Janeway came on screen and I was like, yep, that's it. This is my favorite track. That's it. We can stop here. We're good. Just rewatch this one over and over again. No need for any others.
Stop here. Oh my God. So hey, what about DS9? Have you watched that one yet?
I just started watching DS9 in December. My dad was finally like, it is time. You have to watch DS9. You would really like it. You've now been watching nothing but Voyager since you were 13. So yeah, we started together and I haven't finished it yet though. I'm on season 2 of DJ9. I do like it.
Oh, yeah.
I think I'm not as hooked on it yet as I was with The Next Generation and with Voyager, but I know the rule of Trek is that you have to get, like, the first couple seasons are always, you should always push past those a little bit to get.
Yeah, they can be a little rough, especially. I mean, I'm amazed you made it through the first 2 seasons of TNG because those are rough. Those are very rough.
I really genuinely enjoyed it, and I think, ironically, because I know he was so hated, although I'm not really sure why, was Wesley Crusher. I totally related to that. He came on screen, I was like, oh, that would so be me, like the kid running around the ship who just wants to know how everything works and just wants to be a part of it, and that would absolutely 110% be me. So I felt very connected to that character.
And you're the one Picard would be yelling at to get off my bridge.
Well, maybe not. Maybe I'd be have a little more fear than that. But yeah, I would definitely be, bothering Geordi in engineering, and I would be run out everything.
Poor Geordi. Oh my God. No. Well, and I like your shirt, and there's a reason why you're wearing that,
Yes.
because you've got to do something that I haven't had a chance to do yet, and that was interview both Will Wheaton and Garrett Wang. I finally got to interview Garrett, which, yes, I have interviewed Garrett. That episode has not come out, anybody. It's been recorded. It's on the deck to come out at some point. But yes, I have officially interviewed Garrett, but I have not gotten Will. So tell us how in the world you made that happen, because even I want to know how you made that happen.
So to be fair, it was very much a right place, right time kind of situation. I was working on my Gold Award. For those of you who don't know, the Gold Award is kind of the equivalent of the Eagle Scout Award in Girl Scouts.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the highest award you can earn as a Girl Scout. And I had an idea for it for years. Since I was in lower school, I knew what I wanted to do for my Gold Award. And then when the time finally came around, COVID hit, and it, all of my plans were shot, and I had to do something else. So I was kind of reinventing my project on the fly, and I decided that I was going to interview people about their journeys with confidence and try to encourage more confidence in young people, because that was something that I struggled with so much when I was a kid. And so I just started emailing everyone with a public email address, basically. And ironically, the first person I had probably emailed somewhere between 50 and 80 people before I got my first response. And my first response was from Garrett Wang. I had a horrific day. It was awful. And it was like midnight, and I checked my email and I saw Garrett Wang's name in my inbox, and I freaked. I ran through the house screaming. I was like, Mom, Dad, you're never going to believe this. And then I had emailed Will Wheaton as well, and he responded not long after that. And at the time, he had just released his book, Still Just a Geek, which I have over here. Great book. I recommend reading it. And he had his book agent's email in his bio at the time, because he doesn't normally have his email in his bio. So I just sent an email to that with my usual spiel about my project and what I was looking for. And they responded and said yes. So that's how I got that.
That's so cool. I'm not going to lie. When I got Garrett's email as well, or Bridgewell, I don't know why the email was such a big deal, because I'm a Delta Flyer, so we're in monthly Zooms with all of them. But when I woke, kind of like you, I woke up and I had email from him like, oh, that's cool. So, and then we did our thing, did get on there, but yeah, no, that's so cool. And that's that's such a good idea for a project,
Yeah. Thank you.
and I'm an Eagle Scout as well. So that's why when I read that, I was like, okay, that's the highest award. That's what I thought for on your side, which is so damn cool that you got that. Man, well, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little jealous still.
It was. I mean, I was nervous, but both of I was really nervous, but both of them were very, very kind and made it very easy to talk to them. And yeah, they both. That I still think about those interviews. I've used clips of them in projects in college. So it was very influential, and I think it was. I loved that I was working on a project that was designed to inspire confidence in other people, but I think it gave me so much more confidence in myself. I wrote my college essay on interviewing Wil Wheaton, and how that kind of changed my definition of success, because I'd always thought, I make music, I'm signed to a small indie label in South Florida, and I'd always thought of success as like red carpets and awards and fame and followers and whatever else, but I had never been more proud of myself than I was when I did those interviews. So I wrote about interviewing Wil Wheaton for my college essay, and my college guidance officer, who had accepted me at the school that I go to, sent me a handwritten letter with my acceptance and said, I watched your Wil Wheaton interview. It was amazing. Like, I'm so excited about it. I was totally freaking out. And I just thought that was such a cool moment, that it was just the gift that kept on giving.
Oh yeah. Well, that's awesome. That is so cool. And one of these days I'll be lucky enough to get Will on my show.
He's amazing.
Don't know when.
He's a good
guy. Yes, I can only imagine how cool he is. I watched a little bit of that interview you did with him, and he's just Will. He's just so cool.
Will.
And
so chill.
He is so chill. And now the reason why we partnered with the Jack shirt on is because I was kind of curious, and I've had people say, we talk about this off camera, but they're like, oh, that's kind of, they poo-poo on this. But when I'm like, do you think shows like The Big Bang Theory, have helped to make, stuff like Star Trek, Battlestar, Game of Thrones, all of those shows, more mainstream?
Yes, absolutely. And I firmly believe this because I get a lot of comments on my videos like, I started watching Star Trek because of Big Bang Theory. So yes, 100%. I think it absolutely has made things more mainstream. Big Bang Theory is one of my favorite shows. I love sitcoms, but I love The Big Bang Theory as a sitcom that's also really nerdy. It's like it was made for me. It's perfect. So yeah, absolutely 100% it has made it more mainstream. And even if people aren't watching it from hearing about it in Big Bang Theory, they know what it is now. So I still call that a win.
Well, yeah. And I was never a comic book person. And so, I didn't know anything, but except for Stewart's comic book store, it probably helped a lot of other comic book stores out there. Yeah. It just looked like Young Sheldon. That's such a great series. It just, oh my God, that is such a good show. So good. Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one that thinks it helped.
No, I think it helped a lot.
Mm-hmm. So you at the beginning, you talked about what you get your degree in, or what you are going to school for. You always hear people say that, like people that work at JPL and NASA and, and even the tech industry and whatnot, that, sometimes that, Star Trek led them down that path of STEM and all of that. What about for yourself?
100%. Yes, absolutely. I think it was a combination of science fiction in general and my parents. I credit Star Trek a lot of the time with being the reason I'm a physics major. And that is true, 100%. I think watching Janeway, I loved the fact that she was a leader and also a scientist. She talked about her love for science all the time and was, directly involved in a lot of what they were doing. And I really liked that. 100% that inspired me to be a scientist. But my parents also, both of them, are scientists, and my mom has her PharmD, and my dad has his degrees in molecular genetics and biology. And
wow,
both of them they love it. Like, their eyes light up when they talk about it. And I always knew that I needed to find something that made me feel that way. Like I needed to find something that I was that excited to learn about. And I was able to find that through Star Trek, because growing up watching it, I was just so fascinated by space. And I wanted to be part of that process, whether it was, building the rockets or being an astrophysicist or whatever it was. I knew I needed to be somewhere in the space industry, building a future that was as close to Star Trek as possible. So.
Well, you live in the right state for that.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
I mean, I think you said you might be a little bit farther south, but still, you are, yeah. Well, and so, you said you're a physics major. So do you want to go, like, what do you think you want to do? Do you want to go work at NASA or or just anything in the science field?
I'm working on a program with NASA this summer, which I've really, really been enjoying. I'm not 100% sure yet. I've really enjoyed working with NASA. I think that might be something that I would want to do right now. I've been thinking a lot recently about medical physics, and I'm always thinking about astrophysics as well. That's always in the back of my mind. Some type of engineering. So there's so many options out there. I actually, the first 3 or 4 weeks of my freshman year of college, I was a theater major. Clearly, so that wasn't obvious. So I switched pretty quick. I took an astronomy class, and the professor was amazing, and I realized quickly that I needed to at least give that a shot. It was something I'd loved my whole life, and I needed to give it a chance. And so I basically my options opened up so much after switching to physics that it's still 2 years later, and I'm still kind of wading through them and figuring out what it is I really want to focus on within physics.
Well, and with what you're doing, there's so many different paths you can take. I mean, and like you were saying, you've looked at some of the medical stuff or whatever. I mean, you could be, Dr. Crusher at some point in time. Not quite maybe that, but or Geordie, or you name it. I mean, that's or I mean, with what we're doing right now, and just with the space sciences and everything. I mean, we're not going to go what it is right this second, but with the way there's stuff that needs to happen in the microgravity that we can't do on Earth. In the medical fields, big time. But maybe you won't be making the zero gravity waste extraction toilet like Mr. Wolowitz did. Not like Howard, but hopefully you'll make something that works consistently.
My dream is to I would love to have a company that develops medical technology for space travel. That would be like a far in the future goal. Yeah, but definitely just anything in the space industry, really. I just always where my heart has been.
Well, good. Well, I'm glad Star Trek is helping you make that a dream, take your dream into reality, actually. Well, we're going to get to a little more fun stuff here for a second.
All right.
I know we were talking, you just got picked to be a content creator at, Florida
SuperCon.
Florida SuperCon. Dang it. I was trying to get it right, but I couldn't.
No, I'm very, very excited about this.
Yeah. How did that happen? How'd you swing that? Do you even know how you swung that?
Yeah. So I mentioned earlier that I work with a label, and the producer that I work closely with, his name is Wilson, and we've been working together for years, and he has been telling me to make content and apply for these things, and he's like, the worst that could happen is you don't get it. But I was like, I will, and didn't. But then I started posting Star Trek content, and I had, I went from 200-300 followers to, closer to 1,000 followers. And I was on a cruise with my best friend, and I was just browsing the Florida SuperCon website because I live on the Florida SuperCon website this time of year. And I was just looking at the content creator application, just looking at it. And my best friend, her name is Samantha, she walked by and she was like, you should apply. And I was like, it says you have to have 200,000 followers. I don't even have 2,000 followers across all of my platforms. And she was like, you should apply anyway. And I was like, I'm not going to get. She goes, why does it matter? You already have a ticket. You're already going. Like, in worst case scenario, best case scenario, she's like, I take your ticket. And worst case scenario, it's fine. And I was like, okay, you know what? You're right. Like, worst case scenario, nothing happened. So I applied and I ended up getting it, which was crazy. And then since that time, I mean, now I'm over 4,000 followers on TikTok. So it just kind of.
Oh, hell.
Yeah.
I'm like, so I'm like you. I have not filled out those creator forms because like they want 30,000 subscribers.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm not there. I'm slowly getting there, but
Right.
I mean,
It's
I think across all platforms, which means everybody please like and subscribe so we can both of us get where we need to be. I'm about probably about 5,000 between TikTok, Instagram, and then YouTube. Oh, and then and BlueSky, all that. But still, I don't have 30,000. So I've always shied away from, filling out those applications for the bigger ones like that, which makes me think now. You should, just for the heck of it, you should apply for the Trek to Orlando.
I was looking at it. I couldn't find like a content creator application for Star Trek Orlando, but I didn't even know that this existed until a few weeks ago. And it's the weekend I go back to school, so I was like, "This is perfect." So I'll be there.
Oh
so,
yeah.
Yeah, I gotta look and figure that out.
Yeah, it's on there. It's buried on the site, but yeah, there is a form to become to be an influencer, get a free ticket, if I'm not mistaken.
I have to look into that.
But yeah, because you should definitely do that. Become one of our influencers. Yeah, it's right there on the webpage. Says social media at the top on the Creation and Entertainment website. But yeah, so that's awesome. Congratulations on making that. And you also made a comment that you were officially doing your first cosplay.
Yes. It's actually, I have just got my actual Janeway uniform cosplay in the other night, or last night actually. So,
congrats.
Yes, I'm doing my first cosplays, something I've never done before. It was a little intimidating, but yeah, I have 4, I guess now. So they're all Janeway, of course. So
all Janeway. What a shock!
I know, right? I'm very subtle about it, but she is my favorite. Someone said I should do Jadzia Dax, and I do like that idea. I thought that, especially because I have like surgery scars on my stomach, and someone was like, "Oh, it's just where your trill goes," and I was like, or your symbiont.
That's where your symbiont goes. Oh,
exactly. Like I'm that's what I should tell people.
That's a good one. Whoever made that suggestion is a smart person.
Yes, someone commented. I made a TikTok about my my scars making me feel like Captain Lorca, and with their comment, and I was like, that was so smart. I should have thought about that. That was so much better. So maybe that'll be my next cosplay. Will be Jadzia Dax, but right now we're
get the spots all put on there. Maybe Michael Westmore can come, do it.
That's honestly the reason that I didn't order one for this con. Was like, I cannot see myself getting up at 4 a.m. to do all those spots with eyeliner, which is what that would look like. That just wasn't something that I was gonna do. Sit around. So.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. So now we can. This may where we get into a lot of the weeds here for a little bit, which is not bad. So I know the answer, but I'm going to ask it. What's your favorite series?
My favorite series is Star Trek Voyager. It's just the one I rewatched the most. I really do credit Janeway with being the reason that I have watched that series so many times.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be her. I just felt very inspired by and connected to her character, and I've just rewatched it over and over and over again. I've often asked myself, like, what would Janeway do? And followed that advice, unless it comes to any temporal anomalies, because then I'd kind of be screwed. But aside from that,
Well, true. Do you have? So I mean, it's your favorite series, but of all of the series that obviously you've seen that one. But how about the rest? I mean, TNG. Do you? I know you said you watched DS9, but how about like Enterprise, or have you watched Enterprise at all?
I've seen a little bit of Enterprise. My dad and I started watching. He's seen all of them. I've seen a couple. We watched a few together. It was a very long time ago, so I really don't remember a whole lot. So I do need to go back and watch the entirety of Enterprise.
Yeah. Oh, it's still, for me, it's still my go-to series. Again, it's kind of like, I'll either, like if I'm sitting here editing, I'll either have Enterprise running on the TV just to have, some noise, or The Big Bang Theory. One or the other, typically.
Yep.
And it's not, and of course, TNG was my first series, because it's just what was on when I was, how old was I? 11, something like that, when it came out. So that was all I had where I live at the time. So I didn't get to do DS9 until streaming and all that stuff. So, but now, I mean, I don't get me wrong. DS9 is phenomenal as it grows. Oh my God, it's got some of the best.
It's been really, really good so far. Like even if it's not my go-to right now, it's just a really well-written show. So,
I suspect, and I'm gonna make a guess that once you finish it, it may not become number one, but it will definitely be very high on your list, because almost everybody that I have, that watches it, and it just, they love it. But what about like the new stuff? I know you may comment, you haven't watched everything yet of the new series, but
I need to a little bit.
What is your take on, okay, so we have, and I may get griped at, because you have Legacy Trek, which is everything from Enterprise to TOS, or the original, whatever. I'm just gonna call it Legacy, and then you have the new stuff, Discovery, the JJ movies, which anyway, the JJ movies, but mainly Discovery forward. So you got Discovery, Strange New, Picard, Lower Decks, and Prodigy, and soon to be Starfleet Academy.
Yes,
which I'm looking.
I can't wait.
Okay, we're going to jump into that one first. I just for a minute, even though we haven't seen it yet, I am so curious. I want to know. So from what I have heard, is that it's the Doctor from, oh God, you probably know it's Voyager, but I can't remember what episode though. It's the one when he's like 800 years in the future.
Living Witness.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what I've heard. It's because at the end of Living Witness, he leaves to go back to Earth.
That's right. Yes.
Okay. Obviously I can't.
I just assumed, I guess, that it was just an updated EMH.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if anybody in the live chat is still around. If Dave might know, but we've heard. That's some of the stuff I've heard through different channels.
That would be really interesting, because he didn't have the experience really on Voyager post. I don't know what season that episode was, but he didn't have the whole Voyager experience. So that would be very interesting to see.
So we'll see how it goes. I don't know. I'm looking forward to that series. I'm a lot of us get so frustrated because we were so used to 26 episode seasons and not this 10 episode stuff.
Yes.
and then they're cutting us off with Strange New Worlds season 5, giving us 6 instead of 10.
Right.
Now, there is some speculations that they could be, kind of like what they did with Stranger Things. They had fewer episodes, but they were longer, like hour and a half to 2 hours. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll know here in in about 2 weeks. But okay. So we got the Legacy and the new stuff.
Yes.
What, like, as someone who's 20 years old, what do you think about like how the newer Trek has been updated? Is it, is it more in line with the times now, or with the way society is?
Yeah. So first, I have one more thing I wanted to just say about Star Trek Academy that I'm really
Oh
excited
yeah,
about. Is that
absolutely.
I'm wanting to see this series forever. Like I've always said, even when I was a kid, I was like, I want to see what Star Trek Academy is like. And the fact that they're releasing it while I'm in college and I'm the same age as these people, I'm very, very excited about that. Makes me very happy. But yes, so I think I really enjoyed what I've seen of New Trek. I love Lower Decks. Like I have my Moopsie over here somewhere. I am obsessed with Lower Decks. I think it was phenomenal. Definitely, that's not a show you can use really to get someone into Star Trek. That's definitely a very like you have to be a Trekkie to really fully appreciate Lower Decks. It's a love letter though to Star Trek and to Trekkies, which I really appreciate, and I thought it was absolutely phenomenal. I think besides Voyager, that's probably my most rewatched Trek, even though it's newer. I just think it's hilarious. Like I don't think something has made me laugh out loud like that in a really long time. Like that, I thought it was phenomenal. I have seen a little bit of Strange New Worlds. I've seen a little bit of Picard, so I need to catch up on those. And I've seen a little bit of Prodigy.
Mm-hmm.
I think of what I've seen, I've seen a little bit of Discovery. What I've seen, I've enjoyed. It's definitely different from what you were talking about the legacy era of Trek. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, though. TV has changed since that era, and I kind of like that Star Trek is changing with it. But also, I loved how Legacy Trek has, every episode is a different story, right? Like you can kind of tune into any episode, and there might be like an overarching story or like two parts and stuff like that. But it's, for the most part, every episode has a story start to finish. I like that Strange New World seems to be doing that. It seems to be the closest thing we've gotten to that same kind of storytelling, even though the seasons are shorter.
Yeah.
I think with Prodigy, I really like what I've seen in Prodigy. I am going to finish it before Florida SuperCon. But the thing that I will say about that is that it had so much potential to get kids into Star Trek, which is, I think, what Star Trek needs to do right now. I think that's the best bet. I think that's a very smart marketing move. But with Prodigy, it's like you take a legacy character that everybody loves, or most people love, right? Like take Captain Janeway, who's beloved in the Star Trek community. And so now you have people like me who will be watching it just because she's in it. And you have, adults who are watching it for that. But it's a kid's show. So you have parents who now have like a solid way to introduce their kids to Trek. I thought that was such a smart idea. And then they were able, they brought in more Voyager characters, which again, it was incredibly smart. Mm-hmm. But it got off between networks and it wasn't marketed well. And, it didn't deliver because of that. And that made me really sad because while I haven't finished yet, everything that I've heard about season 2 was very good. So I wish that had been handled better because I thought that was such a great opportunity to get kids into Trek.
No, I think you're right. I mean, there's a bunch of us, several of us that talk about this all the time, is that one thing we feel like that Paramount and the studios have done is they have not adequately marketed their shows, and then they move them. Well, okay. Why did they have to, take and remove Prodigy off of Paramount Plus?
I don't know.
Like it makes no sense at all.
I don't know why they would do that.
Yeah, I don't need no, and it make no sense to me. I mean, I could be, but and even for someone like you, it doesn't make sense either. So it's just I don't get it. I don't think a lot of people do, and we've had lots of discussions in some of our chat pack evenings when we discuss that it's they're killing it, the series, but hopefully Academy will do well.
Yes, I'm hoping Academy is a good entry point to Trek for my generation. I'm hoping it's relatable, kind of as like a college show. I know it's a weird thing to say, and then also for Star Trek fans, because I think that would be a great way to get like my friends into Star Trek. I force them to watch it with me anyway, so they all see Voyager. But it'd be great if I could show them something that they could, like, maybe relate more to, you know what I mean? Like something that maybe would be closer to things that they would normally watch.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of being forced to watch Voyager because they're friends. That's a requirement of being friends with me. If they don't watch it, we can't be friends. So that's the deal.
Okay, I gotta get my camera to focus. There we go.
There we go.
This is why I don't do lives, but I need
You
to
just
do it.
got stuck. What happened to Boymore in that one episode of Lower Decks? We got stuck like half in phase and half out. It was like going.
Oh my God! Yes, that's. Oh my, yeah, I was in a phase. Which actually, that was I always like that was an episode I really enjoyed of TNG. Was the one with Ro when Ro and Geordi are out of phase and they think they're dead. Well, Geordi refuses to believe that they're dead. And Rose, like, well, being a Bajoran, she's like, well, this is the afterlife and yada, yada, yada. And he's like, oh. And he's like, no, we're not. This is, he refuses to believe that.
Right.
So,
my favorite not dead episode of Trek is probably Coda with Surprise to No One, the Janeway episode in Voyager, where she, we have the great line, "Go back to hell, coward." It's a fantastic episode.
So, what's your opinion on? Oh, since do I ask the question? It's a Voyager question.
Okay. Oh, yes. Here we go.
Was she right or wrong to get rid of Tuvix?
Yeah. Yes. I'm hesitant to talk about this, honestly. I got called a Nazi in a comment section the other day because of my response to this. So I'm not really sure I should be as open about how I feel about this. But yes, she was right. She was right. 100% right. It sucked to have to make that decision and to have to do, like, the whole situation was bad. But she was 100% right. And for several reasons, mainly that Tuvok and Neelix deserved to live, to have their lives back and their family and friends and whatever else, but also because both of them as characters, their individuality is very, very important to them. So that, I feel like, in and of itself is evidence that they would not want to be Tuvix. And so I thought that it was odd that Tuvix was so intent on remaining together, because I thought if both of those characters are so, maybe that's a writing mistake. I don't know. I thought it was weird because if both of those people are so individual, then it seems strange to me that when they're together, I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
Huh. That's a valid point. I mean, you would think they would. That's a thinker, because you would think their individual brain patterns would, the Neelix side wouldn't be Neelix, the Tuvok would be Tuvok, and go back, but. You're probably right. The writers probably messed something up, but not that ever happens.
Never, ever.
Ever.
No.
Never, ever.
There's no mistake in Star Trek.
There's none at all. It's 100% perfect. It's like, the transporter is not a death-killing machine.
Oh my God. My dad and I have this argument all the time.
Uh-oh. Explain.
Since I was little,
he
would always say, well, the transporter kills you. And I would get so upset. I'd be like, no, it doesn't. Because you're still, remember, even if it's not the same physical matter, you're still you. And then it was this whole philosophical discussion of like, do you have a soul? Does the soul get transported? How does it know? And, it just kind of spirals from there. But I was always adamant that, well, it's not the same matter. And you could argue that it technically kills you. You're not dead because you still retain your memories. And like, it's the same. You don't have to teach someone all over again when they transport, like who they are and where they are and what's going on. So, therefore, it must be the same. But I guess technically everyone is a transporter clone.
Yeah.
I don't know. The older I get, the more I tend to side with my dad, but I can't admit to him that he's right. So I'm just gonna have to stand my ground on this for the rest of my life.
A standard. Hey, who knows? You might be the physicist that figures out how to beam us.
Yeah, I think that would be very bad for me. I think people would be very upset if I created a real life. With all the discussion of how it kills you, I feel like maybe I should do that.
Yeah, cool. But I'm not gonna lie. there are days I wish I had one because here in a few weeks, I've got to fly out to Las Vegas and then Chicago in November for STLV and then the trek to Chicago. So yeah, a transporter would be really nice to have.
It would. I live in Central Florida, for most of the year while I'm in school, and let me tell you, driving there, I think they just take like the dumbest people on planet Earth and they give them all cars and just let them loose on I-4. I think that's what happens. I really am convinced that's what's going on. Like that stretch between like Universal and Disney. Whew.
Oh God. I haven't been that, but I've got friends that live right in between Orlando and Tampa. So they're I'm not sure where that is, but there is like 45 minutes to Orlando and 35 minutes to Tampa. So if I go there, we can go Disney or whatever. And it's so funny. And this is kind of getting off topic here completely, but I remember one of the last times, the first time I went out there and visited them, and we were going to, we were going to Disney World, but downtown Disney. Mm-hmm. And when you're in Mouse Land, because if anybody hasn't been there, even the power poles are in the shape of Mickey's head.
Yep. I wish they're all packed away in my college stuff, but I have a very large collection of Mickey ears, and most of them are Star Wars. So I wish that I had them out right now.
I have the R2D2. It's a friend of mine. I didn't buy it, but a friend of mine bought me the R2D2 Mickey ears hat. Mm. It's somewhere in a closet, I think. But
that's awesome. Oh, I don't like the hats as much. I like the headband ears. The hats, I feel like I don't know. They don't. Yeah. They're like harder to wear. It's a weird thing to say.
I've never worn it. I appreciate him giving it to me, and
it's there for decoration.
If he ever watches this episode, he'll be like, I might be getting a phone call. Dude, what the hell? Like, I appreciate it. I like it. It's cool. But it doesn't fit my head anymore. Oh God. Do you have we've done a lot on the series, but what about the movies?
Yeah, so it's been a minute.
Star Trek movies.
Of the Star Trek movies. It's been a minute since I've seen the Star Trek movies. I have seen them all. I think the new ones I actually liked. I remember liking these, and I tell people that's like, I tell people in my generation that's where they should start to watch Star Trek, because I feel like once they're connected to like the characters and everything, I think those kind of maybe an easier stepping stone. And then after they fall in love with that, then they can watch the rest of it, because they're really there's not a good place to start in Star Trek. One of my best friends, they love Orange is the New Black, and obviously I love Star Trek Voyager, and Kate Mulgrew stars in both of those, and so
she does.
So my friend Frankie was trying to convince me to watch Orange is the New Black, so I made a deal with them that we would just watch both of them together. And so I got totally into Orange is the New Black. I did have to stop watching it in season 5. I did start having prison dreams, and that wasn't okay. So I kept waking up in like a cold sweat. So we had to, I had to quit watching it. It was great though. But anyway, Frankie wasn't watching Voyager, and they were like, it's just so hard to watch because I don't know what's going on. Like, I don't understand like what the Federation is and what the Borg are and like all that crap. And it's just, there's so many, like, what is a Vulcan? And I was like, that's fair. Actually, it is hard to start there. Like, I'm not sure there's a great place. I think I had the benefit of like, I grew up with my dad watching it. So I just pause it and be like, what's that? Can you explain this to me? So it was like, I never really encountered that, but that's like a really fair thing to say about it, is that there's not really a great place. So I tell people to start with the J.J. Abrams movies.
And I can see that for now, especially in today. And then, because I'd want to say, either Wrath of Khan or Voyage Home, the one with the whales.
I love the whales.
Yeah. And then, obviously, Undiscovered Country, Star Trek 6. That was good. And I will say this. I'm gonna say it's a chat. It was so hard for me to see. Seeing Kate Mulgrew in Orange is the New Black was hard.
Oh, it's so hard. And you know what the thing is? She's a phenomenal actress, and I will say she's absolutely incredible. But so I tried to watch Orange is the New Black. It was either like maybe right before COVID or right as COVID started. I was probably just too young. I was like 14, 15. And I got to the scene where she was like, "You're gonna leave as a, you know, in a body bag," and I was like, "Nope, that's not Janeway. We're turning that off. Like, I can't. This is not. I can't do this. This is not okay." But then the second time around watching it, I was able to get past that and be like, okay, it's and I really did enjoy it. I was way too invested in it, and I was just having dreams that, you know, I was getting, you know, burned or whatever else. So we had to stop. At some point, I just needed some recovery time.
No, that sounds like me and the Game of Thrones. I think I had some stuff going on, and I like was binging it, and then like by the 5th season, I'm like, I gotta stop. This is just too much. Like, there's too much.
One of my best friends, it's very funny. I'm like the sci-fi like science person, and she's very much like the history. Like, she's an art history and English major and classics minor and all this, and she loves Game of Thrones, and she will show me scenes, like not episodes, just scenes, and she has ensured that I will never watch the show. She has traumatized me with her scene choices from Game of Thrones, and there's a spin-off as well. And like I want to be a Game of Thrones kind of girl. I just I think I'm a sci-fi, other than The Hobbit, which I really do love, and Harry Potter. I feel like I'm a sci-fi girl at heart.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe not in the cards for me.
Yeah, I mean, so my typical last question that I always have for anybody, and I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna even ask you, and it's not a hard one. Is what Star Trek technology do you wish existed today?
Ooh. The holodeck, probably. I know that's probably a basic answer, but I you know, I say that. I think the holodeck's probably one of the most dangerous technologies that we could have today. I think it would be very addictive, and very easy to kind of detach from reality. But I think it would be really cool. And I'm thinking of it more from like a physics standpoint. I'm thinking of all the labs that we could do in the holodeck. If we turn the systems on, we could do anything, which would be awesome.
That's a very good. I had never really thought about it like that, but that's a good answer.
Holodecks, like maybe they wouldn't really be as much for. I feel like humanity is not at a point where we could really use them for recreation. I feel like that would be a very bad idea. But which begs the question: why were they on starships? Truly, like they became sentient so often and took over the ship. What were they doing there? Like I feel like they caused more harm than damage. But yeah, I would love to have a holodeck as a lab for my physics classes. I think that would be very fun.
Oh my god! I just TNG episode, just what you just said about the holodecks. Geordi, poor Geordi, and his hollow.
Okay. You brought up Geordi a few times, so now I feel obligated to tell this story. I met LeVar Burton, the first con I ever went to. I was 12 years old. I discovered that, first of all, that conventions existed and that this was a thing that you could do. Mm-hmm. And my parents were like, well, let's go to, we did some research. We found Florida SuperCon. We decided to go. I think this was in 2017. Mm-hmm. So I think it was. And, and I practiced for weeks, like what I was going to say, whatever. My mom was like, you're going to get like a 30-second interaction. Like you need to, calm down a little bit. Like, you're going to. So my mom, dad, and I sang there. We walk up to the booth. He says, "Hi, what's your name?" And I said, my mom gives it like 20-30 seconds, which is very, it's a really long time to just sit there in silence. And she goes, "I think she's a little starstruck." And LeVar Burton goes, "You think?" And then he's like trying to save it. So he's like, "What do you do?" I said, "What?" He goes, "Do you go to bars? Do you drink? Are you a student?" Like clearly joking. Like obviously I was a child. I said, "I'm 12. That was the whole interaction. That was it. He handed me a signature, walked away. Or I walked away. It was just like this has kept me up at night. It really has. This is to this day, like when I interviewed Garrett and Will, and then I've interviewed a couple more Trek actors and Trek adjacent people, and I will put at the top of my notes, "Hi, my name is Linda," just in case. It's a genuine fear of mine, especially meeting Kate Mulgrew in a couple of weeks. Like this is a real fear that she's gonna ask me what my name is, and I'm just gonna stare at her. Like this is, I'm terrified.
That's a good story. Yeah, you
Yeah.
better write it on your hand or wherever.
Oh yeah,
So,
yeah.
or
No,
note
my
card.
parents have come up with a switch. So she was scheduled to appear at SuperCon a few years ago, and then ended up canceling. But for the month that she was scheduled to appear, my parents would call me at random times throughout the day, interrupt me at the dinner table, come into my room and be like, "Hi, my name is Kate. What's your name? Hi, my name's Linda. It's nice to meet you." Instinctual reaction. Just got to get through the first 10 seconds.
That's
Doesn't follow
funny.
the script, I'm screwed. So she has to follow the script. She has to say, "Hi, my name is Kate. What's your name?"
You better be ready because she does not say that.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Because I've gotten her autograph and you always say
really?
hi and I have. That's one of many reasons why I finally gave in to go to STLV next month. For one, there's people in this chat that are probably not talking right now that peer pressured me finally to go, and I gave in. But also the fact that I'm only missing 2 autographs to have the entire Voyager crew.
Oh, really?
Not counting, Jennifer Lean, obviously, but
Right.
I'm
Cool,
missing just Bob Picardo and Roxanne Dawson.
Okay, I'm meeting Robert Carter will also be at SuperCon in a week, so I will be meeting him as well.
Nice. Yeah, I will get theirs. Hopefully, I should. I want to make sure I stay in line to get theirs.
Yeah,
in
that's
Vegas.
really exciting.
But
I
that'll
really
be the
want to
last one.
Yeah, my parents. I told myself that I would not go to SCLV until I was 21, so I have to wait till next year. But
Well, I don't know when you turn 21, but
yeah,
you said November?
November 11th.
2026? Darn.
I'll turn 21 November of this year.
Oh, my bad. Oh, perfect then, because that's actually good because honestly, even though you're not going this year, next year's the one to go to. I mean, they're all good, but it's the 60th anniversary. That
that's
was
true. Okay.
the reason why I was originally not going to go. But again, peer pressure, other things, and the fact that Colin Meaney's going to be there, Chief O'Brien, and he does not come to these things.
Really?
Very, very, very rare. And so once they saw that, I was like, oh, it was killing me. And then some other stuff has happened over the last several months, and I'm just like, fine, I'll go. I booked it. I'm staying at the Rio. I'm just like, I'll go. Y'all win. I mean, let's just be real. I'm winning too. I'm not gonna lie. But
yeah, you're going to STLV, so
I'm going to STLV, and hey, there's the people. Yeah, I felt bad. I'm not gonna lie. I when I just made this, I should have said let's do it at 9:00 your time, because there's another podcast going on that probably just finished a few minutes ago, and I was like, but I didn't want to push it back too long. But yeah, no. And then if you go to, I need those 2 to finish off my Voyager. Because they were all but the 2 of them were in SpaceCon last year in San Antonio, which was my first con to go to. So
that's so exciting.
I've since, we were in a live chat a couple weeks ago, and I realized that I have more than doubled my number of cons in 1 year. Yeah. When I realized that, I was like,
that's really cool though.
Yeah. Oh no, don't get me wrong. It's cool.
Yeah.
But my credit card is not very happy with me right now.
It's so expensive. I just ordered I ordered so much stuff for SuperCon. I was like, I'll be there all 3 days. It's fine. I'm not spending money on 3-day pass, so I can spend money on everything else. Spend triple the amount of money when I'm there. I haven't even started shopping at SuperCon yet. And I ordered all the cosplays, and I ordered Star Trek hair clips, which are coming in soon. And I ordered, I don't know where it is. I got in today, a Star Trek from the official Star Trek website. Is it over here? A Janeway bag. It's her uniform.
Oh, cool.
I was like, this is a perfect con bag. It'll fit all of my photos and signatures. And
have you found your phaser rifle yet?
No, I haven't. I looked and I found a 3D printable, like something you could buy and then 3D print, like what do you call it? But I don't have access to that, so I'm not gonna be able to do that. And the only other ones I was able to find were either very, very expensive or were gonna take forever to come in. So I have my macroism cosplay, but I don't know that it will include a phaser rifle, which let's be real, it's a gray tank top with like a Voyager comp badge, but like the point remains that it's clearly supposed to be macroism. But
I think you have a friend online. I don't know if you can see the live chat there.
I haven't been looking. Oh my God, this is the best one. The reason that I'm that I have a contact there at SuperCon.
Hey, she's the one who hooked you up or made you do it, so that's great.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we need to find out.
My job is to make sure I don't pass out when I see Kate Mulgrew in person for the first time. She'll have to look what I do.
So then oh my God, I think you might go in. You could have cardiac arrest when you go to the Orlando one.
In general. We're not even there yet. Like we have to just get through. Let's survive, SuperCon first.
Let's just let's see here real quick before we go. Anson Mount, Anthony Rapp, Bonnie Gordon, Casey Biggs, Celia Rose Gooding, Christina Chong, Sirach Lofton, Connor Dom, Ethan Peck, Ethan Phillips, Eugene Cordero, Gates McFadden, Jeffrey Combs, Jerry Ryan, John Delancey. He's fun. He's good to talk to.
I've met him. He was great. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I've not gotten to meet Max Grodenchik. Michelle Hurd. Oh, she is awesome.
Okay.
Like, I stood there and talked to her for about 5. She wasn't very busy when I went to her table, and she is full of energy. And you get her talking. Oh, she is good. Tawny Newsom and Vaughn Armstrong and Terry Metalis. I'm looking forward to meet Terry Metalis. He's supposed to be in Vegas as well. But yeah. I think you'll have a great time at ST Orlando.
Okay, I'm gonna have to investigate this more thoroughly tonight.
Oh yeah. Get your tickets and get out there. But anyway, Linda, thank you for doing this tonight. I know it was kind of last minute.
So much fun. Really
It was fun. And it was good. Like I said, what really, seeing again, someone who's, your age that just is into our fandom, and that's what we need to keep this going, because that's one of right now, that's one of the biggest unknowns is what's going to happen when the merger finally finishes with Paramount and Skydance. Are we going to have Star Trek? And are we going to have a drought? And we're fingers crossed. We're praying that there's not a drought after Starfleet Academy, but we just don't know. But
I'm still waiting on Star Trek Janeway. There were so many rumors about it, and then it just never happened. And I'm just saying, if they absolutely needed someone to play like a cadet to lieutenant aged Catherine Janeway, then I might be able to be persuaded to clear my schedule. And could make that.
You might take a sabbatical from school long enough to do that.
Yes. I mean, obviously, yes. I would drop everything I was doing. It wouldn't matter. I'd be there in a heartbeat.
So there's no questions asked. So Paramount, anybody, Skydance, here's she's wanted to do an audition. All right.
I'm waiting for a call.
Yeah. All right, Linda, thank you so much, and we will talk to you on the other side. You have a good night.
Good night.
Bye. Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Garris, and welcome to the Transporter Room. Today, we have a very special guest join us, Stan Williams. Stan is one of the hosts of the popular YouTube channel, Salon Trek. So let's beam Stan in. Hey, Stan.
Hello, and thank you for lying to your audience on my behalf, calling us popular. But we are a small but mighty podcast. We're growing every day with our 180 subscribers. So thank you for having me.
Oh, you're welcome. And y'all are. I mean, I really enjoy it. Now, I may not agree with all the outcomes that y'all decide some days, but hey, we're not supposed to agree on everything, especially right now on the.
That's all right. It's my burden to have correct opinions, and not everybody agrees with them. It's all right.
That's right. Especially right now, because Enterprise is one of my favorite series.
You're the one. I am enjoying it. I truly enjoying it. This rewatch in Trump's America 2025. It's a different vibe than watching it during the War on Terror, which it mirrors very directly, especially season 3. There's a lot of good stuff in there. A lot of great performances, even if the material is rough at times.
Yeah. Well, and I will say that's what I have liked about us, even though I may not agree with all the the comments, but I see where y'all are coming from though, because again like you, I watched it when it first came out, and sure, I probably have some blinders on some of it because it's when your show that you like, you're kind of like giving the benefit of the doubt, but yeah, I've actually seen where the group has come with some of their decisions on it, so it kind of hurts a little, but I'm growing.
I still enjoy it. I love all Star Trek, including the Trek that I don't particularly care for. I still love that it exists because I know that it may not be my favorite Trek, but it's someone else's favorite Trek. And the more Trek we can get, the better. It's great for the franchise overall.
Agreed. And if we don't watch what they produce, we're not going to get any more. And, that even goes for that thing that they called a movie,
I was wondering if you'd bring it up, the specter of Section 31, the undertones of it. What it boils down to for me is I agree with a lot of the criticism of the movie. I don't agree with any of the hate of the movie. It's just wild to me to, how do I say this diplomatically, even though some of these YouTubers were not being diplomatic with their nonsense, saying something that was produced by Star Trek isn't Star Trek, a little childish. Saying this is the death of the franchise is just ridiculous and hyperbolic. There are plenty of criticisms of the movie. We shared them on the Salon, certainly. But it was exactly what they said it was going to be. It was a fun distraction, and I'm glad it did well on the platform because, I would like to see more with them if it was a choice of anything else or that. I would go with anything else, certainly. But it was fun.
Oh, I agree, and I don't remember. I think every single channel on the planet did a review of. Even I did one. It was my first live, and we did it. And I personally did not have a problem with the movie, because in their defense, there was a series that they squashed into 93 minutes, and a lot of people just don't understand how much how much was cut just to get that.
Yeah, one thing I said on the Salon is watching the movie, I can see the outline of a season, and I can see where some character development got lost. I could see backstory for all of those characters being the B story of an episode in a season, and you have to lose that when you truncate it. And, paying for a completely fresh script when you don't know when you're going to get Michelle Yeoh back after winning that Oscar, especially, they had a window of time to do it, and they got it done. And I hope for more streaming movies, certainly. I do think there's more stories to tell in that vein. I actually really liked that they moved away from the cartoon villainy of a Section 31, like in Discovery Season 2, although I did enjoy the season overall, and more into a Mission Impossible type organization. I liked that vibe, so I could see more with them. But I also really like the idea of just more streaming movies, maybe a Lower Decks, maybe a backdoor pilot for a different kind of show, maybe, um, the political workings of the Federation would be a really interesting streaming movie. The possibilities are endless, but like you said, we gotta watch the Trek that we get in the meantime and not discourage people from watching it so that we get to make more.
Agreed. And that's funny that you say that, because during one of my reviews, I specifically called it Mission Impossible meets Star Trek. That was all I could see when they got that's how I saw it. And so, oh my God. Yeah. So overall, it was good. It was a good movie, period. And we just need to watch it. So, and I was going to say though, so, as I've been watching Salon now for a couple of months since I found y'all, and obviously I found it when we were doing, reviews on Tex-Trek those couple of times and learned about your channel and everything. And I can definitely tell you enjoy entertaining people. And has that been has been entertaining a lifelong passion of yours, or?
Yeah. I appreciate that question. I have not had that question asked. I do. I like to have a good time, and I want people around me, and be it an audience or on the panel or at a game night that I host, I want people to have a good time when they're with me. So, I try to make that happen. On the Salon, it comes with goofy videos and, trying to steer the conversation in certain ways as the host. And then in my real life, having game nights where, you have some good snacks for any kind of eater. And I think I overthink in fact, I have a banner back here somewhere from a friend that says, great minds overthink alike. It's because I overthink all of the details all the time. I want people to have a good time when they're around me, for sure.
And we do. I mean, I'm always laughing, especially on the Salon, because when and all of the graphics y'all have that pop up, like the first time I was like, what is all this silliness, But it just makes for a good hour and a half, sometimes two, not usually 2 hours, but still,
Yeah, last week went a little long, but ordinarily we found our sweet spot is between 1 and 1.5 hour for sure.
Yeah, for a panel, I agree. I think that's probably a good spot. And I try to do like the one-on-ones about an hour, give or take, and then maybe down 45. But yeah, no, so you see, I knew you had to be an entertainer. I could see you when you were a kid, probably entertaining everybody in the family and whatnot.
They might disagree with that, but attempts were made for sure. Yeah, I was a theater kid in high school for sure, and I do remember very early on, like my dad had. Again, I want to say this diplomatically. My dad is funny, but because he's funny, I wanted to be funny. But it took a while for me to learn that his sense of humor is a little mean-spirited. I learned that through my teen years. I'm like, oh, he's making fun of people. That's what's happening here. Not to get too deep on the pod early on, but I do remember as a kid when I could make people laugh, it was intoxicating. I was like, oh, they're having a good time. I caused that, and I really enjoy that feeling. And so it's I've leaned away from being mean-spirited, hopefully, but I definitely do still want to bring a lighthearted, humorous vibe to the world around me as best I can.
And I think you do. I think you do, from what I can tell. And so what, I don't know, other than Salon, what were you doing? What was your day job?
Day-to-day life in my career has been in advocacy and campaigns, electoral speaking. I've worked for the Democratic Party off and on, and presidential campaigns, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. That has to be it has to have be interesting actually to see behind the scenes of some of the, especially on the political stuff when you're working big campaigns and stuff like that, and what's going on.
Interesting is a great word for it. I've had small roles in several campaigns, several big campaigns. I was a field organizer. I was a regional organizing lead. And, then my career progressed and I was the coordinated campaign director for all of the Arizona Democratic Party. That sounds cooler than it actually is. It just means I had to deal with a lot of crazy people with a lot of conflicting needs, and again, needing to be diplomatic in the way that I discuss. A lot of strong personalities on most of my campaigns. These are 14 to 18-hour days, especially the last 3 months of an election. But I've loved my career. The heart of it is meeting people where they're at, trying to bring people together for a common cause. In most cases for me, it's been, Barack Obama's presidential campaign, or generally voting for, at the Human Rights Campaign, we would endorse pro-equality candidates, that kind of thing. So trying to move the needle in a progressive way as best we can. And right now is a little rough, but we'll come back swinging, I'm sure. And I don't know what my next gig is going to be yet. It might be in the advocacy space. It might not be, but either way, I will keep pushing any way that I can, and certainly vote as progressively as I can.
Well, but luckily you have a salon right now to keep you occupied.
Yes, I joked on our last bonus content, this is all that I have. And then I was like, wait, that sounds much darker than I intended it to. But the salon is the thing that I have consistently right now that I'm working on, and I love it. It's Thursday nights are my favorite night of the week, not just because I get to talk about Star Trek, but I get to do it with my friends that we all met on Trek Twitter of all places, and we're able to come together and have this fun space for a couple of hours each week is really joyful.
And that's that leads me to my next question is, what sparked your interest to get into the Star Trek podcasting world with us and make the salon?
Great question. It sort of happened by accident and incrementally. Trevor and I met via Twitter Spaces. We were hopping on to a Twitter space every week talking about the latest episode. And then we got to talking in the DMs about having our own space so that we could keep the conversation going. Because usually the other one would just go for about an hour, and we're like, well, I have nothing else to do, so let's do our own. And so that just sort of snowballed. Eventually, we're like, oh, let's add a visual component and do it on YouTube. And then we thought, oh, we should maybe not delete them every week, because for a while. Probably the first 6 months or so we were doing, or maybe even longer. When did I go to STLV the first time? 2023. Yeah. So maybe for the first year, really, we were deleting we were self-destructing after every salon. And then eventually we're like, oh, if we're going to build an audience, I mean, to say it that way sounds like we did this purposefully, like we were trying to build a podcast empire. We really weren't, but it was we met Greg Grunberg at STLV in 2023. He and Ken, who is on the salon, are good friends and work together at an organization called Talk About It, which talks about epilepsy and some other conditions, helping helping bring awareness to various aspects of those conditions. And we got to talking about it, and it was Greg who was like, "Oh, why do you delete it?" I was like, "Well,
yeah."
Because we're unhinged, Greg. That was basically the answer. We had a safe space to have our most unhinged Star Trek opinions, but it just turned into, you know what, let's just do it. Let's keep them up. Let's see where this can go. And then, you know, as I do, I start overthinking everything, and then I started thinking about the numbers and like, let's get more subscribers. Let's see where this can go. And so it's not like, how do I build the audience? I need likes to sustain myself, although it sometimes feels that way, but more of a like, I get a dopamine hit as somebody with ADHD every time I get a subscriber. So I'm just always chasing that high, I guess.
I understand. I get it. My one of the guys who helps me out, I told him one time I was hitting my YouTube studio and just like looking, and he's like, "Stop the studio scrolling." I'm like, "Fine," because when you see that number go up and then it just flatlines for a while, you're like,
yeah, it's easy to get obsessive about it. And so I try not to. Like right now with nothing else to focus on, I'm like, sure, I'll work on our social content so that I can try and nudge the numbers. But, you know, at the end of the day, we could have one subscriber and we would still do the salon every week.
Yep. Agreed. And that's, yeah, I admit I have done the doom scroll on subscribers and looking at it, and I'm like, I just got to stop, because if you don't, you'll go crazy real easy. Oh my goodness. So now, since you've been doing the salon, you know, I know most of the time it's just, you know, the panel talking, but have you had a guest yet, you know, that you would consider, like, you know, what's been your best interview so far?
Well, we've only had 3 so far, so I don't want to throw 2 of them under the bus, but it was definitely, no, they were great. So we've only had 3 interviews so far, but we're looking for more. You know, getting the feelers out is always challenging, because, you know, for some folks in the Trek sphere, some of them are more active right now than others, so it's easier to get a hold of them. You know, we interviewed Aaron Watke from Star Trek Prodigy, the co-executive producer. I just messaged him on social media, and he's a wonderful human being who interacts with fans, which, God love him, because like I can only imagine the crazy nonsense that he gets, given the crazy nonsense that I sent. So I reached out, and we were able to have a conversation with him, because as it turned out, we go live about his daughter's bedtime, and so he was able to hop on live, and that was a really fun conversation, and we got to weave all of the panelists into it. And then the other 2 interviews that we've done so far, we had Lori Ulster from Trek Movie, who is just another wonderful human being. I love her podcast with Anthony on Trek Movie. And we also recently had Brian Volkweiss, who's super fun, super funny. He's the CEO of the Nacelle Company. They just launched a new toy action figure line in Trek. And so with both of them, we did pre-recorded video interviews with just Trevor and I for Lori, and then just Will and I for Brian. Trevor was going to be on that, but had some technical issues. And in that instance, you know, Trevor and I are the co-hosts, and I know Will has a special love for Star Trek toys. He has models and has built models ever since he was a kid. So, you know, I wanted to include him in that. You know, if we ever, as you've seen on the salon, the more voices there are, the more chaotic it can be, and the more like the interview with Aaron was wonderful, but it took more prep ahead of time, and, you know, who's going to ask what question at what time, and, you know, practicing a run through. With fewer voices, you know, I still have a run through document, but we can be a little more loosey goosey with it. And so we'll pull voices based on whoever the guests is, like randomly, Matt is our time travel lover. So if we ever had, somebody who played, like if we had the guy who played Daniels, for example, I would make special effort to make sure Matt could be a part of that conversation because it ties into his love of that aspect of Trek for sure.
Oh yeah. Well, and you're right. The prep that can go in, that is involved with doing a one-on-one interview can take hours, especially if you've got to do research on, their history, what they've done, where they're from, you name it. Oh, have they written a book or done XYZ? And that was something I picked up from, watching some of the other podcasts and listen to the host. They're like, yeah, that it takes them, there can be a lot of prep work. And then some of their guests sometimes say, well, if you want me to be on this show, then you must do boom, 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 and then we'll let you on. Then we'll come on.
I also try to watch, like I watched watched or listened to interviews with each of our guests, just to get a vibe, do a vibe check. Like my sense of humor can be off-putting for some folks. So like, do I need to dial it back with this guest? I have not needed to with our guest thus far. But also, I don't want to ask the same question that they get in every interview. It's like at STLV, I understand a fan who doesn't go to STLV every year. I've only been twice so far, but there seems to always be somebody asking a question that a Kate Mulgrew or a Marina Sirtis or whoever has been answering for decades now. It's like, come on, like let's ask something new. Let's get something fresh.
And it's hard because I interviewed John Billingsley a couple of weeks ago, and that was one of my goals, was to try and come up with something that he has not been asked. And when when you've got someone like him who's had a career that long, and especially in the Star Trek world, and has been on umpteen number of podcasts, there's not much that he has not been asked. Now, I did get lucky, and he shared something on our interview that he said he could not recall sharing on any others. Was there's a scene when he was in hibernating, and I can't remember the episode. I'm not going to even think about it right this minute, but when Cutler and T'Pol come to wake him up, and he lifts up the covers, he did that as a joke that they were saying that Travis was underneath there.
Yes, I remember that. I think that was 2 days and 2 nights, because it was, wasn't it? Or no, not 2 days. There was some kind, or no, maybe it was, because it was some kind of shore leave, and Travis got sick because they gave him some sort of inoculation that he ended up being allergic to. I think it was 2 days and 2 nights, because he's like, while they're on the surface, now's the time for me to hibernate. That was so funny. John Billingsley, I remember, this is the opposite of what I was saying earlier. I think when I watched it when I was younger, he reminded me, I thought there was too much of this is the Neelix of this show, who I then and now find annoying. That is an in-universe criticism. Ethan Phillips is a wonderful actor and hilarious. I love some of his other stuff for sure. And he has some great stuff in Voyager for sure. But I think with Phlox, I thought it was a little too close when I was younger, and I thought like, oh, this is just the Neelix of Enterprise. Now on our rewatch, I'm like, John is acting circles around some of his co-stars, and when they don't give him a whole lot to do. Him and Jolene are incredible. And Linda, when she actually has something to do, wonderful. And I think all of them are more capable than the material that they got. But Billingsley definitely stands out. And that episode in particular, he is hysterical. Is so good.
Oh yeah, he was. And then it was when we were talking, and he was, how he always would try and give suggestions to the writers, and be like, well, let me do this or let me do that. And like he said, Picardo would say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And like, sure, Bob. And, if he wanted to do something, they're like, no. And that was in Doctor's Orders. And he made a comment, and he was in the interview. It was so funny. He goes, I wanted to walk in and turn, and something on the other side of the room got knocked off and insinuate. And they're like, no,
Yeah.
not going to do
His
that.
toenails aren't the only large appendage.
Exactly. But yeah, he was, oh my God, he was unhinged, but it was funny unhinged. So, and there was one point when I asked him, so what would it like to work with Scott Bakula? And I'm pretty sure my face, I was just frozen at first, because he goes, he's a bleep, bleep. I'm like, what? And then he goes, oh no, he's the nicest effing guy on the planet. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, did I just step into a hornet's nest here or something?
It would be hilarious. I think about the salon, and hopefully this comparison won't sound insulting, but I do wonder when I do interviews, how hilarious it would be if, like, on the salon with our less than 200 subscribers, if we got some kind of scoop like that. Like, what a ridiculous place for John Billingsley to come out as a Scott Bakula hater, right? Just like a random podcast interview some days, like, you know what? I'm going to tell you what I actually think.
And that was kind of how he started it. And for a second, and I'm just like, holy. And then he, got serious. But I thought he was as serious could be. And I was like, oh my God. Yeah, it freaked me the F out. I'm not going to lie. But yeah, he was so much fun. And he's very passionate about everything. So yeah, if y'all ever get him on, I think he would be great to have on the salon, because y'all's back and forth would be phenomenal.
Yeah, we will definitely.
Oh my God.
And now's a good plug. They just did Trek Talks 4, which was a wonderful event. The Hollywood Food Coalition.
It's a great event. And so I gave a little here and there where I could on that. And I streamed it for almost all day. I think I had it on my TV, as I was walking around doing other things, editing a video, all that stuff. Just, I need to go rewatch a couple of the panels. Like, I really wanted to go see the Voyager one. I did not. I think I was doing something that got away. So luckily it's on YouTube and I can go rewatch it.
Yeah, they were all really fun. I had it on in the background, and I weaved in and out a little bit just because I get a little antsy with my ADHD just sitting in front of a screen. But they were all wonderful panels, really interesting, really fun. And, they raised, I think they hit their goal of at least $50,000 for the Hollywood Food Coalition. Yeah. And Rod Roddenberry himself is matching at least 30,000 of that. So really they've raised over 75,000.
Yeah, the last number I saw right at the end, it was 77,000, something, so almost 80 grand. And they may have gotten it by now with after show contributions. I haven't looked. Well, so now you've mentioned something. So you said you've been to STLV twice now? You went did you go last year, or you?
Yeah, the last 2 years. 2023 was my first STLV. It was actually the first time I met Trevor and Matt and Ken in person. So that was lovely. And then we also went last year. I think the same crew went last year. Yeah. And hopefully this year it's going to be, I don't think Ken's going to be able to make it this year. My participation is tentative, a strong tentative given my current work situation, but I think Will's going to be able to join us this year, and Joanne is coming as well. So we'll have a strong contingent for sure.
Oh, so other than STLV, have you gone to any of the other, like the San Francisco
Not
conventions or any of
yet.
that type of stuff?
I moved away from San Francisco shortly before they started doing that one, and so I think it's something we might do in the future. You know, as the salon grows, I think, you know, I have this pie in the sky idea that will monetize eventually. You know, we do, of course, have a Patreon, and thank you for being a Patreon supporter. But, you know, other than defraying the costs of the salon, um, we're not bringing in top tier salaries or anything like that. But eventually, as we grow, if we monetize, I think something that we would want to do beyond, you know, defraying actual costs of the salon would be, the first thing I want to do is help cover people's our panelists Paramount Plus subscription, so that they always have access to the Trek that we're talking about, and then you know, help with travel expenses for those kinds of things where we can. But that's unlikely, and if does happen, years from now probably. It's the current dream of the salon. My current dream is to be able to pay for our panelists to get to various conventions, to, you know, not only be there and have fun, but also cover it for the salon, maybe move in that direction a little bit, but more just have fun with each other.
And that's where I want to go. And it's just going to be a while, a long while, because it takes this a long time to do that.
Yeah.
But
we're now,
and I've done
almost 3 years in, a little about 2, maybe a little less than 2 of like actually trying.
Yeah. Well, you're gonna get. We'll all get there. We'll all get there. He's got to keep working, and as I asked, I was in a Zoom because I'm on a Delta Flyer, and we were talking one time with Garrett, and I made a comment about start my own podcast and so on and so on, and I said, I heard you made a comment about that it's a lot of work, and it's a lot of work.
Yeah, it's basically a part-time job for me. It's, I think a conservative estimate is probably 10 hours a week minimum to, well, it depends on the week. It depends on, you know, things that are happening, but they're the inner workings of a podcast in the salon. So I do like the social content because I want to make sure that stuff is going out to our channels throughout the week to help build audience, remind audience that we exist. There's creating the visuals for, you know, the thumbnail that goes out with YouTube. Then there's the visuals that we'll use in the episode, video clips, that kind of thing. It all takes it takes a good amount of time, and so I've just structured my Fridays and Mondays around that for now. But it's something I chose to do because I also, on top of just loving Star Trek and wanting this to do well, and wanting to put out a good product, so to speak. I don't like thinking of us as a product, but like I do want what we put out to be of quality, even though I'm just a guy with a laptop, you know, doing my best with Canva and Streamlabs, you know. But it's been a lot of fun. It is a lot of work. It is a part-time job, but I enjoy it. And it's also, you know, we recently switched different streaming systems to save a little bit of money, and our new system is more complicated, but I'm really enjoying it because it's like, oh, I'm learning how to do editing and checking sound quality and, you know, optimizing hashtags and like that I never thought I would ever care about, but it's become something that's interesting that I can put to work for my love of Star Trek. So it's been fun.
And this is fun. I mean, yes, it's work and, editing and trying to figure out all the stuff you got to add in and cutting stuff out and what stays and what goes.
Why?
Because like you said,
I know I did this right. Why isn't it uploading? And then, I didn't click the thing. Or
Well, exactly. Or we've started episode reviews, and I was finishing up the first one Saturday, editing it, and I get till the very end, and I don't know what I was thinking. I didn't record an outro. I didn't say anything. I said, "Okay, we're done." To the lady, the woman who was with me doing the stuff, I said, "Okay, well, we're good. So we'll now start the next one." I thought I was done with the edit, and now I've got to cut that, make an actual exit for the whole thing, and it's gonna be a hard cut, but whatever. But I'm just like, oh my God, why did I do that? Because I was moving on to the next episode, and yeah. So it's those little, and they're little things you think, okay, I'll do that, or I'll do this, and then you're like, oh crap, I forgot I got to do that.
Whoops.
Yeah, exactly. And then I need to re-record the intro because I was like, for whatever reason, I was like stiff as a board when I was doing it. So I have, so we're getting to some of the nitty gritty of your Star Trek history and what you like and don't like and all that stuff. And honestly, what first drew you to Star Trek?
Ooh, that is a good question. Some of my earliest memories are watching Trek. So I don't know the genesis of it. I know I watched a lot of the original cast movies in Next Generation, and I really enjoyed. I think I liked the sci-fi aspect of it generally, but also, I was a ship nerd. Like, oh, this is really cool. The phasers and all of that nonsense. The action got me, and then when Deep Space Nine premiered, I remember my brother and sister were not big fans of Trek like I was, but there was an opportunity for us to stay up late and watch TV. So we watched the first hour, super good, and then my dad was like, "Well, it's your bedtime." I was like, "Oh, come on, please." We had to beg him to let us watch the second half, and he relented, but I was hooked from as early as I can remember. Next Gen, Deep Space Nine, Voyager. I didn't watch all of as it aired. I think the first couple of years we didn't have UPN, but then towards the end of its run, I was able to watch it, and then Enterprise when it was actually on in real time.
Exactly. Yeah, I was TNG, and then Enterprise Voyager when I got access to UPN finally, because I didn't have access to Deep Space Nine, so I didn't get to watch DS9 until it was on Netflix. Really, yeah, it's just the way it worked out. But
I had Deep Space Nine VHS tapes, and I would record the episodes as they were airing on our local channel in Utah. It was, and then I think I got the Columbia House when that used to be a thing. It was like the first 3 are free, and then only $19.99 a month. And then I'm a child, so I got the 3 free ones, and then I canceled it over the phone because you had to call and actually talk to a human back then. Nightmare. But
I remember I didn't do it for the movies, but I did like the CDs and stuff like that. And you get the 10 free, and then you got to cancel. Oh my
10 for
God.
a penny.
Yes. Yeah, I so remember that. I probably still owe them for something, and they just, who knows?
They will never see that money.
They will never see it. That's right. So what was it sounds like DS9 might have been your favorite series, possibly? Or one of them?
It's the one that I go back to most. Kira is my favorite character in all the franchise, and I think my thing with Deep Space Nine is it's truly an ensemble, but you still have an incredible number one in Avery Brooks. with Captain Sisko. His dynamic with Kira was just incredible, and seeing her arc throughout the development for both of those characters, just incredible. And they're also like the recurring characters. Like I love Garrick, that he embraced the queerness of that character, and that, you know, he found, oh, I want to have sex with Julian. That's this character's vibe, and like was able to play that in a way that ran on TV in the 90s is just incredible. Jadzia is such a wonderful character. Her arc with what happened to Terry is nonsense, but overall, like Deep Space Nine just had, like, even beyond the war stories and the longer arc and cool ship battles that I of course loved, you know, the deep allegory. You know, my favorite episode is The Darkness and the Light. It was written by Brian Fuller, and Nana just acts her full out in that episode. I personally believe Nana Visitor is one of the best actors, period, but definitely in the franchise. And what she was doing with Kira was revolutionary for the time, for being a woman in the industry. She talks about it a lot in her book, Open a Channel, which is wonderful, and I highly suggest people read. But
I've got it. I'm reading it.
Yeah, it's incredible. She does an excellent job of telling a story, but also shepherding stories from all of these women in the franchise that she's interviewed. Highly recommend. But she was just awesome. You know, in that episode, she has a monologue where she's just laying on a bio bed after being injured, and to just be laying there with not being able to move around, like it's just her face. It's just her and her body telling the story of of her first mission in the Shakar resistance cell after 2 of her resistance cell mates were murdered. Like the pain, it's just incredible. And then my other favorite episode is this campy, it's called The Assignment, where Keiko is taken over by a Pa Wraith. It is campy as hell, and you know, at the end she gets electrocuted and she's just like, ah, it is so funny. It's so good. It works. Rosalind Chow is incredible. Like the multifaceted nature of all of their characters. I think that's what gets me back to Deep Space Nine more than any other, because I love all of Trek, but you know, name a series, there are always 1 or 2 characters that have the majority of the focus, and Deep Space Nine, they had breathing room for everybody.
Well, I would say they spread it out. Every character at some point had their own little arc or of some form or fashion, in my opinion. You know, like we just got finished watching their Delta Flyers just did the review of the first part, and I should remember the series episode, but it's when Garrick is the Obsidian Order and the Tal Shiar are about to start preparing to go attack the founders.
Yeah, with Inabrin Tain.
Oh, yes. And I hadn't watched that one in a while, and after listening to Robbie and Garrett and Terry give their analysis of it, I was like, man, that actually, I mean, it was a good episode. And they had they really did have a lot of good episodes on that show. Some, honestly, like you were saying, I mean, I think for me personally, some of the best in the series. I mean, the ones that were, you know, was it In the Pale Moonlight and Far Beyond the Stars with Avery were just, Hitman can act. That man can
Duet. There's there are so many incredible episodes in Deep Space Nine that it's constantly rewatchable for me.
Oh yeah, and I agree with you on that. And so I was going to ask, I'm going to give you one or two more Trekkie questions. You know, honestly, what would you say to someone who says that Star Trek is, not relevant anymore?
Delete your account.
Or for being outdated.
Speak to no one else. No. The political answer is to try and find common ground. Like, what makes you say that? To ask probing questions. But if I get to the point of trying to convince, maybe a slightly controversial answer, but I sometimes wonder if there's truth to that statement with some of the decisions, some of the stories that have been told in recent years, in two particular but popular outings of the franchise. But I will say the most relevant Trek recently to me has been Star Trek Discovery. I think their way of breaking through the Trek formula and telling stories in a different way, more emotional stories. Once you get past the like, oh, these are galactic stakes again, Michael again, like I get it, but that's the whole point of their story. Is it's a story about things happening to this person and the people around her. So get over it. And the exploration of what it means to be human in Star Trek Discovery, and to have trauma that you need to deal with and be able to find joy and not close yourself off. I think that's certainly relevant. Some of the, I love all Trek. I think I'm excited for what Strange New Worlds is going to do, but season 3, but I think in seasons 1 and 2, there are a lot of fun episodes, but I think there's a lot of surface level allegory happening there. Like, I think about season 1 episode, I forget the name of it, but the gist of it was child labor is bad. I'm like, okay, well, in this society that you've just shown us, I'm going to sound like a monster for a second. One child is consenting to torture himself so that this great machine can work.
Oh, I remember that episode.
The way that they set up this episode, one child is sacrificed. He chooses to sit in that chair. He realizes what's going to happen and does it anyway. And I don't know what they were trying to get us to glean from that. Like, child labor is bad, sure, but like the execution was just wonky with with what I don't know they were trying to tell us. And I think they've shied away from the opportunity of highlighting queerness in the future. I think they have ignored some of their own characters to the detriment of the show, in my opinion, so that they can play with original series characters. Because it seems to me, again, I love Strange New Worlds, I love all Star Trek, but I don't think sometimes I wonder, do you want to do Strange New Worlds, or do you want to do a backdoor reboot? Because like it feels like they just want to play with Kirk and Spock. That's why, like, why is Kirk there so much? Paul Wesley's great. I'm enjoying his rendition, but the one exception I will give them is La'an. They've done a wonderful arc with La'an. They're one of their few original characters that has had room to grow. And they have, with Una and Rebecca Romaine, they have the most seasoned actor on that show is barely utilized. And we keep being told that Una is this incredible first officer, and they don't show it. So I'm hopeful in season 3 that they'll do more showing and less telling. They'll do more deep allegory. They won't shy away from the queerness. They won't shy away from actually confronting fascism, because it's been, the last season, the Klingon warmonger was just this jolly good fellow, and they decided to leave it open-ended to why Mbenga killed him. And like, your doctor murdering a Klingon ambassador on the flagship is a powerful moment that they put it behind glass and they shy away from it. It all just feels so surface level to me, and it's enjoyable, but the stuff that they're doing with Uhura is wonderful. What they're doing with La'an is wonderful. I like having a bad captain. Like Christopher Pike, Anson Mount's a wonderful actor. This is in-universe criticism of Pike as a captain. I like that he's wishy-washy and like not great. He's indecisive and makes mistakes, and that's not something that we see much, other than Archer just being. So I don't remember the question, and I went into a very critical mode. So hopefully, I haven't turned off the entire audience. I love it. I'm excited for more of it. I just hope more deeper storytelling from them, because I know that they're capable of it.
And I'm right here thinking about everything you just said, and
how correct
I see what
Yep.
you're. I see what you're talking about, because it makes me. They really. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love Strange New Worlds, just like you. But it is, now that you say that, it seems more like just a backdoor way of redoing TOS.
And I'm on record as saying I do not want that. We like Ethan Peck is wonderful. We already know so much about Spock. Seeing how we got there is interesting, so I'm liking what they're doing there. But more of Kirk and Spock. It was really cool to see when they met. Seeing that moment, absolutely. Little touches here and there are fine, but like Kirk has shown up now in at least 3 episodes and 2 10-episode seasons. Why is he there?
Well, him and La'an had a whole episode together,
and I enjoyed that episode.
I did too.
I especially the Pelia adding Carol Kane.
Oh
what
my
a
gosh,
delight!
she's hilarious.
What a delight! And that they are the ones that nudged her into engineering. Like I love that kind of thing. You get if you get in there and explore your characters in a more organic setting. Just love, like, what does this look like? An engineer's engineering place? Like it. She is so delightful. That was wonderful. I don't mean to sound, but when they do it right, it's wonderful. And then when they waste an episode saying maybe murder is bad, I'm just like, what are you doing? Like
I am looking forward to this season, especially just what I mean. I know we got those little clips, but the fact that I cannot wait to see the whole the telephone episode.
All her antique telephones.
Yes. Oh gosh. Okay, we could talk for hours on that, but I'm gonna go ahead and ask my standard last question for everybody: is what Star Trek technology do you wish existed today?
Oh, I want to say transporter, but the way it is understood in the franchise, it murders you. It murders you and it copies you. And I don't know what happens to your soul. So I'm not going to say the transporter. That needs to be retconned at some point, by the way. Star Trek powers it be. But it's the replicator, right? Like taking and making apples. It's pretty good for, right? So, yeah, the replicator, being able to not just, I want a 3D printer so bad. I do not have the money for it. But when I do, I keep seeing all of these cool little trinkets that people are making in like storage solutions for their bits and bobs or whatever. But also, I saw somebody do half ships that they put on sort of a glossy thing. So behind them, they have it looks like in the observation lounge of the ships that have the ship models. It looks like, and one that I saw, it looks so. It was 3D, of course, so it protruded out, but the material that this creator put it on made the ship reflect, so it looks like you can see the whole thing from certain angles. So rad. So I want a replicator to have. I want better furniture and exotic meals and the right tool that I need that I can then just put back in the replicator so that, I don't have clutter everywhere. I want a replicator.
Oh, that's a good one on the tools. Especially when you need that 10 millimeter socket that never is there.
Yes. I think about this a lot with like community aid and mutual aid and like our capitalist society teaches us, oh, well, you should have everything on your own. Like, don't meet your neighbors. Like, I don't need a table saw, but if I could replicate one and then put it back in there when I was done, wonderful. Like, because I have had some projects like, man, if I had a table saw, I'd have this cool frame around some of my art right now. But like buying one, yeah. So I need to meet my neighbors who have table saws or have a replicator.
And just think, like you said, all the foods that you can make for yourself and everybody else.
Yes, from anything.
That's right. Well, Stan, thank you for coming on tonight. And this was fun. This was a fun talk. And we just get to talk about Trek and all the above. And I enjoyed it. So thank you so much.
Me too. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And final plug for @Salon Trek.
Oh, yes.
In all of the places @Salon Trek. Anywhere you care to listen to a podcast or watch it on YouTube and all of the socials. So thank you very much, Chris.
Yes. You're welcome. And I have to say, I will plug as well. Watch the Salon, join their Patreon. It's well worth the money. You have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you for watching The Transporter Room. For just $5 per month, enjoy ad-free access to this episode and all previous ones, plus exclusive bonus content. Sign up now on Patreon.
And greetings, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Garris, and welcome to the Transporter Room. Today, I'm beyond excited to be joined by Cirroc Lofton, a multifaceted talent whose contributions to television and podcasting have left an indelible mark on audiences around the globe. Best known for his heartfelt portrayal of Jake Sisko in Star Trek Deep Space Nine, Lofton brought nuance and relatability to one of science fiction's most beloved characters, earning him a lasting place in the hearts of fans. From his early beginnings as a child actor to his dynamic roles in The Hoop Life, Soul Food, and beyond, Lofton's career reflects a deep passion for storytelling and a remarkable ability to connect with viewers. Today, Lofton continues to inspire through his engaging podcast, The Seventh Rule, where he explores the Star Trek universe with fellow enthusiasts, offering fresh perspectives and heartfelt reflections. A charismatic speaker and cherished convention guest, he brings warmth, humor, and authenticity to every interaction. Please join us in celebrating Cirroc Lofton, a true luminary whose brilliance shines both on and off the screen. So without further ado, let's beam him in. Hey, Cirroc, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good, Chris. How you doing?
Doing pretty good, man. Thank you for coming on the show and doing this for me today.
Well, thank you for the warm welcome here at the Transporter Room.
Oh, thank you.
It's nice to hear my resume read off.
Yeah, when I did an interview with Connor and Dom, Connor said, you've taken a page out of Dominic's book of doing intros. I'm like, yeah, kind of. A little bit.
Good.
But hey, I just want to let everybody know, I just want to let you know that it has been a joy to work with you on the Seventh Rule and to get to actually meet you back at the convention in Dallas last year. You know, it was a blast.
Thank you.
And
Yeah,
oh,
it was
thank
fun. It
yeah. I
was
mean,
fun meeting you too, man. It's always good when we get together and meet in person and, you know, get to
oh
have
yeah.
drinks, share laughs.
Oh, I know, man. I wish you could have. I would have loved for you to be able to make it to dinner with us that night, but I know you were kind of busy and had some other things going on. So it'd have been fun. But hey, next time, maybe in
Yeah.
Chicago when we're up there.
Chicago
If you
coming up. Yeah, absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely.
And so I like to, start off with like background. We get to the Star Trek stuff in a little bit here because everybody knows about all the Star Trek things. But, I just was wondering, did you always have a passion for performing when you were growing up, or did it just kind of just find you?
Um, a passion. Yeah, I think it just found me, I was selected to do this play and I, I think you realize you're good at something. But based on the feedback and based on, your own personal feelings. So when you know you're good at something, regardless of what that thing is, something clicks inside of you like, hey, I'm good at this, and I think I'm better than the average person at doing this particular thing, whatever that is. And for me, that was acting and being on stage. So performing was something that I felt naturally good at. It didn't take much effort for me to both know the memorization of the lines and choreography of however the scene was going to play out. So that's really how I just kind of stumbled into it by figuring out I'm pretty good at it.
Hey, that's all that matters. You were good and you are great. And so, um, can you share with us what your first job or your first job was, your actual acting job was?
Do you mean getting paid?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
The
okay.
paid job, the
That's
first paid
yeah,
job.
paid job. Yeah. My first job was for the United States Army, and I was playing this. I was a kid at the time. Obviously, I was 10 years old, and yeah, I was playing. This kid growing up who eventually would join the military for the Army, and it was one of those. Be all that you can be. One of those moments back in the day when they had that as their advertising campaign.
Oh my god. I'm going to have to see if I can find that video. It's got to be on YouTube somewhere.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh
that's
my
the magic of YouTube. Everything still exists. But yeah, that was my first job and my first audition, my first job. It was all of the above, and then just kept kind of going from there. As a child actor, just kept going from there.
cool. So as a child actor, were you able to stay in public school or did you have to get tutors on the set? How does that work?
Yeah, you get an option actually. They gave me an option. They said I could be tutored permanently. When I did Deep Space Nine, I could have been essentially just enrolled in tutoring, exclusively getting schooled on the set.
Mhm.
But I chose to do the option of balancing public school and working at the same time. So I was in public school. I was enrolled in public school while I was working.
Oh man, that's got to be kind of I mean, I would think it'd be kind of fun, but also I'm just like, man, I wonder what the kids were like when they finally realized, "Oh man, he's on DS9. He's a
Yeah, wasn't that cool at the time, I can say. Star Trek and sci-fi culture has become more mainstream and more popular than it was, I would say, during the time in the 90s, early 90s when I started to get involved. There was still a little bit of a uh, stigmatism behind the quote unquote nerd sci-fi franchise culture and so there was there was that stigmatism that didn't allow for people to kind of openly identify as a Star Trek fan in that kind of way. So actually, I got more ridicule than praise from my side of the world because I was in a urban side of town here in Los Angeles, and the people there were too cool for Star Trek, so they made fun of it.
Well, that's not the case anymore, I don't think. I really think, sci-fi has become, well, not just popular, it's become mainstream, it's become popular. We had shows out there that dealt with it all the time, like The Big Bang Theory and some others who made it cool to be a sci-fi kid and all the other stuff like that. So, that's good.
Well,
So
there is also, the thing about the way time has passed, from my observation, is a lot of those people that were Star Trek fans at that time have gone on to become successful professional adults in all spheres of the world, from teaching to computers to science. We just have all kinds of people represented in various workplaces. And so, because of that, um, you see the successes of people that have invested in Star Trek that actually has translated to personal successes in their lives. And I think that has also made it more so popular because people say, well, if this guy's, the guy who started this tech company or this guy who did this, and he's also a Star Trek guy, then it shows that, the principles, the philosophy behind it actually can translate to success in somebody's own personal life.
agreed. I mean, I would say that a good majority of, for example, everybody that works at NASA have been a Star Trek fan of some form or fashion, or a sci-fi fan in some form or fashion. With, again, most of them being Star Trek, and so, and I mean, how I can't even count probably a number of, we've had astronauts on the show multiple times. So yeah, it's made a difference. And so that's what's so cool, that how, this series has led to so many different things in life. And we'll get farther into that a little bit later in the show because that's farther down my list. but but I did want to touch on some of the stuff I learned at the conventions from, just listening to your panel, which was, I'm going to say this: anybody that goes to a convention that Sirach is talking at, go to his panel. It is phenomenal. It was great. But one thing that I learned was, I didn't know you owned a restaurant and a bar at one time in your life. I was like, that honestly was just I kind of got a chuckle. I might have been sitting by Ryan. I don't remember or released. I might have been sitting near them that time, but I just got to laugh because I'm like, wait a second. He's in the restaurant business, just like his, on-screen grandfather was or was.
Yeah, a lot of parallels like that in my life. And it's kind of interesting. I don't know if it's art imitating life or life imitating art, or which comes first. But I guess in this particular case, they wrote that for the character, and then I ended up living it out in real life. Um, and I studied business when I was at UCLA. I was a business econ major. Um, so half economics, half business, and some of the things that I learned, or what I really wanted to do with the education, was to be in business to some degree or another. And I didn't know what business that was, but I wanted to be a businessman. And so, when the opportunity came, with my now ex-wife to get into the restaurant business and venture into that. I thought it was something that I wanted to do and be involved with, and um, so then I set path on doing that, and it was very fun. It was a lot of work. It is a lot of work. I have my hat goes off to everybody in the food service industry. Everybody works hard from back behind in the kitchen all the way to the front of the house. Uh, there is no moment of just relaxation, really. I mean, if you're busy, obviously, and you're always preparing for the next day. You're always, there's just never a dull moment. And I like the entertainment aspect of it. So the part of it that I liked the most was actually playing the role of Quark behind the bar, and getting it inside good information from people, and playing matchmaker.
Oh, that's so funny. Yes. Oh my God, Cork. Oh my God, that was I don't think I knew that part, but that's a good add. That's something good to add to that. Oh my God. Um, and something else, so I knew you went to UCL, I knew you went to college, but I forgot that it was a business econ degree. And I don't know, I was kind of wondering if it was a history degree because you, my friend, were a pretty big history buff from what I remember us talking about during one of our meetings but last year. I just, wow, you were rattling off just facts and things that I didn't even know. Um, and it was that just something that you just picked up because just I hate to say randomly, but what got you into become like really in depth into history?
Well, I can say that first of all, I had some really good teachers at the schools that I went to. Um, I had guys like Mr. Shackman, who was at my junior high school. Um, I had a professor named Mr. Safier at Fairfax High School, and they made it fun for me to listen to history, and they made the subject fun to listen to and learn from because they were themselves good personalities, and they had the ability to make things interesting, by the way they would talk. And so I think that's the beginning of my interest in it, listening to those classes and having those great teachers. And then I began to have a curiosity about my own origin and history, about myself and where, my parents' origin and background. And so I started to dig into that kind of a history, and that led to other kinds of things like biblical history. And so one thing always kind of leads to another, and you just keep going down the the rabbit hole until you can't take anymore.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I enjoyed listening to your history, just that discussion we had. It was pretty eye opening. So I thank you for that. um, so now we kind of get into a little bit more of the fun stuff, the podcast, conventions, and your Star Trek history real quick here. You know, I know some of the actors, did the conventions while they were working and after. So when did you start? Did you do it while you were still on the show, or was it after the show ended when you finally got into the convention scene?
It was as the show was going on. I wasn't on the first go around, I guess. That it took me a couple of years before I actually got into the convention scene. Um, Maybe after my second, but during the second year, I think I did the first convention. Yeah, I mean, it was like a whole nother world that I wasn't really aware that existed, for the
Mhm.
fan base. And You think you go to work, you work on the set, and you finish, and you're done, and you go home. And Star Trek is one of the few franchises out there that has this celebration of it that happens on a almost weekly event somewhere in the country or in the world. Um, and yeah, and people are celebrating, and I think that's one of the great phenomenons of the show. And I think that again lends itself to the idea that the value systems that they talk about are lifestyle choices. And if you have those value systems, you will be celebrating the lifestyle that you live in the way of getting together with like-minded people to enjoy the thing you love.
True. And I can only imagine what it was like, being a young adult doing your first conventions, and what those experiences were like, especially having that interaction with the fans for the first time. I can't even fathom that, what it was like when they all start coming to get your signature. And I mean, I know when we were talking, your hand has to get tired after a while.
Yeah, I mean that was back in the day. It's not so tiring anymore. We'll see. But yes, there was a time when it was long lines and you would get tired. My first convention, as a matter of fact, was like that, and that was here in Pasadena, California, at a creation convention. And I remember going to that and saying, "Damn, all of these people are like here dressed up in makeup," and I'm like, "Wow, this is crazy. This is unbelievable." Um, and then they say, "Well, you're going to be signing," and I'm like, "Oh, all right, cool. Where do you know?" Then I saw the line, and I was the longest line I've ever had, and I was like, "What the hell is all those people here for?" They're like, "They're here for you. They're waiting in line for you." And I'm like, "Oh my God, this is gonna be a long day." And I remember signing and signing and signing for hours and hours and hours, and I couldn't like crack the line, you know. I couldn't crack the line, and eventually, and for some reason they had me sitting outside. I don't know why, but at this particular convention, I was sitting outside signing. I think probably because the line was too big, so they had me sitting outside, and uh, and so it got dark. It was dark. It was starting to get dark, and it was becoming, it was nighttime. And for everybody out there that doesn't know, the convention usually ends around 5 or 6. And I think it was 7:30, and the line is still, I might have gone halfway through the line, and they cut off the people. They cut the line, and I was like, hey, I can't even see anymore. It's dark out here, and and the convention's over. So, it ended an hour ago. So, like, I'm gonna be done signing, and I remember that they cut somebody off and said, "See, Sirach has to go." I'm a kid, mind you, at this point. I'm only 15 years old or whatever. So I'm like, I gotta go home and eat and go to, get ready for the next day. I might have to work the next day. I don't know. But But yeah, somebody was mad about getting cut off, and that guy rushed the table and like tried to, I don't know, grab me or something. But yeah, so they tackled him. It was like a really kind of a miniature traumatizing experience for my first convention as a kid, to have this grown guy just cussing at me for, "I've been waiting all day for you," and I felt bad for everybody who was waiting all that time. But I don't know. I'm not gonna stay
Yeah.
here till midnight.
No, 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 not at all.
So
Yeah.
I did my best, but somebody was mad, and so that guy, the first person that got cut off, attacked me. That was my first convention. Then I stopped doing them for a while. I said, "I think I'm gonna."
Yeah. I don't know if I'd gone back. I don't know if I would have ever gone back. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
but honestly, never been attacked since. Never really had bad experience with any of the fans. It was just that one guy that one time. Uh, and it's
He was
funny because
probably
yeah, it's funny because I ran into the guy who stopped him recently. You know, it was like 2 years ago. I saw him at Creation in Vegas, and he says to me, you know, the guy now is old because I was 15. So this was like 30 years ago, right? And the guy now has a cane and he's an older man with a great beard, you know, and he was wearing a biker vest and he looked like a badass guy, you know, a pretty tough guy. And he walks up to me and he says, "Do you remember me?" And I looked at him. I was like, "You look familiar, but you know, I don't remember." He says, "I'm the guy that stopped the other guy who tackled you. You know, I was standing next to you when you were signing, and when he lunged towards you, I pushed him back." And I was like, "Oh man, thanks for thanks for doing that for me." 30 years ago. I
yeah,
appreciate that.
yeah. Oh my God. No, yeah. That would not be fun, especially at 15. So
Yeah.
I'm glad he protected you, and I'm glad you came back eventually to the conventions.
Yeah, I did, and
No,
I haven't had bad experience since that.
yeah.
You know, that was just one guy who really got upset and was blowing off steam. But for the 99.9% of the other Star Trek fans out there, they're extremely sweet and gracious and generous and polite. They've written me wonderful letters. They've given me amazing gifts. I have some of those gifts behind me, you know, including this, you know, and I mean, just people are just amazing, and the time that they take out to be thoughtful, to be concerned about my well-being is amazing. So I love all the fans, and I enjoy going to the conventions more than ever.
Well, thank you. Yeah, and we enjoy having you there. Believe me. um, so we're gonna get real quick into the podcast. I know you. I hate to say you probably talked about it a million times, but you know about the seventh rule and you know how that came about, real quick. And you know, I've heard some rumors that at the beginning of the show, somebody didn't actually watch all the episodes that they were talking about.
Hmm, yeah, I heard those rumors too, actually. Yeah, I was just, you know, I was a reluctant podcaster. You know, I wasn't really sure about the podcasting space. I didn't know if it was something I wanted to get into. I wasn't sure how it worked. I had heard people doing it. I wasn't, uh, I didn't understand that it could also include visuals and not just audio. So my understanding of podcasts was limited when I first got into it because I used to think of podcasts as something you listen to on your iPod, right? And and so in my brain, a podcast was directly connected to an iPod. And so obviously that's a narrow, you know, way of looking at things now. You know, it seems easier, it seems obvious in hindsight for me now, but at that time, you know, not being familiar with the space, I thought it wasn't an audio only thing that you listen to on those devices, and so I didn't see the growth in the space, which became, you know, the Joe Rogan experience and all of the above. You know, where it's much more dynamic than that. And so my understanding was limited. And so when I was first approached by it, I was really reluctant by it. Like, you know, what are we going to be doing exactly? And I don't, you know, audio only. And what are we going to be talking about? And is there even an interest in watching Star Trek with people or, you know, and all of those questions, you know, I had, and Aaron Eisenberg, you know, my late great partner, you know, he was like, just trust me, you know, it's going to be great. You know, it takes a long time, you know, it takes a while to build up your base and to build up your platform. But, you know, after a year or two, I'm like, a year or two. And here we
He
are.
almost lost you right there.
Yeah, exactly. I thought this was a fast commitment, a year or two. And I'm like, oh my God. And so, yeah, here we are 6 years later, 500 episodes in, it's been a lot. So, um, yeah, I'm glad I was talked into it by Aaron. He used reverse psychology on me. It was very smart of him to do. He appealed to my defiance, and what he did was he said, "Yeah, I heard that I know you're a hermit, Sirach, and you don't like to be out in public, but we should do a podcast." I'm like, a hermit? I didn't even hear the podcast part. I just heard that
That's funny.
I was like, who's saying I'm a hermit? Is that what the going analysis of me is? That I'm hiding from everyone? I'm not hiding from anybody. I'm willing to be out there. So that's basically what it came down to.
That's cool. And I have gone back. I've gone back and just kind of watched some of the older episodes to see how it's progressed, and it has progressed, as you said, a lot since the beginning. And I didn't realize that free for alls and things left unsaid were not something that was a part of the original, theme of the channel. What inspired the creating of the free for all and actually getting like people like us, your fans, to join in and review the episodes with y'all?
Well, Ryan and I thought that it would be good to engage with everybody and hear what everyone's opinions and thoughts are. I think it's more of a conversation than it is us trying to just lecture to people about what things are. It's a conversation. And it's also, Star Trek is an observation. And just like observations, people see different things, and while I was watching the third baseman and you were looking at the outfielder, and it's like we're seeing the same game, but we're observing different things, and sometimes we all may observe the same things, but I think the nuances in what people bring to their perspective is also important, because I think everyone has their own life experiences that they look through the lens of. And because of that, you're going to get different perspective. You're going to get people who see it from their own personality point of view, and that is as whatever they identify as. And so that's going to be the lens that they see things through, and therefore they'll have a completely unique, sometimes, observation or perspective or analysis or point to make or something you can derive from an episode. And I think that's what makes Star Trek amazing. I think because it can appeal to so many different people who can extract and extrapolate, what they want to use as something that's valuable to them.
Exactly. Well, and I'm not going to, name the episode or anything like that, but all I can say from my personal experience, our most recent recording we did, I was iffy about actually coming on because it is a subject that I was like, yeah, I don't really want to get into it. But my reasoning for doing this is I wanted to hear the other members' perspective about that topic. And I was glad I did, because it really, it was the most recent one was a great one. They're all good, but this one is exactly like you said. I wanted to hear someone else's opinions and perspectives on it. So yeah, that has been good. And if you accidentally or something say that I did not say Shatner, I said Kirk over Axe. So if you say Kirk over Axe, you will get a talking to from Walter Koenig.
Yeah, Walter.
I was I was
welcome.
not expecting that day. Because I was, and all of you guys knew what was going on. I'm just sitting there like, okay, I guess I stepped in it and didn't realize it.
Well,
Not badly, not badly, but
we can bust, we can bust each other's chops every once in
oh
a
yeah,
while, and it's always done out of fun. But
oh it was.
ultimately, the real thing that I think Star Trek is what makes it a good thing is when you approach it from a perspective of non-judgmental. If you can be non-judgmental, if you can accept people for who they are and what they are, and move on from there and get to problem solving and working towards, the betterment of people, then I think that's what we stand for in Star Trek. So even on our show, we might disagree, we might bust your chops, and we might have a laugh, but ultimately nobody's judging anybody for their
Correct.
perspective and for what they
Mhm.
believe and see. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was fun. I just was sitting there like, oh, okay, I
Now,
was like,
Walter likes giving people a hard time. That's he loves doing that.
oh, it was, as somebody
Well,
told me one time in the live chat, hey, if you can get a talking town to do by Walter, that's awesome.
yeah.
And I'm like, you're right. I
Yeah.
get Chekhov to say something to me. Just I don't want to take too much of your time, so I'm just going to ask, I think maybe one or two more questions about, and I just want one thing I want, it's about DS9 specifically, and it's true. It's when I've watched DS9, you know, it is as clear as day that you and Avery Brooks had a real father son relationship on screen, but I'm pretty sure you also had that relationship continued, after the camera stopped rolling and into the real world.
Yeah. Yeah. I love Avery and I always will. Um, yeah. He's he's like a father to me. He always will be, and I will always love him like a father. Um, yeah, he's been there through my ups and downs in life, through my immaturity and maturity, and through all in betweens. And he's been a steady rock for me, a foundational pillar, and somebody who has led by example, just by how he lives his life.
Cool. Yeah, we could talk for hours about him, and I'm not going to do that to you. Um, but yeah, from what I've heard in the past, he sounds like a phenomenal person to have worked with. Um, I'm pretty sure he came into your life at the exact time that you needed him to be there.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he came into. I mean, I was really at a vulnerable point at that particular point in my life, going through stuff personally with the family. But he stepped in and filled those shoes and steered me right. Was always being a guidance to me, both in just regular life and professionally, in every way that you can be a guidance to somebody. He was for me, and so yeah, I will always love him. We've maintained our connection, and so that's it. Yeah.
I appreciate it. Well, so here's the last question I ask everybody. What Star Trek technology do you wish existed today?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to get beamed up. I think beaming would be great. I mean, if you can just transport from here to there and instantly, I can only imagine, how nice it would be to be able to travel for, the afternoon to go see the pyramids and come back.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Agreed.
that would be amazing. And I think it would be revolutionary as far as changing the landscape of the world. I think there's a lot of other ones that are great. Um, for medical, would be the tricorder. It would be something that would
Hmm.
improve medicine in that capacity. I think that would be really handy as well for advancement of people. But Star
Yeah.
Trek has invented so many things, and one by one they start to become real. And so I wouldn't be surprised if all of them become real at some point or another.
I agree. I agree. Well, Shirok, I just want to say, if you have anything you want to say about the seventh rule, like a plug for it or something, you just go right on ahead.
Yeah, tune into the seventh rule. Come join the family. We are all encompassing. We embrace everybody. We love to hear people's perspective, and it's a real big family. That's one thing that has been the treasure of this experience for me. Not only growing closer to my um, co-hosts and being close with Ryan and Melissa and Aaron, we all grew closer together. But everybody else in the family that joined our group, even those that don't show up, whose names just get read out, they're they are a part of us. And when we see each other at conventions, there's that special bond that we have, that special connection, and I feel honored to have been a part of, building that kind of a family.
Hmm. Well, thank you for your time today, and thank you for welcoming me into the seventh rule family. And I think I will be hanging around for quite a while. So thanks for your time today, Strock, and I hope you have a rest of your evening.
Uh, Thanks, Chris. Wish you success here with the transporter room. Many more episodes to come, and go along for the ride as I did. It's a fun journey.
It is. It's been fun. So, all right. You have a good evening, sir. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
For as little as $5 per month, you can gain early access to the full ad-free versions of all interviews, plus additional exclusive content by joining Patreon.
Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Chris Garris, and welcome to the Transporter Room. Today, we have a very special guest joining us, Commodore Trevor. Trevor is one of the hosts of the popular YouTube channel Salon Trek. So let's beam Trevor in. Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How's your day been, sir?
So far, so good. Thanks for having me.
Oh, you're welcome. I am glad you were able to do this. I've interviewed Stan, and I was like, we gotta get the other one, and so get the other host, and because then that way we can, maybe we can spot check his answers.
Oh, is this like a deposition where you're going to check my answers?
Nah, no depositions here. No lawyer. I'm in IT. I'm not in law. Oh my
No,
god.
I'm thrilled, and he had a great time, so I appreciate
Good.
the invite.
Well, good. Well, thank you. Yeah. So honestly, I don't really know other than the Salon Trek, is that your day job, or do you have another day job?
I do have a day job that keeps me quite busy, and enjoy it very much. But I've been in the same field for 20 some odd years now. But as a hardcore trekker from age 7, and I'm 48 now, it's just a thing that, one, thanks to the pandemic, if any positive things came out of it, I think a lot of fun relationships and hobbies came out of it. Um, Thanks to that, the salon was sort of born, and it happened much by accident, with perhaps Stan and I pushing things along a little bit. But yeah, no, have a day job and a life outside of the salon. But yeah, no, the salon definitely keeps us busy and is definitely a lot of fun. But it really is born out of love of Trek and just the relationships that were created by it and for it. So
I'm pretty sure the algorithm threw the salon at me, and I like it. I love how. Well, first off, not everybody agrees on everything at
not even
all.
close.
Not even close. And then I can just tell that you guys really just like entertaining us and giving your opinions, and as you said, this came out of the pandemic, but I've heard that a lot from a lot of people I've talked to, like Fathery and some others, that and Goodwill, that a lot of these shows and their channels were born during the pandemic.
Yeah, it was sort of by accident, like I said. It was several of us all listening to Twitter Spaces back when that was a little bit more popular. I think they're still around, but and I still call it Twitter because I'm stubborn. Um, but there was a Twitter space. Starfleet Sohail was hosting on a weekly space, and there were a couple of us that were we were participating, but also just kind of chatting on the side with each other. And it was one of those things where, Sohail does a fantastic job of having a very structured, very, he's going to talk for an hour. He's going to get everything he wants and including, making sure that the participants are feeling like they got to, share everything they wanted to share. So he's a lovely host and very good at all of that. But when it ended, we noticed every week a bunch of us were like, but we want to keep talking. But there's no format to do that. And it didn't make sense to ramble on for hours on a formal, show with a formula. And Stan and I started chatting, and we said, why don't we get a couple of the folks that are on this chat thread, and we threw together our own space that morphed into a YouTube show that morphed into something with a little bit of structure, but we chaos is part of our brand. So we're not all supposed to agree. We're not it's a fairly large panel sometimes not. But we're the 8 or 9 of us, depending on what week it is, are truly people that just sort of uh fell in friend love with each other. We didn't They were friendships that were supposed to happen in our opinion. And happened quite organically, and the show is all of these diverse opinions about Trek. There are I think there's probably somebody who could claim any one Trek show as their favorite amongst the group. So there's plenty of diversity of opinion, and if you watch as you have and you've commented, and we appreciate it, when you jump into the comments, and sometimes it's hard because people don't want to take sides, but you kind of have to because we're all arguing with each other and arguing over each other, and it's
Oh
all out
yeah.
of it's all friendship and it's all love. And what's great is that it's kind of a thing that a lot of us had in our childhood or in high school, where we had like a group that watched whatever show was on at the time, because we're age diverse as well, so it depends on what was airing at that particular moment in time. But we all had that friend group, and we've all sort of drifted apart from that friend group and then found each other. So it's that all over again. And those of us that are in relationships are not in relationships with Trekkers, so it's helpful to have somebody to
I've heard
pour the
that.
fandom out to and share it with. Yeah, I mean, my husband is, I will say, Trek tolerant, but not a huge fan. He does go to Vegas when the group goes, and he has a good time with us, and also occasionally has a spa day when he's had enough. That's okay. But we have each other, and we have the show, and the show is really what I described. It's that friend group all talking and arguing about a particular topic and just having a good time, and we just happen to let people watch. It's not a let's get together and talk about what content we're going to produce and what we're going to, and not that there's anything wrong with that. There's plenty of space for it, and it's wonderful and it entertains people. Our mission, though, is to just allow people to watch the friendship and to watch the conversation, and we hope that people are entertained, and it turns out they are. So
Oh
yay for
yeah.
us.
I think so. I mean, especially when Will gets on a tear. Oh,
Well, it's fun to watch. I don't know that I've ever seen them disagree, but it's fun to watch Will get wound up and to get Joanne wound up, and then if Krista happens to be wound up at the same time, it's just a I just grab a cocktail and lean back and watch because the hilarity ensues.
Oh yeah, and and especially with y'all doing this last one, I guess it was a 4-part series on Enterprise. Was it 4 or more? I can't remember now.
So Thumb War used to be, yeah, with our Thumb War series where we rate each episode in a season, we used to try to squeeze all 20 whatever episodes into an evening, and we realized it was a little much. So for Enterprise, we actually split each season in half. So we did 8 weeks of Enterprise. Yeah. So that was actually a lot of fun because I hadn't revisited Enterprise in a long time. So I enjoyed getting to do that with them.
Yeah, and I'm actually, to add additional content, I've already started doing with other people that I'm, have guest hosts. We're doing recaps / reviews of Enterprise right now. I think I have 8 recorded. One we released Broken Bow Sunday, last Sunday, and it's something so I just did a review with Rachel from Tex-Trek. And what was interesting, because it doesn't really matter. As I was trying to think, I want to give a spoiler, but that's fine. As we were watching the last episode we just recorded, it just blows my mind. We were doing Terra Nova, and I guess after watching y'all's shows and everything, and even doing some of the the episodes I do on the Seventh Rule, well, I'm when we combat different series, I was watching Terra Nova and I was like, okay, I still think it's a good episode, but we got into a section, and as we were talking about it, I started realizing, like, wait a second, this doesn't make any sense. And it was when T'Pol and them are talking about, well, why didn't you have the Vulcans, and y'all may have even brought this up, but why didn't you ask the Vulcans for one to go out there? Well, obviously humans are hard-headed, but it just, as we were discussing, I started thinking, like, wait a second, this just doesn't make sense. You're telling me why didn't Earth, when they lost contact with that colony, actually do something about it, or the family members that would have probably still been on Earth. So it just was so funny. Literally, as we were doing the recording, I just started thinking, well, this is just a bunch of BS. Like, if that was my family, I'd be knocking, someone's door, like, what the hell?
It's funny how we can get real world angry at that show sometimes, or any of the shows, not just Enterprise, but Star Trek in general. And one thing, I said I appreciated getting to chat and revisit the show because I hadn't in a long time, but doing so with my Salon friends. But the crazy part is, and it never fails to happen, angles I never thought of before, things I never, I'm so used to watching it through my own lens and just watching it through my own experiences, or having opinions that are based on, some of my TNG opinions are based on 10-year-old Trev watching season 1. Like, I have a deep-rooted love for season 1 of TNG, and I know that it's not a great version of Trek. It's not putting Trek's best foot forward, but I don't care. It's my childhood. Like, you know what I mean? It's part of a very happy part of my life. Not that any part of it hasn't been, but for the most part, it's something that I really enjoyed then. It was the first new, I did fall in love with the original series on reruns as a little kid, but being that excited about that show, and then it came out and just loving it even when it was bad, uh, um, is something that I didn't get to see the criticism until I started watching it as an adult and talking to other adults about that show. And the same goes for Enterprise. I was just out of college, I think, when Enterprise started. So uh, my perceptions were very different than they are now, and than they were when I wasn't talking to a bunch of people about Star Trek. So it's cool to actually have some more positive opinions about certain aspects of it, and then things that kind of make me go, like, to your point.
Well, they do, and I am trying to find the episode that really kind of shocked us as well, watching on TNG, and kind of like you say, I'm 48 as well. I'll be 49 this year. And so, I watched a lot. Again, I was 11 when TNG came out, and some of the episodes had made no sense, or I just thought, okay, whatever. I didn't really realize it. But one of the ones that really kind of was surprising was the episode. I'm trying to find the name. I did a review on should have been season 4. It's the one we meet the Trill. It's the first time
the host.
The host. And as I was preparing for my review for the Seventh Rule, I watched that episode I think 3 times, and it was so weird. It was the last time I watched it, I realized, at least from what I could tell, and then the group agreed as well, is that when the new host came out and it was female and not, and Dr. Crusher was like, shocked, but she made some comments about like, well, if it was a different, scenario, time. Long story short, it realized that was all they could finally talk about without getting probably in trouble with censors about same-sex relationships.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and watching it numerous times, and finally just it clicked.
Yeah, and watching it from a different perspective and a different lens now, and watching it back, I remember. I don't remember my exact, but however old we were when that episode was on, I do remember kind of scratching my head a little and feeling, and this may have just been pre-out Trev having a response of like, I wish they had pushed that a little further. And then now, as looking far back at that closet that I blew out of at some point, and looking at that episode from my perspective now, the amount of almost insult, and maybe not even almost, that some of what was said in that episode and kind of how that lands now, is one of those, not only indicative of what we're talking about in terms of Trek evolving even when it's sitting still, but it's weird to have disappointment in something that you're so fond of, but also how kind of cool that Trek is multidimensional enough to do that for us, because so many things have disappointing facets to them, even when they're things that we've looked up to, people we've looked up to. It's one of the things I love about maybe different podcasts for a different time, but Battlestar Galactica. So many characters that are heroes are flawed, and that's one of the beautiful things about that show. But with Trek, it's great that we can analyze it critically, and it's great that we can love it as much as we do. But it's also great that it has flaws, and that we can look back, and that it's improved upon itself, not just in a creative sense, but also Gates being interviewed about that episode, speaking about it. She was critical of it at the time. She's been critical of it now in terms of her dialogue and what she was, saying about as Beverly Crusher. It's almost not believable that was Bev's response. Like, it's one thing to say, I'd like to just pick up a body and run with it, but like, or to just declare yourself like incapable of moving beyond your having fallen in love with the first host. But the fact that she was able to then have those feelings with Riker means she wasn't tethered to the host's body. So it had to be about the host's gender presentation, and that was a problem for her is kind of not believable. So it's a wonderful, obviously, episode, even in its flaws, because here we are talking about it 30 years later.
Well, exactly. And another one that I just watched again, and as one of the other members made a comment about, and we've already discussed this, I think, a little bit, how some Trek episodes get better sometimes with age, and or the message has become more relevant today than it was 33 years ago. And The Outcast is one of those, we felt, because it's talking, again, 33 years ago when it was written and produced, like you said, the whole transgender and all that stuff was not a discussion topic at all in any way. or very
You know,
minimal, I guess. And I have
yeah,
to remember,
that's
I
fair.
live in Texas, so that's a
No,
so
that's a fair statement that it the conversations weren't what they are now. I think that that conversation has changed in many ways for the better and in some not so much. But it's interesting that upon first presentation, that was almost Trek's attempt to deal with same-sex relationships, and then it was almost I have to assume by accident, a better allegory for trans individuals and the trans experience, but even then there are flaws in how it's presented. And I give Trek credit where credit is due. I think that episode was slightly ahead of its time. I think I agree with Jonathan Frakes' criticism of casting a cis female in the role of his love interest. He would have preferred that been played by a male actor.
I know. I didn't know that until I think it was Jason Oken or one of the other Seventh World members brought that up, and I was like, "What?" And so I actually looked it up, and sure enough, he was actually he was very unhappy about that.
Yeah, I mean, how much? I mean, and you just think about that aspect alone, and how much more powerful that episode could have been for a lot of different, for many of the different stories that it was
Yeah.
accidentally telling, including the one that it was trying to tell on purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's and and it also it sort of grazes past the notion of different types of harmful therapy for folks that are not cishet and presenting as such. But it yeah, it has plenty of flaws, but it also it's unique for next gen. It's unfortunately not unique for a lot of the pushback that they got, and a lot of folks have waited a very long time to see themselves in Trek, myself included. And a lot of folks are still waiting. So hopefully it but Trek is not afraid to continue to evolve, and so I'm
Especially
glad that
not
it has.
now.
Right.
With all the new stuff, they're not afraid I mean, just Discovery alone took a lot, as we both know, it took a lot of hate. It's like, that's not Trek. And for me, what it was, and it was the Klingons initially. The rest of the stuff was fine. But I finally stopped and said, okay, I'm just going to watch it, the first two seasons to catch up. Because I was like, okay, I want to know what is it all about? And it honestly was a good series. I enjoyed it, except for, there obviously, as you said, the flaws. Now, all of the flaws I have with it were the technical flaws. The spore drive and all this stuff. And, but all the stuff, I mean, Sonequa Martin Green, oh my God. Oh,
That's she is, the TNG cast always referred to themselves as lightning in a bottle in terms of their relationships and their love and fondness for each other. Sonequa Martin Green being in Star Trek is in and of itself lightning in a bottle. Now the cast is wonderful. They're all lovely people as far as we know. We've never heard any, there's no tell-all book waiting to be released. But Sonequa as a number one on the call sheet, clearly gets all of the appropriate praise from her castmates, but is also praised from creatives, is praised from technical, folks, and just as a Trek fan, the that that she shared her talent with us and in this universe is a gift. And I've I'm a weirdo Discovery fan, and then I am very fond of the first season. I know there's a lot of folks that either prefer second or really prefer like fourth, fifth. I
3,
loved
4,
the
and
first
5.
three, four, and five. I loved the first season. I struggled a little bit with the second only because I felt like it went on for too long. But it felt like it was like an eight episode story that they
Extend
made
it.
13. Yeah. Um, but that happens. Whatever. It's streaming. But Discovery as an experiment in Trek, the whole idea of we're going to do a, and Enterprise, it should get all of its just desserts in terms of trying to tell a season-long story in season 3, but it didn't really work. And it wasn't. It was a cohesive narrative thread
Yeah.
run through the season, but it wasn't a streaming serialized story like Discovery was. And one, I love that Trek is old enough now and seasoned enough to experiment with itself in terms of how are we going to do this and how are we going to tell these stories. The idea of focusing on a single character with the veracity that they did, I think is fantastic, and I don't think they could have asked for anyone better than Sonequa to carry that story. Um, I find it interesting when people criticize that facet because it feels I have yet to hear a criticism of the stories focusing on Michael Burnham, wherein there isn't a parallel in another series or series of films where a particular character is focused upon that doesn't receive that same criticism. So I think it's a little bit obvious sometimes when folks are a little hypercritical. That said, it doesn't mean everybody that dislikes Discovery is wrong. It doesn't mean everybody that dislikes that version of storytelling is wrong. And I'm call me an optimist, and an annoying one at that, but I love that there's enough Star Trek for people to pick and choose some of it that they aren't fond of.
Mhm.
Because that wasn't the case when you and
We
I
were
were
growing up.
watching TNG
Nope.
season 1 in
No.
1987. Like, we were like, this is it. Like, it's that in the original series. That's all we got.
Yeah. And I didn't even have the, I was talking to somebody, I don't remember even having TOS. If it was on, it might have been, 11 o'clock midnight, and
Yeah.
I was already in bed,
Yeah, it
at that
was
time in my life. So,
at the time, by the time TNG rolled around, I don't think it was airing regularly for me either. I think I may have had a couple of the films on VHS, and I don't think I had any of the episodes. Those were on in reruns when I was little. Like, when the first episode I ever saw, I was 6 or 7, probably 7 years old. And for a year or two was able to absorb them, and then we moved as a family, from the Maryland, DC area down to Florida. And in that move, I sort of lost my connection to Trek until TNG premiered. So
yeah, and I didn't get to watch much of DS9 or any of that stuff either. Just again, the market where we're at just didn't have it all. And so again, TNG was kind of my episodes and series for a long time. And I was thinking about something we were talking about, the shows that people, will just dig in on a character, and Janeway was one of them as well at the beginning. And I didn't know, a story from Garrett that he told us about the absolute hate that Paramount got after the pilot aired. It just shocked me.
it boggles the mind, doesn't it? That a show that seeks to explore diversity and to champion it would receive such criticism when they depict it from a casting perspective. It just seems antithetical to Trek. I still don't understand, and forgive me if this ruffles any feathers in viewers, but I don't understand, like, right wing Trek fans. I'm like, what do you just like spaceships? Like, I don't understand what you're watching and enjoying. Like, what is it that's really tickling your fancy there? Because it just its purpose is to exude the benefits of a particular openness and a particular hopefulness and a particular embracing of diversity and diverse thought and diverse representation, and to not appreciate that when it's presented through the casting of characters just doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't. Because that was Gene's whole, premise, is to have a future where we're all, they'd say it, we just all live together somewhat happily, I don't,
Most of the time.
that's why I'm not going to say all the time, but and again, it just shocked me when he said that, because I would have not imagined, but anyway, that's just the way of the world, and people were not ready for it, which it's a good series. I liked it. There's really no Trek that we don't like. Maybe they have series and episodes that we don't like, but um, I do have a hard time watching TOS, not because of usually the content, more because of the special effects or the lack thereof. And um, it's just, again, I was TNG and then the movies. So, but I've gone through all of season 1. We've started season 2, and it's actually not. I actually enjoy it now that I've started watching now. Some of the stories, totally different. They have not aged well, but
there are many that are, it's difficult.
But they still, it does show us that we have progressed to the fact that we're actually like, oh, that's not good. And now we realize it though, what some of the stuff, the themes they were doing, we're like, okay, now I understand. Yeah, that was they missed the mark a little, but again, 1966.
It's funny too when I wish more people realized there are folks that sometimes complain about newer stuff being sort of less cloak and dagger in their approach to some of the themes. Obviously there was a lot of allegory built into the stories in the original series, and not so much anymore. Now things can be a little bit more spoken and open. And I wish folks that were critical of that realized why that was. That it was cloak and dagger because it had to be. They were dancing around censors and trying to make sure, well, no one will notice that we're saying racism is bad if we're talking about a green person versus, talking about actual people that exist on Earth that are being treated badly, and have been systemically. So we can say that now. So let's say it. We don't need as many allegories anymore, because it's because, thank goodness, the real world has evolved just a little bit, not as much as those of us who are hoping for a Star Trek future would like, but it has happened. And so I think we should, I would hope that those folks would eventually come to understand that and maybe embrace it a little bit more.
True. So I'm kind of curious here. So I know since the Salon, is more of the group getting together, discussing Trek and everything. But I know y'all have done some interviews with guests, but I don't remember, so far with what you've been doing with the channel, has there been an interview with someone that, that you just really were like, man, that was so cool to do?
We've done a couple, but I will say I have only participated in 2. And I think they're 2 that I'm really, really proud of and was really, really excited about. Aaron Watke's one of them. And it was kind of funny that that happened sort of like the Salon, almost by accident. And I say that from we didn't realize we had his attention. And so as soon as we did, a few of us, and really in particular Stan, did a lot of work to make sure that we scheduled it and that it happened. But we didn't realize he was watching us, and one day we just got a comment in the chat, and we were talking about, we were in the middle of discussing Prodigy, and I don't remember which season we were talking, or which series of episodes, because we did them in chunks. I don't remember which one we were talking about, but all of a sudden we just, you see the comment pop up on your screen, and it's like, okay, remember that because we stream live, and so it's, remember yes, it's recorded and people can watch it back, but like your reaction is your reaction, and there's no editing. So good luck. And so we saw the comment and we were like, oh, everybody, be on your best behavior. Which is funny because he later shared with us that us not being on our best behavior is part of the reason why he was watching us in the first place. Because there may or may not be, mood enhancing substances encouraged among the panelists. So having him comment, and then we went into action, and those that most of the panel was present for the actual interview. Stan did most of the logistical work in arranging it, but having a live conversation, and he joined us live. That was the other piece. It wasn't a recorded interview. So having him drop in and talk with us and spend time with us. And then something that we don't hide it, but I don't think we advertise it a lot either. When we drop off, when we end our live stream, we're usually the rest of it just hanging out on screen for about an hour or so, just shooting the breeze and doing, talking about things that we don't necessarily want the world to know. And at the end of our Aaron interview, he stayed with us for like another 20-30 minutes and was like, "Do you guys have any questions that you didn't get to ask?" And we were like, "Yeah," everybody pulls out their notepads and starts asking questions. And just getting to, and obviously there were things he couldn't answer and wasn't
True.
gonna break any sort of agreements that he's
NDAs.
signed with us, but he was just delightful. And I feel like that was one of those moments where if I could travel back in time like 40 years and tell 7-year-old Trevor that he was going to talk to a writer from Star Trek one day on the internet. First of all, what the hell's the internet? But second of all, I would not have believed that I would be having that conversation, even up through teenage high school Trevor hanging out with his fellow nerd friends, who many of whom I'm still in touch with. To tell them that I was having that conversation, like that just was not a thing that I thought would ever happen, and so that one's really, really special.
I am with you 100% because
Yeah.
I can't believe, I have, I mean, some of them haven't been released yet, but still, I've interviewed Liz Klikowski and so I've had hers comes out, her episode's coming out tomorrow. Connor and Dom, Sirach, and I'm like, what?
Well, you're talking to Sirach, what, like once a week?
Well, true. That's another thing. I'm like,
Yeah.
what the F? I'm like, I would have never, and being on and then sometimes Denise joins us, sometimes and Walter joins. I'm like, what?
It's a little pinch yourself, isn't it?
It's a lot
Yeah.
to pinch yourself,
Yeah.
it just blows my mind. And John Billingsley, oh my God, Hitman is so fun. Granted, I never had to delete so many words out of my, recording, just
Which reminds me, I'm actually kind of proud of myself right now because I haven't given you any that you would have to delete, and you didn't tell me not to.
And I don't have a problem with it. But no, I don't have a problem. If we need to bleep stuff, we just clear it out. But
no, but to answer your question, the Aaron interview was really, really special just because of everything that I said. And the other one that was really special and important, and I was really I really enjoyed the entire conversation. We had to change a little bit of it because it involved some stuff about Trek Talks that ended up getting delayed, and so we had to adjust some of what we shared. But it was an interview with Laurie Ulster from Trek Movie, who is just such a delightful person, just a delightful human, let alone a wonderful person to have a Trek conversation with. And Laurie was, one of those people that the first time I heard her voice on Trek Movie's original podcast when they were doing their Shuttle Pod podcast, which I started listening to during the pandemic. Not just the sound of her voice, I don't mean it that way, but like the things that she was saying, I was so identifying with in terms of, that was a fairly diverse panel of opinions as well. And she would sometimes say things that I'm like, yes, that's what I want to say. I've developed a little bit of a Twitter friendship with Brian Drew from Trek Movie as well. And so like sometimes when I disagree with Brian, it's fun. We only, I think, ever disagree about Trek. But she was always saying the things that I wanted her, that I wanted to be saying. And so it was like a weird form of fandom there that happened. And so kind of going full circle and having her on a show that from my perspective, and my involvement with it was sort of inspired some of what happened with the Salon. We wanted to become a thing because I started listening to other people talk about Trek, and I was eventually desiring to participate in the conversation. I think I'm a reasonably good listener, but I also like to talk. So you can only, when you're a talker, you can only listen for so long before you got to chime in. And I was like, I want to chime in. I want to have my own conversations. And so getting to talk to somebody who's been doing Trek conversations for a long time and is very active in the Trek community and is very active in Trektivism, it was cool to get to have that little sit down with her. And that one was it was just me and Stan talking to her, and it was on a weekend that we did do a pre-record, but that was just a delightful time with somebody who I've gotten to spend a little time with in Vegas, but not enough of a like let's just sit down and talk for an hour. Like that was really cool. So I enjoyed both of those conversations a lot.
Well, that's cool. Well, and it sounds like you go to STLV. Do you always go, or how many?
Yeah, this will be my fourth time. Fourth time. I missed a year, and I went the year that it first came back, like sort of mid-pandemic. Time has no meaning. The pandemic was like the nexus. Like I don't understand what happened in there, and no one else does either. But I went one year, and it was just my husband and I. I didn't have any other real Trek connections, although I did bump into the Trek movie gang. I got a nice face mask from the Trek movie on it. Very indicative of a very specific time period. And I only went for one day. That said, my biggest takeaway, and if the opportunity ever presents itself, please feel free to share. One of the most, I don't know, I'm trying to think of the right adjective, but just one of the most generous conversations I've ever had with a Trek performer, or any performer for that matter, was with Sirach that year that my husband and I went up to get his autograph. It was like a weird time of day, so the room wasn't super crowded, and he felt comfortable just kind of continuing to talk to us and gave of his time. And it was also around, don't remember exactly the time frame, but it was reasonably close to Aaron Eisenberg's passing, and it was coincidentally very close to my best friend from high school passing. And so there was a weird little bit of a connection conversation about just losing people that mean the world to you. So that was interesting, but not but just he was, I can't describe it any other way. He was just incredibly generous, and it was a wonderful, delightful conversation. And ever since, I've told people, if you're remotely connected to Star Trek or and you're at a convention, go up to his table, because it's I don't care how long the line is, he's worth your time. Get up there, because he will give to you what you expect and more. And it was a delightful conversation, and in all the years of convention going, it was one of the best.
I can concur 100% everything you just said about him. He is the most down to earth, just level headed, intelligent, pick a word, individual. And he is as genuine as they come.
Yeah. And I will say, I got to give credit to, doing the podcast, on the Seventh Rule. It's so cool to hear the perspective, not just, we've all heard actors give perspectives on work that they were involved with, but now that you guys are going through TNG, hearing a Trek actor who wasn't necessarily a Trek fan, watching it and enjoying it and connecting with it and sharing and being critical and starting to do the things that we've all been doing this whole time is just delightful to hear. It's a lot of fun to listen to, for all of you, but for Sirach as well, and his perspectives.
Oh yeah, his perspective. Sometimes I'm just like, wow, how did you come up with that? It's just amazing. Yeah, no, he's a great person, and I'm gonna get to meet quite a few people that I'm on chats with on a regular basis, which is good. Which is something that I have learned between doing my own stuff, the Seventh Rule, all these different channels. It's like everybody's just so open and welcoming. It's kind of scary in some ways. You're like, is this possible? But everyone is just so nice. And when you meet someone, I mean, I met people even in Dallas. We've stayed in connection, in contact. And literally, we just met at the convention, and we still talk. And it just the whole Star Trek fandom just really blows my mind at times, because like one of the individuals that was in the group that I was at the convention, she flew all the way from Australia just to come to that convention so she could meet Gates McFadden, because that was she's her person. And I'm like, Australia?
Yeah. You couldn't get much
Okay.
further away if you tried.
No. But everybody's so nice and just welcoming. And I mean, I talked with Andy Holt, who goes to like every single convention on the planet, and man, just the warmest guy out there. He just, when we were sitting there, he's like, "Hey, you want to come at breakfast? Just come table." I'm like, okay, it's just crazy.
Very nice.
And so I'm just, I do need to, and we've been talking about Trek, but I've got to get some of the specific questions, obviously, that I'd like to ask is,
Sure.
Obviously, what first drew you into Star Trek? What was the catalyst?
Yeah, I didn't necessarily have the question in advance, but kind of anticipated, and I wish I had a better answer, because it really is I was 7 years old or so. I remember specifically which episode it was, which is kind of a weird memory to have, but it was the Enterprise incident. I remember because I was watching it, I was very drawn in. I would imagine as a 7-year-old, just anything with that many colors on it would be interesting. I mean, there's these, primary color suits, and there was a lot of interesting purple lighting going on that Romulan ship. So it was very colorful and sort of kid friendly. Um, but I remember there was a whole issue in that episode of like beaming between ships, and I would do this frequently if I didn't understand something on television. I just walked out of the room that I was in, went and found my mom, and I said, "I don't understand something." And I can't remember if she explained it or if my older brother explained it, but somebody gave me a Star Trek answer, which was just like they knew what Star Trek was, they knew what a transporter was. So they kind of explained it in a way that was like, "No, no, no, that's just how they get." And I'm like, "I don't understand. Does that little disc on the floor like fly from one part of, from one place to another?" Like I didn't fully comprehend. Um, and eventually just became more and more enamored with it, and was completely hooked from just how fantastic it all was, from a kid's perspective. And I would imagine the thing that kept me engaged was the optimism and the positivity, I will say. Obviously, I didn't at that age fully comprehend all of the stories or all of what they were trying to express. Um, Particularly because by the time I was watching it, some of those things didn't need to be coded, like, they could just be discussed at that point, not as many as now, but a little bit more than in the '60s. Um, so yeah, I wish I had a better answer other than, like, it was colorful and attractive to a kid, and I didn't understand stuff, so I had questions. And as a fairly curious child, I was like, "Wait, explain more." But that was the initial draw, and then I just think the relationships, the sense of humor that was running through it, there was something fanciful and magical about it, and that I think had me hooked and has continued to hook me since.
Oh yeah. I think it drew all of us into that in some way. I mean, I always have a hard question trying to decide, I mean, what got me in was, family and friends and all that and cousins and all that got me to watching sci-fi, which led into Star Trek. Um, you know, and then I always have a hard time picking my favorite series. I may get in trouble because we just did a thumb wars on this, but Enterprise is still probably one of my more favorite series. Followed by, actually, I'd have to say now it's really grown to DS9.
Yeah, for me, I recently described this on BlueSky. I chimed in on something that Lori Elster was talking about on her thread, and I just or on her page, and I just commented that I've finally realized after 4 decades of fandom that my favorite show is seasonal. Depending on time of year, I bounce back and forth between DS9 and TNG. Um, my DS9 fondness is, it was sort of the misfit kid of Trek at the time when it first aired. It certainly has a lot more fans than it did then. And I was drawn toward it for, I think, that and a bunch of other reasons. But I was more of a defender of it because it received so much flack and criticism at the time. and sort of dismissal from a lot of Trek fans. So just depending on the mood of the time that the question is asked, I bounce back and forth between TNG and DS9, but both are far more rewatchable for me than anything else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know what it is about. Well, I think one of my reasons for Enterprise, and just my reason, is the fact that and I know as we did the Thumb Wars, yeah, they stumbled bad in a lot of the stories, but what I liked about it was letting us see us take our first steps into deep space and trying not to screw up, and they didn't do the best job all the time. At all, but that's why. And then you just obviously go back to the other episodes and series, and I think and I like your answer about it being seasonal, because it really kind of depends sometimes. Like, okay, I'm just not in the mood for that, but I'll sit there and binge watch something else.
And summer vacation as a kid, it was always TNG reruns every day at 4:00. So like it reminds me of being a kid on summer vacation, and who doesn't want to remember that, because that was a fantastic time. So, TNG makes me think of that. But when it starts to get colder out, I don't know. I want to bundle up and watch DS9. It doesn't make any sense, but that's how it works. And I would be remiss to not mention that I love Lower Decks. I mean, it's where Salon gets its name. The DS9 episode where Mariner is invited to what she thinks is a party, but everyone keeps correcting her and telling her it's a salon. And then she gets there, and it's just a bunch of craziness and chaos, which is exactly what we are. So we are the salon. We got to explain that to Tawny Newsome last year at STLV. Stan and I went up to her table and got her autograph and got to give her a salon candle, which is a unique giveaway for our followers. And yeah, and then she took a picture of it and texted it to Mike McMahon, which was cool. But I would be, I don't think you can love TNG and not love Lower Decks. Like those just they're so complementary of one another that it just makes sense.
They are.
So, I didn't mean to give you
and
3 answers to your question, but those are my 3 answers.
No, that's well, and I agree. I've always been iffy on animated series at times as an adult, because I'm like, I'm watching a cartoon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, oh my God, Lower Decks and Prodigy, both of them, I'm just like, they're phenomenal. And I have no problems watching it. And then, after I started watching the Lower Decks, I'm like, okay, we need more or whatever, but you'd love to have that. And then, was it, I remember who I was talking. Oh, it was Joe. It was Joel Vallis. And we were talking about, the crossover episode. Those old scientists
it's just brilliant. There's no other way to describe it. Yeah.
Yeah. I kid you not. I probably replayed that episode once a day for quite a while, because I couldn't get past everything they just did. Like the love for, I just loved how, well, first the comedy, the timing, they were just so hilarious, and the fanboying that they would do.
I think that's the best part, because it allows, like, we're laughing because we're laughing at ourselves. We're like, if I ended up on Pike's Enterprise, that's what I would be acting like right now. Like, there's no, I'm going to play it cool, I'm a cool time traveler. Like, no, I would be running around touching everything, breaking things, telling people how much I admire them. Like, I would completely screw up the timeline, and I own it. It's fine.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, yeah, that was such a great, and I loved all the homages they gave to like Enterprise. And I mean, I would have never expected, well, even Pike made a comment. He's like, even I'd be fanboying if I was on Archer ship, and when you had Ortegas and Uhura were like sitting there, taking the flooring up, and like, Uhura did all this, and Travis Mayweather, like the first pilot of the NX-01, I was just like, what? How did they? Yeah, that was I wish, anyway, we could talk on that one forever, but it was such a great episode. Yeah, if it'd been VHS tape, it would have broken, because it would have gone bad by now. So,
I would have done the same thing.
Yeah. Anyway, so usually my last question I ask is, what piece of Star Trek technology do you wish existed today?
Ooh, all of it. Gosh, it's so funny because I think I'm apprehensive only because there are so many things that would be convenient that I think humanity today would also abuse. So I immediately thought of transporters, and then I'm like, transporters would make a pretty gruesome weapon if you wanted to use them that way. So I'm actually going to give an answer that I didn't think would be my response to this question, and it's uh, the the Enterprise's computer. Um, and maybe not. Maybe we delete how to build stuff, but just include history and how people got to where they are in the 24th century, and just let us be better from our own past mistakes. Like it's uh, like I said, the easy answer is transporters because I hate travel. I like getting to places. I like being at new places. I don't like the prospect of getting there and the process of getting there. Clearly, no weapons because we'd screw that up real fast. Warp drive would be amazing, but also a weapon. So I'm scared about that too. Uh, so I will say the computer with all of that. That's my nerdy answer, but my fun answer might be also just some of the medical equipment. I think a tricorder could go a long way toward um, detecting illnesses that can't be detected now with modern technology. The idea, and this is sort of timely given the time that we're recording this with the recent is it the purple walk? I'm getting it
Purple
wrong.
stride.
Purple
The
stride.
purple
Thank
stride.
you so much. Pancreatic cancer is one of those things where it doesn't present usually until it's too late. How amazing would it be if we could prevent that from being a problem because we could detect it faster with the imaging of just a small handheld device? So yeah, I'll go with medical technology as my more fun answer, but I would like humanity to be better. Fast forward it by giving us some historical context through the ship's computer. So there, I
Well-
still can't give you one answer. I'm always giving you more than one answer. Those are my two answers for that one question.
I'm okay. Well, and I like your answer about the computer, honestly, because as someone who works in IT, it makes complete
go.
sense. I mean, I agree with you. The computer would, just that capacity and the speed of it would be awesome to have. That's a good answer, actually.
And it would be nice to
never
have
thought about it.
a little bit of the AI of Majel, like knowing when things should be, like, Majel's voice telling you when that's not a good idea. That might be a cool thing. We'll see.
That would be really cool, actually.
Yeah.
I just love to have Majel Barrett's voice just tell me, good morning, or, whatever.
Absolutely.
That's like,
right.
I mean,
you don't really want to have that for breakfast, do you? Like it would be nice to have that around.
Well, I mean, let's just be honest. I mean, this is going to show my Star Trek nerd. My Alexa wake word is not Alexa. It's computer.
Same.
I don't want to say it too loud.
I'm surprised she didn't wake up because I said it, and she's right behind me.
Yeah. Same here. It's so funny. Every now and then I'll be watching something, Star Trek episode or something. They say the word, and I hear it come out of the kitchen. I didn't understand that, or I'm like,
I wasn't talking to you.
I'm like, stop.
Who? Oh, it's a Beverly in Remember Me moment. I wasn't talking to you.
Yeah. Oh my God. Well, Trev, thank you for giving me your time tonight and this afternoon. And it was so much fun talking to you.
It was delightful.
I had a blast.
I appreciate, like I said, I'll talk Trek to anybody that wants to talk about it, but I really appreciate the invitation. I'm a fan of the Seventh Rule and hearing you on there, and appreciate you always chiming in the comments during Salon. So it's a delight, and I appreciate the invitation.
Well, thank you so much. Well, and I hope you have a good evening. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
Thank you for watching The Transporter Room. For just $5 per month, enjoy ad-free access to this episode and all previous ones, plus exclusive bonus content. Sign up now on Patreon.